so don't expect too much.
Yeah, you can keep going with that silly thing that
Did
you
you
just
say
said.
that or not?
You guys,
that was your answer, though.
You're right.
So
You're right. That was my answer.
Was
Yeah,
that obtuse?
Right. Was that what?
Was it obtuse?
I'm not. I don't know.
You don't know what obtuse means.
Language is not English. I don't think he understands.
Okay.
Obtuse.
That's okay.
You mean like spite?
Obtuse basically means acting thick when you're not really.
No,
thick.
obtuse. Sorry, I didn't hear you. Yes,
Okay.
I do know that word, and I guess for those number one questions, then yes, I was.
Okay.
See, the issue here is you keep playing stupid, people will start to actually think you're stupid.
Okay, good tip.
That was rude.
Yeah,
Hey,
like you can stop trying to convince me because you've convinced me. You're not too bright.
Myself?
Okay, it's 5 o'clock. It's ladies' night. Go, Lulu.
Let's play.
My clock shows
okay.
4:59. You still got a minute. 4:59.
Yes, I'll be quiet.
I think.
What a night! Oh, what a night!
Hold up. I do believe that Spider is intelligent. I just don't think he's open-minded. That's what I think's going on here. Or not willing to just listen and hear what other people have to say. That's what I think's going on here.
I have to say that I'm listening, but in the case of the oil rigs, when you guys say you see further away, and I'm saying you see further away in specific conditions, it's not always. So,
but it should never occur. That's the problem. It should never be visible beyond a curve. Like if I put a pile of sand, a sand dune, in the way of the camera, you're never going to refract over the sand dune and see the oil rig. So why should it be different with water? If the water wasn't bending.
Sure. So a few things. First, don't. I agree. If you obscuring something in a lot or by a lot, of course you won't see it. Of course, I'm not saying.
Well, let's say the sand dune is 1 foot above the camera. Would you ever see what's on the other side of the sand dune? You wouldn't.
Yes,
it doesn't.
You can. Yes, you can.
No, you can't. And you know
yes, you can. You can because we can demonstrate that with gas butan. You know butan gas. You know what that is?
Butane gas.
Butane gas. You know what that is? It's a very cold gas, and you can do a very small observation, or you might call it experiment. It's not really an experiment, but whatever. Anyway, take a butan gas tank or pour butan on something that obscures something, and you all of a sudden could see things that are behind that, because the refraction in the way that the light breaks when you're pouring that cold liquid on what's obscuring you or your vision, you start to see things from behind it. You actually start to. Yeah, sure.
I'd like to see an actual experiment to prove this. So if you say you put your camera in a fish tank and you fill it with butane, and I put an obstruction in front of the camera, it will look over and see what's behind it.
No, it's not what I said at all. I said if you pour the butane gas, if you pour that liquid on this thing that is actually obscuring. So if let's say you have a glass or something in front of you. I'm not talking in front of you, by the way, a meter. I'm talking like 3 meters away from you, right? 3 meters away from you. Put a camera or by your eye with your eyes, and you pour that butane gas. It's better to be metal. You know that object will be metal, and you pour that on that object. You could see things from behind it. In the edges.
Yeah, I know which
so what I'm
experiment
saying
he's
is
talking about.
So what I'm saying is that it is possible, and from that we can learn that light can bend and can go on the surface of the water. We see that, and that's what we see in the oil rigs.
Yeah, no. Yeah. What's the gas that the atmosphere is made of?
Well, not butane. What I'm saying is, if you have enough,
Okay, so then it's
if
irrelevant.
you have enough
It's irrelevant.
humidity, yes, it is.
It's
because
irrelevant.
What it demonstrate. Right, I'm not
Sorry.
with open mind. I got it.
So
It
only if we were
No,
using
I'm just
atmosphere with
saying your
butane-
experiment. Sorry, go ahead.
My
go ahead.
experiment demonstrates that light can bend, and that there is
We already
an actual.
know that. You're not telling us anything, dude.
It's
Okay,
Like-
so why do you? So how do? So you okay? So you agree that light can bend, and you still disagree.
Nobody disputes that.
no,
Okay,
no,
but you're ignoring it
not
in the
not
oil
with
rigs.
butane gas, right? Butane gas, bro. You're just that's a false equivalent. That's not the
What I'm
same as
saying-
the atmosphere. No,
It demonstrates that it's possible, and
no,
it is.
you're taking something
it's-
else, bro. You're taking something else, and then look. With butane, it does this, so it must
Right.
do this also on the Earth. But that's not the same, right? You're just using something with butane gas. So it's ridiculous.
I still
It's
don't think it would
ridiculous.
work. I still don't think it would work.
Yeah, I
on
know
the
with
scale
the
that
red
he's
and the
talking
yellow
about.
clay, right? With the red and the yellow clay, he pours the butane over the cylinder. I've seen it, right? But it doesn't prove anything.
Yeah.
It proves that butane gas does something, right?
No,
That's
it
what
proves
yes.
that you
Can I-
have.
That's-
No, it
Can
proves
I
that there
can I
is
interject
refraction.
here?
No.
Let me just sorry, I keep interrupting you guys. I know, but
Yeah, go
my
ahead.
bad.
It's ladies' night. It's ladies' night.
Yeah. So the one thing that sorry, what was his name? Spider. If you when you look at that experiment, try to look at where the supposed horizon would be in that experiment. It still isn't behind those objects that are being refracted. So you still missed the point. The point of this black swan that they've probably showed you is that the horizon is behind the supposed refracted object, which is impossible. You still don't know what refraction you're trying to say it is. You have no clue. You're just saying it is. You bring up experiments that are irrelevant, and it still proves our point, and that's what we're trying to make you see. Do you get that?
You do not see. So you're saying that the oil rigs are not distorted. Is that what you're saying? You're saying there is no refraction in that
did
image?
I say that? Did I say that at
Do
all?
you
Did
say
I
there
that
is
at all?
no? Do you?
Did I say that at all?
No.
Did I say
but
that
from-
at all? Okay,
no,
okay. So
but
don't
from
put
that,
words
I can
into my
under-
mouth. What
from
I'm
that-
saying is the experiment you brought up still shows the supposed horizon in front of the object that's being refracted. The black swan shows that the horizon is behind the oil rigs. The oil rigs have nothing to do with the black swan, dude. It's about the horizon, which you fail to understand.
What you fail to understand is that distortion happens throughout the image. You're telling me, wait.
I don't care about the
Wait.
oil rigs. I don't care about the oil rigs. Tell me where the horizon is in that picture.
Yes, it's behind the second rig.
Okay, it should not be behind the second rig. Do you get that?
Actually, the funny thing is that the horizon, if you go up in elevation, it would be behind the second rig.
But it's not. It's at 1 foot observer height. It should be at 1.22 miles. That's it. It cannot be further than that. Yes, if you go up in elevation, if you're at 6 feet, 10 feet, 100 feet, it should be behind the oil rig.
Okay,
but it's at
I got
1
it.
foot observer height.
Can I ask you Can I ask
Okay.
one question about this image? Is
Sure, go
there
ahead.
refraction in this image?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. That's it. Thank you.
Can the horizon be refracted?
You're welcome. Whatever.
The
I don't know what point you're trying to make, but
horizon is also
Sorry, high
refracted,
level
of
up.
course, but because it's a straight line, you don't know
The
that.
horizon cannot
is
be
not being
refracted.
refracted. God
Yeah,
damn,
it can't
bro.
be. If the horizon is what it is, it can't be refracted.
I understand. Okay, thank you. In a different image where we do not see the horizon, how is that possible? Why we have an image of that?
Where?
in a
Okay,
different day?
show me an image where you don't see the horizon. Go ahead.
Like fog?
It's not what I
mean,
said.
the
I said in this
horizon-
You
image
just-
of the oil
You
rigs. I
literally
said there's.
just see that.
We see the
No.
horizon.
I
We see
said.
it.
I mean, obviously,
this
I
is
mean,
being
not to
recorded,
see
right?
it behind the second rig. No, come on.
We see it behind the second rig. See, the horizon is a maximum distance. Maximum. There can be minimums down to just about 0 depending on the conditions. So the horizon and the calculations to it are maximums. But the problem is, because of the fixed distance of the oil rigs, we know that the horizon is way farther than the maximum calculated for an Earth of a radius that standard cosmology gives us. This is impossible unless two different things. Either A, the Earth is much larger than we're told, in which case you have issues with gravity to work out, or B, it's flat. No other choices. You can't refract out of this. It's the end of the internet.
I didn't understand any of that. Let me ask you something again. Sorry. If I'm looking at an image, if I'm looking at the same image on a different day, and the horizon looks like it's in front of the second rig, what does it tell you?
Show us an image where the horizon will ever be in front of any of those oil rigs. The horizon. Not just limit of vision, but horizon.
I've already answered that, though. I've already answered him. Even if there is an image that shows that, it shows that the horizon is apparent. It moves back and forth depending on the atmospheric condition. It is not geometric like your globe says it is.
And if it's not geometric, which it isn't, it never is in anybody's quote-unquote model, then how can anybody say it proves something about things going over a non-geometric barrier? It's nonsense.
Okay, so the girl who spoke just before, you said that the horizon moves with atmospheric condition. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Thank you.
As a maximum. We said that too. Maximum.
Okay. Amazing. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So that happens only on a flat plane? That the atmosphere changes how further will we see the horizon?
Nobody said it only happens in a flat plane. All we're saying is that if the Earth is a ball, then you should not see the oil rigs because of their distance, and the horizon is even farther than that. It disproves the ball. It does not prove what else shape the Earth is. It disproves that it's a ball. We're not trying to prove the Earth flat. We're just saying it isn't a ball.
Okay. Like so you admit that there's distortion in the image. You admit that conditions move the horizon further away or closer, right?
Do you understand what maximum means?
But then when I understand what maximum means.
No.
Okay, conditions can't push it beyond maximum. They can't.
Then you need to talk to your friend here, and you need to decide. Okay. So
no, we're not contradicting.
Does atmospheric condition change the horizon?
It can make it nearer, but not farther than the maximum. The oil rigs are beyond the maximum. In ideal conditions, it's the farthest you can see, right? The horizon can't go any farther in ideal conditions. Okay? Since they're beyond the oil rigs, which should be behind the curve, physical obstruction, and they're not, then either your Earth diameter is way too small or it's not a ball.
Amazing.
Let me ask you this. Maybe we misunderstand you. Do you think the horizon is physical or is it apparent?
Physical or apparent? I would say I'm talking to myself. I would say it's apparent.
Okay. So on a globe, you have to have a physical horizon. Your horizon on this globe that they tell you cannot be just apparent. It has to be physical. Because
I accept that and I correct myself.
You correct yourself as in?
I said I accept that. And let's say that now the horizon is physical. If by physical, did you mean a distance away from me?
It is a physical place, location where the ball starts to curve
away.
Like there is a physical horizon. Or is it apparent?
You probably didn't. I don't know if you were here in the beginning, but I said, you know what? I don't know. I don't know.
I wasn't here in the beginning, so I'm asking you right now.
Yeah. So what I said in the beginning is that I don't see a drop. I see a result of a drop. Like I do not see the Earth curves down. No, I don't see that. But I see the result of it.
Explain how you can see the result of something that you can't see.
– That's exactly what I just posted in the chat, by the way.
Yeah.
Stop trying to disprove the curve and explain why we see so far. Because this has been going on for 3 hours. I don't know why I'm still here. This conversation is it's crazy.
Fun. It's fun. You guys gonna
So,
do some,
are you telling me you've been having a conversation about the black swan, about the horizon for 3 hours, and you still don't get it?
Exactly. He does.
Nope.
Yeah.
We started with some videos that Flatters had.
Dude, admit it. Admit it. The conversation be going for 3 hours. The same damn thing. Come on, admit it.
Listen. It's all good, man. Like everybody takes their time, and you know, in this journey. But like, you have to at least be a little bit honest. You can't be going back and forth about what your beliefs are. One second it's apparent, the next is physical, the next you don't know. Like if you're not sure, just say, you know what, I don't know. I'm gonna go look into it. It's not.
I said that, and I said, and at first, the second you said there's like a distance, and I said, oh, you know what? I correct myself. If you're talking about distance from me to what?
Yeah, but
to the start of a drop, sure. But the other thing I said is that I cannot see it by eye, telling you it's that point that I'm pointing at.
Yeah, but they're telling you it is that point. They're giving you a specific number. They're telling us it is there, right there, over there at 1.22 miles. So if we see further than 1.22 miles, then obviously it is not there at 1.22 miles, right?
If you ignore
there's no
refraction.
If. There is no. I'm not ignoring it. I asked you what refraction. You don't know. You're just saying stuff. You don't even know. So if you want to tell me specifics about what type of refraction you're talking about, then we can sit down and talk. But if you don't even know, you're just saying.
What are there? What type of? Are you talking about like
you
mirage?
tell me. You're the one.
Yeah,
You're the one invoking refraction. You tell me. Educate me at what type of refraction causes the horizon to be 10 times further away.
I know that refraction means breaking of light. That light
How
bends,
many
right?
types? How many types? Name
what?
the types of refraction. You said that you knew what they are. You're going to tell us what the different types of refraction are.
Never said I know what they are.
So you don't know.
Don't invoke it then. If you don't know it, don't invoke it. Just
you're
say
ignoring
you don't know.
No,
I'm not ignoring it.
You're ignoring the distortion. You ignoring it. I say the reason.
I actually told you there is a distortion of the oil rigs. Excuse me.
Yes.
Excuse me, but I did not ignore it. I acknowledge there is distortion of the oil rigs, but I also told you this specific argument has nothing to do with the oil rigs. The oil rigs are just there to show you how far that's specific for distance measurement, basically. It has nothing to do with the oil rigs. It's about the horizon. And things usually get refracted over the horizon. The horizon itself doesn't get refracted. So unless you can tell me what type of refraction refracts the horizon, then we don't need to talk about anything. And you keep saying I'm ignoring it. You don't even know what I'm ignoring.
So you're saying
refraction is being ignored.
So you're
Which
saying
type?
that the upper, okay, so the upper image or the upper part of the
You're not
oil
answering.
rigs is just a second. I'm saying
No.
upper
You're trying
part-
you're trying to red herring. Answer our
So the
question. How
upper
many
part-
types of refraction are there?
I don't know. So the other part, the upper part of the oil rigs is distorted, and you're saying that the lower part isn't.
No, we didn't
I
say
don't
that.
care about the oil rigs. Why do you keep bringing up the oil rigs, bro? Nobody cares about the oil rigs here. The
Because I'm
oil
not talking
rigs are
about the
not
oil rigs. I'm talking about the position in the image. So you're saying the upper part of the image is distorted, right? But the lower part isn't. Is that correct?
But he said
I'm
that.
sorry, I wasn't listening to you because you're still talking about the oil rigs.
Yeah, we don't want to hear about oil
Okay,
rigs
I
anymore.
won't say. Perfect.
We
perfect.
want you.
I won't say that. I won't say that. So there's an
We
image.
want you to
in the
tell
image.
us.
The upper
No.
part of the image is
Dude,
distorted. Now
we
you're
don't
saying
care.
that the lower part isn't.
Dude, we want you to tell us how many types of refraction there are.
I don't understand. You asked me 3 times and I answered.
You
I
have not
do
answered.
No.
All right, so since you don't know, then how
yeah,
can you invoke it? How can you invoke refraction? I don't care about the distortion in the oil rigs. How can you tell us that refraction is causing something when you don't even know what type of refraction it is?
Does refraction causes stuff to distort?
You gotta
Okay, tell me which type. Which type causes that? Let's talk about the oil rigs. Which type of refraction is causing the oil rigs to be distorted like that? Please tell me.
I don't know.
Then why are you talking about it?
About what? About the distortion? Because it's there.
Oh my gosh. Dude,
Let
you're
me.
beautiful,
You know what?
man.
I'm sorry. Then I'm sorry. I'm
I
sorry.
haven't been on here for like a week, and this is like gold right now. I'm feeling it.
Amazing.
I'm getting my mojo back. I like
Are
it.
you recording so you could, make fun of that later?
Oh, I never really go back to listen to the recordings, bro. So
okay.
somebody
Yeah,
else might be.
They're saying in the
Yeah,
chat there's someone named SQD Bierman is new to the topic and we
Yeah.
should move on.
Yeah, please, because
Okay.
like I said, this has been going on for so damn long, and I'm trying to learn here. I'm new to this. I'm the one that recently decided. Listen, I do not believe that I live in a ball spinning through spinning through space at 1.3 million miles per hour. I don't believe that. And I'm not saying that the Earth is flat, but I'm just saying that I don't believe in the ball round Earth going through space at these ridiculous speeds. And I'm just trying to learn here, but for the past 3 hours, it's been the same thing. And it's like, come on, I want to learn something new, please, guys. Hope that makes sense.
Yeah, sure. We can let Spider, take a break, go drink some water, whatever. Do a little bit of research about the refraction, and we can get back to him later. Go ahead, ask your questions, I guess.
Oh no, so I just want to listen what you guys got to say. I had my say 5 hours ago. I've been here for a long time already. I'm just saying, like, I want other guys to ask questions and stuff. But yeah.
Okay, got it. All right, let's see who's here.
Like, maybe discuss. I want to hear his point of view, for instance, of why we see so far. Then, but we just keep on saying the same thing. Okay, I see the curve. Okay, you don't see the curve. I see the curve. You see the curve. I see the curve. You don't see the curve. And it's like, okay, then why do we see the boat or the ship 60 kilometers away? Like, why do we see it then? I want to know his point of view that way, because we disproving him the whole time. He's disagreeing with
but
it.
He's giving us refraction, so he's trying, but it's just not working out.
Yeah. So I had a question early on. Maybe you can answer this one for me. So yeah, by the way, I'm from Cape Town, South Africa. So I'm gonna mix my answer around. I got a few US friends, so I on Discord, so I'm used to mixing it around. So I sometimes flop it around. But anyways, my question is, why do when they go to Antarctica, they always go to the south of South America? I've only seen it once where it's been brought up where they go, if you look at the flat Earth map, to the right-hand side of the map, that they've landed there. Why don't they go to other places? Because Antarctica is all the way around. Why don't we hear of reference to another place of Antarctica? I'm not trying to disprove it. I'm just asking why. Or do you have any more articles or something where they go to a different place of Antarctica?
Can you clarify? You're saying nobody ever goes to much of Antarctica except off the southernmost point of South America?
Yeah, so this is my research. I'm still new into this. I don't believe I live on a ball, and I'm trying to figure out where I live, and this is what I'm trying to get at. It's like when I'm trying to find out, okay, Antarctica, what is Antarctica? My research is always, I understand flat Earth's been covered up like so badly now by Google and governments and stuff, so it's very difficult to find information. So I just want to know, like, out of all my searching, I only see them landing at the bottom of South America, but I found one article where someone mentions that they went, if I look at the flat Earth map, on the right hand side of the map. Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah, I think just looking at it, if that's the case, which I haven't researched how many places they've gone from main land masses to Antarctica from, but that's the closest, the shortest distance. So it makes sense from that perspective that you would take, from the farthest, the closest civilized landmass to Antarctica to make the shortest trip over the ocean. That's all I could say off the top of my head. But I don't know if people have gone from like Australia or the southern tip of Africa. I like I said, I haven't researched that, so I don't know.
Yeah, so that's where my thing is. The whole thing is, I understand the treaty in that, and if you look at this, the size of it, I think it's 60,000 miles, if I'm not mistaken, the circumference of Antarctica. It's going to be very difficult to, I would say, cut that border off, with the treaty. So why haven't they tried on a different route?
Well, that isn't really, we don't claim a model, so that's just one possible scenario. So it really wouldn't prove anything either way. We don't say that the AE map is necessarily the way things really are.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so that answers my question, because I also say, like, the map is, I would say, 70% accurate. I'm happy with that. It's just I don't want to. I just want to hear that you guys also say, okay, that map is not 100% proof, but it's more or less accurate. But after, like I said in the beginning,
more accurate than the Mercator. Accurate than the Mercator map, the Peterson's projection map, or the Robinson's map.
Yeah,
it's more accurate than that, right?
Oh yeah, you've been here since I started, or since I got here. Oh, well done. How's it, man?
That's right. Yeah.
So, yeah. So let me just explain to the ladies here as well. Like, I'm also very new to this, and I am no longer a globe believer. And I'm not going to say I'm a flat earther, or I know the Earth is flat. I'm going to say I believe the Earth is flat until I've proved it myself. So I'm in the market for a nice camera to prove it for myself, to say that I believe, or that I know that the Earth is flat. But at the moment, I just believe it's flat. So that's my position.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't
that's the
actually
first step.
need the camera to prove it, though.
Can I ask a question?
Sorry.
Yeah, go for it.
You talked about maps. Is there a flat Earth map?
So that was my exact question now, and that's what they're saying. It's not 100% accurate. So yeah, that's as far as I also understand.
Is there 100% accurate map, flat Earth, that we can actually navigate with?
There is no
100%
such thing for
accurate
either.
map. But if you look, so if you look at the azimuthal equidistant map, that's a pretty good map.
Is it accurate? Can I navigate with it?
You can navigate
Gleason's
with
map,
it,
apparently, yes.
but
we really know is east, west, north, south.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, if you go east a certain number of distance from a starting point, you know that number of distance. I don't know why I said that, but anyway, certain distance, number of miles or what kilometers or whatever from a point, and you always, you know, everyone who goes that distance from that point going east arrives at a certain destination, the same destination every time. We at least know that if we go east this far, we'll get to this certain point. And, you know, basically anything you would know from any other, like a street map or anything else, you know, on how people navigate the oceans, you can use the stars or the sun. All we know is our 4 cardinal directions and distances and times. What actual shape that is a question, you know, none of us can answer until we get, if it were possible, to get far enough away from the surface to see the whole thing.
Fair enough.
So how come? Can I ask another question? How come I don't understand how navigation. Let's say there's a pilot in Australia, right? And if you look at the common, let's say common flat Earth projection, Australia is really stretched. So that pilot in Australia, does he use, like, what maps is he using? Because it is accurate. He's leaving one airport and go to another airport, and they're exactly where they say it is, relations to him. So what map, what data is he using to see that?
The same maps anybody else would use. They're all flat, you know, north, south, east, west maps and straight lines.
So you're saying a flat, because map is a flat, then we're all using the same map? I just told you, for example, if you look at the flat Earth projection, Australia is stretched.
Yeah, I know.
And now so he's not using that. So he's using, let's say, a different map. He's not using the flat Earth projection, right? Or
yeah, I mean, he's using, you know, for navigation, like whether it's on the ocean or the sky, they can use, well, you know, normally they'll use GPS, which is ground positioning system. Yes, there are buoy marker, you know, in the ocean having antennas on them, and so they don't have to be on land. But suddenly we had an echo. Anyway, the thing is, they know that if they go a certain distance in a certain angle, they're going to arrive at a certain place. And it says nothing about the shape of the Earth. All they know, all any pilot's instructions that I've seen say, is that they think of the land, the surface, whether it's land or ocean, as flat. And they just go directions and distances.
And what does it say about their navigation system, about the maps that they use?
They're all flat. They're all flat maps.
Yes, yeah, I understand. So you're saying a map is flat because it's a map,
works.
And
the maps they're using are not related to a spherical ball Earth. That's exactly what I'm trying to say to you. So whatever navigation that has ever happened on this Earth before we were born, and when maps were always made in relation to the topography, which is level, plain. It was never calculated and used as a spherical map, you know, for a spherical ball. Those maps don't.
And what happens? Can you take, let's say you take that flat map of Russia and Australia, and you're trying to put them together, kind of in relation. Those two flat maps. Can you do that if you're trying to put that on a sphere?
Yeah,
why would we want to do that?
The tricky thing that they've done is they took flat Earth, projected onto a sphere, and then took that, and then projected it back flat again. So they took flat, made it a sphere, and then took the sphere and made it flat. So
one second point of order, illegal. And Jen, I want to remind you guys it's ladies' night. Let the ladies ask and answer questions. Thank you.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Oh, I did not know that. Sorry. Yeah, ladies' night. Woot woot.
Or making maps, we can get more accurate maps.
Jen, did you hear me?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay,
I can hear you now. But,
thank you. Please let the ladies ask and answer questions.
Oh, sorry. Is it ladies? Oh, bloody, I forgot. Sorry, ladies.
That's all good, Jen.
I shall step right
say it 5 more times, maybe it'll stick.
Sorry, ladies.
Did you assume my gender, bro? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'll go on mute. I'm on mute.
Thank you.
If I were to try to what I hear him saying is, can I use this AE map to navigate? Nobody would do that. All the maps people use to navigate are sections. You know, if you're going, say, across the ocean, and you know, because if you're on land, you're going to use a regular street map. But if you're going across the ocean, you're going to navigate by GPS, sun, moon, stars, and go a certain distance, and you know from experience that you need X amount of fuel, and it's going to take a certain amount of time. And you really don't go by a whole Earth map of any sort. I don't know if that answers the question, but you know, asking us if we use an AE map to navigate, I mean, nobody would use a whole Earth map to navigate anyway.
Why do you say that? I'm in my car. I can open Google Maps, zoom out, and I'll still see a sphere, and it's still accurate to my position.
That's just their projections. I mean, it doesn't, just because you can zoom out on Google Maps and see a sphere, I mean, they programmed it to do that.
But it's accurate. I can go.
No, but I can do that on the square.
No, the sphere part is not accurate.
No.
I can do that on the square.
It's not accurate.
Hold on. When you zoom, hold on, Spider. When you're using your GPS, you don't go zoom out and use the whole sphere to navigate.
I did not say I'm using
like
GPS.
she said. Hold on. Yeah, but what you're talking about is navigation. You actually zoom in, and it will like give you specific sectionally. It will give you specific distances. It doesn't give you your distance based on the sphere. It is just a computerized model that they use, and you're actually going to use that as your proof that it is a globe, like a computerized image.
I mean, I could take, if I had the time to code something that would take a flat map and zoom out to, I don't know, a dodecahedron. How's that? It doesn't prove anything just because I can make a smooth transition. It's just like morphing software. You can take any face or shape and morph it into anything else, and it looks smooth and seamless. I mean, it's how they do a lot of that CGI in Hollywood, where they'll turn some person into a monster or whatever. Transitions like that don't prove anything.
Right. I didn't talk about transition. Let's say this thing. I'm looking at Google Maps, right, and Google Earth, and I'm checking the distance between, let's say, I don't know, fucking Ontario, I don't know, Toronto to, I don't know, San Paulo something, Mexico, I have no idea, right? Now, it gives me a distance, right? A specific distance. Then I take my car and I drive that, and I come to the same distance. What does that mean? That means that the map from the globe is not accurate, or it is accurate?
It means the globe shape has nothing to do with it. Sorry, go ahead.
I just say
I was going to say exactly that. Hold on, dude. You're assuming just because you pulled up a CGI globe model and they placed a map on it, and they're telling you it's this distance, that you assume it's accurate. Therefore, it has to be a globe. That's illogical, dude. I can tell you right now from here to my school, it's 1 mile. Hold up, it's 1 mile away, right? From here to the school, it was 1 mile away. Does that and if I put that 1 mile into a globe, does that mean this specific 1 mile that I'm on is a globe? No, they just placed the distances on a globe model, like on a globe CGI model.
Yeah.
Do you get that?
I understand. And let's say you're not talking.
Hold on. Let her finish.
Oh, did you guys hear me? Sorry, did I robot?
No, we can hear you.
Hello? Oh, cool. Yeah, and I just wanted to add too, it just means that someone measured from point A to point B. It doesn't mean that all of a sudden it's gonna create some shape magically just because point A and point B were measured, you know?
If people measure stuff on the ground first, and then they make maps, and then they can, like I said, morph it into any shape they want.
Maps. Yeah, that's how you make maps. Yeah,
and it had nothing to do with it being a globe. It doesn't mean a globe is accurate.
How come you take those maps and when you put them on a globe, they fit perfectly?
I could put them on a square. I could put them on a soccer ball.
I have a question for Spider.
You're missing the point. You're missing the point, man.
So you're saying that the map makers, cartographers, they measure on the ground, right? I agree. They measure on the ground, and then they build the map. And now
it's flat.
And it's flat. And now, well, depends on the distance that they make, right?
No, it doesn't.
Now let's take 15 million of those maps and put them together and put them flat on a table. Will it sit correctly?
Hold on, I have a question. Did
if you put them on a globe, will they sit correctly?
They won't fit on a globe. I can guarantee you that. They've tried. It can't be done. That's why they have all these funny shaped maps.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to pull up something that they actually use. It's the square one where they have all the continents like on one page. Have you ever seen those?
Sorry,
where it's like the sections are equidistant. Hold on, I need to pull it up so that you can see it.
Okay. While you get that, I got a question for Spider then. Spider, so I was on the golf course about 2 or 3 weeks ago. It might be a little bit longer. I got the video on my phone. The sun was out and the moon was just over Table Mountain, but it was crescent, or it had like, missing moon. It was like a half a moon or 3/4 moon. How was that possible on a spherical Earth if apparently the Earth is making a shadow on the moon? I want to know how is that possible.
Say that again.
So I was on the golf course. I was playing golf. I got the video on my phone. I can upload it as well. And actually uploaded it to Google Drive. I shared it with someone else. So the sun is out, and I was busy playing golf in the daytime, and a few kilometers the other direction, just above Table Mountain, the moon was visible, but the moon was only like 3/4 moon.
Okay. Yeah.
So how's that possible if the Earth is supposed to be putting the shadow on the moon?
And you think that every time is the shadow of the Earth on the moon? You think every time that the moon is a bit obscured or there's a shadow
that's
on
how I
it,
understand it. That's how I've been taught.
Then that's incorrect, person. That's incorrect.
Let me. Yeah.
I'm sorry to tell you that.
Yeah, actually, Spider is correct on this one.
Okay, so this is just a question. It's a legitimate question.
No. So you're talking about the faces of the moon, and they don't claim that that's being shadowed by that is not the shadow of the moon. It's just the faces of the moon.
Why did they
it's not the shadow of the Earth on the moon. Sorry, it's the eclipses. You're confusing them with the eclipses.
No, but now I watch a lot of modern day debate, and they always debate that is the Earth's shadow.
Then
no.
I mean, obviously we agree that it's not the Earth's shadow.
Okay.
And unfortunately, I agree with Spider on this one because he has his own reasons why he thinks it's that, but it's not that they don't claim it's the Earth's shadow. I don't know who's arguing that the moon faces are the Earth's shadows. Only the lunar eclipses are the Earth's shadows, supposedly. But even then, I don't agree. Obviously, it's not the Earth's shadow. But we have to present the proper.
Okay, sure. So what is the globe reason? Because I've only learned now the flat Earth reason. What is the globe reason? Because I've always thought it was the Earth's shadow. To be honest, I was brought up that way.
We can have Spider explain that.
Yeah, I would love to learn it. I love to learn both ways.
Spider, what's the causes of the moon phases?
It's very simple. It's the shadow of the moon on itself.
Huh?
Sorry. Can you explain that again?
It's the shadow of the moon on itself.
Okay, no. No, okay.
I've never heard it again explained that way. That's very interesting.
Well, okay, no.
Seriously? You want me to explain how
Yeah,
a
yes,
sphere
please
casts
educate
a
us.
shadow on itself?
Yeah, please.
Yes, please explain that. How can I cast a shadow on myself?
If you never
Yeah,
done
I would
that,
love.
then that's quite weird. That you
No,
never
but
done
then you notice sphere moon. It's the moon is spherical. Okay, firstly, is the moon fucking a sphere then, or is it like
Yeah,
a zigzag?
it's like, I mean, listen, we're all here to teach and learn to each other. So I've never heard it being explained this way. From what I know, there's a different reason why the moon has phases. So if you can explain that, how something casts a shadow on itself, that would be awesome. I've never seen it done, so that I'm curious.
Yeah, same. Yeah.
So you never seen a ball casting shadow on itself where only half
Never.
of it is lit. You never played soccer, tennis.
Maybe it's the English. Maybe it's the English. Maybe like there's a misunderstanding of how you're explaining it. But I've never seen a shadow being casted on the ball itself, where the ball itself is casting the shadow.
Yeah, I've also never seen that.
Do you know how
half,
shadows work?
So the half side of the sphere that is in darkness, what does that mean? If it's in darkness, what is that?
Where's the light coming from? If it makes its own shadow, where's the light coming from?
Yeah, how's the moon lit
opposite
then?
side of the shadow?
Where is the light coming from?
From the opposite side of the shadow.
I think I can illuminate the
light?
situation.
There's a straight line. There's a straight line.
No
on
pun
the
intended
moon.
here.
No, see,
yeah,
what you're saying is that there must be some light source, right? The thing isn't casting its own shadow. It's just blocking the light from something else, right?
I'm sorry, dude. I didn't mean to put you in this corner. It's a legitimate question. I'm trying to learn as well.
You know, if you don't mind,
Me
I could
too.
explain it. If
No,
you'd
hold
like.
on. I want to hear his. I want to hear his explanation.
What was the last
It might
question?
be
Well,
like I said.
his will be the same as mine, I believe.
Okay, cool.
I
Yeah,
think I can just explain it a little better.
Let him finish
What
first.
was the
and
last
then we can
question
get
with
to you.
that girl? I didn't hear it. The other girl.
Yeah, if Spider
Mine
wants
or
to
level
explain
up? Level up, I think.
Again, what I'm asking is when you say something makes its own shadow, that's impossible. You have to have an external light source, and something is blocking the light, and then there's a shadow behind it, right? We wouldn't say it makes its own shadow.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, I'm saying right, like I'm acknowledging what you said. I don't agree with it.
No,
Stick, do you mind if I explain this really quick? Because I think it might
Very
be just
simple.
that you're not using
Bro,
the right
let him
language.
explain his own stuff, bro. You'll get
Very
your
simple.
chance. I
There's-
will give you your chance. Trust me.
There's a
Well,
light comes
go
from
ahead.
from a star. It's called the sun. That light comes to the moon. The part that are in darkness are the shadow of the moon on itself.
Not
With
on
the sun
itself.
No, with the sun outside right next to it. I'm sorry, no, that doesn't make sense.
That
Because I see
that's not how shadows work.
No, but I've got a
hold
video
on.
of
Do you
it.
know what a shadow is? Do you know what a shadow is?
You never see a full moon fully, because when you see a full moon, we see one side of it. The other side is in darkness.
Yeah, that's not a shadow.
Why is it in
That's
darkness?
not a
Because it's
shadow.
So how do you want to? You want me to say instead of shadow, I say darkness? Is that what you want?
Well,
Then
I
the
want
moon-
you to use the proper words for it. A shadow clearly has its own definition. Something cannot cast its own shadow on itself.
What do you mean? You never put a hand in front of you to block the sun? You never put a shadow?
Yeah, but my hand is not being shadowed upon itself. That doesn't make sense, bro.
Take a ball, take a football, put it out in a sunny
We've
day.
been over this.
Okay,
Then
maybe
what is it?
yeah.
Look, I think he's just not using the right language. I
Please
think I can
explain-
explain it pretty well if you would allow
Please
me.
explain
No,
what is
but
this darkness.
Hold on. Listen, Spider. I don't mind you not being able to explain it, but you have to be intellectually honest and say, I don't know, or you don't know the definition, the proper English definition of it. Don't just stick to something like a freaking zealot when you don't understand it. That's so ridiculous. Anyway, yeah, femboy, go for it, bro.
Now, when you have a light source, let's just say you have a lamp in your room and you're standing at a fixed point in that room, all right? You have someone else walking around with the big beach ball and they're moving it around. It's going to appear different parts of that moon or that beach ball are going to be illuminated. So the lights that's reflected off is going to be that which is in line of sight of the light source. So the parts that are not being in line of sight of the light source, the ones that are blocked due to the angle between the beach ball and the lamp, they're going to appear dark. So there's not any light that's bouncing off of it that's being sent to Earth. That's why they appear dark.
Okay, femboy. Is that a shadow?
So
Is that a
if it's
shadow?
blocked, what is
Alright,
causing
here.
it? It's a shadow.
Hold
because
on,
it's blocked.
Spider. Hold on.
Sorry.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Femboy, is that a shadow being casted on itself?
If you have a light and you put it on your face, is the back of your head illuminated? Now, if someone looks at the back of your head, they might think that there's.
Is that dark part of my head being shadowed on my head?
It is a shadow, but it's not being created by something else. It's just the angle at which the light is being projected and how you're viewing it.
Yeah, it's a shadow, but what's creating that? What's blocking the sun?
Okay.
How am I putting a shadow onto myself? How do I get?
Angle.
Maybe I need to take English 101 again. I don't know, guys.
No.
But from what I know, a shadow, you cannot cast something on itself. You need the light source, and you have the shadow behind of the object behind whatever it's going to be casted on. You cannot cast a shadow onto yourself.
See, in the scenario, if you're shining a light bulb at my head, and behind me, the shadow where my head is blocking light is on the wall. My head,
yes, but also the back of your head is not illuminated,
but not casting it on itself.
The back of your head is not
being illuminated. Not being illuminated is not a shadow. Do you guys know? I'm going to pull up the definition of shadow.
We can get into the semantics if we want, but it's
not about semantics, dude. No, this is not semantics. You're saying that the moon has faces because the shadow is being casted upon itself. Right. What shadow is being casted upon itself?
It is
exactly. You said that, and now you're defending the claim.
You're
defending
that.
Maybe I can explain it in a different way because I think I might not
you've
have
explained
clarified.
well enough. Let me put.
We understand.
Well, I must not have explained well enough because it hasn't been conveyed.
Let's see. If you have, I'll say it again. You put a ball. You have a light on it. The shadow is not being cast on the ball. The ball is casting a shadow on a wall behind it. It doesn't cast a shadow on itself. It simply has an unlit half. That is not a shadow. That is not casting a shadow on itself. That's not how you define that.
What if there is only one light source? What if there is only one light source? Why
I
is
was
the back of
talking
your head
about
dark?
One light source. That's the example I just used.
We haven't talked about it, but the moon is only one light source, either the sun.
I've only been talking about one light source the whole time.
If you're talking about only one light source, and you're saying that the back of your head is in darkness, that means that something is casting shadow, something is blocking the light to arrive there.
And it's the moon. It's the other side of the moon which is blocking the light.
See, you guys, you don't listen to a complete answer. Is why you keep going around in circles, because you cut us off every time we try to explain it. And then you go back to the same thing again. What we're saying is, so you put a ball in the middle of the room and you shine one light source on it. Yep. There will be a shadow on the far wall behind that. Okay? But the dark side of that ball, is not casting a shadow on itself.
No, it's being casted shadow by itself.
A shadow is just something that's blocking, that's a result of blocked light.
I give up.
Yes. Yes, hold on. It is a result of blocked light. However, that blocked light is not being casted upon itself. Do you understand the difference? You're saying that when you shine a light on a ball, the dark part of that ball is the shadow casted on itself. How can the ball cast the shadow on itself? It doesn't.
It's not casting a shadow on itself. What it's
That's
doing
what
is
he
just not
said,
being
though.
illuminated. And,
Right, we
and he
understand.
Okay, then say it's not being illuminated. He
misexplained
could
it
just
due
no,
to
no, he
English not being his
didn't.
first
The other
language.
guy doesn't understand
No.
it. That's the problem. But all of this came from wondering about moon phases. We just asked about what's causing moon phases, and we got into this
Yeah.
thing where we can't even define what a shadow is. That's why we don't make progress.
If you would like, you can look up the definition of shadow, and we can
We
see if
know
it
that
matches what I
already.
described.
We don't think you
I
guys
just
understand.
did, and I posted
Okay,
the
well, can you
definition
tell
in the
us what
chat.
the definition is? Well, let's for the benefit of the listeners, would you mind telling us?
We explained it. I don't know how many
The
ways.
dark figure cast upon a surface by a body intercepting the rays from a source of light. That's the definition of a shadow.
So I would go as far as to say that the front of in your example, in your room with a light and you're facing the light and the front of your face is illuminated, the back of your head is in shadow, but the actual shadow that is being cast by your silhouette against the wall behind you, that is a shadow.
Yes,
the back of your
in
head
space you wouldn't
being in
be able to
darkness and not
depict it from the background
illuminated
because it's all equally not illuminated.
is in darkness or in the shadow. It's not a shadow that your head casts upon itself. It's ridiculous notion.
Yep. That is exactly what I was trying to say.
Okay, well, what would you constitute the lack of illumination on the opposite side of your head?
It is in shadow because
Let
the
me
front of
just-
your head is obscuring the light from reaching the back of your head.
Yep. And what would you constitute that as?
The back of your head isn't being
The
lit,
unlit part.
whereas the front part is. Again,
Okay, yeah, the part of your head which is not illuminated, what would you call that?
it is causing the light not to be able to reach the back of your head.
Okay, so you would call it something that is there a word for that?
It is in
Unlit,
darkness.
unilluminated.
Okay, so
Dark.
it's in darkness.
But that's not
And
a
somebody used the term shadow, and you knew what they were talking about.
That's not what he said, dude. I'm sorry, hold on. He said that is being casted upon itself. The shadow is being casted upon itself by the object itself. We're not denying like
it like that is a poor way to explain it, in my opinion. I think that
Okay,
it puts
then
a
why
different
do you
image
keep
in someone's
defending
mind.
that claim? Stop defending that claim. You can explain what a shadow is and
The
what dark side of
claim
unilluminated
is still
is,
true.
but his claim is clear. No, it's not. Is it being casted upon itself? On itself? Is the shadow being casted on itself?
You're just arguing semantics at this
You
point.
know
It's
what,
part of the
ladies?
moon
I
which is
think
not
these boys,
illuminated. You accuse me of interrupting.
Shush.
You know what? I think these boys are extremely shady. Okay, if we're gonna talk about shadows, let's talk about how shady these boys are. Okay, y'all are being just difficult. Y'all are being difficult. We should.
I'm sorry
The
if
moon
that's how
can't even
you view it.
exist in the medium that we're told that it's in. Okay,
I'm
that's your bigger
sorry.
problem than
Can
what
you?
you want to call the dark side of the moon. We don't
Mhm.
have time to talk about. You want to talk about the dark side of the moon? Let's listen to Pink Floyd. Okay, the moon can't
Okay,
even
yeah,
exist
I
in
don't
the
know what
medium.
you're.
The moon
Okay.
can't even exist in the medium that they tell us it's in. Okay, that's a
What
problem
medium
for
is that?
y'all, not for us. The vacuum.
Okay,
You can't have a pressurized system here on Earth, uncontained,
Mhm.
next to a vacuum.
Okay.
Physically
In
impossible.
in your model or in your perspective of
Don't have
the
a model.
physical world. Okay, that's why I
Natural
corrected
law.
it. In your perspective.
Natural law, not my
In
perspective. Natural
yep.
law.
Okay. In your interpretation of natural law,
Not our
the moon is.
interpretation.
Not our interpretation. The definition of entropy. Something we can observe, test, and replicate.
What's the definition of entropy?
High
Have a good
pressure
evening,
goes to
everybody.
low
I gotta
pressure.
go. It was fun. Thank you. Bye bye. I'll see you guys later.
Bye.
Au revoir.
Cheers, dude.
Who was leaving?
That was Spider.
Shadow guy.
The shadow. Name.
Anyways, for the benefit of the listeners, can you tell me what entropy is?
High
Tell us all.
pressure going to low pressure.
Okay.
So, for example, my
Order
favorite
to disorder.
analogy. Yeah. My favorite analogy of just something that you can observe is you hotbox your car, you roll down the windows, the carbon dioxide from your blunt is going to fill the available space outside. Okay? Except in this, if we want to remodel the earth and fit it into the analogy, be like smoking a joint inside your car with the windows down and thinking that the smoke is going to stay in the car. Not to mention the car is going to be spinning on its axis at 1,000 miles per hour and then rotating around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour. This is physically impossible. So,
okay.
So you can argue about the moon, you know, the dark side of the moon, but the moon can't even exist in the medium that we're told it's in. So I would be
Why
more
can't the
concerned about
moon
that.
exist in a vacuum?
Because a vacuum can't exist itself. Because what we know for a fact here is that we have pressurized gas. We have a pressurized system. You can measure that with a barometer. Okay?
Yep.
So we know that. That's not questionable. But what they say that is our next door neighbor outside cannot exist. Because we have
In your mind,
gas.
what's a vacuum?
A vacuum is ultimate low pressure.
It's not in our mind either. It's just the standard definition.
Ultimate low pressure. And there's different degrees of vacuums, but outer space is the ultimate low pressure medium.
So we concede that it's not a thing that sucks. Like vacuum of space
when did
is
I say
not a vacuum.
when did I say the
I'm
word suck?
I'm just asking for clarification.
No, it's just ultimate low pressure. But like I said, with entropy, high pressure goes to low pressure always.
Mm-hmm.
Unless
and you think that it should expand.
Unless there's a physical container, right? Like I said with the analogy of hotboxing my car. The gas is going to stay in my car. The when I say gas, I mean the carbon dioxide from a blunt is going to stay in my car until I roll the windows down. But if I have no windows in my car, no physical container, then the gas is not going to stay in my car.
Yep,
it's
that's
not.
absolutely
And
right.
even gravity. Even I got in an argument with my grandpa, who's a PhD chemist, and he couldn't even answer the question because we're told
what
that it's
question
gravity.
was it that you asked him?
How can we have a pressurized system here on Earth, uncontained next to a giant vacuum? And he said gravity. Well, the problem is entropy doesn't care about gravity, or entropy wouldn't be a thing, because if I am even just smoking a joint outside, the gas would just always go down if gravity affected gas. Or better yet, when I roll my windows down after I hotbox my car, why isn't the gravity keeping the gas inside? Actually, entropy defies gravity always, because
Well, entropy is just about substances being mixed homogeneously.
but it's
Order
also
to
about
disorder.
high pressure going to low. Yes, order to disorder yes. So yeah, gravity is not the container, and actually to have gas pressure, you have to have a physical.
What's wrong with gravity?
It has no effect on gas pressure. I mean, the thing is, what we're asking is, we got this pressurized air around the Earth next to, within a giant vacuum chamber. What is keeping the gas from dissipating into the vacuum in order to homogenize or equalize in accordance with the laws of entropy? What's keeping it from doing that? And if you say gravity, then we say, why doesn't it work on Earth? Why doesn't it contain like smoke in the car on Earth? You know, you can't have gravity as a container here and not as a container out in space. So gravity isn't the answer to the question is how we can have an pressurized air next to a giant vacuum. Why isn't it dissipating and equalizing?
So
Answer the question.
You
why.
would say, okay. So if I let go of a helium balloon, there's going to be a level of stratification, in the atmosphere. So less dense things go up. Why doesn't that homogenize?
If it's contained in a balloon, how can it?
Okay, let's
The
just
air
say
is
I
not
release
contained.
helium into the air.
No. Yeah, if you release helium, it's going to dissipate, isn't it?
Yeah. Why is it that we find a lot less dense gases higher up in the atmosphere, and why,
How do you
for that
have?
matter, is there less gas pressure and air pressure?
You're not even
higher up in the
Yeah,
atmosphere?
he's trying to now talk about pressure gradients when she's
Yeah.
literally talking about gas pressure. You have to have gas pressure in the first place before you can even have a gradient. So
Yeah, where does
we
gas pressure
do
happen in a vacuum?
have a gradient. That's
I don't care.
something we all agree on.
Yeah, but in order to even have the gradient, you got to have gas pressure. Okay.
And without walls, without a container, you cannot have pressure. It dissipates in all directions, doesn't care about gravity. How can the air around the Earth not dissipate into the giant vacuum of space?
So you think that if we did have gravity and we did live on a ball,
Answer! You're giving me a hypothetical as a distraction. Answer the question I just put to you very clearly.
Well, I apologize for
Don't apologize.
Distract.
trying to expound. Well,
I don't want
let's
you to
ask the
expound.
question again. Let's ask the question again.
Okay, one more time. There's air all around the Earth, right? It's under pressure. It is supposedly inside a giant vacuum and there's no container.
Mm-hmm.
How do we still have any pressure at all?
I think you know what my answer is going to be.
Explain how. I don't care I'm not going to guess what your answer is. Explain how this is possible.
Okay. Well, in case you don't know what my answer is going to be, I will state it. Gravity,
Just answer.
the energy that is produced by these particles that cause them to homogenize is not sufficient to override the power of gravity, keeping stuff down.
So you say gravity is a container.
No, it's not what I said.
So this is
I
my
said the Earth.
favorite part.
Yeah,
This is where the argument gets to be my favorite part. So you're saying that the gas, like you just said, the gas is able to surpass the strength of gravity. But the best
No,
part
I
is,
said it's not to an infinite degree.
Okay, but where it's the strongest,
What's the
strongest
strongest?
point of gravity, which
Gravity.
is the center of the Earth, as it's
Okay.
leaving the center of the Earth, as it's leaving the strongest part or the strongest influence of gravity, and it's going up, and then it's now experiencing the weakest amount of gravity. It somehow stops, and now is effective.
Do you know why
when
things
it's
go
the
up?
weakest.
Answer
Yeah,
the question.
Yeah. Yep. Let's
Do you know why things go up?
Yeah, but let's
Answer the question.
Yeah, I'm not talking about why things go
Look,
up
this
yet.
does
I'm
have
talking
this
about
does have to go both ways.
why does it?
No.
This
Answer the
shouldn't be an
question.
interrogation.
Answer the
No,
question.
it's an interrogation because
Please
you're
restate
being
the question.
you're being like annoying. How
We
you're
restated
talking.
it like
My
50
apologies.
times.
That wasn't my intention. I hope you see it from my perspective. I only know what I know. There's things that I don't know.
And your knowledge is
and
limited.
then there's things that
your knowledge
exactly.
is limited, so be
Exactly.
respectful when people are
All right.
talking to you and actually have an open
I've
mind about this information you're
tried
hearing for the
very
first
hardly
time.
to be respectable.
Okay, but listen. There's laws of physics. They're called laws for a reason. You can't violate them.
Yep.
All right?
Yep.
Law of entropy.
One of them is gravity.
No, gravity. I'm not talking about gravity right now. I'm talking about entropy. When you have pressurized gas and then you let it out into a vacuum. What's the white noise? When you have pressurized gas and you let it out into a vacuum, there's nothing that stops the gas from dissipating into the vacuum, especially when you have a tiny amount compared to a giant vacuum. You're not going to have air pressure anymore. Okay? There's no ifs, ands, or buts. There's no
I'm going to explain why
extenuating
things would go up if
circumstances.
you'd like.
No, did you even listen to what I just said?
No, I did. I can even restate it.
No,
if
you
would
just
like.
and you started talking about why things go up.
I'm talking
Yes,
about
you're
why
saying
things go away from gravity, why they go away in an uncontained air pressure into a giant
in
vacuum,
other words, going up.
not up, away. Let's
No, you're
just
right.
be
It's not
accurate.
up is relative. If we're on a globe, there isn't an up.
Okay,
Yeah, I
so
agree.
the air is going away from the Earth because there's a giant vacuum and it's trying to equalize, right?
No, the different gases go up, and the less dense gases will go or be further away because the more dense gases have a higher gravitational pull towards the gravity. Towards Earth.
On Earth, on the surface, where this gravity is supposedly the strongest, gases go in every direction. When you don't have them in a container, they dissipate, and you don't have pressure anymore.
Mm-hmm.
When it's strongest.
So you're saying everything should go from a high pressure system to a low pressure system, right?
Yes, that's a law of physics. It's a law of entropy.
How come water doesn't go into the atmosphere?
We're
The
not
ocean?
talking about gases.
It's the same thing. It's the
No,
same
it is
thing.
not the same thing. Not the same thing. Gas is
It's
not
the
water.
same
No, it is not the
principle.
same
You're
principle.
saying that
No, it is
everything
not.
should move into a low pressure system just by the very nature that it's adjacent.
We're talking about gas laws
I
here.
don't
We're talking
understand
about air around the Earth. Gas laws, physics that doesn't change. Okay? So when you have pressure, gas
You'd be
under
surprised how
pressure.
similar gas and water are.
No,
Gas and
they're liquids and solids, and gases are three different states of matter. They don't have the same properties.
You're right, and we can throw plasma in there. That's
When
also
I
a
go to
different
a
state.
bar,
Yeah,
they give me
whatever.
a shot of gas. When I go to a bar, they give me a shot
Why
of gas.
don't
Go ahead.
go into other things? Just stick to what they're talking about.
I'll do
Wait,
my
did I
best.
cut out? Oh,
No,
sorry,
I
everybody went
just.
No, we
quiet
heard
for
you.
a second. Okay. Yeah, so go ahead, gas pressure.
Yeah, explain how it is that the Earth is covered with air under pressure, why it hasn't dissipated long ago into the vast vacuum of space. Gas laws. Explain that.
Because mass attracts mass. Now, different things of different densities have, different masses. So they'll
Why doesn't that
stratify.
work? Why doesn't that work on Earth? Can I have gas without a container on the surface of the Earth because of gravity or different masses? Mass attracting mass? What mass is attracting smoke upwards?
Now, what's a dense gas? Something that's
You
denser
didn't
than the
even
average air.
answer me. I asked you a simple question. And the thing is that the mass attracts mass was debunked 100 years ago. According to Einstein and modern physics, Newtonian gravity isn't right. It doesn't work. It's not true. Mass does not attract mass. They gave that up 100 years ago.
You do know that Newtonian gravity isn't a term. You know the difference between a law and a theory. Law is about an observation. There's
You're
no
deflecting
postulation
again.
to explain.
Damn,
No, I'm not.
bro,
I'm explaining the differentiation.
No, you're not.
They're not
We
two
already
different
know that
types of
difference.
gravity. It is an observation that mass does
One
attract mass.
superseded the
Newton's
other.
law
Superseded.
does not claim to explain the phenomenon. Einstein's
No.
general theory and relativity.
You said mass attracts mass. That's Newtonian. It is not true. The so-called, I don't agree with this one either, but the theory now for last 100 years is the bending of space-time. Okay? It is not mass attracts mass. You said mass attracts mass. That is not true. Even in your quote-unquote model, it's not true. They gave that up 100 years ago. It is superseded, not both and.
Theory is about explanation.
Did you hear what I just said?
I did. I heard what you
Okay.
said. You said that the theory of
Look at the-
relativity, generals,
Look at the
the
chat.
general theory of relativity supersedes that of Newton's laws of physics. It's odd that you'll cite other laws of physics, but not that one.
No, I am always citing laws of physics, actual laws. Okay? You're giving
How
an
do you
outdated law.
differentiate?
Look, listen, let me finish. Look in the chat at 6:12, or well, at 12 minutes after the hour about superseded. And the thing is that you said mass attracts mass. That
What
has
is it
not
that
been
you want me
true.
to look at?
Look at the
I
chat.
just posted.
The live stream
12
voice
minutes
chat.
A lot of people put stuff in there. It gets
I
buried.
gave you
So
the timestamp. 12 minutes
gonna
after
have
I'll
to
the
repost
hour.
restate
it. I'll repost it. There you go. I
Okay.
just reposted it.
You should read it out loud.
Yeah, read it out loud,
Clearly
please.
has
That
a
would
hard time retaining information.
read it out loud, please. We can't hear you.
Why don't you read it out loud?
You read it out loud. We cannot hear you.
I'm
Go
not
ahead.
your monkey.
Well, then go away. I want my own monkey. I was promised a monkey. No, we asked you very nicely to read it out loud to make sure that you have read it. So why don't you read it?
If
It's
Mr.
all
Logic
right.
Fanatic
He doesn't
computer,
want.
Again, it's
he doesn't
buried
want-
again. It's buried again.
You could scroll up, dude.
Just read it. Just read it. It's not that far.
You can go ahead and read it if you want.
Go ahead and read it.
Listen. I don't think he's gonna read it. I'm gonna be
No.
honest.
Wouldn't,
Yeah, if he's not going to read,
yeah,
can I ask another
repost
question?
it and I'll read it.
Oh, all right.
For the
Just 'cause I
third
want the
time?
conversation to progress.
Look, if you're wanting to make a point, I might recommend you read it.
No.
All right.
You
then,
need to
boy.
read it.
I'm gonna mute you, and then we'll talk to Aviate, whatever. I'll post it again so you can read it.
Awesome. So is it the sleepwalk thing?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, cool. So I'll read it for the class, just so the conversation can progress. So Newton's classical mechanics were superseded in the early 20th century when Albert Einstein developed the special and general theory of relativity. And then it's a quote, I'm assuming. Oh, that's a quote from Wikipedia of History of Gravitational Theory. And then quoted from libertex.org, the quote is, Newton's two crowning achievements, the law of motion and the law of gravitation, that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. And that's from Douglas Klein.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem, guys. Enjoy your conversation.
And
I got
can
one
you,
more
No, we
question.
like to
I
talk
got
to
one
you,
more
though.
question.
We want to talk to you.
can you kick Femboy? He has a very vulgar icon. He needs to be kicked out. The rainbow
What?
thing. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, I was gonna say, was it some lips?
What? I'm sorry?
Ooh, I didn't
Was
see
his
it.
icon, was it some lips or something?
No. Female
Oh, okay.
genitalia. So, not having that.
Shit.
I got
Shoot.
another question, please. I gotta go to bed soon as well. It's already 12:16 a.m. Can I ask another question?
Sure.
Okay. Why is it that when the sun is, for instance, let's look at a piece of paper now, and you got 30, let's say 20, 10, and 0, and the sun is at 20, the moon is at 10, and the Earth is at 0, and the moon orbits the Earth, and we orbit the sun, blah blah blah. Why does the sun not pull the moon away from the Earth even a little bit when it gets between the Earth and the sun? If there's that heavy gravitational pull, but nothing happens when the moon's on the other side, like it's always in the same orbit, and the sun has got such a heavy gravitational pull. Why does it not pull away on the heliocentric model? Yeah, that's my question. Does that make sense? What I asked?
Yep. Well,
Yeah. So
because
why doesn't it?
the moon doesn't like the sun as much as it likes the Earth.
No,
It's not attractive.
No, honest answer. I'm trying to learn because
You're gonna have to ask a Glober that because I don't believe in all
yeah.
that.
So I'm
Yeah,
asking
so
this dude that what's his name? Who was the guy that had all the answers now?
FVT or Avate, I don't know.
I don't have any answers. I just read the thing that the other guy wouldn't read because I wanted the conversation to go on.
Ah, right.
We like
Yeah,
you
yeah,
though.
yeah.
We want to talk to you.
Well, I would like to say that my knowledge of science is very limited. I probably don't have the I couldn't answer that. I don't have the slightest clue.
Okay, so you don't have an answer. So don't you think it's ridiculous that nothing's actually happening? So this is why I'm going to the flat earth side, because it's just ridiculous that nothing happens. Dude, I'm learning.
I don't know.
I'm new here. And it's just small little questions like this is making me realize, like, holy fuck, we don't live what we actually live in.
Sure, maybe. I don't know. I think it's a fun conversation. I think it's interesting. I think I'm going to learn a lot about science here. But I don't know much about science right now, so I can't be the globe guy that we all debate right now. I just find every. Have you guys ever heard of the theory of post-truth?
No.
So the theory of post-truth posits that people will choose truths to believe in. And I feel like maybe it's gonna get too difficult for us to decide between misinformation that the internet's creating, for us to know what's really, really true or not, right? That we don't have the correct tools to examine the universe. And I probably for the shape of the earth, that's probably out there, but I don't think that's very interesting. I think the idea that how you guys have come to the conclusions of flat earth and every other thing that's connected to it, I find fascinating. And that's why I joined the server, just to talk about everything else about that. But I don't know a lot about science, so I'm probably not the most interesting science guy to talk to.
Cool. All right. Well, there's no other globe here that can maybe help me out here. Because, this is just shit that I've been taught in school, and I'm trying to figure this out now. Because obviously this whole thing came up in 2012. It's probably been before that, but it was a massive hit in 2012, and I'm completely fascinated. And, I'm going to use a pun of words here, but I'm gravitated to flat Earth because it just makes way more sense, dude.
Yeah, well, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you can go.
No. You're our
You're our
chosen
glober.
Glober, so yeah. Go ahead.
I have to defend the whole globe. I don't know, dude. Whenever we were talking about it a couple hours ago, at the start of my day, and then I went to work, and now I'm back. But a couple hours ago, when I was last in here, and I recognize a couple of people. For instance, I think I was talking to Get Beget. I was mentioning that I don't know. I don't have he made the 3 proposits of curvature, which I don't know. That seems very nuanced. I feel like I'd have to get some exact measuring tools. I'd have to get something that I felt was accurate enough to measure the shape of the Earth, and I'm not sure what that would be. And as far as the Earth's spin, that doesn't make the slightest sense to me. I feel like inertia and gravity have to be fighting really hard there. That doesn't make any sense. It'd be fun to learn about.
That 1.3 million miles per hour going up one direction and 66,000 miles another direction and 500,000 miles another direction. It makes zero sense. And only as an adult, now I'm 35 years old, have I actually listened to what the heliocentric model is. And as an adult, I realized, damn, this is stupid.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah.
So, and what was the third one? So it was the shape, the spin,
gas pressure,
the vacuum,
gas pressure. And That just kind of reminds me of like my favorite experiments back in middle school. We did like water displacement and stuff. I feel like it could be a density or a buoyancy thing. And I think that would have to be the answer on either model, right? That
Yeah.
either model should be explained, like we should be able to explain it through probably either of those functions. So I don't know. I think they're interesting, and I have to do more research.
Yeah, they
But
traveled
you
the
guys,
world on a flat map in the past, and they're doing it now on a globe. I'm sure their maps were perfectly fine then, and they're just projecting it over a globe now. That's what I'm feeling and theorizing now as I'm getting into this, to make sense of both worlds.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
this
mean,
is
shit, that's
really
the fun way to
easy.
explore it, right? It's just to follow a map and be
Yeah.
like, I
It's a
gotta
map
go.
around a ball. I could put a piece of paper around a ball. Might be a little bit off, but it'll still work.
Yeah.
So yeah, I joined today like 6-7 hours ago. I've still been here. I don't know how I've been here for so long. Listen to that other dude rant about his curvature for 3 hours. We got nowhere, but it's my first day here today. I learned a lot, and well, I didn't learn that much, but I listened a lot, and yeah, I'm glad to be here. And I'll be here more often. I had fun today.
I had a lot of fun
Oh,
earlier today. I was talking to V, or what's his name? His name's all cursive. Vlad,
Vlad,
and
Vlad,
listening.
Vlad.
I don't know if I'm allowed to say Jews. He said Jews. I don't want to get you guys in trouble, right? But
Juice, as in like a juice box?
no, as in like the people.
Jew.
That's fine. But you can't say
And
juice box here.
oh, okay, I'll make sure to talk about other containers that I carry the liquids for my fruit in. There we go, nailed it.
Yeah, man. Where do you
Yeah,
live?
he's crazy. I hope you get some help. But I don't know. Just like he needs some friends. Be nice to him. I'm just kind of interested in like everything else connected to the flat Earth, you know? Like, so once we presuppose, sure, the Earth is flat, now what? Why are they lying to us? What's the benefit of them lying to us? All of that, that's fascinating to me, because that's already kind of some stuff that I think is fun to talk about.
Oh yeah, I can get involved on that side because I understand why they would do it because of my upbringing. I'm South African, so we got a very religious background this side. It doesn't matter if you're Christian, Roman Catholic. It actually all boils down to almost the same thing. Yes, they're both obscured in their own ways, but they basically go do the same thing. And I do believe it's got to do with that. They're masking a lot of that stuff.
Where in South Africa are you?
I'm in Cape Town, Bloubergstrand.
Bouwbergstrand. Okay.
Ja, ek het gedink jy klink 'n bietjie Suid-Afrikaans. Sorry, we spoke a bit Afrikaans there. I thought you sounded a bit Afrikaans, yes.
Yeah.
Oh no, wait, this is Sophia. Sorry, someone else sounded. I think it was Ariel sounded a bit Afrikaans. Okay, that was Sophia that spoke. Okay, where about are you, Sophia?
Bloemfontein.
Ah, okay, up north. Nice. All right, sorry guys, we got my second South African in with us here.
There's a cool
That's okay,
black
you
swan.
guys go, have fun.
There's a cool black swan that you can go and photograph for us. If you go to Dustin Island, you can see Table Mountain from there.
So you are South African. I thought so.
Yeah,
You sounded
absolutely.
you sounded a bit.
I just checked the distance from Dustin Island to Table Mountain.
Yeah. Yes, I did that.
Yeah.
I brought that up today. I brought from Easterfontein to Table Mountain. You see Table Mountain perfectly fine.
But I don't know how people get to travel to Dustin Island. I don't even know.
I've got a contact
to
for
go
that.
there.
I know someone who lives on Dustin Island.
But there's a cool lighthouse on that island as well.
Yeah,
And
I know
people
someone who lives on it.
over that distance, once again, missing the curve.
Yep, 100% perfect. That's what I DM'd a few guys. They didn't post it, but yeah, 100%. You can see Table Mountain. There's no obscurity. You can even see it on Google Maps, and there should be 300 meters or 286 meters on Google Maps. And this is a basic camera, and you can see the full Table Mountain. This is not even with a high zoom camera, and you can see the whole damn thing.
Yeah, I use Google Maps to plot the distance.
Yeah, 67 kilometers.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Welcome to Flat Earth. I
Thanks.
myself, I consider myself still new here.
Yeah, same year. It's my first day, yeah.
I found some rather alarming things last year.
Nice.
And I did some research, and I came to the conclusion that we are being deceived. So I found this Discord, and I have learned so much ever since. I mean, I only had like maybe a third of the picture. I have learned so much since then. So it's cool to have you.
Yeah, so the way I got into it is about 2 or 3 years ago, and the first few months I mentioned it to my best friend, and he totally disowned me, and I lost one of my closest friends just for mentioning it to him, and I was so scared to ever mention it again. I kept it to myself, and through my life I just carried on as normal, but I always had the feeling like, yes, Earth could be flat. And then I had a calling about a month or two ago, and I just started looking into it again, and then I started finding David Weiss's videos, and he convinced me completely. Just his videos, his evidence, his proof, his explanations just made me realize we don't live in a spinning ball. So I'm not saying that the Earth is flat until I buy myself a P900 or P1000 to prove it for myself. So I'll just say I'm a believer in flat Earth. Oh wait, someone's phone is heavy static. Mute this dude.
Gordon Lemur.
There we go. So until I prove it to myself, I just started a business in February, so I'm a bit stingy with my money at the moment. But as soon as everything stabilizes, I'm going to buy myself a nice, decent super zoom camera, and I'll prove it to myself that I can say I know the Earth is flat, and I don't have to say I believe the Earth is flat. But at this current moment, I believe the Earth is flat, and I don't believe that we'll go on a spinning ball.
All you got to do is go to the coast and just look out over the ocean, because
Exactly,
people
I
always
do
think that you should see the cove straight ahead, but you should also see it from left to right. And
That's what I've also realized.
It just ain't there.
Yeah, it's crazy. But I would love to measure it. I would love to have the whole worldwide scientific evidence proof why. So I want to prove it to myself that way. So at the moment, I'm full on. I'm totally on FE side, flat Earth side. But I would like to prove it to myself as well. So yeah, that's why I'm here. And I don't know who brought me here actually. Someone brought me to this Discord, and I'm here now.
Well, it's cool. I heard you remark earlier that people spent like 3 hours on a conversation with one guy. That frequently happens here because we don't want you to believe anything. So we will take you through every single issue that you raise, every question that you have. Do all the research, gather all the facts that you want, and bring them. That's what we do here.
Yeah, nice. Awesome. That's why I've been here for like 7-8 hours already.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, you're not going to find a better place to learn.
Yeah. No, I agree. And Google's going to just give you crap. I'm sorry. I've tried to. I remember Googling back in the day. I had way better stuff to read. Now it's just crap. So I actually bought David's app, and I enjoy watching his videos and going through his content that he has. So yeah, I'm pretty stoked about that.
Yeah, you're advised to download stuff that you like as well, because we don't know what's going on with the internet.
Yeah.
Things keep disappearing for no apparent reason. Because we all know that the Earth is like not flat. Why is it even an issue? If we are just lunatics sitting here talking about something that couldn't possibly be real, then why are they so hell bent on removing this topic from in front of everyone?
Yeah, and what I find ironic, which I brought up earlier today, is that they always say it's the uneducated that will believe in the flat Earth, or the uneducated that this and that. And I'm educated. I'm a qualified IT engineer. I've got project management behind my name, and I studied business management. I'm pretty qualified, pretty educated, and I see through their bullshit. So yeah.
Yeah, the good thing is that you don't need degrees to be able to grasp this.
Yeah. And us as South Africans, we've been brought up in a very religious country, very Christian. So I think we're pretty humble people in South Africa. So yeah, we're not too indoctrinated yet, luckily.
What will you say, Sophia?
I'm not completely in agreement with that one.
Nah, I don't know.
If I
Okay,
look
well,
around me, I see a lot of sheep.
okay, but if I'm asked, how old are you now?
32.
Nah, so you're my generation. I'm 35. Come on, we still had Bible class. Don't you remember what do you call it? Grade 12. No, in school I was in
remember.
Fairmont.
I
Yeah,
was there.
we had Bible classes and all that.
Kasasi.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Well, I was brought up very Christian. Okay, I don't go to church. We did a little bit
No,
of Sondag
I
school.
agree. I agree. The people in South Africa can tend to be quite conservative.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't have the full exposure that I mean, I live in Europe now, and I know it's a total culture shock. You never know, what you can't think what it is to live in the West. It is
Yeah.
worlds apart.
Yeah, it's first world countries. You guys have Hollywood or whatever. You got your movie stars. You got everyone's got
Yeah.
YouTube, and everyone's aware of YouTube. In South Africa, not even a tenth of the population watch YouTube. Not even a fifth of the population watch YouTube. You know what I mean? It's just that we just they watch Seven Delon and they do little stupid things, and it's a little boring country. It's only starting to wake up to the great stuff in life, or what the rest of the world are doing. So
Careful with the first world.
what's that? Oh, you're breaking up, dude.
Be careful of the first world, second world, third world analogies there. Be careful, because the first world isn't as good as you think it is. Yeah, the first world.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but what I mean is just you need to live here for at least 5 years to understand what I'm probably getting at. I got friends in the US, I got friends in Europe. It's just totally different to the way they look at life. You guys look at life. We look at it way differently. We're very closed up here, and we live behind bloody safety gates and burglar bars in our homes. We don't really get out as what we should. As beautiful as this country may be, as much as it sucks as well, because you don't get out. You can't get to live. Yeah. So yeah, you guys just see a lot more than what we do, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think it's a far bigger rat race here.
Yeah. But I'm glad I woke up to this. So like I said, I'm still learning, and I'm glad to be here, and I will be here more often.
Cool.
We're glad to have you here. Welcome, and
Thanks,
it is
man.
24/7, so stop by anytime.
Yeah. I have to go to bed soon. I've got to wake up for golf in the next 5 hours. I play golf every Saturday with
Oh,
a
okay.
good bunch of friends. So yeah, it's already 12:37. But I'll stick around for another few
So
minutes.
early.
Good luck. I hope you get a really low score.
Yeah, I play
Right?
pretty good golf. I do play pretty good golf, so I should play all right.
Yeah, what's your handicap?
It's currently I think it's a 5 or 6.
What?
Yeah,
Wow.
I used to play.
You can get on the pro circuit any day
I
soon.
I played on the Sunshine Tour for 2 years. in 2012 and 2013. Then I had an elbow injury, and I got a husky, and she pulls me on the skateboard, and blah blah blah. Fell, and they wanted to amputate my right elbow. So I got a second opinion, and 7 years later, my doctor said I could play golf again. So I'm playing again, and currently playing. I think it's a 5 or a 6. I'm playing golf now. So yeah, I used to play golf for a living for a bit.
Oh, that's good.
So yeah, I enjoy it, but it's more hobby now because I've got the metal joint in my elbow. It does hinder it a bit, so I play it as a hobby. So I play every Saturday now with good friends of mine.
Oh, Brill, nice talking to you.
Yeah, thank you. I'll still stick around for a few more minutes. Yeah, what you guys got to say, and I'll just either silently hop out of here and see you guys next time.
There's quite a few other people in here that we haven't spoken to.
Yeah. Yeah, I can go through. Do you guys notice anybody new? Sorry, fumbling over my words.
Hi, Becky. Becky hopped in.
Oh, yes. Hello, Becky.
Hey guys, how's everybody?
Good and you?
Good, thanks, Dal.
Hi, Becky. How's it there in Upside Down Australia?
Yeah, it's beautiful this morning in Upside Down Australia. But believe it or not, I am the right way up.
You got a bit of a head rush?
This guy said to me yesterday, "You're going to be some special kind of stupid to be a flat earther in Australia." I said, "That's interesting because Australia is the flattest inhabited continent in the world. So I don't see why I'd have to be some kind of special kind of stupid when I'm living on a plane." And then I said, "I guess you guys think it's a potato Earth," and then he got offended with that.
Which way does like the water spin when you flush it?
Exactly. The same way it spins where you flush it, darling.
Oh,
Same
cool.
way. Yeah, we've done all this before.
I've
I've literally flushed my toilet before to test it.
You've like flushed your toilet on like stream or something? That's cool.
No, I didn't do it on stream, but I would have done it here probably a couple of years ago now when all this went down and we were checking, like literally checking. Yeah, let's flush together, says Justin.
That's funny.
I know, believe it or not, it's not a conspiracy. I have flushed my toilet before.
I've joked about it with Australians in the past, but I feel like given my current location, it's probably a funnier thing to talk about.
It is. So are you in Canada?
No, I'm in California.
California.
Although I lived in New York, and people asked me if I was from Canada, so I don't know
Yeah,
what that's about.
I just think you've got a slightly, like your accent could be Canadian.
Uh-huh.
That's why. But I was wrong.
Well, I lived in upstate. I lived on like the border of Canada for a long time, so you could be picking that up.
Maybe. Jeez. I wonder. So what's the new talk in the flat earth community? Is there anything new, guys? Or is it still this rock solid evidence that we always stand on?
It's still very flat.
Still flat.
Yes. I was sitting with my dad yesterday, and he had the television news on, and there was this big NASA program. I don't know what they're doing, but it was in the mainstream news, and I just thought to myself, wow, no wonder the world believes it. Put it in mainstream news, spend enough money, and you can do anything.
Yeah, it's absolutely true.
Yeah, a little bit of cash and a little bit of propaganda, and the globe's in business.
Propaganda machine is huge in this day and age.
Oh, yeah, that gentleman that was saying about the Google search before, he's so right. Google's just been saturated with just nonsense. It's just hard to find anything anymore ever
Yeah,
since,
that was me.
last few years. Yeah, it's terrible.
It's rough.
It is rough.
So that's why I actually downloaded David's app just in case I lose a YouTube channel or something that I know that he'll eventually start a new channel and put it up to his app just to get some new information or
smart.
re-uploads.
Yep. And then you hang around these kind of communities and people find information on alternate websites that aren't YouTube, and you get your information that way. If I want serious information that I know is detrimental to the government or to the general narrative, I do not use YouTube anymore. I use different sources because YouTube's just, for fun these days. If you want to watch, some reality TV or some crazy cat videos to cheer you up.
Yeah, I don't even get like proper suggestions anymore. Like if I subscribe to a random person, my wife subscribes on the TV, and then all of a sudden I got all these random suggestions on my page because now we go onto the TV with my account, and then I got all these random suggestions. I subscribe to David, I subscribe to whoever, Globebusters, whatever. Just giving examples here, and I never get suggestions of their videos, never. But I got all her nonsense crap, Kardashian shit that she watches.
Yeah,
I get all those suggestions. It's come
Yeah.
on, man. Give me. I want something new.
In the so in the flat earth circles, you find there's a lot of censorship. There's massive censorship in the Christian circles right now. A lot of my Christian friends that have YouTube accounts have all got warning strikes recently, and that's us. And I get them all the time. I'm banned from uploading until August on YouTube. So I've been caught that many times. But that's just me talking about things like our beliefs and how the Bible it looks like the things going on in the world could marry up to current events, and bam, there's a ban. I mean, it's crazy.
Nah, it's ridiculous.
It
yeah,
absolutely
so-
is.
But I'm glad I bought his app. It's also to support the guy. He built that app himself.
Oh, good on him.
He does need the money, but I don't. They say that you can email him and ask him for a free copy. Damn, the thing was so damn cheap. 40 rand. It's probably what, $3 Australian. Just give the guy a bit of bucks. It goes and buys him a few beers.
Yeah, exactly, for his efforts.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, no, that's a good thing to do.
Yeah, you email him, he responds to you. You have a question, he responds to you. So I'm happy to support the dude.
Thanks again for my Javianas, Becky.
Oh, sweetie, that's my pleasure. I'm glad that you got them. They're the hot flip flops in Australia. Everybody's got Javianas.
I love them. I'm a flip flop and boot. It's kind of a strange thing, but I love my boots and I love my flip.
Yeah, well, you need flip flops on a flat Earth.
By the way, I used to hunt, and I never used Coriolis effect. I never needed that shit when I was hunting.
Yeah,
So-
I don't either to this day. We homestead,
God.
so
I never even knew about it until the whole flat Earth thing came into my life. I never even knew about it.
I'm sorry. I used to
No,
be
no.
a scope smith, so every once in a while the Marines, the local Marines, would invite us to come out because they want to butter you up because they want to get a discount on a really expensive scope. So they'd call us out to go take 50 cal 1,000-yard shots. And if you factor that in, I mean that's a lot of curvature in that space of time. You don't aim. You don't. We're talking about mile-long shots with a 50 cal. It's just a straight shot.
Yeah. Dude, just any distance. The Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. It's ridiculous.
I mean, it's amazing. You take the shot and you hear the boom. Wait, then you're nothing. Seriously, like 10 seconds later, ding.
Oh yeah, those long shots. Yeah, you do that with you can probably do that with a 270, about 500 meters, and a 220, maybe a little bit further. What is it, 2.22? You can shoot a bit further. But yeah, I know what you mean. It's just a while before you actually the shot actually hit whatever you're aiming at. But a 50 cal, that's something I've never shot. The biggest I've shot is a 375.
My boss used to have a custom made. It was all aluminum, and it was bare aluminum, just polished aluminum. It was just the trippiest looking, lightest weight gun you've ever seen.
Oh wow!
The barrel had to have been lined with steel because the bullet would tear the aluminum.
Oh yeah.
Oh
for
yeah.
Sure. They're
Sorry, fellas. Not to get too far from the plane topic. I have something to read from what Elijah posted. It's about the West Siberian Plain in Russia, Zapando-Zaporozhskaya Ravnina, one of the world's largest regions of the continuous flatland central Russia. It occupies an area of nearly 1.2 million square miles. That's 3 million square kilometers between the Ural Mountains in the west and the Yenisei River Valley in the east. It is one of the largest regions. On the north, the West Siberian Plain is bounded by the Kara Sea, and in the south, it is by the Torgay Plateau, the Kazkan, and the Altai Mountain. The plain is drained by the okay, hold on. These too many Russian names. It is a region of the Earth's crust that has undergone prolonged subsidence and is composed of horizontal deposits from as much as 65 million years, blah, blah, blah. Glacial deposits extend as far as south as the Ob confluence, forming occasional low hills and ridges, but otherwise the plain is exceedingly flat and featureless and has very poor drainage. And then the other one says, occupying slightly more than 1/3 of the terrestrial surface, plains are found on all continents except Antarctica. Yeah. So that's very interesting. Thank you for that, Elijah. Yeah, so I mean, there's a whole bunch of... Yeah, because you mentioned, Becky, like you live on one of the flattest continents, so it's like there's a whole bunch of these all around the world.
I live on the flat. I live on the
and yet-
Cumberland. I live on the Cumberland Plain, but that's just one plain of Australia. There, I've just put in the text chat an article from the government of all the plains and penny plains of Australia with all the measurements. So if anyone's interested in doing that and having a look at the measurements, you could probably prove flat Earth just from that document.
Yep, exactly. Like, how many flat planes do you need to make a ball?
7.
Well, that's why I said to them, then it can't be a ball. It has to be something like a potato. Because if you factor in Australia, we are not part of the ball. We're part of the potato, the flat side, the flat plains. So if they want to believe in a ball, they've got to believe in a potato instead or something of that nature.
That's interesting.
Okay. Matthew's here. Hi, Matthew.
Hello.
Bonjour. Oh, you was here early on.
Yeah, I just saw your response. Of course, the Australian government means curved at the same elevation around the globe when they say level.
Yeah, when people say the oceans are level, the plains are level, that's what they mean, like gravitationally equipotential. So
That's not what they mean.
That's what they mean. It might not be what flat earthers mean, but so there's a difference in definition there.
Yeah, I don't understand what you're saying. Sorry. A plane is plane.
Yeah, I'm
Can I
saying the
interrupt- can I
Australian
interrupt?
government doesn't believe the Earth is flat, is what I'm saying.
Can I interrupt to say, can you also read the definition?
You kidding
plane,
me?
Which I also
No, they
provided?
know it's flat.
Thank you. Because we have a definition of plane, so if you're going to say that it's defined another way, you're going to have to provide a citation because plane is already defined, it's already taken.
What's with this contrary?
Yeah, but I think it's funny that you think that I would assume that the Australian government thinks that the Earth is flat because my government pays millions of bucks a year in propaganda. We've got our own space station now. I mean, agency, Australian Space Agency, ASA. ASA.
Yeah. I just noticed that you quoted the Australian government in the.
To get our measurements, it's Australian Bureau of Statistics. Maybe click on the article and have a little look.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't need to have a disagreement about some measurements. I'm giving measurements in that article for people that want to look. It's the Bureau of Statistics. Have a look instead of just changing the definition of plane and thinking that I would somehow assume Australian government would claim a flat Earth. That's crazy.
No, I said the opposite, that they're not claiming a flat Earth.
Obviously, what government would? Why would you even say that?
Yeah. So therefore, when they say level, they mean something different because they're not.
No, they don't. No, they don't. A plane is a plane, and the definition of plane means the same in Australia as it does anywhere else.
Jack. Sorry.
Yeah, so Elijah posted the definition of a plane, just in case we have a confusion there. It means a flat surface on which a straight line joining any 2 points on it would wholly lie. A level of existence through, existent thought or development. So,
the
which
Freemasons-
definition of plane? Yeah.
Well, the Freemasons are so arrogant. They don't think that anyone is capable of breaking the brainwashing. But yeah, here we are.
Oh, I see. Yeah, no, Elijah, that's a plane, PLANE. They're talking about the geographical feature called plane, PLAIN.
Hey, contrarian boy. Shh.
Okay. Will do.
I think I'm still in the best seat to get both sides, to hear both sides with an open mind. And yeah, I just get fed evidence and
Hey guys, a plane is a large PLAIN is large flat land with trees, okay? So a plane is a plane, and if I don't understand why you would try and change the definition of it.
I do.
It also says, it says in the Encyclopedia Britannica that these flat and level areas, savannas, desert, they occupy slightly more than 1/3 of the terrestrial surface. I mean, that's a lot of surface area for you to come in here and claim that these places do not exist. It's a bit far-fetched.
The other thing is only 30%. Hang on. Sorry,
my bad.
No, go ahead.
Yeah.
I posted
Go
the
ahead,
definition for PLAIN. Matthew, please respond. Thank you.
Also, as that lovely lady just pointed out, the land mass that we have is only 30% of the surface of the Earth, supposedly. So if that's the amount of plains on the size of this dry land, doesn't that really tell you guys something of the nature of where we are?
Okay, so hold on.
Yes,
Matthew, you're saying by flat land they mean land that is at the same elevation.
Yeah, obviously that's what flat means in geography. Same
Oh, is it
elevation.
Sophia that's meaning?
No, there are undulations. Don't be so disingenuous.
Okay, so yeah, they're undulations, but mostly the same elevation. I mean, that's what sea level means, right? The same elevation, zero elevation, basically.
How can we have things at the same elevation if it's curving 8 inches per mile squared?
Oh, because elevation curves. The level of elevation curves.
I love these stories.
What?
Geez, you must be so enthusiastic.
How can it be at the same elevation if the elevation is curving?
It's gravitationally equipotential. That's how.
What?
Because gravity.
Because the plank that he's walking is bent. It's made out of metal, and he's wearing boots that keep him to it while he's walking it.
No, look, I understand you guys don't agree with this, and I understand that you don't buy that definition. I'm just accurately relating
Because level
how
means level. It
geography.
doesn't mean
You're
curve.
just repeating how clever you are and how you've absorbed the propaganda.
I'm
You're a
explaining
very
the
intelligent.
I'm
you're
explaining the
you're an,
propaganda. Yeah.
you are. You're an incredibly intelligent person that explaining the propaganda like you believe it. Is
I
it
do.
what you believe? Oh, you
Yes,
do
of
believe the
course.
propaganda.
Yes.
Oh, okay. That's why you tried to change the definition of what a plane was. So you don't believe you're on potato Earth. You believe you're on spinning ball Earth.
I wasn't changing the definition. I was explaining to you the accurate definition of what people mean
Well,
when
it's
they
not
say that.
accurate. And it's not. And you can't speak on behalf of people because you don't know
I
what
can.
people
No,
you're
I can
speaking
pretty
on
much.
behalf of.
I'm
Okay. So
fairly
you're part of the Australian government.
I'm familiar with what they think. Yes.
Oh, you know what they
Wow.
think. Wow.
Dude, why
He's
is
a
this
clever
guy
guy,
still
guys.
allowed in here? It's my opinion.
You don't even know what you think, let alone somebody else.
Entertainment purposes.
Well, no, okay. So Matthew has been he has admitted that he's already conceded that it is a belief. That's why he's
Yes,
honest
belief.
about that at least. That's why he's still here. He's not like trying to con anybody into thinking that this is like a legitimate provable thing. He already conceded that this is a belief system that he has.
Exactly.
So
know,
he's just trying to defend a religion, and we're cool with that.
contrarian
I'm not
about
even trying to
literally
defend it.
everything
I'm
that
just
comes
trying
out
to
of your mouth.
describe what we believe accurately so that you have a good
Yeah, but
definition.
no, but everybody has I mean, we're posting the definitions for you, and you're still not agreeing with it, which is okay. But I mean, it is what it is. So
Got it.
Yeah, I'm like Matthew, just the opposite. I also don't say the Earth is flat. I just believe it's flat. Only recently though, but I don't
Yeah.
know it's flat. So
None of us
yeah,
know it.
I'm okay with saying that I
Probably
have a
not.
different definition
yeah,
of plane and level than you do. That's fine.
That's okay. That's okay. We're in reality and you're in a dream state, and that's fine. You can be there. I
no,
get
but
it.
here's
I know how much you guys love the globe. I
Dude,
know how
I
much
was
you love
there.
space. I get it. I get it. I respect your belief.
cut
I was
out.
right
Thank you.
there with you, big guy.
Thank you.
I fought it for years. But truth
Ryan,
is
what
truth
tipped
and
you over the
facts are
edge?
facts. Truth, many truths, many facts, many observations.
The best part is, though,
So
is when we die, we do get to find out who's right. That is
That's
the best
true.
part.
I think that's true.
no, but
Hopefully,
you don't
But
have
in
to
your
wait
belief,
until you die, though. Here's
his
the
belief, he
thing, though.
doesn't.
You have reality. You have measurable, objective things that we can all agree on. But you fail to agree on because you first say it is a plane, PLAIN. Then when that's being presented to you, then you change to no, flatland means this. It's never gonna be to your satisfaction because you always have to bend backwards to make it fit into your worldview. But reality, like everybody, what we all experience is the same thing. Flat,
Got it.
motionless plane.
The mental gymnastics with this guy, yeah, it's through the roof.
I was just trying to describe accurately what the answer you'd get if you talked to a professor of geography or a
But you
geologist.
don't know that because every person, every professor is different. What you're saying and suggesting here is there's some kind of hive mind that all think exactly the same thing. Now, if we're right and the whole world is being deceived, do you not think that there's professors out there that might actually know that this doesn't work and that isn't reality? I mean, I'm sorry, but you are not the authority on every single professor in the Australian government or in any government for that matter.
No, but I do understand what they say, and so I was just trying to explain the
And
best
so
I
what
could
you're
what
trying
they-
to say is that we don't understand what they say and that you're trying to change the definition of a plane,
No.
PLAIN. Yes, you are. And
I
you're
was
very
I was trying
relaxed about it too.
Yeah, I was trying to describe the difference between your definition of plane and my
It's
definition.
not my definition, it's the definition. There is only one or there's several definitions, but the noun plane is flat land that has trees on it, okay? That's what it is. I mean, you can try and make it as complicated as you like, and you can try and change it and contort it and tell us that, scientific minds think differently to us, but we're all on the same place. We all get the same definition, and we all experience over here a flat and level plane. Okay, in Australia, I'm sorry, that's just what it is. So you can
Sure,
have your potato Earth, but you sure as shit can't have a globe.
Sure, I can be okay with that definition of a flat land with trees on it. Of course, you and I are going to have a different definition of what flat means.
I didn't make that up, mate. That's just what it is.
What's the definition of flat, though? Like, how can you have your own definition of flat, Matthew?
I would call
My mind's
flat
spinning.
something that has the same distance to the center of the globe. Something that has the same elevation.
That's your everyday definition. Of flat.
How do you measure the center to the center of the Earth? How do you measure that?
Well, measuring is a whole different thing. I'm just talking about the definition. I recognize that your
So how do you know
definition of
what's
flat means that flat is a perfectly straight line, right?
I mean,
flat.
how
has a
levels
perfectly
work,
straight-
it's how plumb bobs work. But the thing is that when you say it's just parallel to the surface of a sphere, which is what you've been describing,
Yeah.
is that you have to first presume a sphere, and you can't prove a sphere, right? You can't measure it. You don't know the distance to the center, so how can you measure whether something is parallel to the surface if it's curved without first presuming that it's curved?
Yeah, I presume that it's curved. You're right.
All right.
So if you would like me to not use plane and level, do you have a suggestion for what word I could use to describe what I mean when I say the same distance from the center of the Earth?
Say the
Well,
same to the center of the Earth.
Yeah, like I said, parallel to the surface of a sphere,
Okay.
according to your belief.
Okay, that's fair. I'm just saying that many people, when they say flat, when they say level,
No,
that's
they
what they
don't.
mean.
No, they don't.
Wow.
No,
really?
that nobody
I do,
ever
and many
ever
people do.
in my life
Have
have
you
I ever met anybody when they tell me your table, when I tell them your table is flat, they're thinking of the distance from the center of whatever it is that they're looking at.
Yeah,
Nobody ever, I've never met anybody
Yeah.
that nobody thinks that when they're thinking of flat.
And-
Matthew, come on,
Yeah.
don't be.
And
Don't
No, I'm
be
talking about the
every
concepts of motions and
construction
dishonest.
worker,
planes.
every
I
builder,
just
every
vouched
construction
for you
worker,
that you are honest.
every builder, every construction worker you will ever meet, anyone in reality has the same definition for flat. You seem to be the only person that I've met that has changed the definition.
Maybe you should speak to some geologists and geography people, I guess. When we're talking about small scales,
No,
yes, you're right.
no,
We have the same thing.
no. I'm sorry, but a geologist, geography, anything like that, they're going to tell you that a flat plane is flat. You can go and look at articles, mainstream articles on Australia, and even NASA. Even NASA quotes publicly that that Australia is extremely flat. So
What do you think they mean by that?
they mean flat. They mean flat planes. We have train lines that run in straight lines for hundreds of kilometers along the Nullarbor Plain. You can go out there and you can take whatever P900s. You can go out and do observations all over Australia. It's the flattest inhabited continent in the whole world. So my point that I was making before is, why would someone call an Australian flat earther stupid when we live on a flat plane?
Oh, that has to do with the southern stars and the way that
We're talking about the land, sweetheart, not the sky.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
you're getting very confused, because I have a belief too. I'm different than the other flat earthers in here. I don't claim I know 100%. I believe 100% that the earth is flat. But I'm not going to get into a massive argument with you about that, because
Yeah.
I will claim belief as well as you do. But your belief, I don't know what you're using for your belief, but what I use for my belief literally says the same thing as what I'm experiencing here in real life, real time.
What I
But
know
your
is
belief
what-
describes
oh,
something
sorry.
different. Sorry, sweetie.
No, I'm so sorry to rumpus you. I just want to know, what word would we use then to describe a surface that isn't concaved or convexed, that is just absence of any indentation? What word would you use
Straight.
then?
Straight would be a better word.
Straight.
Flat
Got
works. Flat and level and straight are all synonyms on the small scale, but when you're talking about
Okay.
oceans and plains, then you might have to distinguish.
What size does it change at?
Oh, I don't know, like the size of a building. If you're doing something larger than a building,
Okay, so that's so
like a railroad.
So over 1,000 feet, we should not have level anymore. Is basically what you're saying.
Something like that. I mean, you can treat it as if it were level because it won't make much difference. I mean, you'd have to build building a mile long before it would make 8 inches of difference, right?
We have buildings miles long.
I'm not familiar with that.
Try the auto plants.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna head out soon, or probably in the next 3 or 4 minutes. I just got one question. I don't know if you guys are aware of it. I found it 2 years ago when I was first researching this. Is a very old cyclopedia where they took the first picture from space, or they say from space towards Earth, or from above the Earth, and they took a photo of the Earth, and it's in the cyclopedia. And it was on a YouTube video. This chick opens up a encyclopedia, and there it's in this book. I cannot find that. Are you guys aware of it? You guys know what I'm talking about? Because I would love to see that again.
You mean the one where they're talking about the dome?
No, not the one that they're talking about, the dome. That they're opening and they read it. This is an actual image that they took. It's the first ever from above the Earth that they took of the Earth. It's a very interesting thing that I saw, and I cannot find that video anymore. And the reason why I found it so interesting then, when I started looking at this, is it looked completely different to the blue marble or whatever they've put together for us now. And that was an actual image that they took. It wasn't the whole Earth. No, it wasn't of.
Nope.
It wasn't of the whole one. It wasn't of the whole one. What I'm trying to say is,
I've seen it.
yeah. So it was an actual image, but it was put together. So they put it in blocks. So it wasn't the whole Earth. And when you put them all together, obviously it's not on a flat piece of paper, but for instance, of the whole of Africa on a flat piece of paper, then a whole of the United States on a flat piece of paper. And I found it extremely interesting because the size didn't match to the globe when you actually make it a globe. They didn't make it a globe in the encyclopedia, but when they took these images, obviously if it was a helium balloon, if it was an aeroplane, whatever the hell it was, they took actual images and they put these images together as if you're taking a photo of the beach, and you do a whole panoramic image, something like that. And it was just nice to see it.
They still do that. But
Yeah,
I'm not familiar of which one you're talking about that that they did
I
back
found
in
it
the day.
once and I cannot find it again. And the reason why I say it's so awesome to see this is because this is a raw image. There's no it's not crystal clear. It's that old, almost like sepia look to it. It was awesome to see this because
So they didn't have good cameras back then.
Yeah, it wasn't a good camera. It wasn't a full Earth. It was just little
okay.
bits of Earth that they put together. And
anyway, the reason why that doesn't look the same is because it just made it up. If you think they can't make pictures up back then, you need to watch a movie.
All right, but I would love to see that encyclopedia again, because what I know now, I would like to compare to what I saw, because it's not it's not that. It's not that. Oh wait, it could be that.
You should probably know though that I think one of the first Earth pictures is actually just from a movie producer, Universal Pictures, and they just took an image from, not really an image, but they took their imagination of Saturn, and then they slowly transformed that into an Earth picture. So
No, it's not this one. It's not this one. It's an actual physical bunch of images. Some chick found it in some library. Very, very old.
You can try to go through the map section downstairs. Maybe you might be able to find it in there.
Yeah.
Not the map, sorry, the images or one of the information stuff, but I can't.
Everyone I've asked cannot tell me that they've seen it or found it, but I remember seeing this. It might be a Mandela effect, I don't know, but it was very cool to see. But this is also now what's this censorship that they're doing now?
It was
I
a
have a quick
censorship they
question
did then.
for. Oh, sorry. I just have a quick question
Go
for
ahead,
Matthew
go.
after you guys are done. That I
Okay,
really
yeah.
want. I'm gonna get on my car at the win.
Is the question for me? Otherwise, I'm out here. I gotta go sleep.
No, it's for
late.
Matthew.
Okay, cool. Guys, I'm out here. It was really awesome meeting you all, and I'll definitely see you guys again.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, man. Take
Cool.
care.
All right, cheers, guys. Bye.
Bye.
I'm just curious, Matthew. Can astronauts, while they're in space, see the stars?
Yes,
They can.
if it's dark enough, just like on Earth.
Okay. Because Neil Armstrong says you can't see any stars. They said on the Apollo mission, after they land, you can't see any stars. So
Yeah,
why
because
do you
it's-
disagree with?
it's not
it
dark
has nothing
enough.
to do with the. So you can or you can't.
You can if it's dark enough. They landed on the light side of the moon, so they couldn't see the stars because it wasn't dark enough.
So
Where's all the light?
From the
So
ground. What do you mean?
you're saying when they're not facing the sun, they can't see the stars?
No. If
Or
they're
they
if they're in that environment, they can't see the stars because the surroundings are too bright.
So please be specific when they can see the stars.
When it's dark enough.
So what do you mean? When it's dark enough?
When they're in an environment that can be dark. I mean, I don't know, like when they're on the dark side of the moon, or when they're in transit or something, or when we're on the dark side of the Earth. Because the stars are
So they
pretty
say cislunar. So they say specifically that you cannot see the stars. The star it is a deep black, even in cislunar space, which is the space between the Earth and the Moon. You cannot see the stars. Now,
you'd
the
have
astronauts
to let your
contradict
eyes adjust.
themselves completely because some of them say that you can see the stars only when they're not facing the sun. Some of them say you can see the stars all the time, even during the daylight. That's Don Pettit saying that. And then you have Neil Armstrong saying that they never saw any stars. They don't recall seeing any stars at all.
Yeah, so all those so it's different situations. You know how your eyes adjust to the light or dark situations? You'd have to like be in a dark room or a dark space for a long time for your eyes to adjust enough so that you can see dim objects. If you look into bright, into the bright sun or into the bright day or that type of thing, then your eyes don't see dim objects very well. So you kind of have to let your eyes adjust. It's also the surroundings, kind of like I live in a big city, so it's hard to see any stars even at night because the surrounding city lights light up the air, so it's hard to see anything except the brightest ones.
These are called
You could
ad
navigate
hoc.
from the moon.
These are called ad hoc explanations. You're just making stuff up as you go because you don't really know. You're just saying, well, this could be. It could be that their eyes didn't adjust, no matter if they've been up there for like a week or a year. Somehow they can't see the stars, or they can, depending on who you ask. I mean,
No, I'm
I
just
think
talking
they
about
know
how
these
I'm talking about how eyes work. Your pupils dilate.
Yeah,
if
we
you-
know that.
Okay.
But I'm saying you don't know that that's the reason some of them couldn't see the stars and others could. You don't know that. You're just making stories up.
Yes, I'm making
Maybe
stories
it's
up to try to explain the phenomenon. Exactly.
And that's making
But
up
that's
stories
not
is not an
valid.
explanation.
If I just want like a story, I'll ask like a 3-year-old.
Yeah, that's not an explanation.
Yes, you guys consider me as smart as a 3-year-old, so you did ask a 3-year-old in your video, right?
No, see,
Well, I just wanted to
You
get
didn't want a story?
you need evidence. You need testimonies from them saying my eyes were or were not adjusted. You're just making up stories. I mean, that is not an explanation.
It's a explanation of how it could be.
No,
show
so
it's not
an
a-
explanation of how it could be is a story.
Yes,
It's
a
not
story.
an explanation.
Could
It
be a
doesn't.
big tarp. Could be a big tarp over the moon when they're actually on it, and that's why they can't see them either. But it only filters out stars.
No, I'm just I'm talking about the difference between explaining how things could be as an explanation of why it doesn't invalidate
No,
something versus trying to
So-
explain it actually.
Not good enough. Making up
It
shit.
it would be just as valid if I said the moon is made of green cheese and you can't prove me wrong, and it could be possible. We don't know. You know, and I could make up that story and it would be just as valid.
And you said very declaratively, no stars can be seen. Not if your eyes adjust long enough, which I think that they would have spent. They were there a couple days. That's a long
Yeah,
time.
it never got dark there. It was daytime the whole time they were there for a couple days, because the day on the moon is 30 is
Sky is a
29
deep
days.
black. No stars can be seen from. Not even when he's not even in the where there's 3 of them. This is a one-on-one interview with him. No stars can be seen in space or on the moon. No stars can be seen on the moon. No stars can be seen in cislunar space.
From the ISS, if you're on the side away from the sun, you should have no problem adjusting, and the stars should be obvious because there's no distortion, there's no interference. Yeah, but they said they could never see them, so you need to back up your claim.
I think they do see them on the ISS because they do spend quite a bit of time in the dark.
I thought you said they never saw you. Didn't see the
I thought
stars.
you were talking about the people who went to the moon. When they were on the moon, they didn't see them, but the ISS, they can. I think there's some pictures of them too.
How does that make any sense if you're further away from?
Yeah.
You're further out in space. Now you're surrounded by more nothingness.
Yeah, but you're in
more
the sunlight.
darkness.
No, you're in the sunlight. Like the ISS at nighttime, they go behind the shadow of the whole Earth, so it gets very dark.
Okay,
if you're in between the
video.
sun,
I don't know if you're gonna watch it, but they literally did. There's literally one astronaut saying that you can only see the stars when the sun is not out, and then there's another one that says that you can't. Like they literally, like this is how you know they're lying, because if we all, let's say I pay for everybody to go to Paris, guys, we're going to see the Eiffel Tower, okay? But then we come back and we can't decide whether the Eiffel Tower was gold when it's lit up or if it's neon pink. Then no one is going to actually think that we went, because we would all be able to say, if we all went, we would have a similar story. We would not mess up on that specific detail of what color is the Eiffel Tower when it's lit up at night.
except for the people who only visited Paris for 3 hours in the middle of the night.
No,
They would
it's
have
the
a hard
same
time.
color. It's the same color, no matter if you were there for 1 day or 5 days or 5 months.
It's the same color at night as it is
It's
during
the
the day.
same. It's the same. This is
I
the
would think
biggest
that
thing
it'd be a
that you would
different
notice. This is the huge, one of the hugest things that you would notice if you went to space. You would remember what the Earth looks like and what the stars look like. And it also makes no sense that if we can see the stars here, that somehow they'll be less visible when you're no longer surrounded by pollution, the atmosphere, street lights, etc.
Yes,
I
we
have
can see the
I have a
stars
question
here.
for Matthew.
Sure.
Matthew, how do you navigate from the moon if there's no stars?
I
Don't
don't
they
know how-
navigate by the stars when they fly in space?
I don't know how they
They
navigate.
use the sextant on the first the moon landings, those missions. That's how they knew where they were. Did you know that?
No, I don't know anything about the.
You need a horizon to use one of those, so that was just another story made up.
You sure do.
Okay, wait. So your claim is that it couldn't be this way because they're saying different things about the stars, and I was making up stories saying it could be this way. That's all I was saying. I wasn't saying it was that way. We're talking about whether it could or couldn't, whether that is a defeat or whether that's a disproof that they went to the moon.
If they're
Why don't you
making a
just say I don't know?
I did say I don't know. I don't know.
Because it's very odd that they're making very declarative statements that contradict each other. Was something that everybody should agree on. And they never ever say, well, darn it, if I was only in there long enough to have my eyes adjust, I would have been able to see those dang stars. They don't say that. They said that you cannot view them.
That's a good question.
You know, I tagged you in the video, so it's just a good.
And you would constantly be looking out the windows from the ISS, looking for giants in space, different things like that. So you would even have your own camera taking pictures of stars, because you know we have giants in space. Space shuttle proved that.
Yeah, I don't think they're giants in space.
Then what was it?
A reflection from the window.
A reflection from the window, but it has a shuttle shadow on his forehead. That's some crazy. That's some crazy reflection.
Radwin, it's ladies' night. I'll text you in the
Wait.
chat. I mean, come on.
But there. Okay, so also the stars never show up though in any of the pictures of space. When we show like the Earth, right? They never show up there.
I think there's plenty of pictures from space that show stars.
Of the
I don't know
Earth.
what you mean.
Of the Earth.
Say that again. We don't have pictures of what?
We don't have pictures of the Earth and the stars together.
I've seen lots of them.
Where they have the globe and there's little stars surrounding.
Yeah. Here's one from the ISS. It shows the globe Earth on the bottom and the stars up top.
Okay, but then how come when we get the full picture of the globe we have no stars?
It's too bright.
But we're right by this. You're more zoomed in.
How?
The Earth is very, very bright compared to the stars. That's how.
So why is it when we zoom in on the very, very bright Earth we can see the stars, but when we zoom out we can't see any of them and it's a deep void black?
Because when you're zooming in, you're looking at the dark side, the nighttime side of the Earth. That's why you can only see stars at night, not during the day. Same thing.
You can see stars
during the day.
You can
barely, like sunset.
Like
and
whatever. This not even. Sorry, I'm not even.
Sorry, guys. I just had to ask that because I just wanted to hear the far-fetched justifications, and that's not to like criticize you, Matthew.
No, that's fine.
It's just
I can take it. Don't worry.
So many like reaches that we got. Like just it's exhausting for me to hear how like it's like you're playing Twister. Like you got one arm like in the very back, and your leg is like on the other side of your head. Like.
Okay, so to be honest, I'm not trying to be twisty or anything. My goal here is to honestly and accurately represent what the majority of scientists say.
Yeah, but the astronauts don't say that, and that's what bothers me.
Then that's legitimate. Sure, I don't know what they're thinking.
Because those are the eyewitnesses, and the scientists can do damage control and make up an explanation for everything. It's like they're lawyers, but I'm focused on the eyewitness and what they have to say.
Yeah, so the basic principle I would say is if you can see the sun, you're going to have a hard time seeing the stars. If you can't see the sun, if it's behind the Earth, then you can see the stars. That's what we experience on Earth. That's what they experience in space.
Okay. Well, and what I need to do some homework too. I'm going to take the text or the words from all of these astronauts, and I'm going to write up their quotes. So I'll be a little bit more prepared so I can actually give you direct quotes because they contradict everything.
Yeah, I've heard some of those things.
Yeah. And no offense, I'm going to take their word over yours.
Yeah.
So if they say there's no stars in space, I'm going to hold them to that. And then if we got another one saying there is, well, then we got a problem.
So when they were halfway between the Earth and the Moon, on the way to the Moon, they were in the sunlight. They could see the sun. They looked one direction, they could see the sun.
Hey, I got a question for you.
Don Pettit says even when the sun is out, you can see the stars. And that's actually in the first clip of the video. He says, even when the sun is out, you can see the stars. So
I got a question for you on that trip to the moon when they're halfway to the Earth and they took pictures of the Earth.
Uh-huh.
You know that capsule only has one window, right?
Yeah.
Kind of on the side. How did they manage to turn the capsule so the window was dead on the Earth, no wavering, no movement at all, and not change their trajectory to the moon? How did they do that?
Because they were just floating for most of the time. They weren't under power. You're right.
How did they keep it lined up on the moon with one window?
Thrusters.
Or on the Earth, I'm sorry. Okay, so they used thrusters, but those thrusters did not in any way change their trajectory. Didn't affect it at all.
It rotated the...
yeah, I understand what thrusters do.
Yeah.
But the thing is, if you fire any kind of thruster in space and don't have it perfectly balanced, it's going to change your trajectory in space.
Sure, it might have
And
changed
you're
your trajectory slightly, but you can also use thrusters that
Slightly.
rotate versus
I
that
understand.
rotate versus change. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand you can use thrusters in a certain direction to turn something around, but what
Yeah.
I'm saying is this is 1969. They're a floating projectile, right? They don't have any kind of propulsion at that point, right? And so any thrusters they have are just for minor maneuvering, but somehow they turn the thing to point that one window at the Earth rock solid. It never varied at all. It was just like they were sitting still, and somehow turned it back later on. Man, they were good in 69 with the computing power of a simple calculator.
Yeah, they were
I
very good.
just-
Science and engineering is the answer. They didn't need computers to do the turning around, but yes, they were very. It was a very
Yeah,
precisely
that
engineered
is a
machine.
fairy tale. That is denial of reality and swallowing a bigger lie than anything I can imagine. I don't have that much faith. Just saying. But go on with your stories.
I do.
I'm,
Yeah, I do have faith in engineering.
engineering is one thing. I was a programmer. Okay, I programmed back in the 80s. And I'm telling you, what they had in the 60s was not that sophisticated. They even say it wasn't that sophisticated.
Yes. you're right.
Okay, so they didn't have the computing power to pull off what you said they did.
Oh, I was just saying they rotated the capsule. That doesn't take any computing power. You just use.
Oh,
the
you have to have it perfectly balanced, remember, or you're going to change your trajectory. And if you change it just a little bit, you're not going to hit the moon.
That's in the initial thrust to the moon, the initial burns. But once they're on their way,
You made that up. You just made that up. I mean, seriously, you're making up everything as you go along. Like, this could be and that could be, but you know what? That doesn't matter. You have to have some evidence or some kind of plausible argument, but you're doing ad hoc explanations, which is a fallacy. Anyway.
So I'm saying they could do it, and you're saying they couldn't. We're both making up ad hoc explanations.
No, they
with
said
no
they
proof.
couldn't. They said they couldn't.
You said they couldn't rotate with thrusters, and I say they can. So how do we?
No, you said no. See, you're changing what we were just talking about, because what I'm saying is I started out asking you how they turned it to face the Earth without any kind of wavering, without altering their path to the moon, without anything, and you made up a story about computing power to keep everything in balance.
I didn't say anything about computing power. I said they just use
whatever.
thrusters.
But
They use
the thing
thrusters.
is that even if you think that mechanically they could do this,
Yeah,
they had, you have to tell me that they had the technology to perfectly balance that in space when they, never mentioned any of this stuff. They just said, look, we're just looking out the window and there's the Earth. Well, they had to turn it to face that. But anyway, I just had a question for you, but it's just a story time, so no biggie.
Yeah.
Just
We can
make
move
sure
on
you
to
do some
somebody else.
yoga after all this. Make sure you do some yoga after all this bending over backwards. I recommend downward dog and child's pose. Good. Recommend.
I'm not saying anything out of the ordinary here. This is what the vast majority of people say, by the way.
Well, and the vast majority of people are overweight and obese. Just
Yes.
because a lot of people are something doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, appeal to authority fallacy. I recognize that. I'm just reminding you that I'm not sort of a lone wolf out here. I'm just trying to accurately represent what us Globers generally say. That's all.
I'm pretty sure they wouldn't exactly agree that that's an accurate representation, even of them. Just saying. I mean, you said it was stories, so.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. I mean, you'd have to talk to somebody who knows about the moon landing and that stuff. I don't know.
Some of us have been sitting in this chat room for a few years, so we have met just a couple of Globers in our time. But thank you so much for educating us.
I feel like that was a little bit sarcastic, but I'll take it. Sure, you're welcome.
Oh, you picking up on my sarcasm. You are clever.
Well, throw 52 million smackaroos at me per day, and I will produce evidence that I've been to freaking Uranus. You mention it. I mean, pick your destination. With spaceships and everything.
I wanted to ask Matthew, like you've been here a while now. From
I
1
stop
to
in
10.
once in a while, yeah.
Yeah. But I just want to know from 1 to 10, like how sure are you that you live on a spinning ball? 10 being like you have no doubt whatsoever.
10, I have no doubt whatsoever. The alternatives just don't appeal to me.
You've never
Can I
even
ask
heard
him a
anything
question
that's
on Ladies'
interesting.
Night?
That is definitely interesting.
Hey Matthew,
Sorry,
would
what?
you be willing to bet 2 bitcoins that it's a globe?
I'd be willing to bet 2 bitcoins that it's a globe, yes.
Really? Well, Dave Weiss will take you up. He's offering 2 bitcoins if you can prove it's a globe, but you don't have to put up 2 yourself. You can just collect the 2 free bitcoins. Can you collect those coins from Dave so we can see your
Matthew
evidence?
just said he would put up 2 himself.
I've
So
spoken
I'm
with-
going to put 2 up against his 2, and now he needs to prove globe. Now I'm going to give you my little symbol so you can pay me. When do you want to pay me?
I've spoken with Dave Weiss. I don't find his evidence compelling.
I don't care about him.
But you don't regard any.
He's not going to, guys. Like he's convinced at like 10 out of 10.
He's not going to
he lives
regard
on a
any.
ball.
He's not going to regard anything concerning
Court
anything.
decide like they always do, and then they say no, not proving globe again. Click.
Well, he's lying through his teeth because if he hadn't heard anything that made him think twice, he would have never even came in here in the first place. Period.
No, I'm not lying.
Yeah, Matthew, I'm actually very curious. What was it the first thing like when you heard about flat Earth? What made you even come in here? Like, was it? Did you were you ever in any doubt that it might not have been a globe, or were you just like,
No,
oh, I'm gonna teach those flat Earthers
I was never in
some
any
stuff?
doubt, but I think that it's dangerous to listen to only people you agree with. Otherwise, you might end up in an echo chamber. Like I might end up in an echo chamber of globe believers. And so I think it's important to expose yourself to other ideas, politically, spiritually, even about the shape of the earth. So I like to read stuff I disagree with. And that's fine.
But if you, let's
Okay.
say you are Jewish, okay? How much time do you got to spend at a Christian church until you admit that you're starting to like the Christian? Because you spend a lot, of time here.
I like
And that's-
listening when I'm doing other stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, but if somebody is like an active Jewish person, they wouldn't just be at a Christian church like not most of the time, but in their spare time. You know what I'm saying?
Once a week.
Yeah. Honestly, it's kind of fun to be in a place where I know I'm right and everybody else is wrong. I know you guys won't like that explanation, but that
Wow.
kills. It's a strange feeling.
Matthew, I have another question for you. If down the line you found some type of evidence that made you waver to like a 5 out of 10, right? Let's say that happens. Will you ever really admit it, or?
Of course,
because I know
yeah.
you're a professor or
No,
a teacher or
I would-
whatever, and
yeah,
you do have a career on the line. But would you ever say it like publicly or anything?
Yes, of course. I would say what I believe publicly.
Even
I
if
mean,
it.
Yes, I already do
Mhm.
that. In our culture, it is unpopular to say that you believe in a creator. It's unpopular to say that you believe that God exists. So I have lots of unpopular opinions. I believe that Jesus Christ rose from the dead. That's unpopular. I believe that there's 2 genders.
Yeah, but
I could get in trouble for that, for tweeting that, right? I mean, people have gotten canceled for saying stuff like that.
Who cares if you get canceled, really? Do you care?
Yeah, exactly. No, I don't care. I'm just saying that's an example. I have plenty of unpopular beliefs. So I'm not afraid of
okay.
unpopular beliefs.
No, I was just I was just curious because I do understand your position if you did not want it, if you would say I wouldn't reveal it or whatever, because your
Yeah,
career
no,
is on
that
the
that
line.
makes
There's a lot
sense.
of
Yeah.
issues that people have to face when they do tell the truth. So I get it. So I was just curious.
Yeah, and I have sympathy
He
for
just
people
say
who are.
he
Yeah,
believes in the Bible, even though the Bible says the Earth is flat and motionless.
That's a separate topic.
Yeah.
But let me just say another reason why I like being here is
through
that
that before.
I do agree with you guys on many things, like being skeptical of what the government says, and also not
But what is
believing
it?
everything that people that the mainstream media is bad for you, all that kind of stuff. And particularly, I disagree with scientism, which is the idea that science is the be all and end all, the ultimate truth. I think philosophy is higher than science. So I think there's an intelligent designer and that it's very clear evidence for that. So these are all unpopular beliefs of mine on which we probably agree.
Okay, that's fair enough. So let me ask you another thing then. What is your best proof, like your number one ever bestie proof that you have for the globe?
Well, a whole bunch of observations. The sun and the moon work right. The stars on Earth, GPS works. Pictures from space. Eyewitness testimony of people who've been there. I mean, there's lots. As far as the best one, the simplest would be just that the moon is the full moon is a constant size all night. I think that's pretty clear evidence that it stays the same distance all night.
I think
That's the best proof of a globe.
I think all of those
Sorry.
things that you just mentioned pertained to above the Earth,
Yes, because it's so
if I'm not
big.
mistaken.
Yeah,
You're
you're
looking
gonna.
away from the Earth to ascertain whether you're on a spinning ball.
I use all of my senses and observations in concert with logic and reasoning to kind of figure out what's going on. Yes. I mean, if we try to squint at the horizon, you can barely tell anything by zooming in on a small little line, because refraction changes things up and down. It gets all wonky. So it's going to be hard to tell a difference between 1 mile being 0 inches or dropping 8 inches. It's going to be a little bit hard to tell. So that's why we use other references.
And so, talking about all the discussions that you've heard around the fact that we cannot measure the curve, we cannot find it anywhere. When we go out and measure, we see, oh, it's flat. We can see too far. The fact that we cannot ascertain, this axial rotation. The fact that it makes like hopeless sense in every way that you can possibly think of it. Of all these things that you've listened to, which one has piqued your curiosity the most, or has made you doubt this ball, this
Sure,
spinning
yeah.
ball?
Long distance observations over flat lakes and things like that.
And you dismiss them as if they are of no consequence.
Oh, no, they have consequence. I mean, they require explanation. So yeah, I'd have to take that into consideration because it seems puzzling. How can you see farther than you should be able to? Those are legitimate questions that need to be answered.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, because for example, you can stand on one shore of Lake Michigan, 60 miles away, and sometimes see the skyline of Chicago, when the globe math says that you shouldn't be able to. So that requires explanation.
Okay, so that is the only thing.
Well, things like that, yeah. Like seeing too far. Other than seeing too far, I'm not sure what kind of evidence, like positive evidence, has been presented.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, it feels like it's just squinting at the horizon.
Squinting at the horizon. Okay.
Yeah, you're using telescopes and trying to say, this is like a half a degree too high. These buildings are a little bit too high or a little bit too low or whatever. I'm like, okay, but let's look at all of the evidence.
Yep, and it measures flat. So anyway, sorry to interrupt, Matthew. I just wanted to give a chance to Hubert
Yeah, let's move
Timberdale.
on. I've been here a lot. I don't need to shoot
You've
another
been
lady.
here. You know what, Matthew?
Yeah.
In my notes on you, you joined this channel on the 26th of September, 2020. So you
Oh,
have
really?
been here a good time. Yeah, a long time.
Ooh,
So
almost a
well
year,
done
actually.
for lasting.
Thank you.
Oh yeah. Matthew's been around. But yeah, I know you're gonna stick around. So let me give Hubert
Yeah, Hubert. Let's hear from
a
you.
chance. Hubert, you there, or is it Hubbard?
Yeah. No, it's Hubert. What's going on?
What's up, man? Welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, Hubert. Welcome
How are
back,
you?
dude.
Thank you. How you guys doing
So
tonight?
I know it's ladies' night. I just wanted to mention: has anyone ever heard of the Salad Fingers cartoon from about 20 years ago?
Yes. Why did you
Salad
mention?
fingers?
Yeah, that's
Nope.
where your character is from.
Oh, that's my name.
That's so funny.
Good, cool story.
Salad fingers.
So Hubert,
Yes.
you want to tell us about the shape of the Earth? What your thoughts are?
Yeah, no, I came in here a couple times and I was just questioning what the shape of the Earth was. I don't really have a positive stance on either side, so I got invited to this server to maybe get some more information instead of just looking stuff up on Google.
Hey, have you done any research into anything? Because I told you about the additional information last time we talked. So have you went and looked?
Oh, I've been working like a mad dog this week, so I haven't had a chance yet. My weekend just started, so now I will have some free
Okay,
time over the weekend.
nice.
Yeah, no,
What's
I watched some
something that
videos.
is
People.
most
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna ask you what's something that is most interesting to you that you'd probably look into first.
Probably what space is, because I guess there's different concepts of what space is, and I guess there could be something different than what I'm told. I always thought that it was just stars and round planets out there, and sun and the moon, our solar system, and I don't know. It's some videos I watched just made me think, hey, maybe there's something different. They were describing like why is gravity selective, and I was like, it's kind of true. And they were going into like some space stuff like the moon landing, and it does kind of look weird that it looks like some popsicle sticks and tinfoil was able to blast off from the moon, and I was like, yeah, it is kind of weird. You know?
It is weird. What I find interesting too is that a lot of people always go to space to confirm the shape of the Earth, which happens. And I think I've realized that it's because of all the TV, because we're shown so many different planets, and it just every single day it's in the media, and because they need to keep our focus on Earth and not with what we can observe. So do you think we can go to space?
I don't know. It seems like it would take a inconceivable amount of power, right? Like I don't know. That's a long way up. And yeah, I guess you just float there, and then how do you come back down? Yeah, it doesn't seem extremely plausible.
Right, it's not logical because we are unable to break on through to the other side. Music has a lot to do with it as well, in my opinion, too. with the action.
I think you're breaking up a little bit.
Yeah, I don't have very good service. Sorry, guys. Take it away.
No worries. You want?
Yeah, I agree
you
with your
wanna try
point,
again?
but
Yeah. Go ahead. Did I cut out again? Hello?
You're still there. I can hear you.
you're here.
Oh, okay, okay. Everybody's just quiet. Okay.
So I think what you're suggesting is that there are certain musicians that might be privy to what's going on, and they've put it in within their lyrics, or artists making movies and things like that, putting little hints in the art.
Yes, I was hinting at that. Yes, absolutely.
So it sounds like the new Hubert is just coming in here to get some knowledge, hopefully, and learn some truth in time when he deciphers what is true from what is false.
Yeah, you're correct. I'm here to listen and just get information from. I guess there's probably a wealth of knowledge in here, so it's probably one of the best places to be, right?
Right, right. And you will find different days, different times. You will meet all different people in here. So, yeah. Yeah, I've learned a lot over the years in here. It's been wonderful.
Like, I've only been in here a
Oh,
couple of days, like 2-3 days.
oh, okay. Well, if you ever do get the bug and want to know more, down the bottom of these channels, we have rooms dedicated to subtopics with a plethora of information. So if you ever do want to look up certain topics to do with the flat Earth, you will find information in this channel. I mean, in this server.
Okay, great. Oh, yeah, I'll have to check that out. I'll have some time this weekend.
That's awesome. Well, thanks for joining us.
Of course. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, anytime.
Is there any other Globers
I
in
guess
this channel that want to ask questions?
we could. There is ILF Tomato. I don't know if he's a Glover or not, but he only has VC.
I'm just here to listen, really. I've already talked with one of your moderators.
Awesome. Welcome.
Okay.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I'm a Glober.
Let's see who else is here.
Six Spider, welcome. Six Spider's a Glober.
Hi, welcome
How
back.
are you, mate?
Hello.
Hello. Nice to meet you.
You as well.
And how's your potato earth going today?
Excuse me.
No, I'm just being silly. Sorry.
If you're asking for my well-being, I'm fine, thank you. I see you from Australia, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you live next to a beach?
I live about an hour's drive from the beach.
East Coast or West Coast?
I'm on the East Coast at the moment. I live on the Cumberland Plain in New South Wales. I live on a plain, so I live near the Blue Mountains. So we can go up the Blue Mountains to the lookouts and we can see all the way to the Sydney skyline. It's beautiful and flat
There it is.
where I live. Yeah. It's a nice place.
Cool.
I can't recognize your accent. What country are you in?
I live in Canada.
Oh, were you born in Canada?
Nope.
No, that's right, because you don't have that Canadian accent. What accent is that, may I ask?
May I not answer for now?
Yeah. Did you say Finland?
I said
Or
I
you don't
asked,
wanna-
may I not answer for now?
Yeah, of course. You do not have to answer.
So Six Spider was here earlier, Becky, and kind of been discussing with him. Were you able to look into refraction, Spider?
No, I didn't have the time. I'm working.
Ah, okay. Do you have any questions for us?
Yeah. Does anyone here lives next to a beach?
Well, I can say my auntie lived on the beach, so I've spent a lot of time on the beach. Her backyard literally was the beach. So, what questions do you have about the beach?
For sure. So, may I ask your aunt or that city or like next to the beach on the other side? So, if you're looking west, you said East Coast. If you're looking east, you see ocean only, right?
Yes.
And if you're looking back, if you're looking west, what do you see? Do you see buildings and mountains?
You see buildings on the East Coast Sydney beach. On the Sydney northern beaches, you're in the city. So yeah, you turn to around and you see houses and buildings and that kind of thing.
Right. And I'm sorry, just to be more clear, this might sound a bit weird that I'm asking that way. Just to be clear, if I'm standing on the beach, on the water, and I'm looking and I'm looking at the water, is there anything in front of me, or is it just water over there?
Yeah, when you're looking out from the East Coast, you can only see water.
Right. And so if you see only water and then you turn 180 degrees to the west, what you see in front of you is buildings, correct?
Yeah, it would be the house, yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to describe a phenomena that happens everywhere on this planet, Earth, or whatever you want to call it. What I want is if someone can explain to me how is that possible on a flat plane.
How is what possible, Dal?
Yeah, I'm getting to it. I'm getting to it. I'm just saying. So now I'm going to explain the phenomena. If you go to your aunt's place at sunrise, the shadow or the darkness, sorry, I know there were the people here from before, the darkness of the night will disappear from the top to the bottom of those buildings. So if you go in the sunrise and you're looking west to those buildings, they'll be in darkness. As the sun, you say, come closer, I say go up.
So
the shadow will drop from the buildings, from the top to the bottom. How is that possible on a flat plane?
Well, for a start, I'm taking your word for it, and for a finish, I might be able to explain it. And if I can't explain it, does that therefore mean that the Earth isn't flat just because I can't answer that?
No, I did not
Yeah.
say that. I'm asking, can you explain it on a flat plane?
Well, I would have to actually be able to experience what you're saying to really get the picture, and then I would have to think about what you're saying, experience it, and then answer you. So, unfortunately, because I'm sitting in my lounge room and I haven't done that before, I can't answer. Can anybody else answer that question?
I'm not really sure I understand what he's trying to portray here.
I think he's trying to say that.
Can you explain it one more time?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm talking about a beach that is on an east coast. I'm saying that because of, what's your name? Becky. I'm saying that because of Becky, okay? So we are in the mindset of Becky. We are in Australia, not Perth, anyway, East Coast somewhere, okay? Sydney, sorry. I'm on the beach, like I'm on the sand, right? I'm looking in front of me to the east and I see nothing but ocean. Now, as the sun rises, you say come closer, I say rises. As the day starts, I turn around 180 degrees to the buildings. In the darkness of the night, what I call shadow will disappear from the buildings from the top to the bottom. How is that possible on a flat plane?
Well, basically, what you're describing is how light works. So light would work the same whether it be a globe or a flat Earth. You're describing how light works.
How did I describe? I described a phenomena that happens with
Yeah, which is how
the light.
it would how the light would saturate the darkness.
Light doesn't saturate darkness. There is no light in the darkness.
Well, when the light comes, there is no darkness, and you're describing how light works.
Well, I'm describing the motion of the light, which is showing up on the top of the buildings first.
Which makes sense because they are higher.
They're higher than the sun?
So I'm not saying that.
No, they're higher than the bottom of the building.
Exactly. If they're if they're not higher than the sun, why does then the
Because
bottom
the
of
sun's
the
in the
buildings?
sky. Oh my
Why
God!
does-
Because the
Yeah,
sun's in
yeah.
the sky. Because the sun is in the sky and it is approaching. So it's still approaching from above. My goodness. Next question.
Yeah.
Then why
it's
is the bottom
And the sun
still
is
in
more
darkness?
localized because the sun is more localized than you're imagining, man.
I don't understand
So-
any of those
so
answers.
he- here's-
Okay, can I please try and respond?
on.
Because the answer is the sun is still approaching from above. It's still coming from up in the sky, mate. Whether it's coming from around a curve or if it's coming from in the distance and small and local, it's still coming from above. So it's still going to illuminate that building in the same manner, whether it be a globe or a flat Earth. It is
But
not
it
a proof of
isn't.
anything.
But
it does.
isn't. No, you go.
Are you saying it
go
doesn't?
to the beach.
Okay, so you're saying that
and
it
you'll
doesn't
see-
illuminate the top of the buildings first. You just said that it did.
Oh my God! I said that it did, and then you said that
That's what I'm
illuminates-
saying.
Well, you said it illuminates the object fully the same. I said it's not because it's
It
obviously
does because it's still illuminating from above, whether it's a local sun
Okay.
or a sun from far away. It's still in the sky, so it's still going to illuminate the tops of those taller buildings first.
Why
That's
it's
just
not, but why it's not illuminating the bottom if it's above the building? What's the problem?
because it will as soon as it gets closer in its approach. It's the same whether it's a globe or a flat Earth in that scenario. You're not getting a gotcha moment there, mate. It's still coming from above and
Why-
it's still approaching.
Why the darkness drops from the top?
Oh my
to the
goodness!
bottom?
I don't think you listen.
Whoa.
Okay. Well, hold on. Are you trying to say why would we see the sun, or why? Because the darkness doesn't drop. It's not something that you see it dropping. You see the
What?
daylight. Hold on.
What?
You see the
You never
daylight.
seen a shadow move?
Let me finish.
Sorry.
Finish.
Sorry.
Chill.
Sorry.
Again, with this shadow, you need to understand what a shadow is first. First of all, you see daylight before you actually see the sun. So the light of the sun is not like a flashlight where it's like dropping down to the bottom of the building. You're making it sound like that's what's happening. Everything is illuminated at the same time, but if you were to be standing on top of this is what the Globers claim is like, if you're standing on top of the top of the building, you might see the sun first, whereas if you're standing at the bottom of the building, you don't see the sun first. Unless that's what you're trying to explain, what you're trying to say about the shadows dropping down or whatever, that doesn't make sense because that doesn't happen.
Well, let's change the word shadow to darkness, and it is happening all over the world. So, in sunset or sunrise, if your place is next to a beach, which means you don't have anything, right, obscuring, you'll see shadows or darkness that goes up or down from those buildings. Depends, of course, if you're the east or the west. In this case, we're talking about the
Can you
east.
demonstrate this? Because I don't understand what you're talking about. Demonstrate this for me, please.
Mhm.
Can you show me like a video, a picture, or something that you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to misunderstand your argument and give you a
what
wrong
I'm
answer,
saying
so.
is not an argument. This is something that we
Yeah,
see in
whatever
sunset and
phenomenon
sunrise.
you're talking about.
Yeah, I just wanted to know that.
Can you post it so that? Yeah. Not an argument, sorry, your claim.
Have a Okay, give me 5 minutes. I'm sending you something up. We can keep talking
Yeah,
about
sure,
it if
take
you
your
want.
time. Well, because from what I understand is if you're talking about shadows, again, you have to have something that's casting the shadow. So
Okay.
let's not, don't want to
Okay.
get back into that whole conversation again.
Right. So let's do
But
this. Let's do this. When it's dark out at night time, that darkness, how do you call it? What word should I use? That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking
darkness.
Darkness. Perfect. So
Yeah.
now change everything every time that I said shadow to darkness.
Hey, Luluka,
Yeah, but
I'm gonna interject
chat.
here. Are they gonna start that arena thing, or am I an hour early? Sorry, I just wanted to
So
ask.
I was told it's gonna be in 1 hour, so that's gonna be
Oh, okay. I'm an hour
whatever
early then.
time is over there. Yeah.
Sorry.
Just
Sorry,
so
go
for
ahead.
everybody that doesn't know, no, since you brought it up, I can just mention it now. It is at the top of the hour. There will be a like a question interview type of thing happening with Tommy Glover versus Quantum Eraser in the arena downstairs today in 1 hour. So we're gonna finish Ladies' Night in about
We moved
45
it
minutes
up
so that
above.
everybody.
We moved it up above the live stream so that when people join, they'll be able to see it as well.
Oh, okay. Then my bad. It's gonna be in the live stream
And
in 1 hour.
And
very
can
sorry.
Elijah have the floor for a moment, guys?
Yeah, I'm very
Please?
sorry. The arena was moved up above the live stream so that everyone
Oh,
can
I'm
see
so
it up there.
sorry.
It's
Did you
okay.
now?
No worries.
All right, let me rephrase the whole thing and then I'll let Elijah talk. The arena is not downstairs, it's right up above us. It's upstairs now. So after Ladies' Night ends, please go there in 1 hour. There's going to be interview / debate. I'm not quite sure. But between Tommy Glover and Quantum Eraser, I think it's going to be great. And then, yeah, go ahead, Elijah, if you want to chime in.
Thank you. Mic check.
You're good.
You're good. Okay, it's fairly simple, right? When you have the sun, which is overhead, approaching, the light from it is going to reach higher elevations first, like a tall building, before it would reach the floor of that building. Because the top of the building is closer than the bottom of that building. Conversely, when the sun is leaving, the last to see the light from the sun is the top of the building, because again, it is a higher elevation than the land below. It's not that hard. Thank you.
Yeah, so that's how I understood it, Elijah. But he's saying like you actually see the sun. From what I understand him saying is like you actually see the sunlight itself casting itself on top of the building and then like zooming down, which is, from what I understand, you have the whole place being lit equally in a without actually seeing the sun itself first, because the light would reach that part first before the sun approaches. So that's what I'm trying to get him to understand, but I don't know.
But wasn't that how they did it back in the olden days? They tried to prove the globe by some shadows in a well or some wells or something.
Oh yeah, the sticks and the shadows.
Oh, sticks. Sorry, we can't forget those sticks. Sticks and shadows, baby.
Yeah. All right. You still there, Spider, or are you still looking for the video?
I'm here. I'm making the video for you.
All right.
Saying in the chat that Matthew doesn't have the measurements.
Oh yeah, I was just responding to that Brazil buildings thing, explaining what's really going on there.
Because you know, don't you?
No, I don't know. I just know what they said.
I feel like I'm speaking to the authority of the globe side when I'm speaking to you, Matthew.
I am
Like this
pretty good.
authoritarian's entered the room.
Yeah, I am pretty good at the globe stuff.
Wow. He's very good at the globe stuff, guys. Did I hear you say I had you on my phone before because I was making coffee. Did you say that you were a Christian, Matthew?
Yes, I believe that
Oh, brother.
that there's an intelligent designer, that Jesus Christ rose from the dead, the whole bit.
Oh, wow, brother. Much love, my brother in Christ.
Thank you. You too.
Ah, that's what I could recognize, the brother in Christ in you. That's what it is. It can't be this globe nonsense. Family can agree to disagree. That's all I want to say on the matter, brother.
I would agree with that.
Awesome.
But you choose to ignore the beginning of the book?
But that's a longer conversation. I don't know if we need to hash that out
Hey,
here.
Matthew, do you
yeah.
believe in evolution?
No.
So you're like Kent Hovind. You're kind of like in his spot.
Yeah. Not quite. I think that he was wrong about how long the Earth has been around. Is my suspicion, but I don't know for sure.
How many millions?
It seems to be 4 billion years old, but it also is
Billions.
very
Oh,
clear
okay.
that it was created by an intelligent designer.
Yeah. Oh, a 4 billion years designer?
Is this
Sure,
the
why
ladies'
not?
Where
Yeah.
is this religion?
Yeah, let's.
Where do we?
Sorry, get the gap.
You have any idea how much a billion is? It's a lot more than a million.
Ladies' night. So
lot.
if you got a PP, no talkie.
Roger that.
All right, we'll get.
Like millions of years of erosion is not accountable for.
Oh, that was bad roboting. Okay, cool.
Did you guys hear me before when I said Matthew's not a leader from the globe side? He's an ambassador.
God fucking damn it. I don't know how many times I've
All
done
right.
this one.
I thought you were allowed to do it if it's a joke.
Compan. You there, Compan?
Yes, I'm listening.
Hello.
Yes.
Welcome.
Yes,
Hi.
thank you.
You're welcome. What do you think of the shape of the Earth is?
I don't know. You ask me this same question every time I enter here, but all I know, the
Yeah.
world isn't what they tell us it is. That's all I have to say.
Okay, fair enough.
Yes?
Any questions?
No? I've asked, I have... Sorry, I'm drunk today, so my English is not that good, but I have no answer or questions right now. I'm
Okay,
just here
no
to
problem. If
listen,
you do, just.
and I'm just here to listen, and if the conversation is good, I may enter.
All right, sounds good. Just If you
Yeah.
have anything to say, just let us know.
Yeah. All I have to say is the world isn't what you told us it is.
Okay, sounds good.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well,
Let's
Thank
move
you.
on to. You're welcome. Torn. Torn. Torne. I know you've been saying stuff in the chat. You want to talk?
About what? I'm really not new to the idea of flat Earth. Why? What do you want to ask?
Oh. Okay. You don't have to talk if you don't want to.
I've been kicked out of 24/7 flat Earth Discord several times.
Oh, okay. Nice. Welcome back.
Thank you. Any questions for me? I don't really have any questions for you guys.
Yeah. What do you think of the shape of the Earth is?
I think we're in a station. We're in a stationless plane. Yeah, that's about as far as I'll go there. What we're given as far as setting dimensions for setting of ball hurtling through space, none of that makes sense. And I believe that for a long time. But as far as like the actual like what it is, you have to be outside. You have to be able to go outside of what Earth is to be able to see what it is. So I'm not going to make a claim as to what the shape of it is. But as far as it looking pretty flat and feeling pretty stationary, I'm going to say that it's pretty flat and stationary.
Okay, fair enough. I guess you don't have any questions. You said, right?
Nah, I totally wasn't expected to actually. I wasn't expecting to be brought into the chat. Nah, I mean, yeah, honestly, the more I talk, I'm probably just going to insult somebody.
Okay. No problem. If you do have any questions, just chime in and let us know then.
All right, I'll try.
All right. Okay.
I gave you a link there if you want to have a look.
Oh, did you post it?
Yeah.
Let me see. Try to find you.
Less than a minute ago.
All right. Let's see. Sunrise, sunset.
That's what I mean by the darkness goes up and down. So if you're next to a beach, all you have to do is have the courage to take a look at the darkness. And this effect or this phenomena cannot be explained on a flat plane because the source of the light needs to come below to cast a shadow above, like on the top with, you know what I mean?
Hold on. My internet is sucky. It keeps freezing. I'm waiting for it to load up. So if anybody else is able to actually watch what he's talking about, you can chime in. I'm trying to watch it.
I just want to have a shout out and say hello, Ron. Lovely to see you and hear your voice, mate. It's been a long time.
Someone says that it only happens on a flat plane. So you're telling me, can you demonstrate that? Can you demonstrate that this phenomena happens can happen on a flat plane when the source of the light does not go below the horizon? Can you do that?
Can we, guys?
Remember. Wait.
I'm sorry, I can't watch the
want to explain.
video.
I just want to explain the phenomena. Just remember, I'm talking standing on a beach when there is nothing besides the ocean to cast shadow. Oh, sorry, to make darkness.
You don't understand how light works. It works on a flat plane. You need to show us how it works on a globe.
No.
Sir.
Yeah, I don't think you
All right,
understand the phenomena that happens.
Becky, are you able to watch the video?
Oh, I guess if you make me. How long does it go for?
It's 24 seconds.
Oh, 24 seconds. Yeah, I can watch that. Hang on a sec,
I
guys.
keep getting stuck at 3 seconds. I can't get past that.
Remember,
Oh,
when
wait a
the
minute.
sun sets or rises, the shadow or the darkness goes the opposite way. So if the sun sets, the shadow rises. And when it rises, the shadow, in a way, sets. This is something that you all see in all east and west beaches all around the world. The only thing that you have to do is to have the courage to look at it and explain how can that happen on a flat plane. Remember, you're looking, one side is ocean only. There is nothing there to create this darkness.
Okay, so you're saying that with no on, I think you're forgetting the setting that you're proposing here, being on a beach with nothing to be able to cast a shadow. The shadow doesn't, the light doesn't crawl down a building, wouldn't crawl down the house. The shadow doesn't disappear from the top bottom.
Yeah, it does.
It's illuminated.
Okay,
no.
okay.
No, it's okay. So you're saying that the shadow, how long would that shadow have to be? How many miles long? It's illuminated all at once.
Okay, I saw the video.
Yeah.
Crawling.
Go ahead.
I mean, I guess I'll have to watch this video too. But a crawling shadow. Is it?
No, I get what he's. Yeah, he
Is it?
he
Are you sure
he shows it.
He's been given several explanations from several people to why the shadow or the darkness what is it? It goes away from the top to the bottom when light comes. Okay, so Elijah gave him an explanation. I gave him an explanation, and some other people gave him an explanation, but he's not accepting any explanation. So he's saying, how is this possible on a flat earth? And I said, well, my explanation was it's possible on a flat earth because whether the sun's going around a ball or if it's approaching from a flat plane, it's still above us and it's still moving towards us. So that's why it would be. And as Elijah said, the tips of the buildings, the tops of the buildings are the closest to that light source. That is why it starts to disappear from the top to the bottom. I think your confusion is, hang on. I think your confusion, Six Spider, is you're thinking because it's on a flat plane, it should be disappearing in the opposite direction. But I think you're trying to suggest that the sun is so close on a flat earth that it would disappear in the opposite direction. Is that what you're trying to suggest?
No.
Okay, so either whether it be a flat earth or a globe earth, why would you say that it's not possible?
Okay.
When we've explained.
Okay. When there is no sun apparent, right? No, we see no sun, and we're standing on the beach. In front of us,
but we've already said to you that the light comes before the sun.
It's not.
We see the light. The light travels before the sun, so light breaks before sun approaches. So already,
Yeah.
First, it's nice that
what
you
you
admit now
Yeah.
that light can break and bend. That's new.
I didn't admit anything. I said that the daylight breaks. That's
Yeah, that's called light, and it's breaking, and that's
Oh my
why
goodness.
you see the
Breaking
light
isn't
before.
bending, dude. Breaking isn't
Okay.
bending. Don't put words there.
Okay, so can I explain again Can I explain again the phenomena?
Well,
so
Well,
you
we've
would.
tried to
no, I
explain to
don't
you
think
the
so.
situation a few times.
Yeah, and can I just
you
say
said-
that video?
wait,
I
can
did
I-
watch it, and that's not even. That's a terrible video because the guys are not even at the beach. Okay, why are you going to provide a video of what you're trying to explain some phenomena at the beach, and you're not even going to provide a video of some dude at the beach?
Can I
Okay?
answer first to the Australian girl, please?
Go ahead.
You said that the sun is above the buildings. And that's exactly...
Yes, the sun is above
and
us. That's correct. It
then-
is above everything, okay? The sun isn't just above the buildings. It's
Then
above the
why
trees.
the
It's above
dark...
me. It's above
Can
you.
I answer? But can I answer? Then why that darkness starts to disappear from the top of the building?
Shadow you're talking about. You're talking about shadows now that are being made by the approaching light. So as that light approaches and gets closer, those shadows
Shadow-
move because the sun's above it.
Shadow
I
is a
can't
lack
believe you're
of
trying to
light.
use this for any kind of proof. You're talking about shadows in buildings that are made by the sun approaching. That's what you're talking about.
Right.
And it
so
doesn't prove
something-
anything,
But something
bro.
creates that shadow, isn't it?
Yeah, the
Something-
sun, the sunlight. As it gets closer, it gets brighter. Oh my goodness.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Did you
he's
say?
not. He's not understanding the explanation. He's not absorbing it and actually listening. And this is the problem he had earlier as well when he was talking about shadows and casting stuff. He doesn't understand light. That's the issue here, and he's not accepting it.
Well, you haven't accepted our explanation. I'm not sure exactly what your shadows on these buildings with the sun approaching you're trying to prove. Because it's going to happen, that's going to happen on those buildings, whether it's going around a planet or whether it's coming from above and approaching on a flat plane.
I'm asking in the beginning, when the light just starts to show up, why does it lit the top of the building first? That's my question.
It's when it
That
gets
means-
to that point of
wait,
approaching.
that
We're
means-
answering
that
that.
means-
We're
can I-
answering that. I just answered that to you.
Wait. That means no, you didn't, because
I did. I've answered you
when-
more than once.
That
and so
means-
has other people.
That means that darkness drops from the building, which means in the
No,
beginning,
it
when the sun
doesn't.
just
It doesn't.
rises, there's
Oh my
only the top
God.
of the building is lit.
No, it isn't, because that's not true either. Because as the daylight, and I can't even say the word breaks because you're using it against me, as we see daylight, there is no shadows then. The shadows only begin as the sun gets closer. The daylight comes before the shadows, sweetheart. You're not proving anything this way.
Who creates that
Here- here's-
darkness on that building before the sun shows up? Who creates that darkness on that building?
I do. I'm the darkness creator in the world.
The lack of sun, dude. But guess what? If the moon is full, it's going to be illuminated by the moon. And there will still be shadows all over the place, too.
Okay,
Here's
how is that related to
another way
anything?
to explain it.
Okay, yeah. Oh, so there's another explanation? Or there's only one?
No, I'm trying to explain it in another way maybe you can understand.
Okay.
So I said earlier that because you're using the same argument when people try to explain sunsets, they're being able to see sunsets when they're on top of the building versus when they're down on the floor. It's not because it's going over a curvature. It's just it's disappearing based on your perspective. The higher altitude you go, the more you see. That's just how perspective works.
No, it
Do you
doesn't.
get that?
No, because that's not how
No, it
perspective
doesn't.
works. No.
You don't see further when you're higher.
Depends where you look. What if you look up, straight up?
I don't care
If you,
where you look.
well,
Okay,
what do you
let
mean
me
you don't care
explain.
where I look?
Let me. You said depends on where you look. I'm talking about if you're
Correct.
looking in the same direction. If you're looking at the same direction
Right.
and you go up higher, are you going to be able to
Yes.
see further than when you were on like a lower elevation?
And I'm asking you, and I'm telling you, it depends where you look. Because if I'm looking up to the sky, and then I just go
We're
up,
obviously
I
not
won't
talking
be
about
able to
looking
tell.
up in the
So
sky.
then tell me, are you
We're not
looking at the
talking about.
horizon?
Yes, that's what we're talking about.
Well, you didn't say that. And that's not perspective, and that's what I'm saying.
Literally,
Perspective
the
is
whole
not
conversation has been about that. Why would you assume I'm talking about looking up?
because it's to give you a point that perspective got nothing to do with what in front of you.
Yes, it
If
has
it's on a horizon
everything
or
to
not.
do.
No, perspective happens no matter
Okay,
where you look, right? Right? If you're looking down at your feet, do you see it in perspective?
bro, can you focus? If you're looking at something at the horizon,
Thank
yeah,
you. Yes.
and if I go up in higher elevation, am I going to be able to see further?
Further on the ground, yes. But whatever was above the horizon, you won't be able to tell.
Yeah, I agree with what
It's this.
Crypto wrote. He's just reaching, and he knows that he can't prove a globe, and so now he's just trying to use, I don't know, some weird like shadow stuff to prove nothing.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, you're saying perspective has nothing to do with it when it has everything to do how we see and observe reality.
Right,
If
and
I
that's what
have
I said.
something that is
Everywhere. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
if I look at, for example, street lamps or whatever, and if I'm like at the ground level versus if I'm at the same level as where the street lights would be, I'll be able to see further down the street, right? At the street lights, not at the ground, but at the actual lamps.
Like, yeah, yeah, okay. Yes.
Okay, so it's not just about things on the ground. Even if things are hanging up above, it does depend on how like your perspective is and how far away you are from that object.
So can I ask you a question?
Yes,
I mean,
but you're okay. So when let me ask you this: when we're talking about perspective, do you always consider horizon as this is what we're talking about?
We're talking right now in this
Yeah.
particular situation, we're talking about the horizon, looking up at the horizon, and when the sun approaches versus when it's going away from you, right? We're talking about that light source. When that light source goes away from you or it's approaching you, it does depend on your elevation on when you're going to be able to see it. Because the sun is constantly moving, it's not just standing in one spot. So you're not going to be able to like you're going to be able to see it approaching you or leaving away from you, right? If you're just standing in one position. But when you
Okay.
go up higher, you'll be able to see further
Right.
and clearer. So then you'll be able to see the sun, quote unquote, longer.
Okay. Sure. Yes.
Okay, that's your explanation.
That's.
so I'm just curious if you
I don't
if you don't
understand. You
if you
explained.
don't
You
hang
explained.
on. I want to
Oh,
I want
yeah.
to ask you. I know I'm interrupting it, but I have a question. And I kind of want to know what the answer is before I hear anything else about this. If you don't gain an understanding of the light from the sun and how it works and how the sun and the moon and stars and all that move, what does that mean to you? Does that mean globe to you? Because there are so many other, like, even if you don't gain an understanding of the movement of the sun, the earth has been measured flat, right? So it's obviously not a sphere. So regardless of what kind of you know perspective you're going to have on this, it's not going to mean globe. whether you understand how it moves and how the light works or not, it's not going to mean globe because it's been measured flat. And I'm just curious, like with all the other questions and all the other things about, the sun's light and how it approaches Earth, and how we can't have divergent and convergent rays, both simultaneously, and they're alleged to be, parallel, and they're not observed to be, and supposedly not. Like, there's so many other things to this. I'm curious why you're fixated on this. Is it going to mean globe for you? And how would you jump to that conclusion from that?
Well, you jump to a lot of conclusions right there. Me not understanding light, me thinking all sorts of weird things. But I'll let that go. The answer is no. This will not prove you a globe.
Okay. Well, go ahead and
But
continue.
that
I was
phenomena.
just curious.
Okay. But if that's good for you, that's good for me.
Yeah, but I'm explaining to you that a lot of the sorry, I'm explaining to you that it is based on perspective, and you have
But
to really understand how perspective works.
perfect. So, you're saying. So, is there a way in perspective that something below the horizon, something that is physically below the horizon, will be viewed above the horizon? Is it possible through perspective?
Below, what do you mean below the horizon? You only assume that on a globe.
I'm not talking about globes. I'm asking you a
Well,
question about
explain what you mean
perspective.
by below the horizon.
Very simple. You said that we're looking straight to the horizon. So you have a straight line in front of you. Correct? That's the horizon. And I'm asking if there is something that is below that line, but it's very far away. You don't see it, right? Can it be if it's physically below that line, can it be apparent to be above it?
If something is like, okay, when something goes further away from, it will converge into the horizon, right? It would appear like it might be going below, quote unquote, below, behind the horizon.
But does it? Does it go
right?
below? But does it?
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It's
Okay.
because of perspective and how far away the object is from you.
Right. So
Also, I mean,
if it's
it also
if it's
depends
above,
on
so if it's
atmospheric
above,
conditions. There's other
so if it's
variables
above,
to
let's
account
forget
for.
about that. We're talking. Let's not even
You're
bring
over
that.
talking the lady, sir.
I'm sorry. Well, now, if you're saying, I'm asking again, if there is something that is physically above that line and it's getting further away from us and it's always above that line and it looks like it's getting closer to that horizon or that vanishing point, but let's say it continues almost endlessly, would it ever actually go below that line?
In reality, it won't go below that line. You're just seeing it as if it does, because the horizon is not even a real thing, right? It's just how we observe it.
Right. Okay.
It's not
So
like a physical place, which is what we talked about earlier.
Right,
The
right.
horizon is not actually a physical place. So it's just an apparent location where the sky appears to meet the earth or the water, whatever. So nothing is actually really going below it. It just appears like it is.
Okay. So how is it possible that we see light before we see the sun?
Because the reason we see light before the sun is because the actual source of the light, which is, they say it's the sun, is going further away from you. And so let me get this. Because this is what you're saying, right? You actually think that the sun, as it goes below the horizon is going behind a curvature?
Yes.
Okay.
Below a curvature, yes.
Below a curvature. So then you shouldn't be able to see the sun ever shrinking away from you, right? Because it should always be sinking behind the horizon,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, so there have been plenty of, I've seen this myself too, where you actually see the sun shrinking away from you and then going into a point where it just disappears, right? Also coming towards you and getting bigger. And that should never be able to happen on a like if it was actually disappearing behind a physical curvature. It should always be the same size, always, and it should always be dipping behind the horizon.
Correct.
Okay, so if you pay attention to the chat, live stream chat, they're posting videos of the sun shrinking away.
Does that
There's
happen
plenty
every
of
time?
other videos. There's no, it doesn't happen every time, but it
Okay,
should
just
never happen at all on a globe.
hang on just one second. We can continue this. Like we'll continue this. I just want to do a quick like cut in and remind everybody, at 9:00, about the arena event. And I wanted to stop right here and I wanted to give Spiral of Love credit for the banner and thank you for making the banner for us. And Helio, if you want to go ahead, and he wanted to stop at 8:30 and it's already 20 till so that he could get ready for streaming the arena event. So I wanted to go ahead and give him a heads up that it's 20 till, and if he wanted to go ahead and do that, he can. So if you want to continue with the conversation, go ahead.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you, Spider Rule of Love. And yeah, again, it's in about 20 minutes. It'll be in the arena right up above us.
I'm sorry, I was late. It was supposed to happen at 8:30, so, and I didn't want to interrupt the conversation, but it got 20 till, so, and I totally derailed the entire conversation. I know, but go ahead.
No, you didn't. You're fine. So, Spider, did you see the videos?
Yeah, I'm watching it all.
Okay, so how does that happen on a globe Earth?
Well, this doesn't happen, and that's why I asked. How often does this happen? How come this is not a daily occurrence?
Are you denying reality?
It doesn't matter when or how many times it happens. This is an observable fact all around the world. So it doesn't matter whether it happens every day, whether it happens once a year. It shouldn't happen at all.
And you're right, it doesn't happen.
It does happen though. What are you talking about?
Are you denying? Are you denying the evidence that has been presented to you?
How come none of those photographs are with a sun filter? Because what you see is a glare of the sun, and as she sets, she's become less glowish, less bright, and then you see the real size of it. It's so simple, like it's right in front.
Wait
of
a minute.
your
What do
eyes.
you mean the real size of it though? It's the sun. We always see it dipping below the curvature, and why would we see the sun dipping below the curvature and not the real size of it or whatever? That doesn't make sense.
What? When you see it, you do see the size of it. When
Does
the
anyone have
glow
the
is gone.
sun video? I think it's in Africa. Does somebody have that one? I can try to find it. Because if he's gonna
Yeah, I'll grab it. Just give me a second. Go ahead. I'll post it in a minute.
Yeah, it's funny how you just totally dismiss the whole thing and say no, it never happened. When that's
That's
hilarious.
But it
he
is
doesn't know.
Oh, you cut out, Kai. Oh, Kai, are you still there?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, I was just saying, like, dude, if you're in an intellectual debate and somebody presents evidence that debunks your claim, you got to take the L. You can't just deny it and hand wave it. You have to actually take the L.
And how come none of those are with a filter? Where you see the, let's call it, true size throughout the sunset.
How do you or not? Did you take the
Well,
video?
no, but you can see the glare. You can see the glare. It's right there.
It doesn't matter. What is the explanation for the sun to shrink away from you like this?
It doesn't.
What do you mean? We're looking at it right now, shrinking away.
You guys
Do
complain
you see
about
the video?
fakes?
Do you
That's
see the
crazy.
video?
Did you watch Africa sun shrinking video?
That's amazing. Sun fade. Oh my god! So the sun fades and shrinks. You have videos for all of it. It fades,
Yeah,
and then it shrinks.
Okay, so this is probably coming from somebody that probably leaves their house like 3 times a year. Okay, dude, watch the video. Watch the video.
Does the sun fades more or shrinks more?
Why are you obfuscating into that? Can you watch the video and actually?
I'm watching the
answer?
videos, and in your videos, it's apparently shrinking, right? Shrinking and glaring and disappearing. So I'm asking, what is it more? Does it fades more, or does it shrink
observing in
more?
the video? What is the video showing?
Wow.
I don't know. One video shows this, and one video shows the other. So I don't know.
Hi, ladies. Can I interject for a second? I know it's ladies' night. Can I just say something?
Yeah, go for
Yeah,
it.
thank you. You're doing a great job, ladies. Stop obfuscating, Sex Spider. Where's your proof of the sun disappearing over a curve? The ladies have showed you video footage of it disappearing into the distance. There's no proof of any curvature. He's just obfuscating. Great job, ladies. Carry on.
Thank you, Breaking. Yeah. Do you have any proof that it actually goes over a curvature? Because we've already established that there is no physical curvature.
If I'll be able to talk for a minute or two, then I can just say what I think. No, if you want,
You've
like,
been talking, dude. You've been talking the whole time.
and then I'm done. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, I think you hurt his feelings, Kai.
No, can I continue?
Oh, well, I was gonna say if
Yeah.
it hurts your feelings.
Okay,
I'm sorry if
so-
I hurt your feelings, but you got to learn how to.
I really want to hear what everyone has to say. Don't cut anyone off when they are finished. Then you can talk. Please, everyone.
Thanks, Compound, for that moderation. Go ahead, Spider.
So we established and kind of agreed that if we look at the horizon and the sun is below that line, and in this case also very far away, we can tell something is actually in front of the sun, something obscure the sun. And we can tell that from the shadows that we see on the buildings or mountains close to the ocean. Because if the sun is below that line, and like we all agreed, cannot be apparent or look like it's above that line, that means that the shadows should not move up or down. And in one time, everything is in shadow, and one time, everything is. It should have been if the sun is above that line, the shadow should not have been moved. It would
So what do
just
you
be
think is-
more brighter. Everything just should have been more brighter over time. But
So what
it's
do you
not.
think is going on? What's your explanation? What do you think is going on?
Sun below the horizon. I'm saying that phenomena cannot happen on a flat plane because the source of the light needs to come below the floor, below that line of horizon.
Yeah, but with this
it's
conclusion you're coming to,
perspective.
you're making a lot of assumptions because to say that something couldn't happen. Okay, so what are you actually saying?
When you look, there's a phenomena that we all see. This is something that we all see. There is no dispute on it. If you have big mountains or tall buildings close to an ocean, you can see that either sunset or sunrise, that the shadows moving up and down. Now, in the case of I forgot the name, sorry, Becky, the Australian girl, we were talking about East Coast because she lives close to the East Coast. So if you'll go to the East Coast, the buildings at sunrise, the darkness will disappear from the top first. That means the source of the light, something is still blocking the sun at the bottom, right? So the bottom of the buildings or mountains is in darkness. The top is starting to get more and more light, but there's nothing in front of them. There's only ocean, which means the light doesn't arrive there. Which means
Us by the buildings or the mountains. So you're being disingenuous again.
No, I'm talking about the
We have
ocean
tried
side.
to
There is
explain this.
nothing
Now,
there.
hang on a minute. Hang on a minute.
Okay,
You're really,
okay.
really getting to me now because we've spent probably maybe an hour talking about this now and it's going around and around and around in circles. How much more airtime and how many more flat earthers need to give you an explanation before you will just let it be? Or do you want to sit in this channel for 4 hours and keep doing this?
You asked me what's my proof. You asked me what is my some sort of something to show you. This is it. This is it.
But we've already discussed this for probably
you didn't
maybe
explain it.
40 minutes, an hour.
And
you
this
don't
is
accept our
Just
explanation.
hang on.
When I
Hang on,
explained
Spider.
it
Hey,
now,
Sick Spider. Do you remember me from earlier? I checked you in. Do you remember? We had the exact same conversation. Wolfgang went over this with you, and by the sounds of it, Becky went over it with you too. So what are you missing about the explanation that we're giving you?
And this is what I was getting at with the question that I had earlier when I was asking you, what would this mean? You said, I said, would it mean and give you, like, would you jump the globe if you don't understand how the light works and how the sun moves? And you said no, but it sounds to me like that's exactly what you're doing. Are you saying that the Earth is spherical and it's spinning and it's rotating and the sun is 93 miles away because you can't explain the sun's path and how light works?
no, we all agreed, and one of the.
But you just said this is my proof. This is my evidence of what?
This is something. You know what? This is not my proof. This is something. This is a phenomenon that cannot happen on a flat plane. So you're trying to explain it, but it doesn't explain it because we all agreed that something that is below that line of horizon cannot be actually above.
So then it is you are using it as proof of globe, right?
No, I'm showing you something that cannot
happen.
happen. I'm showing you something that cannot happen on a flat plane, and it happens here on the planet.
But listen, it does happen on a flat plane because you know what? The Earth has been measured flat.
It's not.
If you're claiming that it's happening on a spherical Earth, then we need curvature because we've actually measured the Earth.
No, I said it happens here on this Earth.
And this Earth is flat and level. It's been measured to be so.
I just showed you something that cannot happen on a flat plane. How come the building?
Listen,
How come the building?
You didn't show a building. You showed a ball and some weird paper. So
how come
whatever kind of explanation you're going to try to come to for how the sun's path works and how it behaves, listen, it's going to happen on a flat Earth because regardless of whether or not all of the everything is totally understood about the sun, The Earth, like whether the Earth is flat or whether it's spherical, that is it's already objectively been determined. It's been measured. It's been measured flat and level. So maybe we could like stick to the Earth. If you're trying to establish what the Earth is, just stick to the Earth. Because
Well, a
your
mountain
lack
is
of
the Earth.
understanding of how
A
the sun's
mountain is
path
the
works does
Earth.
not mean globe.
So say that again. What
A
was the
lack
last
of
one?
understanding of the sun's path and how it works and behaves does not mean globe. It has it's not evidence for anything other than just the movement of the sun.
Does he have a
It's
direct
irrelevant.
measurement? Oh,
It is irrelevant to the
How
shape of the Earth.
How come if there is nothing in front? Let's talk about the big mountain. How come if there is nothing in front of it, just an ocean? How come half of it is in darkness and half of it is in light? How is that possible?
Do you have a measurement?
What's
do you
in
have a
darkness and
measurement of
what's
the
in
Earth
light?
curving?
Mountain close to
This
an
story's
ocean.
changing and changing and changing.
Mountain close to an ocean. Okay,
I've
you have an
explained
ocean.
that.
Do you have a measurement of the Earth curving? 8
I don't know
inches per
how
mile
is that
squared?
even related to
Because
really?
because because
Yeah.
it doesn't really matter what the fuck you're saying if you don't have a measurement that the Earth is actually a ball.
How
You can be
is it
talking about
related?
shadows and buildings and water all you want.
Mountains.
Do you have any actual direct
Oceans.
measurement? Sorry, I don't know if I'm lagging or roboting, guys. I'm really sorry.
No, you're
But,
coming through perfectly.
Okay, cool.
So I only have
I
one
just
answer
want
to that, and I'll be done. Oh, I'm answering you. Sorry,
No.
go ahead.
I'm just gonna make sure when you talk again, you're gonna give me that direct measurement. That's all I want. That's all I want. I don't want a story. Just show me the direct measurement of the Earth curving at 8 inches per mile squared. Go.
That's the wrong measurement, and I don't have the real one with me. I'm done. Thank you.
And so
Do you want
why
me
is
to-
that
do
the
you want
wrong?
me to-
Why is that the wrong measurement for a start? Why do you claim
That's a
that
parabola.
8
That's a
inches
parabola.
per mile squared
he's
over
right.
25
Parabola.
miles is not right?
That's parabola.
It's wrong because it's
calculation.
flat.
It's what you gave is a calculation for parabola, which is not a circle.
It doesn't matter, bro. That measurement,
it's a potato.
or supposedly, it should work for up to like 1,000 miles. Nobody's trying to measure 1,000
Yes.
miles. All right.
It's in the Earth curve calculator that was made by Globers.
And a few centimeters is not really, it's not even like, it doesn't even matter when you have thousands and thousands of feet that should be missing curvature.
So that's what I had. The thing with the shadows.
Didn't prove the shape of the Earth
I
whatsoever.
didn't mean to prove anything except for a phenomena that doesn't work on a flat plane.
And we matched
hang on a minute.
it with the
It's
shrinking sun. We matched it with the shrinking sun. And
No,
your phenomenon can actually be explained. You cannot explain the shrinking sun. And we provided multiple pieces of evidence for you, and you're just in denial. So peace out.
So would you
all
say
it
that
is, look, all you've proven is your lack of understanding.
Mhm.
And my lack of understanding too. That's all we've proven today with this argument over the shadows on the buildings.
It's
And the reason
it's
we
already
have
explained though. No,
but
no.
the reason we have lack
I'm
of
just
the reason we have the lack of understanding is because we're being told something that is untrue. Okay, we're being taught something that is untrue. It works perfectly on paper and in a book, but when you try to take that what we're being told from a book or from a model, a small scale model, and put it onto physical Earth, this is where we have a problem. So you can explain the globe with a shadow, with a stick. What else do they claim? With the stars, with whatever you want to look up and down and around at. But all you're explaining is the heliocentric model, okay? A small scale model that we've been taught. But you're not explaining reality, and you're not explaining the Earth that we live on and the shape that it is, because it so happens to be different from the heliocentric model.
And there are many assumptions that must be made in order to use those as explanations for a globe. Like you have to make so many assumptions. So what's the best thing to do? It's the best thing to do is just measure the Earth, which is
They also haven't. They've never provided three ball sources, one being the light source, to show us
I
how it
actually
would
measured the
look
Earth.
at that distance. No.
have you
I
have you
just
seen the measurements, the laser tests and observations?
Excuse me?
Have you seen the measurements, the laser tests, the long distance observations where there's lack of curvature and the horizon extends far beyond where the predicted geometric, horizon has said to be, and we look and it's not there?
Okay. Yes, I've seen videos of like that. Yes.
Okay, if you want to talk about explanations, how do you explain that? That
Do you
doesn't work.
take every video as proof? That's what it looks like, because you're just sending me videos, right? And then saying, "Oh, here's the
But
proof."
do you have anything to contradict it? Do you have one showing curvature? Do you have evidence of curvature? Something that someone else can go out and test and repeat for themselves
Yes, I have videos that I filmed with my P1000.
of curvature that someone can test and repeat for themselves, because these are things that you can test and repeat for yourself.
Of course.
Okay, send us the video, and we want the location, the coordinates, and preferably if you know what time it was, be great. Please provide this.
I provided
also-
before,
hopefully
and
you
it was not accepted. You didn't
Of
accept it.
curvature, not of the sun, of the ground.
Yeah, listen, he provided this weird thing that he did with a basketball or some type of ball. Anyway, I'm gonna go up to the arena because the event will be starting in 2 minutes. Tommy Gopler versus Quantum Eraser up in the arena. Thank you. See you guys later. And thanks for everybody that participated.
Girlfriend. Take care.
To be continued.
Yeah, that was so funny. Tell you what, I was fully triggered. Sorry, but it's just so frustrating. Maybe it's I don't know what it is, but it's just really difficult.
Well, what gets frustrating for me is they have like it's tangible measurements that they can go out and repeat and do for themselves, which cannot explain a globe, right? But they want to, just because they have lack of understanding of the lights in the sky, they want to jump to the assumption of globe because that's what they've been told.
Yeah,
and they don't address the actual measurements.
Yeah, well, as soon as we brought up measuring the surface of the Earth, as soon as the measurement of curvature was said, the first thing he said is that's incorrect. But that's the exact measurement that we are given.
I know.
We're not giving it.
I know.
We're given that. That's the craziness about it. But he is in such defense, like, sorry, mate, but you are, if you're still here, you are in such defense of your belief that you won't even listen to rationale now. We're saying, go out and measure the surface in question and see if the model, if the measurements, if the mathematics of that equates to what we are in reality. It's like if you were going to build a building and you would build a small scale model, you would eventually build that building and you would see that small scale model in reality. Well, take your little ball and go out and do the measurements in reality and see if it is as it says it is. Simple.
And he can even use the Earth curve calculator. You can Google whichever one you want.
Mm-hmm.
It's not made by flat earthers. If it was, they would have probably shadow banned it because it literally destroys the globe. So you can pick whichever one you want. Just make sure you get your observer height and target distance. Please do your observation over water. And yep.
Okay.
But you can't say that actually is the breakdown. If the radius of the Earth is 3,959 miles, which it has to be in order for the whole heliocentric model to be true, or it's a domino effect. It just, one thing collapses after another if it's not true. The breakdown actually is the Earth should curve, if it's that size, 8 inches per mile squared, which doesn't sound like a lot. And like Becky said,
didn't we say this is the wrong calculation, though?
else.
No, you said it was the
You
wrong
said
calculation, and
that.
I have no idea why you would say something like that. The first thing that came out of your mouth when it was brought up was, that's wrong. But why you're saying it's wrong when it's the literal measurement and the calculation that the scientific community globally, let's say, for your sake, is given?
So you need to have a foundation. You need to start out with a foundation. If you want to try to figure out what's going on and what things are and how they work, you need to have like a foundation of truth, right? And your foundation needs to be like the earth needs to be your foundation, because it literally is your foundation. So you need to determine what the truth is about that before you start like venturing off into trying to understand how the lights in the sky work. And the objective reality is that it measures flat and it's level. And that's where we need to start.
I'm just going to read this. If the Earth is a globe and is 25,000 English statute miles in circumference, the surface of all standing water must have a certain degree of convexity. Every part must be an arc of a circle. From the summit of any such arc, there will exist a curvature or declination of 8 inches in the first statute mile, and the second mile will fall to be 32 inches, the third mile 72, or 6 feet. So you take the mile, you square it, and then you times it by 8 inches. So at first, it doesn't seem like a lot. But when you get to 10 miles across, it's a 66-foot inch rate of curve, or 66-foot rate of curve. 100 miles, it is 6,666. That's a lot. That should be easy to measure. There should be no problems. But I think the world's oh, never mind. But yeah, there's tons of things that you can see, like the Chicago skyline, and there's all kinds of things. There's all kinds of things that would not work on this Earth if there was really that rate of curvature.
Do you
If
guys?
a
Sorry.
U.S. military railgun can hit a target at 100 nautical miles, can hit line of sight gun, a rail gun, that's going to have to shoot something that's 6,666 feet hidden. Like, it makes no sense. Like, it doesn't work. It's hidden by over 6,000 feet. The Earth is flat. Well, topographically, there's discrepancies, but water is flat. The Earth is 2/3 water. The Earth is flat. And I'll post a video of the railgun. It's an Instagram link, but it's a really cool video because it shows that thing going. It shows the railgun bullet, whatever it's called, going through these little tiny tunnel things. It's like a perfect straight shot. They wouldn't even be able to invent something like this if the Earth was a globe.
Do you guys ever watch like flat Earth debunkers or this?
Of course.
Yeah.
That's what I watched all the time when I first was looking into this.
They come in here and debate, and they lose debates in here all the time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They get slayed.
Mm-hmm.
Because they have no evidence. All they have are assumptions.
Exactly. They're full of assumptions.
Mm-hmm. Like,
just like we're asking you for curvature, right? And you have none. It's not evidence. There's no evidence of curvature. Go ahead,
You know
Kyle.
what happens when we assume, guys? You know what happens when you assume? You make an ass out of you and me.
I was just gonna say, yeah, we've seen Professor Dave, Simon Dan, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
So let's not deGrasse Tyson. I fucking hate that guy. But
cool twins.
So the So let's say you're looking at that Professor Dave explains, right? So he has like challenges and things like that. So when a challenge like that comes, the reaction from you is what? Like, are you trying? Do you check that, or you're just saying you say what you claim that I do, which is just to dismiss
What's the
it?
challenge? What's the
Whatever,
challenge?
whatever. It doesn't matter if there's, let's say, a flat Earth debunker.
Well, I don't know what the challenge is.
No,
'cause
I'm saying, you know,
then
a
I can't
challenge of
answer
watching the skies, right?
to
Like the
that. Like you have
directions of. Oh, I
to
can't.
be
Sorry.
specific.
Choose.
Because our challenge to him is a what?
I don't know if you're done because you were very.
Try it again, Kai. You said your challenge to him was what? You're breaking up a bit.
Oh, sorry. I'm not even trying to cut him off. If there's a delay, I'm so sorry. I was just trying to hear what he was
Yeah, just
saying.
just
What are you
repeat your
saying?
challenge to him because we couldn't hear that.
Oh, just measurement of Earth curve. That's all we need from Simon and Dan or Professor Dave. But they asked for like, oh, look at the sky.
So is that harder to look at the sky, or is that easier?
That has to do with the shapes or gas pressure without a container. Just show us one of those things, and they can't.
Let me grab my
That's
hairspray
why they
without
have
a
to make up silly challenges that have nothing to do with the topic at hand.
No, like here.
Oh,
Can
should we get
I
a
give an
glass of water
example?
without a glass? It's ridiculous. The whole globe concept is ridiculous. And I think like you come out of something and know this, and I'm so sorry because I'm years down the track now of even being in this channel. And I was a flat earther before I even joined this channel. So it's so frustrating when I hear someone like yourself, and I'm not being rude, but you have been going around in circles for at least an hour, maybe two. I've lost track of time now. And it becomes so frustrating because you're spinning your own wheels, bro. I don't know what, but you're not thinking rationally because you're thinking, okay, well, I'm going to do what they tell me to do because that's what you would think is rational. And I'm going to look up to try to get this measurement of my Earth. But what we're suggesting is let's think rationally and go out and measure the literal surface and see what we come up with. And that's what people are doing.
And what are they finding out?
They're finding a discrepancy in the mathematics. That's why I'm calling it, if you want to, be a globe believer, potato Earth, because it can't even be a spherical Earth anymore. Because the measurements, especially in places like Australia, would look more like a potato with really flat sides. So we've got to establish these guys, and I'm not in here that often, but they have a 3-point system. And they go through the 3 points of working out or answering questions, decipher where we're living and what kind of evidence we have to support that. Is there anyone in this channel that can go through the 3-point system? Male or female? There's 3 questions that they ask or that we ask. What to do with mood?
We had already asked him the first one, and he never like he didn't have anything for the first one, the curvature.
He just denied the whole 8-inch thing.
Wait,
so let's go to movement. What sort of proof do we have that the Earth is moving?
You asking me? Sorry.
Yeah, or anybody in the channel that is not a flat earther, or even a flat earther. If you that the Earth is moving, like you're gonna knock me off my socks.
I thought Bob showed that in a gyroscope.
Hi, Bob, sweetie. I'm asking you. What's your proof that or what proof do you have that the Earth is moving?
Me?
Yeah. Do you have any proof the Earth is moving? Because I can't find any.
If you're in the North Hemisphere, for example, the United States, and you look up, the stars turn one direction. If you drive south to South America and you look up to the sky, they rotate the other direction.
Okay, that's because you've moved and you're looking in a different direction, sweetie. Okay, that's like the letter 6. If you're standing one way, it looks like a 6. If you turn around, it looks like a 9. So that only explains where you're standing, and your perspective is you're looking up to the constellations. So that doesn't prove that our Earth is moving. That just proves that you moved on the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
You might want to grab the video I just posted in the live stream voice text. I tagged you in it. It's in regards to what you just mentioned a minute ago. You might want to check that out before you make that claim again.
What if we have stars taken in North America, in Colorado? It's going 2 different directions in the same shot. This is from a video. So you can see, it's a 360 video. You can see this phenomenon happening. But 2 different directions in North America can't happen. Or the ball is spinning 2 separate directions at the same time.
That's on the equator, right?
Oh, Colorado's on the equator? I had no idea. That's why it's so
No,
warm there?
no. I don't know if it is.
Let me send the official video.
Okay.
And Colorado is not on the equator.
Okay. I don't have proof that the Earth is moving.
Great.
Okay, so can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
Of course I can.
Okay, that's so. I am so. You just got me excited, dude. Let's do it. Let's see it. What you got?
And when you climb Everest, you need oxygen. There you go. Gas pressure without a container.
Oh, come on, man.
What do you mean? What's the problem? What's the problem?
Because we live. We
measure that.
listen. The atmosphere is contained. Okay, you're going to have to demonstrate being able to have gas pressure without a container. Like, you need to demonstrate gas pressure residing adjacent to a 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure, which is what they claim outer space is, without a container. Demonstrate that's possible.
Demonstrate that it is possible. But they're not claiming that. They're not claiming that.
Yeah, they do.
Here, I'm posting the definition.
Wait.
Let's have him read it
They're
out loud.
They're
Read
not
the
claiming that
definition
it
of
happens.
gas pressure out loud, please.
They're not claiming that
Please
the
read the
pressure.
definition of gas pressure out loud, please.
Gas pressure is the force of the gas particles colliding with the walls of its container.
Do we have gas pressure here on Earth?
Yes.
Okay. There we go. And first that we have a container, physical container.
And you might want to check into what they are claiming, because they do actually claim that we are in an open system. Like, and at some point, it automatically goes from our atmosphere to the 10 to the negative 70 torr pressure. This is what they claim.
But you thinking that it's like that we need that container.
I'm thinking.
We need that container.
Did I say that, or did you read it from the definition that I just Googled? This is the first image that pops up when you Google gas pressure definition.
They're saying
you need a container. The atmosphere is not a physical container. It's a sphere of gas next to a vacuum. You know what happens when unexposed gas is next to a vacuum?
Yeah, but
it goes inside the vacuum.
There is a gradient of the pressure.
You can't talk about gas pressure gradient until you have gas pressure.
But the pressure is happening because of the gradient.
No, that's
yes.
The gradient comes after the gas pressure. You have to have the gas pressure first. Absolutely.
No.
No, you actually do.
Something needs to cause.
Yeah, it's a container. It's the walls of the
Something
container.
needs.
The
So,
walls of the
yes.
container.
Okay. So let's say there's a wall above
The
us.
resistance of a container.
Okay. So how come the wall above us causing more pressure below, like here,
There isn't a
sea
wall
level?
above us. Where's the wall?
Gradient?
You're
Why is there
saying
a
there's.
pressure gradient? Because there's gas pressure.
We're asking you where the globe was between the vacuum of space.
No, I'm sorry. I'm agreeing with you here. I'm saying, okay, let's say that we are a closed system, right? You're saying we are a closed system. There's a dome above us, correct?
We're not saying.
How come? Oh, you're not saying that. Okay. So we are in some sort of a container. Now, in this image, it shows that the pressure happens from things bouncing off that walls. My question here now,
Yes.
what? Yeah, but how come the walls above us causing any change here? How is that even like? There's I don't know how I don't know what's the height of this wall. How is it causing this pressure? Just because it's a wall? Just because there's a wall?
That's the reason gas pressure exists, is because the gas molecules, the gas particles, are colliding with the physical boundary. Like your tire.
But the pressure
in
is
your car. Are you arguing that you don't like the definition of gas pressure?
I definitely don't like this one, for sure.
Okay, this one comes from Google. This is the first image that pops up. This is actually in every definition. Every definition of gas pressure. You just don't like gas pressure because it destroys your globe. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Get out of here with your denialism. You just don't even want to actually participate intellectually. It's like a 5-year-old.
And I'm asking you, so the fact that there's a wall above us, right? You're saying there's a dome.
If we have gas pressure, we have to have some kind of physical container. Don't know what it looks like, don't know where it is. But as long as we have gas pressure, there absolutely has to be
You
a
actually think that gas pressure only happens in a container?
Absolutely. It's in the definition. And you can't even show an example. All you said is, well, when I go to a mountain, there's less air. You're not even talking about gas pressure in this moment. You're talking about gas pressure gradient. But you haven't even established gas pressure yet without a container.
How come Wikipedia has a very different definition of gas pressure?
It's the definition.
It's very different.
Open textbook. This is here. Open. Let me post this. This is from chemistry. Open textbook BC chemistry. Gas pressure is caused by the force exerted by the gas molecules colliding with the surfaces of the objects. The pressure of gas is the force of gas exerts on the walls of its container. This is from chemistry.elmhurst.edu right here. This is the first thing that pops up. Okay?
Okay. So this is the definition. And all this time, no one figured it out? Like, it's still hidden? So this is something known. You're saying the fact that we have pressure means that there's a dome or a closed system. And it's so obvious. How come, like, how is it possible that it's not a known thing? If you figure it out now.
I asked my grandpa, who's a chemist, this.
Yeah.
And he didn't know. They say that gravity is the container, but you can't show gravity containing gas, or gas containing gas. Gravity doesn't
Well,
affect
gas
gas.
containing gas you have all the time. Just look at smokers. They blow gas into the atmosphere. That's gas
Okay,
into one
so
gas.
if I want to bring home helium, I can just use the atmosphere to bring home the helium. No.
Sorry, I missed that part with helium.
If
I'm
I want to
sorry.
bring home some helium, I just use the atmosphere to bring home helium. If my car has a hole, if my tire has a hole in it, I just use the atmosphere to patch the hole because gas contains gas. No, gas does not contain gas at all.
Gas contain gas. You have
Gas
oxygen and other gases in the atmosphere. What do you mean? You can do it at home. You can put water with some electricity and divide it to to the components. You can see that.
Wait.
Like
Tell me,
gas.
show me how gas is containing gas. Do you have a video of this? I'm sorry. Is that?
Are you breathing oxygen or are you breathing air? I don't understand. There's other gases in the atmosphere other than oxygen.
You're saying gas contains. You're arguing the thing as evidence of the thing that we're questioning. Does somebody else want to talk to this guy? I can't talk to him anymore. He's so dumb.
I really believe you're under such heavy mind control, mate, and you're starting to get distressed because the answers that you're coming up with, you're not even being realistic anymore. We're trying to show you, like how do we get pressure? And okay, so every basic description of the pressure is that we need the container and we need the particles pushing on the walls or the surface of the walls. And I mean, you're even in denial of that. I can't believe it. This is going on maybe hours now. I don't know what else to say. Let's just let him speak and just let him speak, I guess, till he's all spoken out.
Well, he has a problem with his parabola. He thinks that the parabola doesn't measure the Earth's curvature, the Earth correctly, but it does. I can explain that. I can help him with that.
Be my guest.
Yes, please
The
go
8 inches
ahead.
per mile squared does create a parabola, but basically it's a U. It's a shape of a U, right? The thing is the parabola figure of the U measures a circle, a sphere, from 0 to 90 degrees perfectly. So that means that if you're on the North Pole on a globe, supposed globe, the parabola U-shaped figure would measure perfectly from the North Pole to the equator. So as long as you're measuring distance, 8 inches per mile square, from anywhere between 0 and 90 degrees, which is from the North Pole to the equator, any measurement between that distance will be perfectly 8 inches per mile square, perfectly measured. So the parabola, 8 inches per mile square, does actually work.
Okay.
That was what he needs to help on because he thought it was not a sphere, but it actually is. Mr. Glover, do you have any questions on that?
No, I said okay.
8 inches per mile square is actually the most
said
accurate
okay.
measurement they can come up with. You can maybe provide a better one. Well, listen, if you have a better one to describe your supposed globe. If you don't like the measurement, you'll have to come up with a better one. So
I said okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks, guys. See you guys later.
Thanks, mate. So yeah, so we're in this big container and there's all these different gases being stored in this same container. So they obviously have different weights and stuff like that about them. So obviously there's going to be layering and that kind of thing. But in reality, in real life, we know that we cannot store up any kind of gas without some kind of cylinder or container or something to hold it or house it. Even a balloon, something. We know the best example is car tires, wheels, tires. Any kind of aerosol can that contains gas? I think we've lost him. Yeah, that was it. That's over. He didn't even say goodbye. How cold. Yeah. Yeah. But he spent literal hours, I think it was hours in here, trying to defend his belief of a globe, regardless of how he had to explain it all away, especially the gas pressure without a container.
That cognitive dissonance can be tough for some people to deal with. I mean, he literally just shut down like a computer at the end and was like, I gotta go.
Yeah. Oh, I thought that was the other guy that said he had to go after he explained it. Sorry, I got confused. So he did say he was leaving.
Oh, no. Yeah, he just, like, I just meant like he just did it. He just went away. Yeah, no, the other guy did say goodbye, but you're right. That guy just left. Like,
Yeah, it's so strange. He spent hours in here and then he just dropped out. Done.
yeah, that's weird.
Maybe he will go on a little journey of a search for the truth himself and come back in time, dazed and confused.
He's on a journey to find the curve.
Yeah, well, let's see how he goes with that, especially when he tries to do anything actually earth-based, because everything he's got now is exactly what they have from the beginning. It's the sticks, it's the shadows, it's the sun, it's the stars, it's everything in the world that is not the actual surface of the earth, which is the most bizarre reasoning. So if I wanted to measure my height, would I go outside, stand in the sun and see how, try and work out my shadow to do that? Or would I go get a tape measure and measure myself physically and work out my exact correct height?
Well, when they start talking about the stars and all that, I tell them, show me proof of parallax.
Don't they just come back with random measurements that they got from somewhere?
Yeah, and I was like, no, I want you to get a little Meade telescope, a little 6-inch Meade telescope, and get them for like $138 or something like that, and chart it over a year's time. There should be visible parallax.
Exactly. I was
the reason
thinking
why I
the other-
said Meade. Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead. Go.
The reason why I said Meade telescope is because it has an auto slew function where it can follow a star over the night.
That's cool. I was thinking the other day about our standard for the whole gas pressure container thing. And when we asked people to produce to us a demonstration of showing gas pressure without a container, do we all agree that that would not even be possible ever, period? Because no matter what experiment's done, we'd just say, well, look, we're in that container. So it's literally impossible, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you asking the question?
Oh, you're good. This is a new microphone. Like, do I sound loud or quiet or what? How does this thing sound?
No, you sound all right. I was just
Okay.
preoccupied. I can't
Cool.
chew bubblegum and walk at the same time.
Yeah, me neither. Yeah, no, I was just asking, and I could be way off here. I honestly have no idea. I'm just trying to figure it out for myself mentally. Like when we say, show me a demonstration of gas pressure without any type of container, I feel like that's that's unfalsifiable thing to do. Like you can't, no matter what they were to show us, we would always say, well, there's always going to be some type of container because we as far as we can tell, the antecedent to being here is having a container over us. So even if they literally showed us something with no container, we would still think, well, there's a container over that, right?
Yeah, but if they think about it, even the airplane has one of these phenomenon in the weather of high and low pressure cells creating storms, right? And it has to do with the amount of moisture that's in the air, so the pressure will be higher because there's other stuff than air in it.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
So that's like the only thing I can think of to define air pressure outside of a container, difference in air pressure. But that's still just on a gradient and it will eventually equalize.
Yep.
And that's just because it's cold with a lot more moisture in the air in the low pressure zone. So the high pressure zone takes over with the hot air and it rises and the low pressure sinks and it creates a storm. That's how that works.
Yep.
Basic meteorology. But that doesn't prove that, there's space out there, because if there was space, even with gravity, air would equalize.
Exactly. Yeah, that one's always struck me as just obvious.
Unless
Yeah.
unless it's nothing but hydrogen and helium and all the lighter gases that escape up there, right?
Right.
So it's either that, where air is everywhere and it's just on a gradient scale for the relative density of things, or there's a firmament holding back the pressure.
Yep.
But see, I don't think that there is a space.
I don't think there can be. Yeah.
So I think
Yep.
the firmament is where the stars exist and where the sun and the moon and the wandering stars travel in, and they all travel on the same ecliptic plane following the sun.
Yep. You're
I
not
mean,
getting
even
any.
the zodiac. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I just want to make sure you're not getting any feedback when I keep my mic open. Are you?
Oh shoot, I didn't even realize. Let me adjust my mic.
Oh no, I'm saying, are you getting any from me? Because it's a new mic.
No.
You say no or yeah?
No, not at all.
Okay, cool. Right on. That's awesome.
Hang on, let me grab my headphones. All right. But no, if you think about it, like all the ancients had higher knowledge than we did. I mean, look at
They
the
sure
buildings.
did.
Look at the cathedrals that they built. We have a hard time splitting stone without marring it bad. They were able to
What
split the
about
stone and polish it.
What about the sculptures where it looks like the woman has a veil over her face? It's like, come on, man.
Crazy
Come
stuff.
on.
Like even, or those ones in India where it's like one crystalline thing and these, it's like super thin and there's no way you could use like an impact chisel or anything like that. It would break the piece off because
Tell
it's
you
real
what,
fragile. I mean, it's,
I would just. Sorry, go ahead.
oh no, I was just, taking a breath.
What I thought of as you were talking, and sorry to I cut you off a little bit at the end there, but I
Sorry.
just read the Smithsonian Institute has done a stellar job of scrubbing any, scattered random pieces of like mobile technology, like the one that they found. Well, I guess what I'm thinking of is the Antikytherian thing. What is
Yeah.
that?
Yeah,
That is
Antikythera.
under the ocean, though.
Yeah. It's full of like
Yeah, can you
cogs, and
imagine all
how
the
were they able to do that like back then in antiquity? How were they able to construct the gears and do all of that? I mean,
called "We're
it,
living the reset" right now. It's
well, I
called.
think we're only yeah. There's some discrepancies with the datings too.
Oh yeah, that there's no
I,
telling what the date is.
I
Seriously.
think I think they projected us 1,000 years into the future. I think we're
That's
only
what I
at
heard
about
too.
1,000 years after Christ.
That's what I
Oh
heard
yeah.
too. It was
Because
done
like
in the
the
oh, go
maps of
ahead.
like the 1500s, like if you look at them, it's Latin and it's dated IS, and then they'll have a number behind it. But IS is not a Roman numeral, neither an I or the I is, but not the S, right? So it makes no sense. So Isus, right?
Yeah, no
And
doubt.
then 87. So they translated or changed that to 1857. And these were all flat Earth maps. So I'm thinking the
What was
Vatican changed the time.
what what letter became before the letter J? Was it I? It was just I.
IY, I or Y.
A Y. Okay. I'm just wondering because my name starts with the letter J, so yeah.
Well, so does mine.
Oh, I'm not. Yeah. So
Joshua.
and then that's where I struggle with you know the Bible. Not that it's not an awesome book and everything, but not only do you have translations, but you have transliteration.
Yeah, see, those transliterations aren't correct. Why would you transliterate a name? You like, for instance, the
So
name Joshua
yeah.
means God is salvation.
Hmm.
So there's another name in English that means God is salvation. That's Isaiah.
No kidding. That's totally different from Joshua.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So it's like, why would they transliterate names? It's like, is it James or Jacob? It's Jacob. I don't know where they got the name James from.
Hmm. Very
So
interesting.
it's just one of these things to where the language has been confused.
Oh my gosh, yes. I mean, we can't even get definitions right in here, with
Yeah.
other people. And, they try and hijack words, like, not trying to change the subject or anything, but like with marriage, I'm all for same-sex people being together in union legally and all that, and however they want to look at it. But religion has parameters to it, and they've kind of really pushed the envelope. Let's just end it with that. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
So
here's
they
the
hide.
thing.
Yeah.
You know, like mobile homes, like double wides,
Yeah.
triple wides, and things like that. When they merge those homes together and make it one unit, it's called a marriage. And they're not
No
the
kidding.
same plan. It's not the same plan on either side. They're different, and it creates a home. That's why it's called a marriage. Different pieces put together to create a whole new unit instead of two of the same units put together to create something that's not a whole unit. It's missing a bathroom,
So you're
or it might have
talking,
two bathrooms and no front door. You
or
know what I mean?
so would that be linguistics or would that be etymology?
Entomology. It has everything to do with that. Just like the word germ means German.
Well, I did take 2 years of Latin in high school, but that was decades ago. Um, but it
It
did
means
teach me,
to grow,
about the
to
which one does.
propagate. Germ, to grow, to propagate, to germinate.
Hmm.
Germans.
Right. Germinate. Yeah.
So it's all like the same thing. So yeah, it's like the
Well,
words have been like misconstrued.
one thing I did, leave myself with forgetting how Latin any words being able to decipher it. Is that, you know, the root words in different languages somewhat similar. I mean, but English is backwards, that's for sure.
Oh yeah.
Probably more ways than one.
Well, like for instance, the word understanding. We think understanding
Oh,
means comprehension,
right. That would be
but it means but it means standing under an authority.
Yes.
You stand at the
That's
foot.
very ironic. Very ironic.
So in
That would be
court,
a
when they
way
ask
better
you, "Do you
example.
understand?" You say, "I don't understand." I understand, I
Right.
comprehend, but I don't stand under the authority of this maritime court on the
No
land.
doubt. Preach it, brother. Preach it. Yeah. So all of which, what we're discussing now, nobody like at the bar or, you know, people don't talk about this stuff usually. I mean, I don't know. It's not something we learned in school, even in most college students don't learn it either. I mean, unless
Well, you're
that's the
not
field they
supposed to
want to
talk
go
about
into.
politics and religion at a bar. It'll only cause a
Oh,
fight.
true. Yeah, any good bartender would wrap that shit up in a hurry. Yeah, for sure. Just point to a sign.
They'd
Everybody
be like, "All
gets.
right, you're cut off." It's like, "Oh, my bad." It's like, obviously you're drunk. It's like, actually, I'm just drinking Coca-Cola, but
Exactly.
But yeah, the big picture of what's happening, it's pretty amazing to know about it. That's what I'd like to say. I mean, I'm by far not an expert on a lot of stuff, but I understand things that I didn't understand a decade ago, you know?
well, see, that whole understanding biblically means wisdom with understanding, discernment, which means you can you know the difference between good and evil,
I did
right?
go to church once. I miss it.
Oh, I'm just
But,
saying, where
oh,
the
no,
word comes from the English. It all stems
I'm
back
being a
like
scatterbrain. Sorry, I'm being a scatterbrain.
it all
That's
stems back
about.
to like Egypt, like
Well,
the word hours and Horus.
oh, for sure. Yeah. They go over
It's
a
called
bunch of words like that with Zeitgeist. I haven't watched that movie in forever.
it's called word magic, and it's a corruption, and it causes confusion. Just like today, the children say, "Oh, that's sick," or "I'm the goat." It means
Oh
greatest of
yeah,
all
I
time and
know.
all
It's
that.
so creepy. It's so
Or
creepy.
when they find something hilarious to say, "I'm dead." You know, it's a very
Mhm.
negative connotations.
It is. You are very right to point that out. It is very it's backwards. It's more backwards than it ever has been. I mean, I feel like my granny, you know, about looking at kids now. I'm like, oh geez, now I know how my grandma felt. That's not how I remember it happening. They don't make music like they used to. But the things kids say and how they act, I mean, everything's a meme. Like teenagers nowadays, everything's a meme. I don't know. I guess we've had quite a number of like kids that are like 16-ish or whatever come in here and they're pretty smart. But most of them, they all just like to goof around. But I always tell the younger kids when they come in here, I tell them I'm really jealous that you're here because I would have given anything to be here at your age.
Yeah, when I
And
turned 33, I kind of fell into a trance or whatever. And then when I turned 35 and I celebrated my birthday, my 33rd birthday for like the second time or third time or something like that,
sure.
then realizing, wait a minute, something's not right. It kind of woke me up, you know?
Not sure what you're getting at there, but okay.
Like the whole Mercator projection map and the size of the continents are off and what is the real thing. So I started diving down that path, and the only way that the true size of the continents can map out is on a flat Earth plane and not a globe.
Or if
There's
it's a
not enough
bigger,
volume.
I think it's a bigger hemisphere than what everybody thinks it is.
Well, I don't think it's a hemisphere. I think it's a
Well,
flat
I mean,
plane.
well, all right,
Like
let me rephrase that.
relatively
Sorry.
speaking flat. Relatively speaking flat because, mountains and canyons and all that.
Well, I meant the reason I said that how I did is because implying some sort of firmament hemisphere. I mean,
Yeah, but the thing
I mean,
is
it's not
the
flat
firmament
underneath.
a dome or is it a flat sheet? Because firmament means flat.
It does. I did not know that.
So it's one of the, like flat hammered out metal, thin sheets of hammered out metal firmament. It's rakia.
Right, I know that. I've heard that word many a time.
Recall to say anything about being flat.
Well, it could be a rectangular terrarium. I mean,
You
who
show
the
me
hell
a
knows?
passage or any written word that says the firmament is flat. Can you show me anything that says that?
Hang on.
Come to think of it, if it was flat, we wouldn't have rainbows, right?
That's right.
Good. I'm glad you caught on to that, Godrock, and thanks for chiming in.
Yeah, no problem, Jen. You're one of my favorites here, by the way.
Aw, Saint Ditto. Back
I
at
really
you, brother.
like conversation with you. You're so just honest and open and just everything. You're a great, great person.
Aw, so sweet. Thanks.
Oh, you're welcome. It's just the truth. That's all.
Well, anymore now that I'm more mature, it's easier for me to see that everybody is just going through something, So when people come in here, you just got to meet them where they are. Find out where they are,
Hello.
You know where I'm at, Jenny.
Hello, Noni.
Excuse me?
Hello.
Yeah, hello, thank you. I don't want to converse too much. I just would be happy to have a flat earth map because I just can't find one yet.
Well, see, we don't really have a model or a map because we're not able to actually measure or survey certain areas. They're restricted. Most notably, Antarctica. There's an Antarctic treaty that's signed by several dozen nations together that it's basically militarized. No one can go there freely, travel, explore, anything. And you got to think about when you travel, when you go on an airplane or a boat, whatever, you have to show your paperwork. They got to know who they have on board, and it's not free exploration. So how could we possibly do a map? So,
Are there any theoretical model?
conceptual models, absolutely.
Well, may I have that?
Yeah. Somebody may beat me to it, but I'll find one.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
So before that, one question is that the current assumption is that Antarctica is the one that's holding us together, right? Like
Yeah.
they're the edge frame.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thanks.
Okay, here's one. It shows how there would be day and night on a flat Earth. And so the arrangements of the continents and such that you're seeing, the orientation may be a little bit different, like rotated a little bit, but that's the same viewpoint, map, conceptualization of what we are. As it's on the UN flag, United Nations flag, surrounded by a leaf laurel, which would kind of signify the border around, the Antarctic border around us. So it's kind of ironic. I'll have to find a picture of that. Does anybody have the UN flag picture? I don't think I do.
UN and WHO. They both have
Yeah,
the same.
there might be a third one even. Yeah, I don't have one of those, you guys. If somebody has one to drop down into the voice text for our new person.
Thank you.
Good questions, by the way. How did you hear about the topic?
Basically, I'm trying to practice. See, I've never got into this rabbit hole at all. I've never had the opportunity to have a strong opinion on it. So yeah, I'm basically trying to challenge myself over a very, very ridicule idea by the majority of the people.
Yes, it's a lot of people ridicule flat Earth, and a lot of people here in this server, we kind of expect a little bit, but if it gets out of hand, then you got to reel it in. But, so I was going to ask you a question. Sorry, let me think here. Oh, what other conspiracies do you contend with? I mean, do you think we went to the moon, or? I mean, you sound pretty young, so you may not have been exposed to anything yet.
Yeah. I'm still not as convinced, but I still do have some suspicions sharing how genuine people who believe in the flat earth are. From
That's
my
fair.
opinion, yeah, from my perspective is when someone is this genuine, and how that there's so many people saying that you're wrong, but you still believe in it. It means that they have something that they're holding on to that people haven't heard yet.
Well, see, the thing is we're not here to necessarily convince anyone that it's flat. No one who tells you about flat Earth is in it to convince you. Okay, so there's always bad apples in any group. Not to discount anything, but that's just how it is. So you have to investigate this for yourself. There is a wealth of knowledge in this server. Down below, there is a channel. It says additional information, and then there, it's all categorized by different topics. Like you could look up Antarctica. There'll be videos in there, and you can search. We have a website actually. I'm trying, hopefully I have it noted on my list. So, we can help you along the way to start actually researching this for yourself. Because
I'm
nobody
happy
can,
to hear
change
that.
your mind. Only you can do that. Okay, I found
Yeah.
our Wikipedia or wiki page. Hold on, I'll share it. So the wiki page would be more going into the science. And there has been measurements with lasers done as well. And that's called the FE core experiment, laser experiment. Okay, so I just posted that website in the voice text. If you want to add that to your favorites, it's a good, the guy that made it is one of the admins here, and he's been looking into flat Earth for 5+ years. I can't remember but I know since I've known him for 5 years. So it's a great
Yeah,
resource.
I really appreciate this. So you believe fully that the Earth is flat?
I know it's not a globe.
What is your strongest how do I say this? No, I guess that doesn't apply.
Well, to me, they haven't really proven the globe. I haven't been given the information that I was given in school. I mean, when you revisit those ideas, they don't pass the smell test. They don't stand up to scrutiny. The heliocentric model has been falsified. I like to refer to it as the whole old heliocentric model. So there's too many anomalies. And as far as anyone has any scientific proof for, it is no curvature, stationary, and people haven't been to space. It's impossible. It's a
In
scientific
school.
law thermodynamics violation. So when you investigate what you've been told with more scrutiny and more discernment, you kind of get a different idea of what's going on. See what I'm saying?
So in
But
school, I remember
water is always level. And we're told that water sticks to the ball because of gravity. Well, they don't know, they can't explain gravity. So this is what I'm saying. It doesn't pass the smell test. We're being fed a story, a fairy tale. And some people like to look at it, the heliocentric model is scientism. It uses calculations, not measurements.
why
We
do
don't
you
know.
think they would lie?
Well, that's kind of irrelevant. Not to say, I mean, it doesn't really matter why somebody lies. It still is happening. Do you know what I'm saying?
It does matter.
So for the fact that you're asking why would they
for
lie,
everything.
people lie about everything. Do you think the government lies, or do you think they tell us everything and they're genuinely interested in our welfare?
Well, that's not what I'm implying. I'm not saying that they're telling the truth, but I'm just finding a motive on why would they lie something so big to so many people.
Well, a crime can be prosecuted without the motive by the evidence. And that's what we're kind of about in this server is evidence. Yeah.
Thank you.
Great
Is it possible for
questions.
me
You
to
got a
ask a question?
list? I mean,
Sorry.
bravo if you do.
I wanted to ask something real quick, Jenny. Maybe you can help me out. But
Go for it.
She asked real quick, why would they lie? I wanted to point out who they are first. Can we get maybe a consensus to who we're talking about that's lying to us? Because I bet if we do, then we can check their resume, their history, and see what they've done in the past. And then we could kind of, make a much better educated guess to understand why they would lie if we first know who they are. So could we determine that first, Jenny?
Oh, I'm supposed to be the wealth of knowledge to tell you about the big picture on the world stage. Are you trying to indicate that I know you're not naive, but I mean, it feels like you're trying to throw me under the bus. I hope not. I mean,
I'm trying to find out because this person said, why would they lie? Does this person know who they is my question. Who are we talking about?
Well,
Yeah,
what I would first have in mind is NASA.
Right. Okay. And who do they work for? What started NASA? How did they get going?
I'm very new to this. I can't answer in details.
Okay, so that's what I wanted to point out. Once you find out who these people actually are, then all of a sudden we actually can see why they would lie. You know, there have been these things, you know, these wars that we've had in the past, millions of people have died, and there's actually no good reason. So I would say, why are millions of people being murdered by these governments? And we can all prove that this is happening, right? So I would say these are the same people that are making these wars happen and you know, controlling, you know, where we can go, you know, Antarctic Treaty and such. So they've already been doing very bad things for a long time. So am I supposed to think that mass murderers shouldn't or can't lie?
Oh man.
You ever
That's a
thought
good way
about
to put that. High five. That was great. Thank you. Way better job than I tried. Cool. Thanks.
you ever thought about why wars are waged against the poor?
Control them.
Money.
It's control
Isn't it for
because they
money?
didn't because they did not want to comply with the world order. The order out of chaos.
Mm,
There's one group of individuals that say the world is a stage.
Uh-huh.
And they are
Okay.
what
bad
does that
actors.
mean?
The Freemasons.
Ooh. The world stage. She asked what the world stage was, you guys.
It's the checkerboard pattern, the duality, the both good and evil governmental control.
Well, there's for me, I don't see it if NASA proposed that the Earth is flat compared to if they propose that it's a globe. I don't see a difference.
Okay, are you aware of Project Paperclip?
No.
Okay.
Wait,
Project Paperclip.
hold on. That's where before you give away the entire bag of snakes here, that's
Okay.
what I was going. That's what I was going at. I wanted to ask another question on top of this. Does she know about World War II? There was this really bad group of people. They were called the Nazis, and there was this thing in the 40s. Do you know about this incident that happened about 80 years ago?
World War?
Yeah, World War II. You know, when the Russians, Europe countries, Japanese, America. You know, we're all involved in this war.
Yeah, WWII.
You know about this
Okay.
war, right? You've heard of the Nazi Party, Adolf Hitler. You've heard of these people, right?
Yes.
Let me ask you this: so if the Nazis, which were these bad guys in the 40s, did a bunch of bad stuff, and they were really had advanced technologies, if they were lying to their people about maybe space and things like we are describing, would you ask why they would lie as well?
In that case, there's a reason for them to lie, which is to manipulate information.
Excellent. Sure. Whatever reason you want to give me. That's what I'm asking you is like, would you ever wonder or have this doubt to think that they wouldn't lie is my point, right?
No. So my point is not that I'm trying to say that they're not lying. I'm just trying to find a motive.
Right. So my point is, if the Nazis did this, would we still not have a motive?
Well, here's the thing. Why does
my point is, what were
one
the
lie?
Nazis trying to? What were these people trying to do in World War II? They were, you know, they killed millions of people. Should, you know, the same question be supposed or proposed to these people? I mean, I'm just trying to figure out, when do we stop asking these questions? Do we just ask why our own government lies, but everybody else in history is a bad guy, and we can understand why they do bad things? But when it comes to America, all of a sudden we don't know why they would lie. Is that where we're going?
If somebody lies, they lie to deceive.
Simple as that.
Correct. So I'm getting at what the other gentleman was getting at, that these bad people that are in history doing horrible things are actually who started our space program in America. It's actually literally them that started the entire space program. And that's all I have.
Werner
Thanks.
von Braun. The
Okay,
V2 rocket.
you guys should really check out both of these documentaries. They are amazing. And it pretty much paints the whole picture from a world stage perspective, kind of why Flat Earth is important. And Nani, if you don't mind, I'll DM it to you. Be really helpful for you.
I don't mind it at all. Yeah, thanks. I would appreciate it.
And as long as I'm at it, I'll send you the wiki page too. But yeah, check out the stuff down at the bottom of the Discord too, for videos to watch. But what I gave you will keep you plenty busy. Those 2 documentaries are pretty lengthy, but they have, in my opinion, an impressive amount of information and connecting the dots on what's going on. So, or what has gone on. It's pretty bizarre. It'll blow your mind away.
What dots are being connected? Like, what's it about?
But thank you.
You're welcome.
You know, I'm often remembered by a quote from one of these CIA guys saying, "Our mission will be complete when everyone believes the lies," or something to that effect. Can't really remember the exact quote.
We know our mission will be complete when every person thinks everything is a lie. Right? Is that what you meant?
Something like that.
Yeah, I didn't do it word for word either.
I'm gonna do some duck going. Can't remember the guy's name.
For what?
Can't remember the individual's name.
About what though?
That said that quote.
To help.
He was the director of the CIA.
It wasn't. Yeah, CIA person. Yeah.
Shoot.
Yeah, it'd be better to do it right and quote it right.
Yeah, I know.
All right.
Do you know there's a spook wiki?
No, I did not.
I'm gonna
Nani,
go
were you
now.
wanting to
Thanks
ask
for
something?
everything. Yeah, I'm gonna go now. Thanks for everything. I'll get back
Well,
when
hey,
when I read more.
quick heads up. Every Friday night we have a ladies' night at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
All right. I've
So
heard
yeah,
about
come
it.
back and hang out with us.
Yeah, sure. Thanks. I'll keep that in
Okay,
mind.
bye, hun. Thanks for coming. Bye.
Yeah, how do you get access to the arena? I'm kind of wondering what's up there.
Well, you can just listen to it, right? I mean, do you have access to listen to it and go in the text chat?
Can see the text chat, but no access to anything.
Okay, this is what it is. William Casey, CIA Director, 1981 to 1987. We'll know our disinformation program is complete when everything the American public believes is false.
That is, yeah, that's creepy, man.
That creepy quote above has been widely attributed to former CIA Director William Casey. Casey was the 13th CIA Director from 1981 until he left in January 1987. He died not long after the brain tumor in May 1987. Dead men tell no tales, as they say.
Who was the person I was asking about the arena? Are you still in here?
Yeah.
Can you DM Crypto, because he's the moderator in there?
Good thing. Thanks.
Okay. So yeah, we definitely have a campaign running right now along the lines of what you just spoke on.
Yeah.
Wasn't there also a Bush that was inside, what was it, CIA? I don't know, I think that had something to do with John F. Kennedy, or maybe that was the FBI.
I'm not sure.
Not every question deserves an answer. I just wanted to point that out to the tomato person that asked that question. Yes, because everything we can demonstrate in reality requires a flat surface on foundations, including orbits. And we can produce those obviously with temperature variations, dry ice, magnets, magnetism, things like that. Yeah,
So
the arena situation. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to ask about the arena if QE eviscerated that dude yet or what.
He wouldn't allow a conscious conversation. The guy was just spiraling and he wasn't going along with what he said he was going to do. He was trying to do the normal average zombie response of just making stuff up. So it didn't get very far. Yeah.
Yeah, I was in there for a few minutes and QE was pretty pissed off. And rightfully so. Yeah, the guy was kind of acting like a little weenie, saying, "Can you not cuss at me?" But you know how QE is. I don't.
Well,
He'll just tell
worse
you
than that.
shut the fuck up. I mean, but
Well, the guy was psychotically not listening to anything. He was like a programmed robot. QE had told him right away, "I don't believe in gravity. That's your claim. Next question." And the guy then again said, "How do you explain gravity?" So we're talking about people that have been destroyed mentally and spiritually. They don't have the ability to think. One of the most obvious reasons of why they lie to you about things like this is because it destroys your psychological abilities. It literally turns you into a zombie when
yeah,
you're
I
just
don't.
making stuff up to protect you, this claim. I mean, there's nothing else to compare it to. I don't know what that's like because I was never like that. But apparently, these young 20-somethings or whatever, once they get programmed, it's scary.
It's called
Well,
mind control, and it started with the Egyptians.
The guy didn't sound like a very worthy opponent. I would almost have to propose that anyone who wants to challenge QE, they have to pass a quiz first to test their science acumen. I mean, it just seemed like QE was really pulling his hair out. It's like, are you serious, man? It's like, do you even science, bro?
Yes.
It's like, yeah.
Yes, you guys need to write up a detailed credit application for people that want to
Right?
discuss the topic. There needs to be their social security number, date of birth, parents' last name, mother's maiden last name, net
P.O.
gross
box.
income for the year, if they have any life experience whatsoever, how much TV they watch every day, if they think morality is not important, just the normal basic things that you'd like to get out of the way. Yeah. Like,
If
do
they
you
have a library
care?
card or not.
Like, is it okay to last question, check box if yes or no. Is it okay to lie to millions of children? Thanks. Just basics. 'Cause
Right.
There's so many of them. Because many, like, do you care at the end? Like, remember how they go, I really don't care. This, the knee-jerk robotic reaction that we get when you destroy somebody's, well, I don't really care either way, which means you really care. Thing.
Right.
Yeah, well, just like you said, lying to millions of children, it's like the Santa Claus thing. I mean, think about it. How destroyed were they when they found out Santa wasn't real?
They were traumatized. Or
Exactly.
you really want to talk about being traumatized as a child? What about the fucking Easter bunny? Like that big costume? Oh my gosh. Okay, this is a little bit sick and twisted of me because I would never act this way in front of in person with a child. This would happen to. But you see them screaming in fear, wanting to get away from this bunny rabbit they're forced to take a picture with. Their parents want them to sit there. Kids do that with the Santa Claus too.
Easter has some very bad origins.
For sure. Well, they
Like
both
colored
do.
eggs. Colored eggs used to come from boiling the eggs in sacrificed children's blood. It's like an adrenochrome thing, and they would feast on that, and they would sacrifice the children that were
I've
from the
never heard
temple
of that.
prostitutes, because in the land, all the young women of the land had to go to the temple until they had sex with somebody, and then they could go home. Every day. Because they figured the gods would come back, and they wanted the god to be accompanied by a woman, so a demigod could be born.
Damn, that's just way, way up there on the. I've never heard of that. That's pretty good. Yeah, I don't follow any holidays anymore, period. None, really.
It's supposed to be Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread, because he was crucified on Passover. And they want to celebrate like a week later, the first full moon of spring.
Coincidence.
Equinox.
Everything is
my
yeah.
God. Yeah. Such a
That is
coincidence.
God, yeah. It's everything is to disgrace God. Everything is to destroy his word, and that's why it only makes sense one way.
Towards the end of my journey and going to church, I often wondered in questions with other people that I knew, if I asked them about, using the word Lord. I mean, is that the correct and the highest regard you can give? No. Or, so I was saying, if I'm doing it wrong, does my real creator, does he know, the intention is what people say.
He knows who you're talking
But
to,
still.
definitely. He's not confused. Oh, who's Jenny talking to? No, he doesn't do that, trust me.
But
if you
see,
use
the
the word
Lord in English
Lord.
means king, right? So that's why it's contributed to the Father.
The only way you'd be able
And
to do
attributed to Messiah, the
it
king.
is to Lord of Lords. Lord of Lords. That's the only
Yeah,
way
but
you'd be able to
in
do
Hebrew
it.
it's
Lord
Adonai.
means Baal. But Lord means Baal, and in Hebrew it's Adonai, so it's a completely different thing. In Hebrew it means master, not Lord. Lord means Baal.
There are a bunch of different names for gods back then. Lord, Master.
Hey man, you popped in at a great time. Hello.
How you doing? Hey.
Good. Just relaxing, talking with y'all, smoking a cigarette, But anyway, repeat what you just said.
There were many names back then for what they called gods, but there's only one Elohim that made us. The rest of them are fallen angels or demons from hell, according to the Bible.
Or offspring of the fallen angels.
Mm-hmm. Now you can make a god anything you want, but there's only God who made us. That would be the true Elohim, the true God.
The mighty one. The one that can control the weather, the one that can destroy not just the body, but also the soul.
The one
he's the
who
Alpha
made
and Omega, the beginning and the end, the first and the last.
Yes.
Well, the Aleph and the Tav, yeah. The Tav's like, it's Omega. But yeah, same thing.
From the Christian perspective, it is Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. The one
The
that
A
has
and the T.
Christ as a son.
Now,
How do we
see,
get going
everybody
on this?
wonders. I don't know. Everybody wonders what the universe is all about. What is the word universe? Let's break it down.
There's no such thing. Nope.
One.
No such thing as a universe. Nope. It's not
Uni,
what you think.
one, and verse, voice.
It's not what
breath.
it comes from. Yeah, it's not a universe.
In the beginning,
Yeah.
God created the heaven and the earth.
Right, not the universe. Heavens and the earth, correct.
Heliocentric model, that's where they got it.
Yeah, universe is a completely different thing, and that's why and it's actually mentioned, I think, once in the King James version, it's used incorrectly, and what the correct translation in Hebrew is eternities. So there's never been a universe.
Oh, I know, but it's a Latin word, isn't it?
Exactly.
Isn't
Yeah,
it
that's another
Latin?
problem. Sure.
Uni
Yep.
one, like a unicycle.
Yeah, it's a ridiculous word. There's not a real meaning for it, and anytime you use it, people just imagine magical balls and a vastness. Yeah.
Yeah, but let's hijack it.
Well, no, I destroy it because it tries to discredit heaven. Heaven is not a magical nothing of balls. That's what universe is described as. Everything in these balls. So they've already used the word, which is, of course, like you said, the Latin source, and it never said that. We never needed those words. The apostles never said that word. Jesus never said that word. It is the heavens and the earth and the sea and all that in them is.
That's why I like to look at the Strongs on everything, not just the Greek, but also the Hebrew. Like Old Testament, the Pentateuch, that's all in Hebrew, so you can find the root meaning in Hebrew, and it's slightly different than the meaning in Greek because it's transliterated in Greek.
It's almost always better in Hebrew, of course.
Yeah, but the New Testament is always in Greek, unless you find the Targum, which is the translation in Aramaic, which it adds to it. That has a lot more things added to it, and it's just like that doesn't make sense. And then you look at the Hebrew, and it's just a transliteration from the King James, the New Hebrew New Testament.
James Bible the one that the Freemasons use?
Yes.
What?
Well, they have their own Bible. They don't believe in the Bible.
Well, their Bible is
Well, the
King
Blue Lodge,
James Bible.
the Blue Lodge, when you join, you get a King James Bible with morals and dogma attached to the beginning, and you
Yeah, they
have
don't believe the
your
Bible.
complete family tree in there and all that. And then at the end of it, when you leave the Blue Lodge, you either have to kiss it or desecrate it, and those that desecrate it move on to the higher ranks.
Well, they don't let you in the lodge if you don't believe in God, though. So there's something to that. The highest
A
levels
God.
of a God, the
A
highest
God.
levels of them know the truth.
Not the Bible, that's for sure.
Yeah, a God. I
Just
think that
wondering.
the highest levels of those guys know exactly what's true, but their whole deal
All
is
under oath.
yeah.
Just as Satan knows what is true. Yep.
It's all Satanism.
Yeah.
It's
Nope, he
magic.
said
The
it.
royal arts is the royal secret is the royal arts, which is magic, which is what the Freemasons practice. This is the royal secret. I figured it out.
One little thing I want to add, though, I would say that not all I would say not all pagan practices are like evil, like baby eating and stuff. Like they're not all about baby eating and stuff. I think a lot of the gravel about what Hermeticism does is hide a lot of the useful pagan, like old farmer practices, just knowledge of what the earth is. I think then I don't know, big
knowledge of drugs.
Oh
sorcery.
yeah, they've really brought it. They've getting into describing what they've done with reality is kind of difficult. Actually, the lie is so big. Yeah, I just wanted to add that little bit in there.
What
I
do you
always
mean
start with
with
reality is
reality?
nothing what you think it is. Reality
Do
is
you
nothing what you
consider
think it is.
Mandela effect is real?
Huh?
Wait, say again. Am I lagging?
Which one? Gerber Lurker.
What? That was yeah.
What were you saying?
Gebruiker? How do you pronounce your name, Geb?
Yeah, Gebruiker, something like that.
Something like that. Okay, what were you saying? What were you asking?
I don't know.
Oh, is our cartoons on TV real? No. Sorry to disappoint you.
I was wondering one thing. Do the Yorkshire Rite and the Scottish Rite and shit, do they all use the same Bible?
Well, it depends on the translation you use. There's two main translation streams. There's the Byzantine translation stream, which gives us the Textus Receptus, which appears to have the text that concord over 95% with one another, and the more perverted, more corrupt Alexandrian streams that the Vatican tends to use, which have much more variance and much more corruption.
See, you're only thinking that there's only two colors. You only think that there's the red and the blue. You're only thinking there's the Royal Ark and the Scottish Rite, the York Rite and the Scottish Rite. You're only thinking there's those two. There's also the Boulier black ballers, whose color is black, and you also have the White Order, which is scholars, medicine,
like the White Order.
education.
The White Order, yeah, that's
white
you are
supremacy.
educated, you are indoctrinated into the Freemason system of secular education. But you're
doing that,
confused about what you know.
if you go through this so-called White Order, you probably supersede a lot of the quote-unquote red and blue orders too. I mean, that's a speculation.
But the highest of the highest of them all is the color purple, which is royalty, which is why the royals use the color purple. Coincidentally, it's also the color of the mix of alkaloids when you are extracting DMT. When you turn it alkaline, it turns a color purple.
Gravy.
So there's a lot of that goes along with it, and all of this knowledge of all the drugs that we know of comes from Hermeticism.
That's true, yeah.
Did you also know that they, like back in the old days, like in the Catholic Church, they used to vapes like weed in the churches, like they walk around with fucking weed smoke, making everybody high inside the church.
Well, you're talking about the temple incense.
That's probably the greatest and nicest thing. I have to say that's the greatest and nicest thing they've ever done, if that's true.
The holy anointing oil had cinnamon, myrrh, and cannabism, and so did the temple incense. It had a couple talents of cannabism in it, and cannabism is often translated in the King James to calamus, but it simply means cannabism. Canna meaning cane, and bosom unknown. So maybe bosom is the effect. You get buzzed from it. The burning bush.
Well,
wait, you're saying canna?
Similar root to cannabis too.
Yeah.
Exactly, cannabis.
No, cannabis comes from canvas because they used to make canvas with the hemp plants.
That's true, yeah.
And sails, rope. First law in America on cannabis was all the colonists had to produce it as a tax for the crown. Then they could get their tea and their luxuries from England. That's what the Boston Tea Party was about. They already took the tea off, but they kicked the cannabis into the sea, the hemp fibers.
Yeah, why would they waste the tea?
Because it was at nighttime and the ship was sailing in the morning, so why would it still be loaded with cargo? It would have been unloaded during the day and loaded with the cargo at night so it could sail off in the day during dawnbreak. Right?
Yeah, maybe that was another controlled shortage operation.
And it was done by the Freemasons.
Yeah, well, it was
Independence Hall?
wasn't
It was actually a Masonic temple.
From what I've read, the United States seems like just a reincorporation of the Dutch East Indies Corporation company, whatever it is.
Well, there was already a West Ethiopian trade company, which was piracy and all that. All the pirates from Western Ethiopia. Some say it's the actual Hebrews after they were expelled from Iberia, and Iberia might mean Eber, the land of Eber, the land of Hebrew, not the Promised Land, but their origin.
Well, that makes sense to me because that makes a lot of with what I read about like what the black flags really were and about like Phoenicians and stuff. That makes total sense.
Mm-hmm. I mean, in 50 years they were able to colonize the Caribbean and plant sugarcane everywhere. Then they imported a bunch of Asians and said, "You're Indian."
You know that New York used to be from the Dutch East Indies, right? Or at least the Dutch.
all the Chinese that built the railroad became the Indians, and the Indians that were here were thrown into slavery and taken to Europe.
The we were mentioned translations of the Bible just a moment ago. I heard, this is probably about a year ago, that there was like a collection of Ethiopian translations being translated into English, not just the 66 Gospels, like the Apocrypha as well. Has anyone heard anything about that?
Yeah, you're talking like the Ethiopic text. They have been translated to English, and that's where we get Book of Enoch. There's also, I think, the Armenian Church has the Book of Enoch in their canon, and the two of them put together are slightly different, but when you go to the root of the language, it's very similar. And that's where all of the translations for like Jasher and all that come from. And then when they found the Dead Sea Scrolls, they found the root of the language, and yeah, it checks out. So either or is all right, but you have to study it.
Yeah, the Book of Enoch checks out as being a 2,300-year-old text, but it was never Bible and it's not inspired. And you can tell because there's so many contradictions versus the Bible. There's a lot of problems with it. Plus, there actually is no concrete canon to know what it said originally, and the versions have changed drastically over the last 500 years.
That's why it's a study reference.
Well, I would say
test it against what's in the Bible. You test all those things.
Well, yeah, the Apocrypha can be used as a study reference. The problem is that the Book of Enoch is not even historical. It's called fan fiction. It's actually made up stories to glorify and embellish on the people that were real people. Just as a TV show such as Black Sheep using real footage of World War II, the story of Black Sheep on TV is still fiction, just like the Book of Enoch is also fiction. It's not Bible.
Yeah, but wasn't it
we'll have to look
some of the things that Christ had said? Wasn't he referencing Enoch and Jasher?
They quote from pagan texts as well. They quote from tabloids of the time. Believe it or not, tabloids and fictional writings existed for thousands of years, and they would even reference those to show you a broken clock is right twice a day. Even these pagan writings know something that's right once in a while. And in the Book of Jude, it's mentioned
broken clock
of the quote of the Book of Enoch, which is still understood as pseudepigrapha. It was pointing out that even the Book of Enoch can get this part right, which is to understand that God is the most important, something like that. But what's funny is that people on Jude miss the fact that it talks about the Master and the Red Sea crossing, but that's another story. But it's confusing because it's dangerous. And I wouldn't say that had I not seen in the last 6 years, thousands of people pushing this Book of Enoch and not being able to actually believe what the Bible says, because you can't believe both.
I think you can believe that the Bible has gone through a lot of translation and a whole lot. I don't know. I'm not going to get into this. I'm not going to put my sense.
But see, that also means that the Book of Enoch comes down from oral translations, from oral traditions, stories, campfire stories, right?
Absolutely true. Yes.
So there is some truth in what the grandfathers had said, but overall they had inherited lies, right?
There's definitely some truth, and that's how they deceive. Yeah, they'll take a little truth, and that's how they deceive you. Exactly.
That's why you have to test it against Scripture.
To me, it's
everything. If it's not found in it, you got to throw it out.
It's all just a big joke, man.
Spelled.
Everybody is coming in here from the arena's over with, so everybody's joining in here.
Hey, Iggs.
Well, we're not talking about Bible or anything like that, Jenny, just for the record.
I think Iggs should moderate.
What?
I just kick all the dummies out. No dummies. Whoever's got, if they're a pup, if they've got something up their rear end, can't be in here. You can't deal with those people anymore.
Wait, what?
Okay, the dummies, they usually have somebody, puppeteering them. If they have something there, we can't have them inside here.
Oh.
I was like, did I hear him right?
Yeah, no, he's speaking Australian.
Yeah, sorry, the lingo is a bit off,
The lingo.
The lingo dingo.
Yes,
Dingo
yeah,
lingo.
the metaphors, I suppose. Lingo.
No,
Well,
Helios Gummy, we were not talking about the Bible. No.
Higgs,
Yo,
did you notice that Helio was in here?
yeah, I did actually.
He said hi to him.
You would have pulled me up on the comment about the puppeteers.
Hey, I got a question. How long does a theory need to be a theory until it's proven false because there's no empirical evidence to prove the theory as a law?
There's a saying: until there's sheep, there's going to be wool. So until they're buying the theory, the theory will still stand.
Check 1, 2, check. Listen, a scientific theory is pretty much a proven fact. I mean, it has to be repeatable, testable, the same thing over and over every time you get the same result. Then it becomes a scientific theory. So that's when it's a scientific theory.
Yeah,
Well,
but
it's also a
still
guiding
theory.
principle. So people are kind of glomming onto it because it's a guiding principle for a lot of things, namely materialism. This idea that matter can form itself with or without being created.
But you can't prove that scientifically, though.
It's a guiding principle. That's good enough for them.
What does scientifically
sure.
even mean?
What
Like
does
it's proven by
Okay, well then,
scientists.
Observable.
Scientists that
just look
fake
up the
everything.
definition of science. It's pretty
Observation.
simple. I mean, yeah, observation,
Experimentation.
hypothesis. Yeah, an experiment. You use experiment to prove your hypothesis, and then once it's established and repeatable, then it becomes a scientific theory.
Okay, never mind. You're right.
I know I'm right about that.
Yeah, but we know every action has an opposite and equal reaction, right?
Well, that's
a law of physics.
No, there's no laws of physics that way. No, that's Newton's ideas. They weren't established as laws, as far as I know.
That's based in part off of this idea that everything's these atomic particles that bump into each other, and there are these collisions that exchange energy, leading to a reaction that is equal and opposite or whatever to account for the energy.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure we can certain laws of Newton's laws of physics are disproven in certain aspects. Like a scientific theory, once it's established, you can't disprove it. And when it comes to the laws of nature, you can't disprove them either. So some of the laws of physics are still up in the air, But they call the laws of physics. They're not actually laws of physics. They're still a lot of them are just calculations. So they're not established as a natural law. So they're misusing the word law when it comes to certain aspects of physics, in my opinion. It's just my opinion, though.
I mean, take the theory of evolution. It's a general principle that says that, things are just going to develop and adapt and, overcome their environment on some level. Is it fully proven? Not necessarily. Not in every particular. But it's a general guiding
They
principle.
start with a premise. They start with a premise just like the globe thing, so it's not even plausible, in my opinion. Where they start with the Earth, it stems back to the Big Bang and billions of years and everything, and so yeah, they start with a premise they can't prove. So
It's a general guiding theory, a general guiding principle. They hope that they can validate it with experimentation later. They
No, but
may or
see,
may
they
not.
used to try to validate it by, with anthropology and geology, but that shit has failed already. They can't prove this evolution because they're just wrong about the history of man and the earth. So now they, instead of going to archaeology and anthropology and stuff, they have they've gone into the DNA thing. Well, it's like, we don't even need that anymore. We got DNA. And they got into the DNA studies, and it was like, we can prove evolution through DNA. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Wait, so evolution is proven?
No, it's not. That's what I'm saying.
They're trying to prove it now with this mask thing.
Yeah, they're trying to. They don't even. They're saying that they don't even need anthropology and history and archaeology to prove evolution. They just go into a lab and try to. They'll just make shit up, like they made shit up about archaeology. They'll make shit up about DNA now. DNA research.
Yep.
That's what they're doing right now.
The funniest thing was I went out today just to grab some things from the shop. I've never seen like there was a line waiting for parking, and then finally got some parking, and I see all these fucking goons standing outside in the line. Why the hell is there a line outside the shopping center? So I just walk right through, and as I'm about to go in, this thing with a mask and a shield on goes to me. Oh, you have to sign in. Okay, mate. The only thing I have to do is die. And she just looked at me weird, and I walked right in. So they're getting everybody to sign in so they can go and buy groceries. So some to expect in the future for you guys, wherever you guys live, as the testing ground is here.
I don't know what really. Maybe I just don't understand Australian, but whatever you just said, I don't understand what you were saying.
Oh, fuck off.
What were you saying? Now you got me curious. Now I want to hear it too.
Guppy means right. So guppy means shark, Helio. I just want you to know that. What else? I'll think of something else later.
Guppy
I said
shark. Got it.
goons.
Goons.
Goons means giant lake troll. Yeah.
Globe lake troll.
Right.
Lizard means fire-breathing dragon. It's just got to catch on.
It's like the Loch Ness monster, but anthropomorphized.
Okay.
Puppy would be the three-headed Cerberus.
I'll just have the XO translate for me because.
Yeah, he said he went there and they wanted him to sign in. He said I'll just die or something. It was fine.
I said the only thing I have to do is die. Like as in, she goes, you have to sign in. I go, the only thing I have to do is die. So I just walked right past as idiots were just signing in. Apparently, you have to sign in to.
That's a good idea.
Be able to.
Yeah. Next time I do that, I'm gonna go this. I'm gonna say, just let me die in peace. Thanks.
Yeah, remember that? Yeah. What happened to Caddy? Yeah, that's true. What happened to Caddy? Another one of those people that never spoke up.
Never spoke up, but
spam
the shit out of some memes in the chat.
No kidding, man. Just like bam, 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 like a home run every one.
I don't get these people, bro. Like honestly, you have to do this. So like, I don't have to do nothing. Death is the only thing you have to do. It's the only thing that everybody can't avoid.
Might as well just go ahead and live in between now and then. Just keep living.
It sounds so negative.
No, it's the truth. These are trying to make me
shut up. Go away for your truth. I don't want to hear the truth now.
You're born to experience this place, man. This Earth, man. It's for us. Come on. Good stuff.
It's all for us. It's a gift.
I mean, it's not always good stuff for everybody every time, but it's still, it's life.
It's the reality we have to face.
It's bloody brutal, but you might as well do some living along the way because This round is not very long.
Well, there are different ways to look at things. I mean, there's a bunch of stuff you don't get to do on the other side, like reach out to people, help people, preach the gospel.
Buy groceries.
Ride a
Buy
physical
groceries for people who need it. Hell,
I hate buying groceries. I like
Take care of
eating,
those less
but I hate
fortunate
buying
around you.
Yeah, you try to, but people, I don't know, people are in a different mind frame. People just looked at me when I said that, and I walked right through. They were confused for a second whether they should sign in or not.
Isn't that where the QR codes are?
Yeah, they're like QR codes and shit. I'm like, I just looked at it, I just went, no, went right through. I don't know how difficult it is to say no and just keep on going. I don't know if they're waiting, people like military to start, doing that.
6
Standing in
feet
front of
rule.
shopping centers.
6 feet rule.
yeah. And I was the only one again with no mask for some reason. I even saw like what was it on Fox or something? Like it came up when I was trying to watch some YouTube shit. Like the guys on Fox saying that masks are actually detrimental to your health. It's been proven, and people shouldn't wear them. And that that the foul shit, I call him foul shit, foul shit, he's been lying about about this and that and whatever. A bit of subterfuge, but they tell a bit of truth. I was
Do you also
surprised that
watch
they even
Sky
said
News?
that. Sometimes if it pops up on my stuff, like I don't even know what's going on. Usually, like either fraud or Helio, somebody has to tell me what's happening in my own fucking country. So I don't watch TV.
I don't know. Always when I look at YouTube, I see these videos come up from like Australian News Network or something, and it's always about conspiracy this, conspiracy that. We found this conspiracy on that. I like Austria just because of that.
Yeah, it's
they spoke about it a
Reuters
few
or
times.
Sky. Reuters or Sky News.
Yeah. A few times they spoke about the New World Order and what's his name, Schwab and blah 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 blah. They're like, oh, we shouldn't do this, even though they're part of the gig, but just kind of trying to tell you, let you know, you're going to get screwed if you don't fucking wake up or something. I think anyway.
I think I'll just go to New Zealand. Just play it safe before they nuke Australia.
Yeah. It's just the same crap. New Zealand and Australia in the same category. They get treated the same. So whatever happens here is they're gonna try and do in the other places. It always starts here for some dumb reason.
Well, I mean, it starts somewhere, right? Got to be starting
true that,
something.
but this
Got to be starting something.
experimentation, the scientific method. See if they can go here and do it everywhere else.
Well, I mean, I guess if you look at propaganda as a social science, I guess you could look at it that way because it happens somewhere in the world. It's happening everywhere. I mean, it's like they use these triggers for people in certain parts of the world. And then it just foments outwards. So yeah, this is really what they're doing with the propaganda is a complete social experiment. It's like, what can we make them believe now?
Yeah.
There you go.
I was going to. I really didn't believe like they would get to that because was it like a couple of weeks ago I said about all these idiots wearing masks all of a sudden, and not even like a couple of weeks later, a week later, like you have to sign in to get groceries. Get the fuck out of here, man. I'd rather punch somebody in the face when I wait if they try to stop me than sign in for something.
Wait, what would happen if you would walk into a store without a mask? Does anyone say anything?
I just walked right in, no mask, no sign in, nothing. What are they going to do? I'd love for them to touch me. As soon as they touch me, it's on like Donkey Kong. I'm telling you, fists will start flying. push kick in the throat. I don't care.
Don't freaking. They're
I
trying
don't
to.
know. I
I'm just
started
saying, bro.
going inside as
I
well.
don't want to hit anybody.
I'm just
that tells
saying
you that they have to
nobody's.
wear a mask.
I'm just saying nobody's
Hey,
allowed to touch me, man.
time
Simple.
out though. These are indoctrinated individuals. They're doing what they think is the right thing. You just have to disengage and do something else. Don't shop there. I mean,
You're
you have
like,
to do it
all right, you don't want
peaceful.
my
You have to
business.
be
I'm going
peaceful.
somewhere else. I've done
Yeah,
that.
but it's everywhere though. It's everywhere. So what are you gonna do?
I don't know. I think it's really going down. Like these days. Like first, when I went into the store like 3 months ago, people were saying to me like, "Hey, put your mask on." What the fuck are you doing? And now I walk in without a mask, and nobody says fuck, and I'll just walk outside. And
Yeah,
it's all
same thing
fine.
here. Same thing here. Yeah, they lifted the quote unquote mandates here. But I did have a couple weeks ago. I went into a liquor store, and I just come from Walmart where I didn't have to wear a mask. Went to this liquor store to buy some alcohol, and this one of the guys in there was like, "Where's your mask?" I was like,
Damn.
I don't. I was like, no, I just want to get this bottle of vodka, and I'm gonna walk to the counter. And he's like, no, you have to have a mask. He's like, I'll get you one. And I was like, no, I don't. No, I don't need that. I just want to get this bottle of vodka and go to the counter and buy it. And he's like, no, you can't. You can't buy vodka unless you have a fucking mask on. I was like, all right, I'll just go somewhere else and buy it.
So we don't care about our customers.
I know, it's just like. And then I went by the same store today. I went through the drive-through. The guy at the drive-through didn't have a mask on. It's like,
What?
This guy was just an asshole. That dude was
Yeah.
just an asshole.
Numpties.
Yeah, but this is the thing. They've done it here, so it's everywhere now. So again, it comes to people being subservient or cooperating with the bullshit because you cannot implement a law.
When it's like
even in the man-made law.
if you live in a college town, then it's like there's a lot more freaking idiots than normal.
Oh, Helio, this guy saw your face and he said, I'm going to show this guy who's the biggest asshole.
All right, dude. All right. Point taken.
Oh, hell no, you didn't. You did not.
Oh, no, you didn't.
Did not just go there.
JK.
I'll take this opportunity. Anybody in the central region, near like Oklahoma, Missouri, freaking Kansas, and we're gonna have a meetup on July 10th at Jose's Bar and Grill in Springdale, Arkansas. Gonna be a fun time.
Hey, Helio Skeptic.
Meetup. What's up?
Were you in a really big 6,000 or maybe 4,000 person Flat Earth server 4 or 5 years ago? A different server?
Yes.
Mostly I concentrated on this one, but there was another one that Citizen Z runs. It's changed names now. I can't remember what it's called now.
Well, I wouldn't know what it's called now either. It's been 4 years, but your name looks super familiar, and I thought maybe I met you there.
Yeah, I've been on YouTube and stuff for a long time. But yeah, I've been on several servers in here, but I mostly concentrate on this one. I was in the politics server for a little bit, and I think they've lost their server and come back and whatever. I go over there every once in a while to mess with people, but
Citizen Z lost his server 3-4 times.
yeah, but he's got another one now. It seems like this one's holding up a little bit, so but I can't remember the name. I feel bad because I never go over there. But I know I'm in there somewhere. There's so many servers.
So, this is gonna be weird. I have some questions because I just joined, and in the verification thing, they were throwing a bunch of stuff at me that I wasn't aware of. I was just wondering what some of that was.
Oh, nickname. Just go ahead and what's your questions? Go ahead and.
You know, I don't even remember, but they were saying like it's important to know what the standard model says, like the radius of the globe is. Like,
I mean, if you're gonna talk about Earth, I mean, it is important to know the radius of said ball Earth, and it's not really hard. Really, I mean, what they say the radius of Earth is, you can Google it, and it's. I mean, I'll just go ahead and tell you because you can Google it right now. It's 3,959 miles from the center of Earth to the surface of Earth.
Which was a calculation.
Yeah, it's a calculation, but I'm just saying. So, what's your next question?
I mean, I guess why is that important to know?
Because we can use that number to take a look at Earth, and when you actually take a look across Earth, you can see things farther than they're supposed to be. Because if the radius of Earth was that size, then there should be especially like on the beach. I mean, if you're standing on the beach and you look across and you can see something that should be obstructed by a hump of water between you and that object, which you can calculate with that 3959 radius, then the Earth is obviously not that size. It's either flat or it's bigger, which if it was bigger, then all the calculations of the solar system doesn't even work.
Do you think that would mean that some of the pictures might not be real, Helio, as well?
Some of the pictures of what?
The cartoon ball. You think those might take a hit?
From outer space. I was wondering if you were talking about pictures on Earth.
The ones that they claim, of course. Yeah, that might hurt those.
But NASA.
Hold on. Let me ask nickname. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, let me rephrase. I guess I'm trying to get at is if it is flat versus not flat. If it has a radius at all, then wouldn't the issue be whether or not it has a radius, not whether or not the precise measurement is correct?
To be honest, they're gonna need that number for orbital mechanics, so they couldn't have sent rockets to space based on that.
And
number.
you can't use the word measurement how you used it in the sentence either, because it wasn't a measurement.
Yeah, and if you want to know how they
Sorry,
came up with that
radius
number,
was not a measurement.
No,
sir.
Well, it was a calculation based on
assumption.
An assumption with what they call an experiment. Like Eratosthenes or what was the other guy's name? The was it Arab guy or what is his name?
Not Tycho.
I don't.
No, not Tycho. Well, I mean, sure, all of them assumed.
Yeah, Al-Biruni.
Al-Biruni. That's who it was.
A calculation of an object is not a measurement. I don't get what you guys are.
Calculations aren't measurements. No.
Right, but a calculation of an object would be a measurement of some property of that object.
No, calculation is a calculation. It's a formula.
You can calculate off of a measurement.
Yeah.
But you can't.
You can't.
And you can also make calculations off an assumption as well.
Hold on. Yeah, there you go. You can't measure an assumption. Thank you.
Yeah, you can make calculations off of an actual measurement.
Why can't you measure an assumption?
Because you're assuming something.
This is why, right?
It's like Al-Biruni was assuming the distance to the horizon.
Really,
assuming a distance to the horizon, and then calculated based off of that. But the horizon isn't an actual place. Go ahead.
In X, Y.
To make it really super.
Hold on, let Jenny go.
To make it really super simple, like Helio said, you can take a calculation off a measurement, but you can't make a calculation be a measurement. They just put that number out there and they say that's what it is. We've only dug down 8 miles deep into the earth. How did they measure it?
Well, I'm not even concerned about the Earth at this point. I don't get how you guys are using that definition. So, like, suppose
that's what we're concerned about.
Nickname, right?
How can you not be
X
concerned?
If I
suppose a
Hold on,
square.
let's not bombard
Nickname.
nickname.
It's
Yeah,
very
yeah,
simple.
good point. One person.
X plus Y equals Z. You with me? That's a calculation. That's a formula, right? What is the value of X? What is the value of Y? That has to be measured. That data has to be gotten from somewhere before.
Oh, for
correct?
sure, but
Right. So
but
where?
if
So
Z
if you're just
doesn't
gonna
have to,
if you're
then
just, I agree, but you have to know where did X get measured, where did Y get measured, to
for
have
sure.
that
But I
data.
just the way
So
that
if
you
you just
guys
say
were saying it
if you
sounded
just say
weird.
radius, if you say radius in a calculation, where was radius established to be verified to be that number? That's the point. They made up a number. Where was that substantiated? That's the point. That's what we're asking. Where was that data set gathered from or measured? Does that
Okay,
make
but
sense?
yes, that does. It makes sense because it sounds like you're saying you can't take a measurement off of something that's not real. But my resistance is that you can take measurements off of things that aren't real.
Okay, so where was R validated in your calculation?
Come on, bro.
Okay,
you can
before
take
we go there,
measurement of something
Helio,
that's not real. Holy
Helio,
shit!
yes.
This
Before
is
I know. Can I
the
say
point.
something, please? Before we go there, that's what we're trying to tell you. Before we go in this weeds and we start talking about chickens coming from reptiles, listen. We're saying that we've measured the Earth. That's the point. Is that we have seen and tested and observed, and there is no curvature at all. So it's already been falsified. Thanks.
Okay, before we get there, I don't have a dog in that fight yet. I was just wondering why you guys were saying the measurements were, or that it was a calculation and not a measurement.
When you claim
They
that
explained it.
size of Earth,
Well,
right?
they gave an
That's
explanation. Yes.
calculation, not a measurement. A calculation that assumes a number. They assume what X is and they assume what Y is, so that therefore Z is obviously a correct answer because you've already assumed X and Y. You
Right.
didn't actually measure it.
Sure.
We'd have to use real world examples. I hate going into the hypothetical, and that's why I just keep it on the really is level.
I think that you guys might be too cautious, right? I don't know if it's like you're you're thinking that if I say it's a measurement, that means it's real. I'm not going to give that argument, so I don't know. It just seems weird to say that measurements.
Yeah, where is the measurement?
Well, this was the example I was going to give. Like, if let's suppose we have a square and we say the square has sides of, or a rectangle with sides of X and Y, right? And we could give those. We can measure the diagonal between the corners of that rectangle. And you guys are saying that it's not a measurement, it's a calculation. It just seemed weird to me.
No, okay, that could be true, right? That could be true. If we had a known distance, right? We had a known distance, right? We went out and put a marker there, or Helioskeptic went out and walked there, and I walked.
Oh, no, this is my point. It's not a real rectangle. We could suppose one conceptually.
Right. I know, but that's what I'm telling you is that we're not talking about hypotheticals. We're talking about reality. The Flat Earth group wants to talk about reality. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
But that's what thought experiments are. They can help you find out what's real by verifying
no, they
or
can't. No, it's the
falsifying
exact
the
opposite.
hypothetical.
That's what I'm telling you is that no, they don't. They can't. Going to the metaphysical assumption cannot help you understand reality. No, never worked that way ever.
But then, wouldn't you just assume the inverse then?
I don't have to assume anything. That's the point. These guys haven't assumed anything. They just observe and accept reality.
Okay, so you assume that you can trust your senses.
No, I don't.
Why would we?
I know we're gonna get on there because I'm a philosopher. I know. Well, hold on. Are you an atheist? Wait, hold on. Are you an atheist?
I don't have a dog in that fight either.
Okay, well then, okay, well if you can't trust your senses, I would say that you also can't trust God. I would say since I can trust God, I can trust the senses that He gave me. So I would only assume an atheist to say that they can't trust their senses. You'd also have to deny all engineering and the scientific method if you don't trust your senses.
Well, before you're going too fast, before we go that far, I was just saying the response that I got. I don't know who it was from, but the response that I got was that you didn't have you could believe the observations. And to me, that seemed like that was just similarly on shaky grounds.
No, we can accept reality.
For really quick, I put up a link in the live stream voice text for the 24/7 wiki page. on observations, that could be maybe very helpful to refer to that. We see too far, goes into it, including the laser tests. So, measurements.
Why don't we start with how you believe the radius of the Earth was measured?
I think that was a good one, being able to see way too far. That's like a
That's
great
a good.
example.
But he asked the question, so we're gonna keep it nice and easy. He asked the question. That's a good question.
True.
It's a very good start to figure out why you believe what you believe. That's an excellent beginning.
So was that directed at me?
I'm sure it was.
I don't believe that.
No, I'm
Did
asking
you
you why you
hey,
believe what you're believing. I'm just trying to make his question a little bit easier. Why do you believe what you believe?
Oh, well, it's not for empirical evidence.
Well, yeah, just tell us what you. Yeah, we just want. We're going to be real with you. Listen, no one's going to hide anything from you. I'm going to give you everything if you want it. But the point is, we just want to know where you're coming from. That's all.
I'm effectively what's called like a neo-logical positivist. I think that through thought experiment alone, you can derive things that are true or untrue about the world.
Got to have big brains for that, though.
No, it's. I mean, it's a big word, but it means something pretty common, right? It's just that you can reason through things conceptually.
A smart person does.
You also assume a lot of things too.
Yeah.
You can reason.
Can you just give us maybe just a
through all
beginning
day.
point
Or
before we go too far off? Is there a beginning point to where you can tell us where you get the information from concerning the construct of the existence which you live inside of?
Right. So you can pose it against itself, right? Suppose you wanted to be radically skeptical and assume that logic was wrong, or whatever your base is, your grounding, your foundation is wrong somehow. Then simply suppose that it wasn't true and see what the world would look like. And if I suppose that there was no consistency or necessity, which are the predications of formal logic, then we wouldn't have much of a world at all. Well, I suppose we could, but then we wouldn't, and then we would again, and then we wouldn't, because there'd be no consistency. But outside of that, if we suppose that there is consistency and necessity, things like that, then we do have a world.
But see, the problem is that you have to assume so many things. You have to assume that it's logical to accept that what the
No, we
history
don't.
we're taught
We just
in
played
school
both sides of the
is
game.
correct.
Yeah, but then you
If
need
we
a
assume
paradox
it's
in there.
wrong, we see what happens. If we assume it's right, we see what happens. And in
Well,
both
we've met
cases, we got the
yeah,
results.
I'm with you. Yeah, we're at the end of the hallway real quick. So this is the last thing. I'm going to leave the conversations because I'm butting in too much. But do you have a moral standard of any kind?
Yeah, I think morality is mostly subjective, but ethics, there's a lot of ethical frameworks that are purely objective and universalizable.
So you don't have you'd have to admit that you don't have a moral ground to stand on.
But I have plenty of ethical ground to stand on. I'd be fine saying that.
But you'd have to assume that you are God, though, in a sense, right?
Why would you have to assume that?
Because you're making the decisions to what is ethical and moral.
No. If it's objective, if it's universalizable, then you don't have to make the decision.
No, but that's what I'm saying is that you were the one earlier that asked me if I could trust my senses. You're the one deciding what is moral and what is not, which means that you think you are God. That's just the reality.
Well, no, again, morality seems subjective. If there is an objective way to interact with people, then I'm not the one making those decisions. It's objective.
You just said
it's external.
You're saying it's subjective. Yeah, you're saying
morality
it's subjective.
Is.
That means that you're God. And I would say that's not true. I would say there's an absolute moral standard, whether I perceive it or not. It is wrong and right to do certain things.
Oh, I see. Okay, so
right,
we're just talking past you. So anything has to do with morals, by definition, this is sort of a technical deduction of the term. I'm sorry, but I'm calling that subjective. If there is an objective external thing that it has to be this way or whatever, then that's what I'm calling ethics. And I'm saying I do believe in that, and an external objective thing that
Okay,
dictates
where does that?
how we
Good. Where does that come from? Where does those ethics come from then?
logic, formal logic.
Okay, but you would have to. Then you're God. That's your lot. So you continue to go back to yourself to say you are the arbiter of what is right and wrong. Yeah, that's. I mean, I don't know if you know.
No,
what
you
you're
can
saying, but that's
you
what
can
you're
check
saying.
against it, but that doesn't mean that you know all of it and you can determine all
Okay,
of
does
it
your logic
instantly.
come from you or a creator? Right. Does your logic come from you or a creator?
Well, logic being given as objective as well would mean that it is also external and not internal. So it's not from me.
So you were.
Do you have a religion,
right?
Nick? Do you
So
have a religion?
is it given to you by a creator? Is the question.
I don't
Or you can say,
believe
I don't-
in
yeah,
an
you can say, I don't
external
know.
creator. No, I don't believe in an external creator. I think that there probably was creation in some sense, but not externally.
So
It
you
would
are
be
the
like,
arbiter of morality. So you have to admit that
no,
you
no,
decide
no,
what
no,
is
no.
moral.
We just
which you
agreed.
already have.
We just agreed that that wasn't the case.
No, you admitted it that you do. That's I'm just asking you to admit what you believe, and you won't do it.
No, I admitted that I believed it was external. It wasn't from me. It's not subjective.
But then you say it's not from a creator. It actually is within you. So
It's not from an external creator. That's a different thing.
Can you prove anything is external beyond your mind?
If I'm just going to tell you, listen, if you think you are God, none of this is going to make sense to you.
Why do you keep saying that?
Fantastic. Yeah.
I don't know. I sometimes like to
Yes.
think I'm a god, you know?
And that would be a detriment.
I think
like
it doesn't
can I
make
just say
sense
something?
to say that.
Like, I think what you're trying to get at, and maybe you'll get a better understanding of it, is when you say logic. Logic comes from the word logos, so you have to have some form of, even if you realize it or not, some sort of external bearing on your being.
Well, yeah. Like I said, it's external.
Everything's internal. Can you prove external exists?
Right, so we could do the same thing that we did earlier. We could play both sides of that game and see what happens. If there is no external, if there is external, what happens in both cases? If there is no external, then not only is this all in my head, but there wouldn't really be a place such that my head had some sort of internal to it. So the whole world implodes.
Yep.
You can't have an internal without an external.
It implodes.
Well, it defeats itself.
Everything's in the mind. Everything's in the mind. Prove me something exists outside my mind.
Well, like we just said, if there was not a
I'm
thing
sorry,
outside of your mind,
I just joined in the last 3 minutes, and so I'm not privy to your conversation previously.
oh no, I meant
Please
what I
forgive me
said,
for
like
that.
the sentence before you asked your question.
If you joined like 3
So-
minutes back, we were talking about flat Earth, and then we switched to religious mumbo jumbo.
Oh, this,
Well, these are religious.
how is this
statements.
religious?
He was admitting. Well, he was admitting it was religious because it's all subjective. He can interpret it how he wants to. That's why I had to bring it up.
Cannot.
You're all calling like
I don't know how to
complicated
explicate the
words
exact
to prove
opposite.
your argument or something.
I believe it is not subjective. It's not internal. The exact opposite. Which is
So you
why
believe the external is reality?
I believe there is an external to reality. Like there's something that isn't just yourself. I do believe that.
Yeah, so he's admitting to a higher power. That's what I asked him before. You know, this.
Well, I
So we
don't
established that.
see why it's a higher power, right? It's something
Well,
external. I
something-
don't know why you would call it something
Yeah.
different.
Well, sorry, excuse my me not using the correct terminology. As in,
Oh, no problem.
the external has to create the internal, because if not, then as you said, it will implode on itself. Nothing creates nothing.
Well, I don't know
Hence-
if one created the other. They might have, happened at the same time.
Well, that's
Nobody
well,
knows.
Well, that's if it happens at the same time or within what we call time, this abstract idea. Hence, it's coming from the outside, the external, or however you want to make that terminology go. As in you and me, a book doesn't fall from the sky. It doesn't create itself. Nothing creates nothing. Going by logic and any kind of reason.
Okay,
Would you
so
say
you're
it's a
saying
product
like
of evolution?
a first mover or something like that? Like there was something created stuff?
Yeah, a prime mover, yeah.
And I'm sure you've heard this before because it's what directly follows that term. What created the prime mover?
Yeah,
That's called an infinite regress.
Regress, yeah, fallacy, yeah.
And
Yeah,
that
correct.
never works, obviously, because you know by logic, if you trust the logic that you're given, that you have to have a beginning.
Sorry, no, that's fine if we say that we have to have a beginning, but how did that beginning start is the question.
You can't. That's the point. Is that you can't understand that. Just like you can't pick the food out of God's teeth.
Well, hold on.
You have
why can't we
I'm trying
understand
to answer
it?
you. You can't. You can't even understand how a drop of water forms. You don't even understand how your fingernails grow, but you want to understand how God started things. Trust me, you're in no danger of knowing anything like that. That's why He tells us, if I tell you of earthly things and you can't understand, how should I tell you of heavenly things? There's a limit to your understanding. In fact, you
I
can't
see what
even
you're saying.
search. You can't even search for His understanding.
Would you suppose that to place a limit on thought is to think both sides of the limit?
Nobody's telling anybody
Go
to
ahead.
place a limit of thought. It's just like me asking you, how do you open your hand? How do you extrapolate and telling somebody how you open your hand? Here's a thought experiment
To
for you.
me,
How
it
are you
seems
gonna...
like you guys got it backwards. Drops seem way more complicated than a much simpler beginning.
Dude, what do you even mean you guys are seeing it backwards? Didn't even say jack shit about flat Earth.
Right,
Oh, well, that's
Okay,
good concern
well,
trolling,
you-
Bruker. Well, hold on. You're saying that a drop of water is more complex than what?
Than a very simple beginning. To me, it seems like you're saying we can't understand how
simple
you open your
beginning?
hand and stuff, right? But that
What?
seems way more
I asked him, how
complicated
would
than
you...
Wait.
a beginning
What do you
versus
mean that?
no
Wait,
beginning.
hold on. You're saying the simple beginning of God's existence or creation?
Well, I wasn't talking about God.
I
So you're
said...
talking about existence? I mean, what do you? You're talking about a drop of water is more complicated than the beginning of existence?
Well,
No, I asked him,
by
brother.
your
I asked him
standards, it
if...
seems that way. Because you need a whole bunch of other stuff to explain a drop of water, right? There's something with specificity.
No, that's
It's a drop of
the point. Is
something.
that I don't have. Well, that's the point. Is I don't have to explain it. I accept reality, like the flat Earth. I don't have to explain flat Earth. We all experience it. It's just reality. That's just the difference.
Okay, but it's if you can accept reality to that term to me seems like you're saying that you understand it.
Dude, he just believes what he fucking sees, man.
No, that's the point. Is that I do understand that things go down. That's only possible on a flat stationary surface. So yeah, I understand things because we live on Earth, under the heavens, in the waters, and we have all these laws of nature that we have to abide by. It doesn't mean I can give you the origin for any of it. It means I understand that they work now in this system.
I see what you're saying. The beginning of these things is hard or impossible to understand, but once we have the things, you can understand them.
Correct.
We can't understand what God's done. We got
Okay, but
micro to macro, and
the
it's
things that
phenomenal.
we have, we can understand. Can we agree on this, right?
Yeah, the things that man makes.
To
Okay,
a limit. There is a
one
limit
of the
to
things we have is something that was created. Can we agree on that?
Everything was created, not by us.
And if we can understand the things that we have, and what we have is creation, then why can't we understand creation?
Well, we're trying to, but we're not getting very
That's
far.
the point. Is that we're trying to get you to understand that God created everything, and that's what's easy to understand. That's what I'm claiming.
Well, you said that you can't understand how things were created.
I never changed my mind. That's what I just told you, that I can
But you just-
understand it is. No, you're not listening. You got to listen. I can understand that it is created, not how it's created, not what the methods are, what the
Right,
origins
but that's not
are,
what I
God
said.
was thinking. I know, but you're misquoting me. So it's not
No,
about
I
what you
wasn't
said. It's about
misquoting
what
you.
I said.
You
Yes,
answered my
it is.
question,
Yes,
which is
you're
not.
not. Yes,
You're
you're not.
I didn't
You're
say
not
what you
listening.
said. You're not.
You're completely diverting. The point is that
No.
you can't understand creation. You can only understand that creation exists.
No, I understand that's your position. I'm trying to tease it apart and see
No,
why
that's
that
the
is the
reality.
case.
No, I'm not
That's
giving you my
great.
position.
I
I'm
want to
telling you, no,
understand why that
I'm
is the
telling
reality.
you the reality. I'm telling you reality, and that's it. And you're not going to get answers for questions when you're hiding from reality. That's the point.
That's great.
me
I'm
ask
trying to tease this
Guys,
out to figure it out. That's all.
right now, so anybody
Gentlemen.
wanna like maybe walk him through maybe some basic points, maybe the 3 points, just to see where he's sitting at.
Well, he's talking about teasing reality. How do you
Good luck.
tease reality?
Well, I'm talking about teasing out what he was saying so I could understand what his position was.
Okay.
Right, because
can you define what
we
you're-
agreed that
can-
we can understand things that we have, and what we have is creation. We agreed on those two things. So from there,
See,
it
that-
seemed to me that we could understand creation itself, because creation itself is what we have.
And
No,
to me,
you
that's
can't. That's the
ego
point.
That's fucking
making us
deep,
think
man. I love
that we
it.
can think, and we don't think. Our Creator thinks, and we experience.
Correct.
This is my opinion.
Oh, okay,
Correct.
but if
No,
we're
hold on. Okay,
experiencing
I
his
have to say
thoughts,
this real
like
quick.
again, this
One
is
second.
I think you guys are
1
going too
second.
fast for me.
I know, but 1 second though, that means that you think you're God again. You think you're God. That's about the 10th time you've stated it.
Wait,
You've
how
stated it a
how
lot.
did he
I
get to the point
don't.
that he
That's
said he
literally what
thinks
you're
he's
claiming.
God?
Yeah,
Like
you're
I
claiming
think
you
he
think
never
you have
said
the
he was a
ability.
God.
I know, because you
Slow
don't understand how to
slow
read between the
down,
lines.
slow down.
If you're saying that I can understand these things, you're claiming you are as a God. Yes.
Right. So Exo's position, in his defense, for those who are stepping in there, I think Exo's position makes sense, right? Because what he seems to think I'm saying is that if you can understand everything in the world, then you have a God's eye view, and it's like you are God. I'm not saying that, though. I'm not saying that you can have all knowledge all at once. That's a different thing. I'm saying that any particular piece of knowledge, to me, it looks like we can tease that out and, explore and discover things. Any particular piece, but that doesn't mean that you'll know everything.
Right. You're exactly. I'm glad you said that. Now, the moderators have asked us to speak about this main topic, so I'm going to ask you this: do you think we can definitively
moderators here?
prove? Right. Do you think that we can definitively prove what the Earth isn't? Do you think it's falsifiable? That I can falsify the idea that we live on a ball?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Fair enough. I'll let the guys take it away, and you have fun in the Flat Earth channel. God bless.
Hello.
I think what was the direction of that question? Is there anybody that says that you can't falsify things? Like what?
What do you actually know? Can you quantify that?
Ooh, it's been a while since I've taken an epistemology class. Yeah, I suppose we could quantify it. I'm not sure if it's meaningful to quantify it, though.
Well, in my opinion, I don't know shit. I got all kinds of guesses.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, I think that there are some things that you can definitively know. I'm not radically skeptical. I don't think that, there's no foundation or basis. I think you can know things about the world.
I think it's beyond ourselves to know. In my examinations of my reality, water never bends, and it's always level, and that blows curvature out the window. But I'm not God, but I am a piece of God because I'm experiencing reality for God in my mind.
Okay, well, it seems like, I bet you agree with me and I can prove it in a way that you would also agree with.
Keep speaking so I can get on your same wavelength, please.
You say that you experience things, right? And whether or not your experiences are right or wrong, it would be difficult for you to doubt the fact that you are experiencing something, wouldn't it?
I don't know how to respond to
I
that,
think
but
his
I'm going
mic.
to tell you what I do. I observe things, and that's what I observe. I'm not
Right.
so much into experiencing things or creating things. I'm in more of a wavelength of observing because you can't
Beautiful.
control
Replace
shit.
the word experience with observe. Same
I
question.
cannot influence the things outside me. The only thing I can influence is things in what I perceive is in my mind.
Okay, but therefore it would be hard for you to doubt that you have things inside of your mind, right? It's hard for you to doubt that you observe things to begin with, right?
If I'm following the system I used to believe in, yes, then that would be my guidance. But I know the power comes from inside me. I was given that by something beyond me.
Okay. I don't mean to nitpick, but you did just say the sentence, I know that the power in me, whatever. So it seems like even if your system that you're talking about was wrong, it would be hard for you to deny that you had a system, even if it was a wrong system, right? It's hard to deny that that thing exists, right?
I would love to follow that direction, but I know my creator's touched me and everything comes from it and not from me. And comfort comes from being an observer, not somebody trying to manipulate all this shit that's out there. Because all that's from something else. My creator's not that something else.
Perfect. So you use the no word again, but we started this with you saying that you didn't know anything, but it seems like you have a basis for knowing stuff. You have a system whereby you can in fact know what is happening.
My creator has touched my mind so that I have a belief system based off that, and I firmly believe that's factual and not fictional.
Okay, well, if you believe something,
Do you just believe it or do you know it?
Right. If you believe it, you have justification for it, and the thing itself is true, it looks like you're talking about knowing stuff. So I wouldn't sell yourself short. I think that you sound like you're perfectly capable of knowing a lot of things, even though you said that you don't know anything.
My spiritual creator that I manipulate this reality with has touched me in the manner that I understand things beyond what I was raised through.
Hello?
And now you even understand stuff beyond that. This is beautiful. It sounds to me like you have you're a convert. Would you say that you do know things?
I know more than I used to, but I'm gonna guarantee
Amazing.
you,
We have a convert, everyone.
I lack the understanding of what this existence is. I've only got a taste, a sample of something, but I know creation's real. I know that I am not it. I didn't create it, but I'm making experience for that creation. This is
You've
like
had a bite of ice cream, but not the ice cream cone. But that doesn't mean the cone doesn't exist. We're on track. I have hope for you.
Does anyone have any questions about flat Earth before we keep going down this track?
Believe it or not, I am trying to dissect the flat Earth idea here.
Well,
All right,
just before
so
anyone, wait, before we. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
If Earth's flat, why do we have mountains?
True, it's bumpy, right? It's not flat then, it's bumpy, right? Debunked.
It's a
We can
plane.
shut down the server now.
We're on a plane. That's my belief system.
It's a bumpy plane, right? Because it has mountains.
Yeah, but water's always level.
Okay.
But isn't that objectively true? So it's not a belief, it's something that you know? Because there is like a distinction between the two.
Right, but you believe things that you know, right?
No, you believe things until you can verify it, then you know it.
This server actually doesn't think that you can believe and know like that, like what you just described. They actually think that if you know it, you're not believing it anymore, even though
Okay, well,
real life
Okay,
experience.
well, we can
yeah,
drop the
so
word. We can drop the word no, and we can distinguish it between belief and objective reality. Let's just stick with that.
I see what you're saying. When you say believe, you mean like just believe, like you don't have like evidence or you don't have any other
You got it.
reasons for believing.
It requires
real life
faith.
experience. That's what you need. Real life experience.
Just
Well, supposedly,
just so that
there's
to
70%.
clarify this for other people that might be coming in, knowledge, the traditional framework for knowledge is justified true belief. So when people say they believe things, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's mutually exclusive from knowledge. So that's why I was a little hung up there.
How is that clipping our feathers? Why should we assume that that's true?
That's for you.
For me? What's true?
Well, it was just giving a definition.
Right. So normally that's the way that definition works. That's why I was confused.
Yeah, he's talking about the etymology of the word, so he's correct in a sense.
Well, I wasn't correcting you. I was explaining why I didn't understand and why I was asking.
No, that's what I said. You're talking about the etymology of the word, so you're correct.
But we can distinguish between belief and objective reality. So let's just deal with objective reality.
I need somebody to explain to me how water curves on a plane, on a globe. Explain to me how water curves, but it's always level. And we're on what they want to call a planet, and it's 70% water, but it's always flat. Where's the curvature? I don't see it.
So PC Tech, I don't know about all that with the curvature. I see a lot of photos here in chat of like a flat line when you look out. I mean, you would see a flat line on a globe. In fact,
Would
you do.
you? Are you sure about
how
that?
Could you make that? Yeah, how could you make that claim?
Well, if
Then
you're standing, if
what
you put a
would
pin
make it a globe then?
If you put a pin on a globe and you look at the pin's eye view, everything looks flat around it, doesn't it?
That pin has a specific size, and the Earth.
And so do we.
Yeah, but
The-
no
the
one has
cir-
proven the size of the Earth.
The
Okay, real quick.
circumstance exists.
Good job, guys. Let's keep
they
it on track.
claim
We have to keep it on track, guys. So we have to ask him if he knows what the horizon is.
they claim there's a radius on this globe thingamajiggy that's almost 4,000. Okay, and that's measurable by 8 inches on a mile.
Sorry, I didn't hear part. What's 4,000?
Helioskeptic
It's
went
not
over this
actually
earlier.
4,000.
This
It's
is
like
actually where we started.
3,900 and. Go ahead.
I didn't hear it again.
I'll just let him go. Go ahead, man.
Okay, so NASA and the majority of these peoples that believe of the globe believe that there's like a 3,900 and some. It's almost 4,000 miles is the radius.
Oh, the radius. Okay.
And if the radius is that, then you got an 8-inch drop every mile. Why is it we can see 10 miles, 40 miles, 100 miles?
Well, refraction, right? That's the standard response.
Oh, whoa. No, you would have to.
Hey.
Whoa, that was perfect. Good timing. Okay, so he already has a built-in excuse. So can you just show us one example of when refraction?
Hold on. I
makes
said
something-
I said that
nickname.
that's
I
the
know
standard
refraction.
response.
I know. Can we have an example of this refraction making something that's a sphere look flat? Do you have an example of that?
I don't know about a sphere looking flat, but there's all kinds of examples of refraction bending light. Oily highway.
No, I'm not talking about things bending light, making something look non-spherical that's spherical or has rotundity, making it look flat.
Yeah, we
already,
do.
Even without reflection, it already.
Hold on, I can answer this. We can observe round things looking flat with lenses.
Uh-huh.
Okay,
Yeah.
could you just give me
So
an example so that I
optics.
can have the concrete example?
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, I just
Are
want
we
to see
saying
examples
my
of this.
eyeball's got a lens on it that convexes things?
Actually, that's a
No.
good point, Tech.
Right,
Your eyes
we're
are
getting
lens.
to that point where things that are curved make things look flat. I can't wait to see what the examples are.
He's talking about
I wanna see-
he's talking about a refraction that does that, not a lens. Okay, so if there's a
Lenses work on refraction,
Talking about
however.
lenses.
Nickname.
I want him to give if he can give the example, then we can, trust me, it'll be worth it. If we can just get that example, Rogue, please.
Yeah.
Sure,
Well, the B900 blows that shit out in my mind.
While you're trying to find that nickname, can you describe for us how we determine refraction? Like, what's the formula or how that works?
I don't have that formula. I'm not a fucking physicist, dude.
Okay, that's cool.
Okay, so normal people can't know
Let's
this.
assume there's a formula, whatever that formula is.
Wait, Nick. Is there a mountain close to you?
The reason I'm asking that is because
If the exercise here is that I have to go.
Slow down. Let's cut this down to a conversation.
Right. So the point of asking that is when you say typically refraction, remember how we're talking about calculations and measurements? In order to calculate for refraction, you have to use the radius value. You have to assume already that the Earth is a sphere and the sun is doing what it's doing in order to invoke refraction. Does that make sense?
Actually, you could use refraction if you calculate it as if the Earth was flat as well.
Yeah, there's still going to be some refraction from the atmosphere, no matter what.
But if you're going to use refraction, to describe a globe, there is no calculation for that.
Oh,
because if you look into refraction, you won't find any calculations.
Correct.
That you can use for a globe. That's not the way refraction works.
That's correct.
Sorry, that doesn't make sense. Why would it not work for
have you looked
certain
into
shapes?
refraction? That's what
exactly.
We're telling you you're ignorant about this. So just accept that you're ignorant about it and
okay,
move on.
Move on to my question. Why does it not work for certain shapes?
There's not even a claim. Helio's right. There isn't even a claim for this. That's why I asked the other gentleman just to show me an example. There's no such thing as even a claim of refraction making something look flat. That's where we're at. There's not even a
globe.
claim. Find one.
Looks flat because
I don't think any of us. No one
such
here was
thing.
saying that refraction makes things look flat, though.
Yes, that's what.
Why are
all
you
of
bringing
are
it up
claiming.
then?
Yes.
No, I brought it up.
That was the standard response.
Otherwise, you wouldn't have an
standard response.
Well, no. He said it was a standard response. That's usually what people respond with.
That's fine. Yes.
Right?
Yes. So do we have an example yet,
However,
that's
right?
Is there Rogue? Do you have the example yet? We asked you for an example.
It's going to be hard to come up with a fucking image of this sort of thing.
It's amazing. Helio Skeptic, can you help me find something that doesn't exist? It's really difficult. Helio.
Well, no, it does exist. Well, no, it does exist.
It exists. I don't know where it is. I mean, it's got to exist somewhere. Bill Nye knows
I don't know
about it.
an example of proving that a sphere looks flat with refraction, but I do know of examples of refraction on the horizon where you can see further. Even if the Earth is flat, you can still see further because of the refraction.
Yeah, because it's flat,
you can.
right? Yeah, there you
Are
go.
you talking about looming? Because we can talk about looming, right?
I don't know about weaving wool, but
you know what looming is.
Could you define that?
What the fuck is looming?
Looming is a situation. Yeah, it's just where you when you're looking out, it looks like something like a boat or anything out across the water is sitting above the horizon, like it's floating in the air, right?
oh yeah, the example of when you see a ship go over the horizon, it goes from the bottom up or top down sometimes.
No, I'm talking about it looks like it's actually floating above the horizon, when you're looking at it.
Oh yeah, cars do that on the highway, really far away sometimes.
Yeah, you can't see the horizon where it actually is. It's a reflection. It's actually kind of like the horizon reflecting back on itself, and so it looks like the object is above the horizon. There you go.
Yo, that photo.
Dude, that's a real picture.
Well, all pictures are real
horizon,
pictures,
the
but
real horizon
it is of a real
no.
phenomenon. I don't know. That one looks a little
Not
photoshopped.
all real pictures are real pictures. No, that's an actual photograph.
Yeah. Do you think that boat isn't really there?
I think that photo might have been doctored. How zoomed in is that?
Dude, it doesn't matter how far it's zoomed in.
That was on the news,
horizon
though.
appears to be lower than it actually appears. That's called looming. But the actual horizon, if you take a filter and go in there, you can see where the horizon is right below that boat. So
that is kind of good though, because if that can happen to a flat surface, where if it were flat and you were having let's say, an incline where images appear above where they're supposed to be, couldn't you do the same to a curved surface?
Okay,
No,
can I
Okay,
just
you
no,
don't.
put
not
this
a,
whole
no,
thing to
no, no,
rest?
no. Okay,
Well,
go ahead, Truth Prevails. Go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna ask him. Do you realize that doesn't help you any? We're looking for a type of refraction that extends the horizon out further than what it is, making a sphere look flat. Right? We're not talking because that right there actually is.
Sure, but
Well,
if something,
hang
hold
on.
on.
I'm not finished because that is where the horizon is shortened. It's made to look closer to you than what it actually is. So you need one that makes the horizon look further than what it actually is. That one doesn't help you any.
Hold on, but
I don't understand that, true. Before
that's
you
not
do
what
that,
I was
though,
saying.
yeah,
I
but
think it's
before you
time
even
for the
do
Black
that,
Swan.
I don't understand what you're saying, Truth. Why would things have to look further away instead of closer?
Because there is a certain distance from where you're standing, according to your height, in all directions, that the Earth should start curving away from you, and that is where that's what is considered the geometric horizon. There is a predicted location from where you're standing in all directions where that should begin. You're looking for a type of refraction that would extend it further than that point and
Oh,
make
I
it
see
look.
what you're saying.
Yeah, and that one actually shortens it, so it makes
Extending
the
your vision, making your vision go further. I thought you meant the thing
extending
that
the
you're seeing
horizon
has to look
further
further
than what
away. Yeah, my bad.
extending the horizon further than what it is. So what we're focused on is the horizon, because the horizon cannot extend beyond that point at where the predicted geometric horizon should begin, according to their calculations. We're going by their calculations where it should begin.
So, what about the photos that you guys, or I shouldn't say you guys, I don't know anybody here, but Fusily Jerry posted a photo about the Earth is not a sphere, and he shows two oil rigs. One's really far away. Is the 9 miles? I suppose that's supposed to be like beyond the horizon or something.
The oil
Supposed to
rigs
have an
are
8
used
inch
for
drop per
demarcation.
mile.
Yeah, the oil rigs are used for demarcation of distance, but you can see the horizon is beyond both of them, and it's taken from a 1 foot observation, approximately 1 foot off of the ground. Now, according to the globe math, it should be the horizon, the curvature of Earth of a globe 3,959 miles should be about, it should start blocking stuff at about 1.2 miles, and so those oil rigs are much further than that. So why aren't they obscured, and why do you see the horizon beyond this
Well, it is
oil,
pretty
which is
obscured. It looks
over?
like an oil painting. And you see all the little anomalies.
No.
The horizon
At
shouldn't
10
be.
miles,
You
it
mean
should
like
be
obscured,
accurate.
like it's just out of
The
sight?
second one is almost 10 miles away, and the horizon's beyond it. What are you talking about?
That's an 80-inch drop, and you can still see the water on the legs.
It's about the horizon distance, not about anything blocking
sure.
anything.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, the oil rigs are for demarcation of distance to
Yeah.
them.
So you said, what about those? So what are you actually asking about those photos?
Oh well, it seems like this photo is showing that refraction happens. I just wasn't sure what was.
Yes,
like,
there's definitely refraction of the oil rigs in there, but we're talking about the horizon. The horizon doesn't refract. The horizon doesn't refract.
But
There's
this
no
oil
evidence
rig,
the horizon refracts.
Clarify what you mean by refraction happens. Please.
Light doesn't travel in a perfectly straight line. It interacts with the particles in the atmosphere, and it jumbles around a little bit.
Yeah,
How
but
do you know
only
it's
to
not
some
a straight
extent.
line?
Can I just interject here quickly? I'm just going to shut this whole thing down with this light because it really does my nut in.
Good luck,
Has anybody captured light to experiment on it? Has anybody captured any light in a bottle, anything?
I actually have. This is going to be a weird thing because I don't really have a dog.
Shut the fuck up.
We measured.
Wait a second, let's hear this one.
light
Hold on. Let's listen to the response.
We measured the speed of light, and you do it over water, by the way, because it's light refracts clearer over water. It's easier to measure it that way. But it's a really old school thing you can do. It's hard to describe, but you basically have a laser or a really focused beam of light, and you shoot it like a couple miles away, and you have a mirror reflect it, and then you have a really fast spinning wheel with pinholes in it. and the light hits the top part of that wheel, and if you spin the wheel fast enough, the light only comes through if it's spinning at a certain frequency, basically, because the light is happening at a certain speed and a certain frequency. It's super old school.
Quit
It's
making
200
shit
years.
up, man. Come on, bro.
I'll send you a video.
This sounds like a game show. This
I'll
sounds like
send
a
you a
good game
video.
show,
It's a
but
super old schooly way of measuring the speed
You
of light.
better, you better send it to me quick.
Yeah,
'cause I think you're making shit up right now.
You know,
I mean, the
physics
idea
major,
makes
kinda
sense,
what I mean.
right? You have a mirror and you reflect the
No,
laser
send me
beam
the
back.
video. Send me the video. Otherwise, you're making shit up right now.
Okay, I will, but I'm saying that makes sense, though, right? You just have a mirror that reflects the image, and
Doesn't
then you
make sense.
capture
That's
it.
why I'm
said
saying it
makes
sounds like you're
sense
making
so
shit
far.
up.
Just because somebody wrote something doesn't make it make sense, because I don't see that sense when I look.
to be
Okay,
able
now
to
back.
know what. Sorry,
Well,
Christopher. I was just going to say, you have to be able to capture it, manipulate it, and see what so-called light is, whether it's a particle, whether it's a wavelength, whatever, where you conceptualize in your brain, in your cranium, to be able to see what it does. And nobody has done that. Nobody can do that until that time.
I posted it in the Livestream voice text channel.
I'm gonna take a look at it.
Okay, can we get back to the Black Swan and the Horizon, because he mentioned
No,
about
we're gonna stay
he
here.
mentioned about the oil rigs, and it's not even the like the.
Oh, I was just
Go
asking,
ahead.
like,
Go ahead.
the oil rigs look super big, really far away, so there's
If
magnification
you
of the
guys
image.
want to continue, like, just on the oil rigs and how that works, and all that, go ahead. But it doesn't have anything to do with like where the whatever. It's whatever.
The argument, yeah, we're just pointing out. So the reason that the horizon is not where it is because of refraction. Is that what you're saying, nickname? According to the oil rigs, that image.
Oh yeah, well I thought that image was showing that refraction magnifies things, because the oil rig is clearly magnified.
Okay, so what about the horizon?
About
Wouldn't the horizon be magnified too?
You know
Okay,
how
so you
far
think
the
the
horizon
horizon is being. Sorry, wait. Let me just address him first. So you think the horizon is being refracted? Is that correct?
Yeah, whatever the light is coming from wherever.
Yeah, it must be.
Well,
everything's getting refracted. It's just
wanna
it's
make
noticeable
sure-
really far away.
Okay, but I just want to make sure you are claiming that, because that's the. I just want to make sure you are saying the horizon is being refracted. Okay, got it. Thanks.
So, here's another one. If it's going to be refracted, it has to be on a level plane. Even if you're going to use that silly claim, has to be
Why
on
would
a
it
level.
have to be on
on
a? That's
level
not how
set.
refraction works. Refraction doesn't.
How does it work on a bendy? On a
real quick.
bendy.
Real quick, we're going off in the weeds again, because remember the MSU is taking over, but let's not let that frustrate us. My point would be to you: do you think the object we're looking at in the picture, or just the oil rigs? I know people love talking about the oil rigs. So are you saying the oil rigs really aren't there where we see them?
Well put.
Well, they are there.
Okay, so are
we're
they
getting
where
light
we
off
see
of
them? Very good. So let's hypothetically think of us back in World War II in the 40s. They had these things called battleships, and they actually engaged each other, especially the German Navy, at distances much greater than the picture of the Black Swan. Now you know that the farthest oil rig is around the oil rig. Let's just focus on the oil rig in the picture. The farthest one is how far away?
It says 9.4 miles.
So, and you are assuming that's correct, right?
We could plug in whatever number.
Right.
For your example.
So let's say that is an oil rig. Let's say in World War II, I now want to shoot a salvo of my battleship cannons at that oil rig with my 14-inch guns. Let's say I'm on the Bismarck. Do I aim at the target that I'm looking at, nickname, or do I have to adjust for some other unknown phenomena?
Well, they're adjusting for the refraction, aren't they?
Oh wow! That's the point here, is that no one's ever adjusted for refraction in all of military practices in history. I used to work for them, so I know a little bit about it. And I studied these battleship engagements. Sometimes they were engaging them over double the distance of this Black Swan photo of 9 miles. Sometimes they would engage each other at almost 20 miles away, based on the premise that the target was straight out in front of the operators on the ship, for the record.
Okay.
That's just a fact.
Yeah, there's never
Yeah,
been
go
adjustments for
There's
anything, right?
there's
Called
operations we
LOS,
do
which
now
means
that shoot
line of, hold
rockets
on.
100 miles.
Right, on based on a flat surface. Yes, that's what the military
Or
admits to,
based on
right.
a curved surface, it would be the same
No,
thing.
you've never
No,
seen
it's all
that.
based on flat.
It's not. Whoa, okay. You just said it's the same thing. A curved surface and a flat surface is the same thing. Nickname.
For the arc of a flying projectile, yeah.
That's absolutely incorrect. I have to know the elevation of the target I'm shooting at. So
Yeah,
if the
you do
surface
your
is curved,
azimuth, you
there
see how
would be
close
a
you are, you're correct.
drastic difference. At 100 miles away, there would be a 10,000, a 2-mile difference in elevation at 100 miles away. The railgun system, the laser device, tracks the other targets from 100 miles away. Radar does it at over 5,000 miles away, straight out and fat and flat. It's called LOS, which stands for, hold on, it stands for what? LOS stands for, anybody? LOS? Correct. Line of sight stands for line of sight, meaning there has to be a straight line between the operator and the target. Thanks.
Well, there has to be light from it. You have to be able to see it.
No, because I'm not correcting for, I'm shooting at the target where it is. I'm not shooting because it's somewhere else. That's what you're not understanding.
Dude,
Everybody that's in here, can y'all tell me who are we chatting with?
Oh, we're talking to.
Who are we chatting with? It doesn't show up in my thingy.
It's nickname. Hey, but I just looked at his video and dude,
how good is it?
Shit. It's not good at all. I mean, it's like
Wheel of Fortune, huh?
It's yeah, Wheel of Fortune. Did you watch some of it? Holy shit!
I knew it was. As soon as he said it, that's why I said it's a game show, Wheel of Fortune, because I've seen all this shit before, like 20 years ago, bro. That's why I laughed. It's a fucking.
Yeah,
I've got
speed of
tears in
light.
my eyes, bro.
It's like he went to say, here's how you can measure speed of light. All of it was assumed before, and now we verified it by some little fucking thing. I'm shooting a laser at a hill with a mirror on it. Give me a fucking break.
What's wrong with assuming that light travels at a certain speed?
The whole thing is an assumption. That's the whole.
You know what happens when you assume? You know what happens when you assume, nickname?
There is no assumption there. It's you can whatever speed that light would have been going.
He doesn't know what happens when you assume, does he?
Whenever we assume,
the physical apparatus, the thing that I linked, if light was going at a different speed, you would find it by having the pinholes go at a different speed as well.
I know we're evading the topic though. So remember when you said that they had to adjust for curvature? That's the point. You're making a religious assumption without evidence, and you don't even have a claim. It's just based on your imagination. And my point is, my job is to point that out to other people to show if you believe in this globe Earth, you have to literally pretend and live in a magical, imagined fairy tale.
I was
And he brought in a non sequitur of the speed of light. Really has nothing to do with refraction at all.
You guys are asking me to show that.
I know. I know that's another. I know we're going down the rabbit hole again, right? When the crocodiles are giving birth to chickens. Yep.
You asked me to. You said, "Have we ever observed light or whatever?" I've used that apparatus. You could do it at any distance. You could do it at 2 inches.
We're just hiding. We're desperately hiding from the curvature of the Earth topic. That's what this is about. That's what we're trying to get you to adjust.
I can understand that too. You know, it's
There's
like really
things
simple.
around it that I was
to
asking
compare the
about.
horizon is. And if you see where the horizon is,
thing, yeah?
you look up a mountain that's 306 kilometers away. Got a picture, man.
Can I just put it to him in a simple way? It's a very simple way to put it. If water is flat and the rest is topography, how do you get a ball? So if water is flat and the rest is topography, how do you get a ball? Because topography is measured from sea level up and water level is water level. So you have to go down. It's a very simple, reasonable, logical way without any numbers. So if water is flat and the rest is topography, so 70-something% is water, which is flat, and the rest is topography, which is measured from sea level up, how do you get a ball? So I don't know. You cannot get any more simpler than that.
What that question means. You can measure the height of the elevation of things.
Exactly. So you're measuring height and depth on something that's flat, bro. That's what I'm saying.
Why can't you do it on a round thing?
We don't live on a round thing. That's the point.
Okay, that's
On the
fine,
round
but
thing,
why
it doesn't because
measure
water doesn't
height
bend, bro.
on-
Right. Well, that's like saying, why can't my octopus be a dog? You know, it's not. It's an octopus. That's the point.
Okay,
Because
so
water is flat. Water always finds its level.
so if you have a
In-
globe like a handheld globe, right? One that has countries labeled on it or whatever. It
Yeah,
has
the label on the bottom always says not for educational purposes. Yeah.
and made in China, but or Taiwan sometimes. Or Beirut. I mean, who cares? The globe thing that you can hold in your hands also has little mountains and stuff on it.
Can
and you're
you
saying
make
you
water
can't measure the
stick
height.
to a ball?
What do you mean little mountains? You can see a mountain from 306 kilometers away, while the horizon is at like 15 kilometers or something.
Well, you said that you
So
can't measure
topography. So
height
don't you're
and
confusing.
distance
So we got
on a ball.
topography. We just got to start telling this guy,
He's
yes,
Water
we have
always
topography, right?
remains level.
he's trying to strawman me. If
Right. So
water
we
is
have
flat,
And
okay.
there's
Okay,
different
guys,
people I'm
don't
addressing.
lose it.
go Alexa.
Don't lose the topic. We have topography. Yes. What was your point?
Well,
Show
you
me
said that
circumstance
it's.
water curves.
I asked why you can't measure height or distance on a globe or on something that's not flat, and you said that why can't the
Because
dog be an
water
octopus?
is level.
Okay.
Right,
Because
because
the
we're not.
water is
That's what I
level.
told you. We're not living. We're living
Okay,
on a
beautiful.
flat surface. That's why. That's why
A
everything.
globe that you can hold in your hand, like the ones that they have in classrooms, is not a flat surface, and we can measure the heights of the little fake mountains on that, right?
No, you can't. It's never been done. Go ahead and try.
You don't
Look,
have
dude,
a ruler?
you're ignoring the
Wait, look,
premise.
yeah, guys, wait, yeah, Indio, take over. But I'm just going to tell him it's never
Go
been
ahead.
done. So why are you making my point? Why would you make a
Wait.
claim when that's never?
Yeah,
no one's measured the height.
Well,
of
let me
a
ask a
handheld-
question. Let me
Why
ask.
can't I just finish
Dude,
one
this will take.
sentence?
Go
I wanna
ahead.
finish one
Finish.
sentence. I just want to say this one thing. No one's ever measured the height of topography on a globe held in hand, bro. That's all I'm saying. Why would you say that? That's it.
I feel like that has definitely been done. That you could just take a ruler and
Wow,
measure how tall they are.
Okay.
Okay, your feelings
cool.
don't
So,
have any confidence in this. Show us
Okay.
factual evidence that it exists. Your thoughts, your feelings don't matter.
That's beautiful. I
Duly
don't
noted.
understand.
Listen, I'm trying to
take over.
Why
explain
was
Iggs'
Rick muted?
point, man. Can I just explain his point? His premise was if the water is flat, and that's all that's ever been measured, is flat water. Just no one's ever measured curving water. So if the water is flat, can you have a 70% flat surface and still have a ball? Yes or no? It's
I'm not
pretty-
sure. Okay, that's. I wasn't really.
That was his point.
Interested in
He's like, if the water is flat and you got 30% left, that's topography. How can that possibly be in the form of a ball? It can't be.
I don't see why not.
A 70% flat ball.
Well, I don't see why it would only be 70% flat. The whole thing would be the ball.
Alexa, turn off the kitchen.
70%
The premise
flat.
is that water is flat.
Whenever you isolate water, it's never flat. It's a sphere. It's a drop, right?
No.
Drops look like spheres.
Okay, but that's from surface tension. They're called intermolecular forces. Has nothing to do with gravity or anything like that.
And if you were an atom on the surface of that drop, your horizon would look flat.
What? What's that got to do with the price of tea in China?
Tell me any container that contains
He's
water is
British.
curved.
He's British.
Listen, let me explain this to you, though. We do not base it strictly on visual observations or looking at things. So there's been plenty of measurements done, right, that demonstrate that water is flat using laser transits across large bodies of water that demonstrate that water is completely flat. And if the water isn't curving in one place, it's curving in no place. You're not going to have a flat.
I've never heard about that, so I don't know.
Oh God.
Well,
I don't know about
that's what you're here for, right? To get information.
I don't. What do you mean by transits? You
A
guys
laser
gotta-
transit. A laser transit is when you take a laser and you horizontally pan it through multiple targets. So you take a
Like the
laser, you
Gazelle
shine it
apparatus
like
that
so. Check this out. You gotta. This is the test that was done. They had a laser. They went to a lake in the Netherlands. They put 4 targets across the other side, excuse me, across the other side of the lake at various distances, different distances. All those targets are the identical heights. So if the water is curving, right, across this lake, each target is going to be lower relative to the laser with distance, right? So an 11-mile away target's going to be higher than a 25-mile target, and the 25-mile target's going to be lower than a
Big ass lake if it's 11 miles.
Well, their longest shot was 25 miles.
Big ass lake.
So they went from 2.92 meter laser height above the water, and they hit a target that's 1.5 meters high. Now, the globe prediction is that target could only be hit if it was 90 meters in the air, which is 290 feet, 29-story building. So this is a discrepancy of 2 orders of magnitude.
Which, I mean, if the Earth is flat or round, you're still getting that effect because of the refraction. Like, it would be hard to see something that far away, even with a flat Earth.
We're not talking about seeing something. We're talking about shining a laser.
Yeah, and seeing if it hits the targets and when it does and how far away.
So you think, like, listen, even if you use, hold on, dude. I'm not done. You just said refraction, right? How much would refraction bend a laser in 25 miles? The standard value 7.6R that they use. How much?
I would imagine enough so that you could see something 26 miles away.
That's like some ad hoc bullshit, dude.
Yeah, that's
not enough.
You're just making
well,
that
I don't
okay?
know the
So
number. That's weird. Why are you asking me to do math for you?
It's 5. I already know the answer. The thing is, you don't know the answer, and you're just throwing shit against. The answer is 5 meters.
I'm asking questions.
The answer is 5 meters. So you got the target is 90 meters below where it's supposed to hit according to the globe. And even if you do with refraction, it's going to bend it down 5 meters. You still have 85 meters to go to hit the target.
That's with refraction. That's not how refraction works. It bends it in every direction, so it's like it blurs out.
It bends it in every direction?
Well, the further something away is, it like becomes blurry, right? The light coming off of it is shooting everywhere.
Okay, so that's a cool story. So they did. Remember, I said it was a laser transit. Why did they do a laser transit? Why do you think? They did it because they had different
it would blur
distances. No, they had different distances because
Right.
There's no way it's going to hit the same elevation target. It would have to. There have to be refraction equal to the curvature of the Earth at every distance.
Right. In order to take out that curvature and see further, it would have to.
And it would have to be equal at every distance. So when they did 6 miles, 12 miles,
Or
19 miles, and 25 miles, the laser just happened to hover at the exact elevation above the Earth, so it would just appear flat, right? At all these different distances. And then when they went back 3 weeks later and they did it again, and it happened to do it again.
So I don't know about that, but the blur thing you would see during that test, just lasers end up blurring through air.
Oh boy.
Well, listen, that's called
Like
called beam divergence. That's called beam divergence. Well, that is called there's a name for it. It's called speckle. Anyway, because there's turbulence in the air.
If you target 2 inches away, it'll look like a fine point. If you have one a mile away, it'll look
this
like a
laser had a collimator on it. Listen, this wasn't a pen laser. This was a $50,000 laser with a collimator. And the collimators make you put it on the end of a laser, and it makes all the rays come out in parallel. It's so that you don't have beam divergence, which means
most of them, yeah.
So that the light does not spread out.
99.99 something % accurate, yeah. There's a little bit of escape. A little bit comes out.
All right.
Well, they're not perfectly symmetrical. Some of the light isn't perfectly parallel, but yeah. There's a little bit of a divergence.
Listen, all lasers have beam divergence. When you buy a laser, it will say the beam divergence. You buy a collimator, you put it on the laser. Please don't interrupt me. You put a collimator on the laser, and those collimators, they also come out with a beam divergence, right? They're manufactured for a specific beam divergence. This particular collimator had a 0.08 MRAD beam divergence. So that means at 25 miles away, the spread of the beam would be 2 meters.
That's a big spread. You see what I'm saying? It blurs.
Listen, you have to make up 90 meters.
Okay, but
So
what I
let's
was
give you
saying, you
5 for
you seem
refraction.
to
We'll give you
scoff at
2
the
for the
idea
beam
that
divergence. Now you're at
the
70.
laser
You got
blurs.
83. You got 83 more meters to make up.
That's fine, but I wasn't arguing
Not fine.
where it ends up.
Listen, this is like the length of a football field. This isn't just like a little bit. This isn't a close call. That's what you're not understanding. This
Agreed.
isn't close.
Look, I'm not disagreeing with you on that. You disagreed with me that it blurs a little bit, and I just thought that was weird.
No,
It
listen,
definitely
no,
blurs a little bit.
there's turbulence in the air. That's well known. It's not going
Yeah,
to be
so
crystal clear
it
yet.
blurs a little bit. That's all that I
That's
had said.
irrelevant because it's irrelevant. That's a red herring argument because there's supposed to
Well,
be a
it's
hump
not
of
an
water.
argument. I wasn't arguing against you.
Listen,
Really, no one
bringing
here
up
is attacking you.
irrelevant.
Calm down, Jesus.
Why don't you tell me that they were wearing the wrong underwear next? I mean, you're just bringing up irrelevant factoids that have nothing to do with the experiment.
We were
There's
just
supposed
talking,
to
and
be
you
a
said something.
there's
So
supposed to be a hump of water in between the target and the laser. There is no hump of water there blocking the laser. Okay, the curvature of the Earth. Remember, boats go over the horizon.
okay, so
Remember that deal?
we
Boats
seem
go
to
over the
be off on
horizon.
the
What's
wrong
blocking
foot
the
here.
boat?
When I'm asking stuff, it's an open question. I'm not like trying to lead you somewhere.
Listen, when a boat goes over the horizon, why can't you see the bottom of the boat?
Because it goes out of your fucking field of view. I don't know.
Okay, haven't you ever heard the ships go over the horizon? The bottom disappears first,
I
and
have
then the
heard that.
mast, and then so you've heard that, right? So this is the same thing, except for you're putting the target well below the horizon, so that there's no way.
I get how
there's
it's set up. I'm
optical
not
path
again. I'm
to
not
the target.
disagreeing with you.
Well, I'm explaining it to you so you understand it. I want to make sure you fully comprehend this because for some reason, Glovers have a geometry issue. Like they can't visually, they have no spatial awareness.
I think it sounded like I was disagreeing because I was asking an open, like an honest question. Just why couldn't that happen on a globe? And
because there's supposed to be a 440-foot hump of water in between the laser and the target.
Right, no, but the refraction. Why is the refraction too light?
Because there is not enough atmospheric refraction for that to happen.
And it's a physical thing. It's a physical obstruction.
We also need the weather conditions. No one has ever been able to demonstrate those type of conditions to create that refraction.
Yeah, and they took meteorological data.
Somebody from the outside, right? To me, this just sounds like a big claim, right? That no one has ever done this, and yet it sounds like you could easily search that up.
No, you claiming it, right? You said the reason that this whole test was possible on a globe is because of refraction. So you have the positive claim. So you tell us what
Well,
weather.
I asked it. To be fair, I asked it rhetorically, but
okay,
I
you
did
don't
only
know.
ask.
So you don't have proof. Okay, you don't have proof that refraction can make this possible. So you're just talking. You're making shit up.
No.
Yes, you are.
Because I
You
said
are
the
making
standard
shit up.
response was this, because that seemed to be where you guys were leading me.
Go ahead. Give us the proof that refraction with the specific weather conditions for the 90 meters, and then we can talk, because otherwise we're just talking
I don't got none of that. I was just following what you guys were
Well,
saying.
because it doesn't happen. It's not physically possible. So that the optical path.
You guys don't have to pull back so hard. I'm not like attacking you. These are open questions.
Listen for a second. Okay, this test. Okay, so say you want to so some people will come in and say, oh, maybe it's just a bigger ball, right? So they say that this would only match a ball whose radius was 65,000 miles.
So the thing that
think about that for a second.
That I was questioning and that I still don't understand is just like how much refraction is there, because I don't know the formula. I don't know how that gets calculated.
The way they calculate refraction, terrestrial refraction, and say geodetic surveying, is they just calculate as if Earth is a larger radius. It's called 7/6 R being the radius, and then they do straight line geometry after that. Okay, because it's I wouldn't say it's too difficult, but it's a pain in the ass calculation, and it doesn't actually work. Okay, to actually calculate the actual path of the ray, the optical path of the ray, because you have to use Fermat's principle, and you would need to know too many variables across the optical path. So they just use an approximation in geodetic surveying called 7/6 R. That is increasing the radius of the Earth 1/6 of its value, and then assuming that it just appears a little bit flatter than what it is physically, and they do that. This value, if you plug in this value as opposed to just use the regular radius, it only takes 5 meters off.
Okay, so that makes sense.
So this would only match. This would match something like 20 R. You have to increase the radius of the
you're
Earth
using
by a
the straight
factor of
line.
20.
Can I interject?
But
and say,
Wikipedia
what
appears
might-
to be saying that it's not straight line. You do calculus.
Okay.
Because the light
Calculators
isn't
don't
traveling in a straight line, right? That's the.
Listen, this is their approximation. You don't understand what I'm saying. Okay? As an approximation, what they do is they are not calculating the actual optical path of the laser, as in a curved ray of light. They're not calculating that.
Just observing it, right?
When you say they, I mean, what are we?
They,
talking
geodetic
They
surveying.
being the people they're
People that make highways, the transportation department, anybody that does
Oh, I see.
surveying.
Well, the
Like
shit
if
that
we
they're
look at the
surveying
Mass
is like really
manual
close,
for
isn't it?
surveying, it'll say something like 0.3 R, or if you like in Europe they use 0.3 R. Other places use like 0.17. It's all over the place. So different places use different values, but it hovers around 7.6 R is about the average. This is 20 R. This only matches a globe whose radius is 65,000 miles in radius. Okay.
Right, but what I was saying was that all makes sense if they're measuring it in a straight line, which is what they do, especially for short distances, like Wikipedia is saying for surveying and the things that you listed.
What instrument would you use to measure to?
You don't know what you're talking.
To survey over long distance.
No.
I mean, what the
If you
entire
want-
fuck are you talking about, bro?
The path of light is not straight over a distance like that, is what Wikipedia is saying. So you wouldn't measure it as a straight line.
How many flat spots on Earth do you survey to make it a globe? How many flat spots make it a globe?
What do you like calculating the curve of a line or something?
You're going to calculate
listen.
I don't understand your question.
Do we live on a disco ball?
Do we? I don't know what you're asking.
Do we? Go ahead, Indio. I'm sorry.
But listen, and I want to say this: Wikipedia's entry for refraction is garbage.
No, that's well, they agreed with everything you said.
Well, who cares? Listen, I am telling you what they use. I'm not saying I agree with it, because as far as I know, there's no evidence that light bends down. There's literally zero evidence for it. Actually, the evidence is
not
against
true.
it.
You don't believe that either.
So show me a test experiment measurement where they.
We agreed earlier.
Listen, show me the test experiment. No, listen. That
Your
was a
test.
hypothetical.
Your did
that was
it. The one where they shine the laser over the lake. The beam at the end is no longer a pin.
No. Good
It's
try,
the beam
though.
is a little
Good try,
wider.
though. Good try, though. You
What do you
almost
mean,
tried
good
with your
try?
rhetoric. Good try. It was a hypothetical. Even if I gave you that, hypothetically, if I gave you refraction, you still don't get there.
Oh, okay, get where? You asked me to show that light bends
There's
down.
no evidence that for light bending down in air. There's not a shred of evidence. There's one document, paper.
Okay, maybe you mean something different by that. But to me, it sounds like if you shoot light in a straight line, it might end up a little lower than the elevation you were shooting it at. That seems to be
it might end up a
overtly
little
true.
higher, too.
It would be both, wouldn't it? It would spread out because it gets blurred.
This has been tested, right? So this has been tested. It's been tested with LiDAR. It's been tested in a Greek paper I can post.
Okay.
And when they listen, they measure the angle of arrival of the light, and what happens is it's called scintillation. It'll move up and down. Okay, it'll move up and down. But the average is that it does nothing, right? So if you take a lot of samples, you take a lot of measurements, it averages to the
well, that's different than what you were saying, though. You said that it never goes down, and that just seemed weird to me, so I pushed on that.
The globe claim is that it has to bend down every single freaking time you look at something.
Okay, well, I'm not
only
at that
down.
point yet. I don't know what they say. I'm just going off of what you're saying.
I'll give you an
Wikipedia
example.
agreed
I'll
with
give
you.
An example. I'm going to give you a specific example.
Do you understand that I'm not attacking the idea that it could be a flat plane, right? Just some of the things you're saying, I'm asking about.
I understand. It sounds like you're just obfuscating
in
every
12
single
hours of nighttime. Yeah, of course he is. But it should be 12 hours of daytime.
How is it
and 12 hours of
obfuscation?
nighttime.
Hold on, let him.
Jesus
go ahead,
Christ.
Go ahead, Indio.
It should be 12 hours of daytime and 12 hours of nighttime. And because this is not observed in the real world, they say that the sun, when you see it at the horizon, it's already below the horizon. And at sunrise, it's above the horizon when it's not, right? This is what they say. That they say that light is refracted all the time, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Every time you look at something, everything is being elevated up to just make everything appear to be flat. This is what they say. This is in their literature, right? So there's no evidence for this. There's no evidence for this. It's just what they call an ad hoc hypothesis to fix what is broken.
Agreed. I feel like it's. I mean, somebody here must appreciate the irony that you accused me of obfuscating things, and then you used a point that had nothing to do with what we were talking about.
Look, what are you talking about?
Dude,
what the fuck are you talking about?
Wouldn't it be great if either of us knew?
You're spiraling, dude. You're totally spiraling.
Spiraling like a globe.
Yeah, you're spiraling into a word salad gibberish.
I asked, you said that it couldn't bend down, and I pushed on that because that seemed weird. And then you said it does go down sometimes.
I said
that's all that we were talking about. And then you started talking about the sun.
Evidence. You know, there's a difference between saying there's no evidence and saying something can't happen.
We agreed on the evidence, my guy.
What is the evidence?
You said that it went down. You gave the experimental example.
You're the one
who
talking
about. I said scintillation.
So it does bend.
Scintillating conversation.
So scintillation of light is when when you look through an optic and there's a point of light and it bounces around. It doesn't stay in one place. Like, you know why the stars twinkle? This is what they say. You look up at the star and it's twinkling. It's moving around because of turbulence in the air. Yes, there's turbulence in the air. There's little micro pockets of different temperature air when you look at something. This is scintillation. That is not light bending down a curved ray path between an object and the optical device. Okay, they're two different things.
Wow.
There's zero evidence for the latter, for what I just said. There's zero evidence that light takes a curved path to any. Pardon me?
It seems like our disagreement is that you don't believe that it does it a lot.
No. Listen,
it does it a
you're
lot.
confused. Stop changing my words. I said there's no evidence that it happens. There's no evidence for it happening.
You're the one that proposed the
Listen,
evidence.
I'm going to say it one more time. There is no evidence for it happening. And you're more than welcome to give me the evidence that it does.
Why can't I give you your experiment back to you as the evidence?
Because they recorded that and there's no, because they filmed it and there's no evidence of the laser bending down.
But you said that there was
no evidence, bro.
off what you're saying. You said
there's
that there
no
was
evidence for the laser bending down. No one observed the laser bending down.
Well, then how do you know that it scintillates down? That seems weird now.
What are you talking? You're just like throwing words together. Okay, scintillation is not refraction.
Back at you.
Listen, scintillation is not refraction. You're just trying to marry shit that doesn't marry together.
Whatever it is, you called it scintillation. I'm trying to use your terms.
No,
making shit up again. He doesn't understand.
Listen, scintillation is when a point of light moves around, doesn't stay stable in one location when you're looking at it. And refraction is when that optical path makes an object appear to be in a different location than where it is, like a mirage, right?
Okay.
Like a superior mirage where it appears that it is a boat floating above a boat upside down.
When it scintillates, does it ever scintillate down?
It scintillates all over the place. It's random.
Okay,
Exactly.
my claim was what you just said, that it can go down a little. It bends down, scintillates down, and you're saying, no, it doesn't. There's no evidence. But we just agreed about the same thing.
Listen.
Okay, but one of the random directions is in fact down, and earlier he said it could never do that. So
No,
I was just trying to square that
listen,
circle.
That's the third time you misquoted me. Okay,
You
that's
did
the third time. You
I
do
feel
it one more
like
time, I'm
you
gonna ban
misquoted yourself then.
No. I never said never. I said there's no evidence. And I'm going to ban you if you misquote me again. Because this is the
That would
third
be an
time I've
abuse
had
of
to tell you this.
power.
Yeah, I don't have to debate and lose the debate if I get banned. We know the tactics, dude. This is not new.
Well, I don't believe
Old
the Earth
shit,
is,
man.
but relax. This is what I'm saying.
I don't
Ease
care
up. I'm
what
not
you believe.
attacking your view.
Listen, I don't care what you believe. Listen, you're
Well, you
attacking
clearly care
freaking
what I
common
believe.
sense. You're attacking common sense and reason. That's what you're attacking.
I don't think you're an authority on common sense and reason, but that's fine.
Oh, but compared
wouldn't
to
be
you, I
either,
am an authority.
Well, I'm a professional epistemologist, but that's fine. Look, I think that
you're a professional epistemologist.
Yes,
Don't
I'm a
make me
meta
laugh.
epistemologist.
Oh, you're one of these guys.
If
Are
you
you
would
one
like
of the
to read
street
several of my
epistemology
books,
dudes?
I can link you. But
Oh, some of
that's
my
neither
books.
here nor there.
Oh, how come you use
The
so many
authority doesn't
logical
matter.
fallacies? How come you're using affirming the consequent repeatedly?
I'm not. I'm
How come
asking
you're using
questions
proof by
based on what
repeated
you are
assertions?
saying.
How come you're using proof by repeated assertions?
Somebody else who has been listening told me a bone. I am just asking questions based on what you're saying. I'm not like attacking. I'm not trying to go down certain paths.
So why are you using affirming the consequent? Why are you using ad
not.
hoc fallacy? Why are you using ad hoc fallacy?
Which paths are you
Why are you using
afraid to go
hey,
down?
listen, hold on, Helio. Nuh-uh is not a refutation. Okay? I'll explain to you exactly how you use affirming the consequence, and I'll explain to you exactly how you use an ad hoc fallacy. I'll explain it to you exactly. Okay? Laser hits target, therefore Earth refraction. Okay? How do we know it's refraction? And that's affirming the consequent. And then the ad hoc fallacy is...
Well, I never said that.
Because the Earth's a globe. Listen, it's inferred from what you're saying.
Well, then you're doing that inference. I'm not.
Exactly.
I'm saying what I mean. I'm not saying anything beyond what I'm saying.
Okay,
everyone here heard you do that. Go ahead, Indio.
Listen. Why did
you asked for evidence, and I said it blurs a little bit. There's an earlier conversation we had. That's not unfair.
Listen, I'm going to expose you right now. Okay?
Expose me. Ooh.
Yes, I'm going to expose you right now.
That's a word I haven't heard in a while.
It's something
last
you've
time I
probably never
exposed
seen
myself
from a
in
woman
public,
either.
cops got involved.
You're going to die a virgin. But anyway, that's besides the point.
I feel like that's against the rules. Some about
I don't care about
attacking people.
So when they took the laser and they shone it from one place, so when they took the laser and they shined it across the laser and it hit someone else, what evidence did you have that refraction was the cause of that? That made that able to happen? What was your evidence for that?
So I don't know which example you're talking about. Laser shining to what?
The laser transit.
Indio, I wanted to come in the transit.
The laser transit.
I didn't
what
think.
What evidence did you have from what I said that refraction?
I didn't. I never denied that happened.
All right.
I think you're talking past me.
Dude,
let me just really quick. Indio, just.
I'm gonna say it one more time. I'm about to kick this dude because this is just pointless.
But I just want to point this out really quick.
Honest questions.
No, you're playing pretend and you're lying, and I don't appreciate lying.
Yeah, he's feigning. He's
lying about what?
Ignorance. He's feigning ignorance, but that's
feigning
okay.
ignorance.
All right, cool. So
about
about this laser test.
Saying you didn't say refraction.
I've never heard of that laser test before.
Okay, well, now you have. Okay, we have a laser test where we have, 5 kilometers, 12 kilometers, panning a laser that is a collimated laser, freaking $50,000 laser that was panning across a lake.
We all understand.
It went from 5 to 12 to 40 kilometers. They saw the laser from all 3 points on the lake. Now, if the lake was curving, then the laser, it would be like the Superman signal in the sky if the Earth was curved. But they saw the laser from all 3 points. And that's not
totally
refraction.
Okay.
And you said refraction. We had a discussion about that, and I told you it can't possibly be refraction. And I told you why.
Okay, well, I was asking about that. I don't know the formula. Remember?
Okay. Listen, then why did you bring it up?
Because I'm asking. I don't know about this experiment. I'm wondering.
Yeah, but you got an experiment
for a fucking liar. I'm done with this. Dude, you're just such a fucking liar, dude. Like, are you seriously gonna just?
I agreed that light did that. Okay, we're not disagreeing with each other.
Hold on, dude. What are you talking about? Agree with what? I never said it was refraction. What are you agreeing with again?
I agreed that they did that experiment and they saw that the light it went like a flat over a flat plane. I agree that they did that. Okay, we're not talking past each other.
Why did you say it was refraction?
I didn't. I was asking if refraction could do that.
You did not ask. We had a discussion about it.
You're super defensive.
You know we record this? Did you know that we record this? This is a live stream.
I sure hope so.
This is live streamed on YouTube.
It would be a tragedy if open
So all this
questions
is
weren't
recorded.
recorded.
So all your lies are saved for posterity.
Look, if I said that, then I misspoke. I
Now
definitely
you
didn't mean to
misspoke.
say that.
Go listen to it.
Look, let's say
Dude, I
let's say
haven't
that
seen
this
this
is
much shucking and jiving since the 1920s blackface musical.
Oh, weird. Okay. Let's say that you did your gotcha, and I definitely said that or whatever. Then allow me to take that back right now.
Amazing.
I don't think that
All right,
anymore.
take it back. Nickname.
Take it back.
I need
Take
a
back
good
your
read.
ad hoc policy.
Take backsies.
You street
Nickname.
epistemologist.
I need a good read at the moment. Can you link me your book?
Oh, sure.
So since don't promote his book. I mean, what the hell are you doing?
I got one that's
So what's the
not
globe
finished, I'll
axiom?
look at
What's the logical axiom for the globe? The globe Earth.
I have no
What's the
idea.
logical axiom? Do you know what a logical axiom is?
Well, yeah, all axioms are logical.
You're an epistemologist, right, dude? So you must know basic philosophy. So what is the logical axiom for the globe? The
I
globe
don't
Earth.
know. I don't have their
What is
arguments.
Is it safe to say there is no logical axiom for the globe?
I don't know about that. That's why I'm asking
So an
questions.
axiom would be something that's self-evident. What do you perceive?
That's not. Axioms are not necessarily self-evident.
Okay, I need a citation for that.
Well, they're just not.
I'm not
So like
talking about a mathematical axiom.
axioms are
I'm
based
talking
off
about a
of
logical axiom.
premises, right? So an axiom would be something where you can affirm a certain set of premises given those premises. Right? So axioms tend
It
to
is
be
not
a
the
little
definition of
tautological.
axiom. You're making shit up now. Go look up the definition of
Okay,
axiom.
well, I am telling you.
Yeah, you're telling me your own personal definition.
No,
It is
we
your
can do the
personal
same thing as
definition.
earlier. We can play both
No,
sides
look
of the
it up
game.
in-
If that's
listen,
not
look
the
it up in the Oxford
definition, we would
Dictionary.
find a definition that is simply wrong because it wouldn't work anymore.
Listen.
And
the
yet
Oxford
yours is
Dictionary
right?
Definition, the Oxford Dictionary definition.
Well, the
Cambridge
opposite
Dictionary.
of something false has to be true, usually. Not always, but usually.
Okay, and that would be a false dichotomy. Anyway, so
It wouldn't.
you're really great at philosophy. You wrote a book. You self-published.
I'm not self-published. No, I have actual publishers. A published academic,
it's
but
not
that's
true.
a whole different story.
Anyway, there is no global logical axiom. Okay, 'cause
Okay,
there's nothing
I feel like you
self-evident
think that
about
I'm arguing that thing with you, and I'm not.
I feel like I just feel like you're a poser, dude. That's what I feel like.
Opposing what though? Your
No,
position?
a poser.
Oh, okay.
A pseudo-intellectual pretender clown that thinks he's smarter than he really is. And maybe the smartest person in the room if he's filled with a room full of crackheads. But
Say
that's about
that's
it.
even true. I
a
don't
knuckle
understand why you're
dragon, a knuckle dragon, crayon munching,
Nickname. What in your own words? What is
window
affirming?
licker.
What is affirming the consequent in your own words? You ask. This is how this whole started. You ask.
as a fallacy.
Paint chips.
It's not always fallacious. So there's a misconception with what people call formal fallacies. Like they say ad hominem is always wrong, but if the argument is about somebody's character, then attacking their character can be part of the argument. It's not always wrong. So it's a little bit of a misconception people have about formal fallacies.
Okay. So give us an example where affirming the consequent is not a logical fallacy. You just gave us one for ad hom. Give us an example of affirming the consequent.
Give me a second. I would have to think. I haven't done this in a while.
Yeah, you'll have to look it up on Google.
There's nothing to look up.
I don't know if there are good examples for this, especially ones that you would believe. Because anything that I can think of, you guys could probably say would just be like, I don't know, an inverse of what I said.
That's such a cop out.
Well, you asked.
You made a
give me
claim.
second. Let me think.
You made a claim, and yeah, you can't back it up, dude. Like it's that simple.
That's not. I backed up the claim with ad hom, right? I said not all formal fallacies are always wrong. That was the claim.
Yeah, but it was a specific question about affirming the consequent. He has to
And
put
I
a
said,
definition.
give me a second. Let me think, dude. So I imagine if there was truly only one option, like if something was necessitated, but it didn't appear to be that way. Like if it appears to be like, I guess we could use like the Earth example since you guys talk about that. The Earth being flat versus the Earth being round are not the only two options, unless gravity works a certain way, unless light works a certain way, then we're dealing with one of two options only.
You just
Right.
proved you don't know what affirming the consequent even is.
It has to do when there's more than one possible options for
No.
P.
If P then Q,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm. Finish the
Q,
ponens.
therefore P.
Okay, that's modus ponens. That's not ad hoc. That's not affirming the consequence.
Modus tollens, but
No, modus tollens is if not P, then not Q, and then you do the inverse. Tollens is the inverse operation, but it doesn't matter.
So are you going to give us a definition of affirming a consequent?
Oh, you did ask that first, and then you asked me to give the other thing.
I ate pizza, therefore I am full. I am full, therefore I ate pizza. Okay, there's an example.
Right. Well, that's a problem with modus ponens generally. Formal logic or symbolic logic loses a lot of semantic, and so you could do that with a lot of stuff. But that's not just affirming the consequent. That problem arises with lots of other stuff.
Yeah, well, that's an example of affirming the consequent. Yes, for a definition.
Well, kinda.
He kind of asked for a definition. It sounded pretty like.
No, that's kind of an example of affirming the consequent because that can arise in the same. Doesn't matter. Look, I would say that affirming the consequent has to do with assuming one possible outcome from many possible outcomes, where you take one input, and you assume one output, or its inverse, even though there could have been other inputs, and therefore other outputs. There's more to do with the antecedent than the consequent, but it doesn't matter.
Okay, cool. So you know what it is, right? So give me another example. Core, therefore lava, lava, therefore core. Okay, so this is something we hear all the time.
Right. Well, so if you have a false premise, right? The if then premise, like that just doesn't have to be sound. It doesn't have to be true. And that's where you run into these kinds of problems.
Yes, exactly. False premise.
Right, but it's not always affirming the consequent if you start with a false premise.
Okay,
right?
so
you could be
where are we
mistaken
going
in
from
other
here?
ways.
The point was, you use an axiom, then you have no premises because it's self-evident. You don't have a false premise; you have a self-evident truth. So it's self-evidently true.
I don't think that axioms are always self-evident. That was
that's the
thing that we were
definition.
discussing.
You can listen in mathematics. You can have an axiom where you just set a rule of mathematics for that particular mathematical system you want to derive.
Right, but therein lies the thing that I'm pushing on, right? So given that mathematical framework, then you would have those axioms. But axioms are not in themselves true. They're reliant on something else, so that they're not self-evident.
Okay, so the axiom, that we are alive and that there is a reality outside of our body that we all experience and that we perceive the world, right? You agree with that, right? We perceive the world through our senses.
I don't think that's an axiom. It might be self-evident. I'm saying that wouldn't be an axiom.
We perceive the world through our senses, right?
Okay.
Is that true? Yes or no?
Certainly most of it. Yeah, that would seem to be the case.
And our perception of the world, is that it is flat and motionless. Nobody perceives the Earth as a globe, That's why there is no globe axiom, because it is not a perception.
Okay.
It is self-evident that everyone perceives the Earth as flat.
I would agree with you, but I think it would be fair to note that other people wouldn't agree with that statement, right? There are definitely some people who perceive the Earth as a globe. We might say that they're wrong, but they definitely perceive it that way.
Find one. Bring them here.
Well, you guys call them globers, right? They perceive the Earth as a globe.
In real life,
No.
do you see Earth?
No. They don't perceive the Earth as a globe. They conceptualize the Earth as a globe. That's a big difference.
Well, concepts are a part of perception. Do you mean like sensory perception?
No, they're not. Yes.
No, they're not.
Okay, so sensory perception, which is a subset of perception. Sure, you don't sense the Earth as being a globe by standing on it. We could agree on that.
Yes. So this is like a starting point inquiry. What are we on, right? What are we on? Where are we? What are we on? Okay. So what is self-evident right from go? Like I look around, it looks all flat everywhere. I don't see a globe. And then we come up with concepts in our minds and ideas, right? Ideas about the way the world works. And people have conceptualized the earth as a ball, but no one's experienced the earth as a ball, right? So there is no globe axiom. It's based on a presupposition
I see
that
what
the
you're
earth
saying.
is a sphere, right? And then you look for evidence to affirm that consequence. That
Yeah,
is the
so the thing,
entire globe model.
agreed. The thing I was pushing back on is the way that you're using the word self-evident. I thought you meant something else, and you didn't.
The
So problem
definition
solved.
does include self-evident. What do you mean? Yeah, the definition of axiom does include the word self-evident. Well, I don't know why you're denying that.
Maybe I got too technical. I denied it for the reason I said, which is that if it is reliant on a different framework or system of ideas, then it's not self-evident. It is externally evident. But that, pedantic, whatever, doesn't matter.
So you have an axiom that's not self-evident, and we're also saying in the definition of the word axiom, it also includes self-evident. So it could be either one.
I'm arguing against the definition, which again I know is pedantic.
Yeah,
Not
is
super
the point of
I just
arguing
put in
against
the
that?
etymology of axiom, and it says self-evident. It's right in the live stream voice text
Yeah,
message.
I'm
There's
not saying that
confusion.
definition,
Listen,
but
I
that's fine.
understand the confusion about axiom because a mathematical axiom is different than logical axiom. They're not the same thing.
Right, and logical axioms, I would still push back on the same thing there for the same reason.
So we could start a mathematical system with the axiom that there's no odd numbers.
Right, and you might end up with a really goofy looking mathematical framework there.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
you
could
could
start with
do it.
whatever you want. That there's you could start as instead of using decimals, you could use base 60 or whatever.
Right, and those
right?
would be axioms that are not self-evident. So do you see
But
why I was pushing back on that?
That's why I specifically said logical axiom and not a mathematical axiom.
But I would push back on logical axioms the same way, because you could suppose a different framework for logic, and right, there's something called paraconsistent logic, where they try to suppose that you can have inconsistent things sometimes, so like X and not X at the same time in the same regard. Well, is that self-evident? No, but you can have axioms based on that framework. So there are logical frameworks that have axioms that are not self-evident. That I was just pushing back on it because I wasn't sure what you were saying with it.
Well, that's not axiom that I ever learned. Axiom is, as far as I've ever learned in Aristotelian logic, is things that are self-evident that don't need to be proven.
Well, I don't think Aristotle defined it that way. He said that they're necessary, but that's again a different. So again, self-evident
Well, I
means
mean, we're
from
going
the
to translate
self,
the Greek
right?
now and see what necessary means.
I
mean, come on.
well, I
let's not
did,
get
I did,
technical.
but yes, it doesn't matter. The idea of self-evident, that it's evidence from the self, right, just seems to be, by virtue of its name, not evidence from something external to itself, right? So there is, you can see why I would push back on that, right?
No, not really.
Okay, well.
Seems like flailing to me. But the point is, okay, so the point is, from the base starting point of a perception of reality by human beings, the earth is flat and not a globe, right? And people have come around and they say, oh, look at all these concepts. I have this concept of gravity and it forms things into balls and blah, 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 right? Okay, but they have no proof, right? They have inferences. Inferences of an indirect measurement. The only way to know the actual shape of something is to directly measure it. I think that's pretty much irrefutable.
So look, even if we agree the Earth is flat, again, you're saying things that I'm pushing back on just because they seem like weird things to say to me. I'm pretty sure that you can definitely figure out the shape of something without directly sensing it through sense perception. Like geometry is proving shapes through purely conceptual abstractions of shapes, right?
Shapes you can
No, we compare things. So, okay, so listen, we compare things. We compare two things. That's how we measure things. We compare one thing against the other. Now, the units is arbitrary, obviously. You can pick any unit you want. You can pick frickin' cubits, feet, inches, meters, frickin' light years, whatever you want to pick. The units are arbitrary, but we compare two things against each other, right? So what we are comparing in the event of a laser test is we're comparing path of the laser to the surface of water. We know in general, the only evidence we have, listen to what I said, evidence that we have is that light goes in straight lines. Okay? There are conditions in which it will curve, but in the air, as far as the evidence that we have and the testing that's been done, it generally goes in a straight line. Okay? So if you have a body of water and you shine a laser that is leveled to the water, and the laser itself does not separate from that water, and you know the laser's straight, then the surface of that water has to be flat. It can't be another thing.
Again, I agree with you.
Well,
I totally agreed with that point from jump. This is why I was saying that, like, I feel like you think I'm trying to make an argument that I'm not trying to make. I'm not going down the path of like it can't be true. I think that what you said makes total sense. Like, yeah.
Okay. Well, I just want to. I guess I'm trying to give you the basis of like what we think, right? So, or how we think about the problem, or at least how I think about
Right,
the problem.
and there were certain things that you were saying that I was fighting against, but it wasn't that experiment. It wasn't that light.
Well, I mean, there's more
travels
than
over
that.
the
Just
lake.
that one test. That test just happens to be the one with that was most rigorously controlled and had the best equipment. You know, it was over the longest distance. But there's other laser tests. That's not the only one.
That is a big ass lake. Fucking 25 miles or whatever.
It's bigger than that. It's Lake Isel. It's Ajessel. I probably butchered it. Roger and frickin' Emerald Mark are gonna kill me for destroying their countries. But
okay.
Yeah, so that's in the Netherlands. But people have done it over other places, like Salt Lake. There was recently a 21-mile one. So all we can do, right? And this is what you do in science, is that
Wait, isn't
someone has
Salt Lake like not a lake though? Isn't it like
the
dried
Great
up
Salt Lake?
flats? Is Salt Lake a lake?
No, the Great Salt Lake, not the Bonneville Salt
okay.
Flats. So all we can do is they say the Earth is a radius of 3,959 miles. We can only take that and test it. That's all we can do. So when we go out and we test it, right, the claim that the Earth is and do the geometry, and we make a prediction, and then we do the test, and then the test is off from the prediction by 2 orders of magnitude, we can't just go, oh, yeah, well, it's just still a globe. Then when we do another test, like I told you, they did this exact identical test 3 weeks apart. I mean, what are the odds of you having the same absurd super refraction weather condition where it's curving the laser, down
Would the
over
weather affect it that much? Like, does the weather
No,
actually
there's no basis in physics for this happening, right? There's no basis for it. That's the point. There's no evidence that it's even possible.
There's a basis in physics. It's just not a basis in the Earth being round, right?
No, there's in standard air conditions, not even in freaking absurd air conditions, there's no evidence that light would bend that much.
Okay.
Okay. Think about it like this. Something 25 miles away that's on the ground, like say a stop sign, instead of it being on the ground, it's 44 stories in the air and looks like it's on top of a 44-story building. Okay, that
I didn't
is
catch
how
part of that. My connection was dipping. I only heard like half the sentence. Sorry.
It could be my connection. Basically, it would be elevating it to the elevation of a 44-story building
No,
from 25
that's
miles
the bit
away.
I didn't hear. What's being elevated?
A stop sign.
The stop sign.
Oh, something
Like if you
being
had a
seen really
stop
far
sign,
away.
if you had a stop sign, so you were let's use the Bonneville Salt Flats. You're on the Bonneville Salt Flats. Take a stop sign, stick it 25 miles away, and then you look at it, and it's elevated 44 stories in the air, 440 feet, like a football field. It's picked up. It's just floating in the air there.
Right. So people that believe the globers, right? I feel like there's got to be a better term than globers. Globers sounds like globber or something. But
Bulbers or whatever. I mean,
the people that believe that, like, because I've seen some of these debates before, they seem to have no problem saying, yeah, it refracts that much or it bends that much.
that's because they don't know anything. I hate to just be blunt, because they've never looked at actual tests of this.
Well, I mean, besides the test, the formula, I've seen them. I mean, I don't know the formula, but I've seen people use the formula and say light should bend this much over this distance, and they seem to believe that it bends that much.
Post the formula. We'll go through it.
Earlier, the formula for refraction is what I was talking about.
Remember earlier we were talking about World War II, and you said, well, they must have adjusted for refraction back then also. This wasn't even a concept until 6 years ago.
Well, I feel like that's sort of a...
Yeah, don't worry about
like,
that.
Even if it was...
Sorry, that's the really is level, though. So that's what you said, because that's...
No, I did say that. But I'm saying, if it's true that they didn't know about it...
That's right. The point. India is showing you that all globers have to do this. It's just, the appeal to begging and fallacy and all this imagination. That's just normal. I'm pointing it out.
Well, I mean, that happens for everything. It has nothing. I mean, that's not,
No, it doesn't.
It's not exclusive to flat Earth stuff. People do that with religion. People do that with politics. There's all kinds of pathologies.
I've never done that in my life on anything, though.
Maybe you haven't, but plenty of people have weird ideas and do all kinds of fallacies.
That's the problem. That's why society is failing so much, yeah.
Well, I mean, assuming that it's failing. You can have a
10,000 unborn babies are murdered every day, bro. Yeah, this is the worst society in history, yeah.
I feel like a lot of babies died in childbirth before.
The feelings.
I don't know if that's...
No, they're murdered. No, I'm not talking about the miscarriages. I'm talking about this society kills more
active killing
ever. Than in the history of this is the Holocaust 10 times bigger than all the wars in the last 100 years put combined. I mean, it's not even close how bad this world is.
Yeah,
I personally they live on a ball.
I personally think that fetuses have some kind of if not full personhood, they have the potency for personhood, so they're going to have the same rights as a person no matter what. However, to be fair to the other side of the argument, if we were going to play devil's advocate, it seems like it's hard for me to play devil's advocate for this because I definitely don't believe it.
Well, don't go too far off the track here. Your claim was that society is not failing.
Right. Well, that's what I was going to say. It's like that happening in their view wouldn't be an example of society failing, right? So. Because they wouldn't necessarily believe that that's wrong.
There it is again, though. Then they believe they're God. There we are again at that claim that people think they are gods. Yeah.
I'm not sure that having different moral standards or different values means that they think that they're God.
It's not different. It's not a moral standard. It's anti-morality. That's the point.
Well, if you define it such that their views are boxed into being anti-moral. But it doesn't have to be defined
That's
that
the
way,
reality.
and they don't.
But I have a claim. We're going off the topic, so maybe we'll get back on track. But that's the point: is that look at the world we live in now. It's not a bunch of people controlling the world that think the Earth is flat. It's a bunch of people thinking they're monkeys on a ball, and that's why we're in this mess.
Okay, but there are other options, right?
Hold on, Nickname. I think earlier you were saying that morality can be objective. Were you saying that?
I was making a distinction between the terms morality and ethics. So typically,
all right, ethics. Yeah,
yeah, ethics is what I was saying was the objective. Yeah.
Well, ethics is subjective, but morality is objective.
I don't know why you would invert it like that. But
so it's kind of the way you're going to have to look at it if you're going to live as a human on this earth, because that's the only way to actually.
Well, I don't know what you mean by that.
Yeah, well, I know you don't, because you don't know what we mean by all the other shit that you were talking about either. So
okay,
you can't have ethics
you want to explain
as
what you mean about it being
and morals as subjective, bro. That is like the opposite of reality.
But back to flat Earth. How about forget the moral discussion? Let's take that to the freaking endless debate.
Hold on, I'm not so sure that it's totally unrelated. right? Because a lot of the points where we seem to be talking past each
hold
other
on.
are just us disagreeing on what the terms mean.
That's not true. That's not true. I mean, sure, we can get into ethics and morality on another discussion, but as far as Earth, this place that we're standing on, both of us are standing on Earth right now. We observe what we observe. How you interpret it is definitely, it can be subjective from your point of view, or it can be objective for all of us. We all experience the Earth as a stationary plane. So that's, as far as I'm concerned, objective.
Right. So your experiences, which we call subjective experience, you're still having them. The
No, I
experience
said it's
still exists.
subjective. I didn't say subjective. I said it's objective.
No.
Every single
let me
person
get there.
on Earth
I'm going to agree with
as a
you.
level
Trust
stationary
me.
plane.
Let me get there. I will end up agreeing with you. You'll see. What I was going to say
I don't want you to end up agreeing with me later whenever we go through all the same bullshit that you just went through with us for 2 hours. I want you
I'm not
to
sure what you're talking
agree
about.
that you're not sure. You're not sure.
I was
I'm not
going
sure
to
what
say.
you're talking about. Oh,
I was going
go
to
ahead
say
and say
that,
it. Say it.
That what people call like the subjective experience, I agree. It's not
I said
totally
objective.
subjective.
I said
I
objective.
know. Listen, I'm not just fucking let me finish. Jesus, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm saying other people, what they call subjective experience. I'm saying that experience still definitely exists out there in the world. People are having them. And so to me, it seems very obvious that it is objective. Do you see what I am saying now?
To them it is, but they don't realize that it's subjective. They just believe someone's story.
Great, but do you see now why you might have preemptively been getting a little defensive?
Okay,
I was
my
going to
bad,
agree
my
with
bad,
you.
my bad. Yeah, cool.
Okay. I feel like there's been a lot of that happening.
Okay, so let's talk about the objective experience that we all have. How about that?
Okay. Hey, do you mind? I'm gonna take a piss real quick. Can you give me like 5 minutes?
Sure.
I'll be back in like 5 minutes.
And we're going to
or
talk about
maybe
you
10.
while you're gone too.
I assume I've been on servers like this before where like communities, I don't want to call you like a minority community, but communities that have ideas that are not mainstream ideas, they are so hyper defensive, and they assume that anybody that says that is not verbatim repeating what they just said must like disagree. And I understand why, because you guys constantly deal with people that will mock it or just give insane arguments. So I understand why you're so defensive. But
yourself, hey, man, you really actually have thick skin, man. Thanks for sticking around.
Well, nobody's cursed yet. Nobody's called me. You guys are streaming, huh? There's certain words I can't say here,
Go
but
take a piss, man. but no, we're going to talk about you while you're gone. So anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, nothing.
Why wait?
No, nickname's all right, man. I mean, he's
Listen,
he reminds me
before
of all the other one. Go ahead, Indio.
yeah, before you leave, see, I was actually going somewhere with this because I was trying to compare and contrast what the globe idea is versus what flat Earth is, and what we rely on, our type of evidence, right? What we actually perceive and experience in the real world versus people that are where the Earth is a globe in their mind. And most people, to be honest, think the Earth is a globe because they saw it on TV. Right? That's why they believe it. They don't know anything.
That's why they believe
about,
most things, right? I mean, it's
Yeah.
not.
But the thing is, the nature of the claim is completely different. Ours is based upon measurement, right? We measure the Earth and see what it is. Whereas the globe claim is there's something called gravity, and gravity forms balls. It's because, so if gravity exists, the Earth must be a ball. You see that, and this is even admitted.
Yeah.
If you look in
There's
the very
everything you
first
say. Like, there's things that you say that like I'll agree with, and then in the same sentence, there's something you say that I won't agree with. Like, and we can debate this in a minute, but one of the things you just said is that.
Citations. It doesn't matter whether you agree with it or not.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, you must admit that there's certain things you're saying that are not common or normal to believe, and so people that are random people off the street, like I effectively am here, who's randomly invited by a friend, might have some questions just because they haven't heard that thing before. It doesn't necessarily mean that they disagree. Even if they have counterexamples, it doesn't mean that they disagree. This is just how people think. This is how your mind probes stuff. You'll try to pick things apart and play devil's advocate. And I do it really bad, to be fair, because I know you guys were making fun of me for it, but I am an epistemologist. I do academic philosophy. So I overplay devil's advocate and I'll argue things that I don't think without making that clear very often. I do have to piss. I'm going to piss on myself. Everybody in chat, calm the fuck down. But but to be fair to you guys, I might have come off, or I probably definitely came off as believing things that I didn't believe because I was arguing it as if I was somebody that believed in it. I definitely do that a lot, but keep that in mind from now on, that I am hardcore playing devil's advocate because I like doing that. I like arguing with people, and
yes, we can tell. We can tell. So okay,
yeah, well, I also
so
think it's a good way to learn.
Stop playing and actually get honest with us. You know.
Oh,
We
let
can
him
tell
go pee.
that
Go
you're-
pee.
If you ask me stuff, I'll tell you
Go
what I
piss.
think.
Go piss, and then come back, and then come back
Okay.
and have an honest conversation.
You're allowed to
Like
go
10
pee
minutes.
right now. Your excuse. Go
I
ahead.
want to talk about you while you're gone.
Advocate for Jesus instead, okay? No, I'm just kidding.
Do you know Jesus?
He probably thought it was spinning. No, I'm just kidding. He was a flat earther, 100%.
And he's coming back, but there was this guy making comments here and there. I think it's Loak. Hey, Loak.
Rogue. I was also playing devil's advocate because one of the questions I wanted to ask was, couldn't you measure divots in a golf ball, for example? Why would something being round stop you from measuring the distance between 2 points on something that's rough and round at the same time?
As long as it's over water, I'd say that would be the best test in my opinion, because water would have to conform even if there were divots or not, like sea level. But if are you talking about divots on land or like on sea level? Because that makes a big difference.
On land, essentially, because someone brought up mountains, right? So I was about to make that comment. Yeah.
Okay, on land, yeah, that's gonna be it gets tough because topography gets in the way. Go ahead.
Zodiac, real quick, there's a confusion here because we're claiming it can be measured. We're saying it's not. Then the Globers are telling us it can't be. So it's not us telling you that you can't measure the curve. It's the Globers that are telling you you can't measure curve, not this side. That's the funny part about this.
Okay, good, because there seems to be like some fucking either controlled opposition or some shit going on in here. Because a lot of the conversation, everyone was talking past each other, even though they agreed on the same points.
That was what I was trying to stop and hold up because I could see it just happening and nobody was addressing it. But
The basic idea is that there's flat Earth direct measurements of sea level that demonstrate flat sea level, and then when we ask for globe measurements with specifics and so that they can post in the chat, usually no one ever posts. There's no direct measurement of Earth. If you have a direct measurement of Earth curvature, we'll shut down the server immediately.
Oh, well, I don't have one. I don't know the math or anything like that.
It doesn't exist. Yeah, it doesn't exist.
Yeah, if you find, well, not just you, but if there's anyone, like any Glober in here that has direct measurement that's verifiable, like at sea level, specifically over water, preferably, but we'll take what we can get,
Well,
I guess.
Well, at the same time,
with 3 PhDs to come back and show us, man. He said he's going to find a laser test that showed curvature. Still waiting after 3 years.
Well, there's also the fact that gravity doesn't, pull the same on every point on Earth, right?
Well, that's your imagination.
Over water, you
talking
mean?
about reality.
Or
No,
on land?
Even over water, it changes depending on
So
location.
you're
and
saying
whatnot.
that, so you're admitting curvature can't be measured, right?
No, well, I'm saying that it hasn't been measured. I'm not admitting that it can't be measured or not. I'm saying that it hasn't.
Well, that's even better. You're admitting it's never. No, Zodiac. That's even better. He's admitting it's never been measured. Case closed.
Wait, you agree that is not? Wait, go ahead. Respond.
I mean, that's the
you
thing
hear
is
what he
you
said?
don't want to wake up the sleeping dog, Zodiac. Once the doggy goes to sleep, let him sleep.
Yeah, well, the thing
he admitted
has...
that the measurement can be measured, and he hasn't. But then he said, "But gravity," and then
Right.
we got
So
lost.
I was talking. Well,
from?
no. I was saying gravity is different on different points of the Earth, which would mean that you wouldn't have a perfect sphere, even if you were to use a spherical.
Are you sure?
Even if you were to use hold on. Even if you were to use a fucking globe model, right? Because gravity is different, and if we were to take gravity into account,
straw man.
You wouldn't get. No,
that's a straw man. That's a straw man. We're not saying
See,
we're measuring.
I'm not
we're
agreeing.
looking,
I'm not disagreeing with you.
Okay,
I'm just bringing up
I
a
let
point.
you talk. I'm trying to show you something that has nothing to do with what we're saying. A
Mhm.
ball requires curvature everywhere, no matter how little or how great. And if there's an idea of it and it's not there, that means it doesn't exist. That's the point. There isn't even a claim for it being measured. Don't you think that's kind of weird? There isn't even a claim for anybody ever measuring curvature of the Earth without a presupposition?
Well, what would that presupposition be? See,
That's
I'm
the
here to
point.
learn
There
as
is
well.
no claim. That
When you say
What,
but
what's the
gravity?
what's the topic again, guys? I forgot.
Well,
The
again,
presupposition
can I just say
is that the
something?
Earth is a sphere. Okay, the only claim to have measured the Earth and not even like curvature, inferred the circumference, Eratosthenes assumed that a presupposition that light rays strike the Earth parallel, and he also had a presupposition that the Earth was already a sphere. So those are two presuppositions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then
So
if you
again,
do Al-Biruni, who supposedly measured it by measuring the dip angle to the horizon, you have to assume that the horizon is a physical ball edge, not optical, which is demonstrably not true. Black Swan proves that's not true. So, I mean, if you know what the Black Swan is, I don't know if you ever heard of it.
I haven't, no.
The Black Swan is a series of videos that was taken. I mean, there's more than just this. This is probably the most famous one, I guess, famous in these circles. So it's a picture, or it's a video taken from, okay, so the Earth's supposed to be a ball of 3,959 mile radius, right? So from a camera height of 1 foot off of sea level, the horizon should be 1.22 miles away. So the video is of oil rigs, which are 6.9 miles away and 9.4 miles away. And you can see the horizon behind the oil rigs. Now, because you can see the horizon behind the oil rigs, you know that the horizon is further than 1 mile. And it has to be at least the distance to the furthest oil rig. The distance to the furthest oil rig only matches a globe of 265,000 miles radius. Okay? That's the orbit of the moon, and it would give the Earth a circumference of 1.5 million miles. This means that the horizon, globe or flat, is not a useful measurement location, right? It's not a good spatial location to be measuring off of, assuming it's the edge of anything.
Right.
So the point is, Al-Biruni's presupposition that the horizon itself is a physical ball edge, which you can draw a measurement from, is demonstrably false. Just prove it false. Skunk Bay, there's lots of videos showing that the horizon moves up and down a bunch of other crap.
Is he aware of the live stream voice texts, Indio?
I don't know. Like, look at live stream voice text. Dude.
Okay, I'll look in there.
Yeah, dude, someone posted it. Oh, what's his role?
I have returned my little dumplings.
I was just gonna say how maybe you can say it in different words. I don't get how people just don't get the simple fact of if water is flat and the rest is topography, how can you get anything but something that is level? Because topography, you measure from level upwards, and the sea level is level. It's flat. It's all in a
IGZ,
straight line.
I don't know the exact topic that you guys were talking about, but I can tell you as an answer to that question, there's definitely a lot of people that will blindly believe things, no doubt. But some people don't believe things because they don't want to confuse appearances for reality. So like if they see something flat, right? If you see a flat table, for example, that doesn't mean that it's perfectly flat, right? And so sometimes you can be wrong about how you perceive things. So
What
you're
about
asking
just
how
versus-
people couldn't possibly, like, how do they don't get something so simple? I think that sometimes people, it's not a matter of it being simple. It's that there's legitimate reasons that some people would doubt what their senses tell them. Right. So don't. I'm just saying, don't be so dismissive of them.
Yeah, no, I get you. People denying their senses, but that is something inherently wrong and something inherently.
Well, how so? What about people that are colorblind, right? They wouldn't be able to
No, I'm not
perceive
talking. No,
certain things.
Don't strawman the thing. We're not talking about people with disabilities and that. Even though we can
straw man. It seemed like a counterexample.
Well, it's
There are
not.
people
It's
that
not a
perceive
straw.
things wrong.
disabilities with, people that have got disabilities. Most people with their mental faculties there should be able to know and trust their own senses. If you cannot trust your own senses, then you do have a mental disability.
Well,
It's
to me.
interesting you say that, IG, because this is the basis of the Meditations by Descartes. He said, I don't trust my senses. When I look at a piece of wax, for example, sorry, my voice cracked there. I'm going through second puberty. He said that when you see a piece of wax that is unlit, it's cold to the touch, it's not bright, it looks different, it doesn't have a smell. But when you light it, it becomes liquid, it becomes hot, it becomes a different shape, it has a smell, it looks different, right? It's bright. All of your sense perceptions change, right? So does that mean that your senses... Well,
so he had to trust
you've
a lot of his senses
manipulated.
then, yeah.
Yeah, you've manipulated the wax.
Right,
Hence-
but your
hence
senses
science.
were wrong about the nature of the wax.
No, you're assuming that he made a claim. Where's the claim?
Hmm?
He didn't say anything. It was after he has his senses, he tells you what it is. He describes it, so clearly he does trust his senses.
Right, no, he describes, Descartes, he describes two different versions that his senses are telling him. Right, so which of those
So then that
versions
is-
does he believe? That's the thing that he's trying to tackle.
Are you saying he was wrong?
No, I'm telling you this is the question that he opened up. He's getting two different sense experiences about this piece of wax. Which one is the wax?
Yeah, but it's
right?
correct.
Yes, and was either
They
one of
both
them
are the wax.
incorrect? Right.
Yeah, sorry, go.
Was either one of them incorrect? He's clearly using his senses and telling us about it.
Yep.
So I don't know what this guy's on crack or what.
Okay, well, again, his question is about the nature of the wax. Is the wax itself something that gives off light?
No. But listen,
Is
if
the
we're going to
wax
go into a
itself something
metaphysical thing,
That's a different argument.
Yeah.
No, that's a
Yeah.
new argument.
Well, but if you know the nature of something's being, if you know what the properties of it are, then you can figure out how it works and how it behaves and how you can
That
measure
requires
it.
your senses. Yeah, that absolutely requires your senses. Yes. Yep.
Yes. So
Okay.
otherwise, you can't mold wax.
But
you can't
his
manipulate
senses
it.
were
You can't
giving
do
him
nothing to it.
conflicting
Otherwise, it's just a
information.
blob.
No,
was
they
giving him-
weren't. No, they weren't. There were two events that were giving different information because they're
Yes.
different events. They give different information. That's normal. Yeah.
Okay, so we're past the first paragraph now. Okay, so the next thing he then says is, sorry, I didn't mean to be dismissive. I'm trying
No,
to.
don't worry. You're not hurting me. Go ahead.
The next thing he says, okay, well, sometimes maybe the nature of the thing itself actually does change, right? And so I'm just experiencing the change. But sometimes it seems like my senses just outright lie to me. Like you'll think that you see something in the corner and you look over and there's nothing there, or you see somebody pass by well, he didn't give this example, but if you're like on the highway and you see somebody pass by in a car, it might look like the car is full of people, and then when you really check, you see there's only one person or something like that, right? Your senses
Right.
seem to trick you sometimes. right?
Well,
Visual
I would say
illusions,
the opposite.
auditory
I would
illusions.
say I have to rely on my senses to find out if my senses were working in the first place. So no matter what, I'm going to have to resort to trusting my senses. Yeah.
Yeah, correct.
Well,
Put it this way.
he's
Can I just say
very
something? Can I,
skeptical
sorry,
of that.
interject? Okay, so if he's experiencing that kind of phenomena and he's not trusting his senses, then I would call over my friend the XO and I'd say, hey, mate, like I've been experiencing this thing where I'm seeing shit that's not there. Can you please stand next to me and tell me if there's people appearing and disappearing around me? Do you get what I'm saying? So I will call him over to tell me if he's experiencing the same thing as me or not.
So I think I actually misheard part of it. Did you say that like when you look away they don't disappear or something like that?
No. I was saying if he is experiencing that type of thing, like as in people reappearing and disappearing, like in the corner of his eye, whatever, I would call like my friend DXO or even yourself and say, hey, I think I'm seeing shit, but I'm not really sure. Can you please validate for me if there's people there or not there?
Right. Well,
we'd have to use our senses. Yep.
It's
Exactly.
not necessarily about the regularity of it. Like it might be a one-time thing. Like everybody, I think it would be fair to, if we're being honest to ourselves, can admit that we've misseen or misheard things before, right? You like when somebody says something, you hear it wrong and you think that they said something else sometimes, right? This happens. Now, does that mean that you have to then rely on somebody else? Or can you figure out on your own that you were wrong about it?
Of course you can.
It's a
Okay.
great question for the Glober because what we're trying to show people these things, they're telling us things they're not sensing is true. So I would take the same argument and go, look at these people don't even sense these things and they believe it. Isn't that crazy?
Right. So
it's impossible to sense them.
I want to go one step further because the senses should really be called into question here. And if your senses can be wrong, then somebody, and we assume, right, that other people's senses can be wrong as well, then getting your friend's opinion on it doesn't mean much, right? It could be that the nature of the thing is illusory or that it's inherently deceptive, right? Like if you see an image of somebody through a mirror, the person is not in that mirror. They're somewhere else, and it's right.
Just
and
like
so it
yourself,
doesn't
yeah,
matter
looking
if
at
you,
yourself.
right.
Yeah.
And so if you have somebody else say, "Hey, is there a person there?" Right. If their judgment was based on sense perception alone, they could say, "Oh yes, I see a person there," but there is no person there. It's the reflection in the mirror. So group consensus is not enough for figuring out whether or not your senses are lying to you. There seems to be some other faculty that we need to determine this. What Descartes goes to.
How did you figure out that, like, when you looked in the mirror for the first time, that wasn't you?
Well, the first time I don't have any recollection of. I might have been very, very young, but I imagine what happened was I might have thought it was a person, and then you knock on it.
Did what? Then you
start moving.
right? Then you used another touch. Then you used another sense to determine.
Yeah, or sight, right? It mirrors your movement, right? So it's weird that it copies you all the time.
Also, everything's backwards. So.
Well, it's only backwards, left and right, not up and down. That's a strange phenomenon that.
Nickname, real quick. I got to ask you this because you're on this. Yeah, this is nice little weeds walk we're doing. But real quick, do you believe in absolutes? Can you absolutely know things?
Oh, definitely, yeah. Which is not a common view, even amongst like academic philosophers. A lot of them don't believe that, but I do.
Okay, so good. So you're automatically admitting though that you certainly trust your senses sometimes,
no.
right?
My senses are not what I use to derive those absolute things.
Oh, India, you're gonna have to help me on that. I can't go down that rabbit hole. You got to take that.
I'm just trying to wind this back to flat Earth and like why this is even important.
I mean, is it possible, Indio? My question is: it possible to even know? And I think that's why I can't get them to even stop wiggling. That's the point here.
No, I think it is possible to know. Again, that's not the common view. There's a lot of especially meta-epistemologists, think that there's like a fundamental problem with the way that knowledge works, where it's not possible to truly, like in an ultimate sense, know anything ever. I don't believe that.
Really quick,
If you want,
that is the
if you want,
worst.
if you want
That's the
arguments for
worst
this that
philosophy
are,
ever.
yeah, secular arguments that aren't religious, Descartes' Meditations is one. There's another by Wittgenstein called the Private Language Arguments. And these are arguments that don't rely on sense perception in order to prove that you can know things, even if you're being lied to about a bunch of other stuff.
Do you believe in fallibilism?
Fallibilism meaning that things can be fallible?
Oh, no, just as in, like, you don't have to have absolute perfect knowledge to be able to know something.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, that's what I thought.
Which is also why I thought it was kind of goofy earlier that I think it was Helio that was saying, I could be wrong, but I think it was Helio that was saying that I keep claiming to be God. I'm not. The way that I think a lot of this stuff works that we've been talking about has nothing to do with an absolute knowledge where you know everything perfectly. I think that you can figure out parts of things, a finite set of all the pieces of knowledge in the world. You can figure out some things.
I agree.
And you can definitely know them, right? And that doesn't make you God. I don't know why. Well, whatever.
Okay, so add this to your reading. Add this to your reading list in case you've never read it. Inquiry into the human mind on the principles of common sense. Ever heard of it?
I didn't catch the first part. My connection is kind of shit, to be.
Inquiry into the human mind on the principles of common sense. It was written by Thomas Reed. The
Thomas Reed, wasn't
reputation
he
of
the guy that ran
Descartes and
the
Bishop Berkeley and all of them.
Berkeley? Yeah.
So yeah, so I mean, it's an audiobook, so maybe that would be more convenient to just listen to it.
I don't like.
He goes through all the senses and like it's actually quite amusing.
Listening to books feels weird. It feels like I'm being lazy that I'm having somebody else read the book to me. I don't like listening to audiobooks. I don't know why.
Well, I don't have a lot of time, so and a book isn't always convenient to be toting along.
That's true.
So anyway.
Thomas Reed, you said?
Yeah, Thomas Reed. I mean, he was a philosopher, Presbyterian minister or something. It's a philosophy of direct realism. You notice I have the direct realism tag. So, I mean, we can get lost in our own thoughts and think the thoughts are the reality, and reality is just like some, I don't think we're brains in a jar. Okay?
I don't think we're brains in a vat either.
So anyway,
that's an interesting segue.
Commonly experienced. Yeah, I'm trying to segue back to flat Earth because that's kind of the topic of the place. And
yeah, the direction
let me tell you something about globe earthers that come in here. Okay? Many of them, and I would say 90% of them, are so lost in the concept and idea that the Earth is a globe that they don't realize that they've never experienced the Earth as a globe until we bring it up to them.
Right. Well,
like seriously,
it's true that most people are wrong about most things.
They actually melt down.
Right,
so,
and well, similarly, I mean,
funny.
Who amongst you
think that
have
is quite
no
odd?
resistance to having your worldviews questioned? Right. I mean, I don't think it's the fact that the Earth might be flat. I think it's just having your worldviews questioned is very difficult for most people. A lot of people don't handle that very well.
That's not my problem. That's not my problem with it. My problem with it is that they think that the globe is the self-evident thing, and that the Earth being flat is a belief.
Well, those people are having goofy just dismiss it. Like that's
because. But listen, that's you understand. If you have a lot of people that literally believe the backwards idea of what reality is, right, and actually reject their own experience in favor of a concept, what does that mean? I mean, they're brainwashed.
That happens all the time with all kinds of things. I'm saying you might be too hard on them for this particular topic. Like, to me, as an outsider, it seems interesting.
Actually, just saying it is they melt down. All I have to do is say it. I just ask them, when have you experienced the Earth as a ball? And they literally go into a spiral meltdown. Like just saying that.
You could do the same thing with people that don't believe abortion should happen. A lot of them melt down when you say that people are getting abortions. I mean, again, people do this for a lot of things. right? This is a common phenomenon. People get overly
Listen,
defensive.
I've been involved in a lot of like internet communities. I've been on the internet since like 1994. Okay, before all this, I was on alt news groups, and I used to be on IRC, which is Internet Relay Chat. Probably technologies you
They're
never.
still around. News groups
What?
are still around. You can still
They're nothing like they
Discord
used
one.
to be. They're
Yeah, but
freaking.
they still exist.
Well,
Anyways,
anyway,
my point is
the point out. Well, let me get to my point. My point is, I've been involved in a lot of so-called internet communities. I have never seen in anything 9/11, JFK, moon hoax, freaking UFOs. You know, people that believe that the fucking pyramids are built by aliens. None of this. I've never seen the psychological insanity of flat Earth versus globe Earth. Literally insanity. I think on Tuesday, I think I had 4 death threats.
Yeah, it honestly is one of the craziest things I've ever seen in my whole life. The indoctrination to want to hurt us in some way, shape, or form.
that's interesting. But my quote unquote lived experience is very much the case that there are plenty of other communities where people are that intense about it. I mean,
like what?
Maybe
Yeah, of course you
Yeah,
got random
abortion about.
Yes, for your sake, can I help you out? You're right. Like when atheists want to advocate for evolution and we show them that it's not true, they spiral the same way. Absolutely.
Right, or there's plenty of topics.
They're
there,
not-
right?
they're not as bad
It
with
doesn't even have to be a
evolution.
scientific issue. It could be a purely political
Put the
thing.
fuck out there.
I have seen this all over
Stick
the
around.
place.
That's all I can say. Stick around.
You
Yeah,
probably
yeah.
experienced
Stick
it
around,
more
dude.
intensely because
Listen,
you're a
stick
moderator
around.
here.
No. Check
It
this out.
doesn't matter,
Everyone,
dude. Just stick around. That's all I
Yeah.
can say, dude.
Yeah, I
You're
mean,
gonna see
if you're-
shit that you're like it would make a sailor blush.
Yeah,
Like, you're
look at what we get involved with on a daily basis. You know, the people that come in here and just like you have, just make shit up to not even
I
really
didn't make
defend
shit
the
up.
globe, dude. Don't stop me. Just to defend an idea. There's no evidence for this. You know, for this globe. You and anyone else that might want to have an idea about this, it's there's no relevance, you know, in whether it relates to politics. I mean, what you'll find if you want to talk about politics, I mean, you'll find that the flat earthers are fed up with that shit, right? So we don't actually involve ourselves. Some people will still watch the news and get involved in politics and all that kind of stuff. But as far as the scientific evidence for this ball belief, that there's nothing to be that you can claim that can prove anything to anyone. So where is this? Where's this globe? Where is it? Where is this ball Earth?
Helio, you and a couple other people have said that there's like a topic for the live stream. What is the topic?
The topic is flat Earth.
I mean, just broadly.
Yes, it's flat Earth. It's always flat Earth, 24 hours a day. That's why it's called 24/7 Flat Earth
Okay.
Discord.
Well, then, why were? I don't feel like we were ever super off topic.
You brought up politics. Of course, we're going to have as far as politics goes, we all have different different ideologies, different personalities, different ideas about spirituality and all that kind of stuff. But the topic here is flat Earth. Where is this ball? Where is this freaking ball Earth? Where is it?
The specific topic about
imagination,
the flat Earth, was that this guy had never seen a community so intense. And so I was just pushing back on that.
All right, cool. So why are you pushing back?
Listen, it
can
wasn't
you show us the ball? Go ahead, India.
It's not really the intensity. It's the absolute crazy, insane. Just look. I'll just be honest with you. 99% of the people that come in here don't know a freaking have no good reason. They don't even know why they believe what they believe. And you can ask them a simple question, but they believe it so fundamentally to the core of their being.
Yeah, but that's most
fundamentally.
Here's how hard they believe it. They will just make shit up about the ball. They don't even know. Yeah, it's the same. It's just like we already know what they're going to say before they say it. They're going to just make shit up as if they actually seen this ball Earth, but they've never seen it. So
right. I'm just saying I don't think that's a unique phenomenon. Like
they
if
have no prospect of ever seeing it.
You follow politics servers where people debate abortion again, as an example.
Well, abortion, that's a different topic.
What I'm saying is still relevant to this topic. It's an analogy.
Could be.
Right?
It's not analogous to this.
Well, you'll see. Let me make the analogy.
No,
let me get there.
No, let's not.
My point is that they will get just as fervent, and further, you will find there are still standard positions, standard arguments people give on both sides.
Similar as far as arguments go, it's similar, but as far as this goes, we actually have evidence that the Earth is not a globe.
I think what they're trying to say is the craziness that's here is so weird because of the fact that of the mundaneness of what we're talking about. We're talking about just the shape of the Earth. That's it, just a shape. Whereas abortion, you're talking about killing people and stuff like that. So it makes sense to have a proportional, reaction. We're just talking about the shape. That's it. And they lose it. So that's what the discrepancy, the disparity.
Yeah, I don't. Well, then maybe it was a bad example, but I still think there's plenty of like really mundane shit that people will like pathologically lose it over.
I don't think there is. Can you name one bigger?
Not at this rate, man. It's not just like it's a one or two random people. We're talking. Listen. There's 11,000 people on the banned list. Okay, this is our second server. Our other server had 37,000 people and like probably 12,000 people in the banned list. Who knows how many people were in COG? This, like, it's crazy, man. Like crazy. I remember, like for 3 weeks, I was getting sent autopsy photos of people's with their heads cut off, penises chopped in half, stuff like that. I've never seen.
Nothing is more polarizing than flat Earth. That's my opinion.
It's not. I think the biggest thing is if you cannot fundamentally look out and observe what is in front of you as a fact, which is a higher level than a truth, how are you going to make any sort of objective claim to anything around you? You can't.
Like in politics,
does that make sense?
It's more subjective.
It's all
and
irrelevant.
there's a lot of things that you can't prove, but in dealing with flat Earth, it's like physicality and things we can measure and things that we can prove and things that we can validate that are outside the spectrum of like, objective, like your views on politics. There's nothing more polarizing that you can verify with evidence and so many points that we have with flat Earth. You can't compare it to anything else. There's nothing that you can give me something comparable to flat Earth that's more polarizing than flat Earth. That you can actually back and measure. It's observably, measurably, and obviously flat. We can back that up. There's nothing close. There's nothing close to something that I agree. There's other things that you said, abortion, like politics, like all these other topics, but those are so hard and there's so much nuance. But this is way different than that. This is so different.
They won't even look at evidence. They won't even look at the evidence. Oh, give us evidence that the Earth is flat. Quick. Oh, here it is. They just refuse to look at it. They'll say something like you're retarded to quit the server. Like they're just scared to even see it.
Politics
Hold on,
is
Helio.
designed.
Helio,
is to,
I have to speak on top of what Illegal said. Illegal is correct. I have to speak on top of that. That the reason it's so big is because if the Earth is flat, that exposes a billion other lies. That's why there's nothing to compare it to.
They utilize this to divide.
Almost made it. This one and the biggest one is the space. The space hoax is what has destroyed the minds of millions of people. This outer space hoax is literally just lives in your imagination because you saw it on TV. Well, if I prove the Earth is flat, then all that's gone.
We're in a psychological war right now.
like
So,
Yeah, and it's
as a
like the guy was saying, it's comparable to other things, but this we can all agree this is, if it is, you know, it's the biggest lie. It's like the boss. I always compare this to a video game and simulation. Like it's the final boss that you have to fight. It's like the last rabbit hole you go down through after you've gone through everything else and are bored with everything, and then this is the final thing that you go through, and it's so
well,
big.
hey, it's like I was
why
like
would
a
they?
conspiracy theorist from what 2005, 2004, 2005. I mean, what they would call conspiracy theorists, and it's like, dude, flat Earth. I rejected it quite a bit at first, and then I finally took a look, and it's like, oh, I get it now. I get it. It's like it's the last puzzle piece that kind of. Well, it's not the last one because I'm sure there's more, but
it's the floor of all of them. Helio,
There's definitely more, but it is one of the biggest ones because it's what we're living in. It's like understanding our reality, what we're on. Like, what are we on? We're here having this human experience. We're spiritual beings having a human experience. And what are we on? Are we in Minecraft? Or are we on this spinning water ball going thousands of miles in every direction? Blah, blah, blah. Like, that's the fundamental question about if you question our existence or trying to understand what this is, that's the biggest one. There's no argument that is the biggest thing.
And sure, so when someone's saying, "Well, I have evidence for globe Earth," well, just bring it on in. And then when they try to bring it, they get triggered, and they're just like, "You don't accept you don't accept physics." It's like, no, we understand physics. We just, I think you misunderstand physics because physics is a thing, but the way you understand it it's from calculations, based on all the freaking math.
You have to bring a lot of evidence to convert somebody to something that they've experienced their whole life, which is a flat, stationary, motionless reality. For you to bring, you have to have a lot of evidence. Yeah, you have to have a lot of
They have to
scientific
pretend
evidence.
it's a globe, third rock from the sun, gravity, and all that kind of stuff. They have to pretend all that shit. To the math actually works here on Earth, and not all of the math, but I mean, it's like it should be taken in a different vein.
It's abstract. That's got
it's abstract. I mean, it does work, but
it works because it was reverse. It was reverse engineered. That's why it works. You take,
of course, yes.
That's why it works. It's because it was reverse engineered.
Because you do it on Earth because nobody's been out there, right? All of orbital mechanics is total bullshit. None of that shit exists.
Of course, because you need to have an orb to claim that, but it's besides the point. Again,
I claimed it. I claimed it. Orbital mechanics is bullshit.
Of course, I know.
So anybody that thinks I'm wrong, come in here and prove that orbital mechanics is true. Come in here, doctors of physics. Get your ass in here.
What's really interesting is to basically maintain the whole globe Earth belief, you have to have gravity. And so if we attack that one thing, or whether it be radius, like the black swan, radius, and gravity, those two things combined destroy everything. And those two things are absolutely needed for the spinning globe Earth. So gravity and radius. We have black swan and we have pseudoscience or no proof of gravity.
Here's the deal, illegal. What they'll say is that on the on Earth we can apply Newtonian gravity on Earth, but when it comes to the ball spinning around the universe, we're going to have to go with Einstein's idea, right? So this is what they're still claiming. And they keep coming here and freaking claiming the same bullshit And so we don't even need that to actually prove the Earth is not that globe. I mean, it's like you wish it was a globe. It's like just like you believe in Santa Claus. I mean, it's like when you were 5 years old, you believed in Santa Claus.
They'll pick and choose. So depending on the argument, they'll pick and choose. So depending on what you're talking about, it'll be Newtonian, or it'll be Einsteinian, depending on the argument or refraction, and it just bounces back and forth, and we try and like say, you know, Newtonian is 105 years out of date, and the new pseudoscience rhetoric is Einsteinian, but that doesn't matter. It just depends on, like you said, what the argument is. They'll bounce back and forth between you saying like Newtonian works.
Hey, sorry about that. My internet connection dropped out. They don't want us talking, boys.
Well, if they didn't, I can't believe that my channel's not shut down yet. But we're going to keep going as long as we possibly can. So,
Look, everybody talks about like the values of free speech, but the American government is so secure in its power that they let you have free speech. So of course you're not shut down. Nobody's going to get shut down.
I don't know. I mean, they had the Google freaking PR fucking woman in front of the Senate, and he's like, "What are you going to do about this flat Earth stuff?" And she was like, "Well, okay, what we're going to do is let them go ahead and talk about flat Earth, and then we're going to put little videos with the actual, little links underneath their videos every time they post something about flat Earth."
Oh, that's fine. They did that with COVID too, though, right? Whenever you have a COVID video on YouTube, there's a little disclaimer underneath.
Sure, but yeah, COVID's a little more hot right now, so we kind of avoid that. We kind of avoid that to save the channel. You know,
now, when we say they, there are parentheses.
They is the government, bro. I'm just told you that.
No. I mean, never mind. I was trying to make a joke.
They can freaking shut our channel down. They, someone from the Senate can just contact this bitch that went in front of in Congress and say, "Hey, I don't like what they're saying on this channel," and they'll fucking shut our channel down. No, not even give us a strike. They'll just freaking delete the channel in a fucking second.
We're gonna hold to the moon.
We're gonna. Hey,
you can never shut us down.
Even if they shut this YouTube channel down, we're gonna stream somewhere else. I'm freaking down for.
We're gonna find a way to decentralize and always survive.
Is Indio still here?
We'll adapt.
Did Indio leave, or is Indio still here?
Oh, we banned him.
Yeah, we banned Indio. No, I think he already said he was. It's pretty late for him.
Well, he posted a bunch of stuff in chat, and then Truth Prevails added me with arrows to it. So I just want to know if that was being said about me, or if that was just random stuff people have said.
No, he was showing you how people respond to us.
I see.
And how they respond to the topic. Right?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that's pretty mild. I mean, maybe I just had a shit experience with a lot of communities, but I've seen death threats aplenty.
That is the more mild aspect of it, because we can't post in chat the heavier shit that they say. We get you would totally, it would blow your mind if you knew how people responded to this.
Yeah,
so look, I want to
with a nickname and. Yeah.
Now that I've opened my mic, I do have one thing that I want to say. I want you to consider all of these lies and propaganda that they push, right, for social engineering and control, just in means of control. All of these, they know that we cannot get to the places and get actual evidence, and then even if it is, like if it's video footage or a photo, people just blow it off because they don't expect their government to have ill intent toward them. Everyone just blindly.
To be fair, you do the same thing. Well, I shouldn't say you, but a lot of people from communities like this do that pretty often themselves.
Well, I mean, I wasn't finished. I was going somewhere with it, but
yeah, let her finish, please, nickname, because we don't do that. Go ahead.
Okay. So when and all these other things that we can't get out here, we can't actually get to the places and reveal to the world that they're lies, and that they have this control over their minds, and the brainwashing and all the things that they want to lead their minds into believing. and hide like the truths that they try to hide. None of those things are definitively, objectively verifiable, right? So we can only like make accusations and make correlations and speculations and the little bit of evidence that is able to be gathered. It just gets hand waved away. This is one truth that is like the foundation of their complete and entire control system, right? But it's also it's not just the foundation, but it is the one truth that everyone can experience, and they can go out, they can see, and it's objectively, it's an objective truth. There's no question about it. Like, and so there's no way to distort, your reality. You can distort it in your mind. You can distort your perception of it. But once you start questioning this thing and you go out and you see it, it's objectively true. And this is the one thing that is obtainable for every individual to see. And it dismantles their lie. And it's the foundation of everything else.
That's what I was trying to say earlier with it's the biggest lie, but it's different because of this and what she just said.
So once people realize that this is such a huge lie and that they've pulled it off, at that point, all the other lies, it's like no longer questionable whether or not they would do it or whether or not they could do it. Because once they realize this has been done, then it breaks away all the walls that prevents them from being able to see the other lies.
I don't know. I feel like, this is your guys' community, so you put a lot of weight on it, but I feel like pinning the biggest lie as this one might be overblown. Like I feel like there's really big lies that they've told about other shit.
What's a bigger lie? What's a bigger lie
here's
than
the
flat
thing.
Earth?
No, illegal. The reason truth prevails is correct is that if we can expose this one lie, that means there are a million or millions of lies that are also exposed, such as everything they've ever taught you about outer space. So that's why this is so big. That's what you have to grasp. It's not just this one topic. It's actually countless topics.
But you could do that countless topic thing with a lot of other topics. Like if they're wrong about the fundamental nature of gravity, then
No,
you
can't.
handle a lot of
I
stuff
already
from
did
there.
that. You're not even listening. If I prove the Earth is flat, your whole gravity cartoon's gone. That's the
Right,
point.
but conversely, if somebody proves that gravity is wrong,
Go ahead,
then their
Truth
model
Prevails.
of the Earth is also wrong. So you could do it from either
No,
direction.
that's nothing compared to that. No, the Earth's flat. That means everything's wrong. That's the point.
So all of these other lies exist within this lie. And it's like they exist within this. This is the entirety of our existence. All of these other lies exist within it.
I don't know. I feel like spiders see the whole web, right? It's not one strand that makes the web, right? Not one strand that connects everything. It's the whole web.
This is the tree the web is on. This is way beyond that.
I guess.
What do you think is bigger than flat Earth? I've been trying to ask this question for a little bit. I'm sorry if I interrupted anybody, but you're saying you want to argue that it's not that big, and we're trying to tell you that it's the onion that opens up and peels to a million other lies, the space.
Yes.
What do you think that compares to that, or is even greater than that, than the nature of our reality?
I think God is bigger than flat Earth.
Yeah, there you go.
What?
Yeah, but,
this
we
is
talk about the creator.
What was the answer?
Yes, this is God's
Well,
creation.
this is the point I was trying to make, though. Of all of those other lies, like the attainable truth is like this one is more prevalent because everyone can experience it. All it takes to know this is for someone to just stop and start questioning it, and then go look, and that's it. That's all that's required to know this. All of these other lies, like what it would require to establish what the truth is heavy. Like it's so complex, and then you have to depend on the person, being able to accept the evidence, and they'll hand wave it away. But this is attainable. This is the only one that's all that's required is those three little things. Just question it.
Did he say the
It's another form of
creator
obfuscation.
is the bigger question because it's like physical,
It would be an example of one.
geometric Earth you can measure and disprove, but it's like with the creator you can't. Well, what's something equivalent to flat Earth where you can measure and we all can individually do tests to validate that thing that's a bigger lie or a bigger mistruth than flat
Well,
Earth. You keep saying,
like I said earlier,
like, so what's
gravity.
the-
I think you could disprove a lot of things if the model of gravity is wrong. So you guys were saying
You
that
don't
if
even have
flat
a
Earth
model.
is
You
said
don't even
that
have
it's
a
wrong, bro.
hypothesis.
Listen.
That's another religious
They've
claim.
already-
Yeah, that's the point. Is
Yeah.
I don't understand why you keep saying gravity when if I prove the Earth is flat, that removes everything of their hypothesis of gravity. What do you say?
But
I don't
also
know,
vice
why do
versa.
you keep minimizing it though? But you're
No, I'm saying
minimizing
both
it to
work
one
the
No, but
side.
he's
same.
saying there's
That
two
has nothing
vectors.
to do. That's such a minimalist spectrum. I'm saying I can get rid of all of that with one thing. Flat Earth destroys all of it. You're
Well,
just
contraire me, Capitan, it's the opposite. I'm broadening the spectrum. I'm saying there's
Yeah, no,
lots
you're
of
not.
things you
You're-
could
No,
disprove
you're not.
that would
Flat
open
Earth
up the
is one
same
aspect.
lies.
No. Listen, no, you don't
Flat
even
Earth-
know what gravity is. You're telling me to disprove something you can't even define it.
Well, I think he kind of has a point because a lot of people they wouldn't even consider flat Earth, but if you tried to talk to them about gravity, maybe they'd be more open-minded.
Well, if you don't think flat Earth, if you don't think flat Earth contradicts gravity, that's just more mental issues. That's the point. This completely
about hollow
contradicts
Earth?
gravity.
Well,
Just think about it.
You can't prove that. That's the point. That's why we're
They've
hiding from the
already-
topics.
you're-
Listen, if
you're
this topic
taking-
didn't bother you so much, you wouldn't be obfuscating from it. That's why this is the topic.
Yeah, you're taking, I'm asking you for a
obfuscating.
greater topic than flat Earth, and what you gave me was one aspect.
Obfuscating
flat Earth.
means that's not what that means.
Yes, it is.
Anyway,
I'm sorry.
I said to give me something a bigger lie than flat Earth, and you gave me one aspect of flat Earth that it gravity has to do with flat Earth, and that's one of the aspects of that concept, and so
Exactly.
you're just so like something other than that, because you're just naming something within the flat Earth argument that we destroy to tell you that it's not a sphere.
Guys,
and
I
you're
don't
not
think we
telling
should
me
be arguing
something
like this.
Can I just
stop concern trolling?
We're all
yeah,
on the same
concerned.
team. Like, we shouldn't be fighting like this.
No,
Hold on,
we're
what-
not. We're not because that's why you're whining. Quit crying, please.
What's think about it. If you disprove gravity, it doesn't then prove the Earth is flat, whereas the vice versa is true. So this subsumes that. Does that make sense?
Exactly.
So
when
they've already admitted in their globe theory ridiculousness that gravity it doesn't exist in their own writing. How do I disprove something that they've already thrown out? How do I disprove something that they contradict and say it doesn't exist? What am I to do with that? In their own writing, they say gravity doesn't exist. Like,
Yeah, it's a religious
explain that to me.
assumption. Yeah, it's already a religious assumption based on the ball. So if I don't have a ball, guess what goes? That's the point.
Yeah, exactly. And even in their ball thing, they say it's not a force, it doesn't exist. So how am I to disprove something that they say that doesn't exist? Even in their retarded model.
Yeah, that would just be another distraction to hide from the truth of the flat Earth. If you want to talk about gravity, might as well talk about flying spaghetti monsters.
Good morning, everyone.
Yeah. Good morning.
How's it going?
It's literally everyone. Good morning, everyone.
Everyone's definitely here.
I thought that was Roger. My bad.
So who validated gravity?
No, he won't. He won't tell us
some
what
du-
it is.
Some dude on
Okay.
the ball.
We need to know what it is first, Roger. That's the thing. Someone's
So
got to
magical
make a claim.
unicorns exist, right?
Yeah, I've got one in Define my it. room, bro. You define it, and then we tear it apart.
You can ask Neil deGrasse Tyson. I think he knows.
I don't think he's. I think he left.
I think he's
or
gone.
Fell out or something.
Next
No, he's
question.
Internet.
We don't know. Next question. That's what he says. We don't know.
That's
Next
really
question.
weird, though. Like it's really weird how he really didn't want to talk about it, though. Like we're trying to talk about the topic.
Yeah,
Like,
and
what's the server?
it
He even
sounds-
asked he even asked what's the name of the server again? Okay.
It sounds like I'm joking, but he really said we don't know. Next question. That's what he really said. Like it sounds like a joke Because he but it's doesn't know. not. Yeah, Because I he know. doesn't know. Because it doesn't exist. He can't.
Yeah. But
We
people on
know
the
that.
internet know
He
about it,
knows
right?
that.
It
But,
says
yeah.
it's a pseudo force. It's an abstract fucking bullshit theory about something that is, falls down. Like fuck. I don't know how.
But
I
I
don't know
met
how
all these
much.
atheists that say it's real. So I mean, it's got to be real.
Oh yeah, well of course.
He was just recently on Rogan again, and Rogan kind of went in hard on him. Like, I was kind of impressed because you know how Rogan was known to be a flip flopper or whatever. We don't know where he's at, but he had him on again like last week, and he was kind of going in on him. I was kind of like, okay, you kind of going in on him. I appreciate that. I mean,
About
that's
what?
the best we got.
About what?
He didn't go in on nothing.
Didn't
Yeah,
Rogan say,
yeah. I mean,
there's
I mean,
no
now,
way, there's
no.
no way it went to the moon.
Not like
Joe
we
Rogan?
want him to go in on him, not like we want him to be questioned, but for what it was,
I don't give a shit about Joe Rogan anyway.
Yeah,
Doesn't
okay.
necessarily
All right.
Rogan made that comment for both sides of the equation. He said, "There's no way we went to the moon," and then a while after that, he said, "There's no way we didn't go to the moon."
I know, and then he had Eddie Bravo on several times, and now he doesn't have him on his show, and now his show's canceled. So it's like,
Yeah.
all right, so
Yeah,
all
I
right,
haven't seen
cool.
Bravo in a minute. Bravo ain't been
No,
on there
but
in
Eddie
since
Bravo's.
he's been
I
on
mean,
Spotify.
as
Since
far as I'm concerned,
Rogan
Eddie
has been
Bravo's
on Spotify.
solid.
Sorry.
Dude, if you're a true Eddie Bravo believer and you go onto tinfoil hats and you don't see him there anymore, it means he's cancelled, man. You're not gonna see him anywhere.
I haven't seen Bravo.
No,
I haven't
Eddie
seen Bravo.
Bravo's.
He's never coming back.
Well, I mean, he
since-
might come back on other people's streams or whatever, but yeah, I mean, he lost his friendship with Joe Rogan, who now has canceled his show and shit.
Yeah.
He's been on Alex Jones' show and shit, talking about flat Earth, and as far as I'm concerned,
ever
Eddie
since
Bravo's
Rogan-
still solid, man. As far as I go.
Wait, so
Ever
haven't heard from him
since
in a while,
Rogan
but-
went to Spotify, I have not seen Eddie on there not once.
No. And Eddie, as far as I'm concerned, Eddie's solid, but
Yeah, he's got a moral compass, bro. Yeah.
Eddie's
wait,
solid.
so guys, 1 second. So Joe Rogan's.
Roger.
Hey, good morning. So Joe Rogan's stuff is canceled.
Yeah. His
Oh?
podcast is gone. Yeah, he doesn't do it anymore.
Well,
yeah.
Okay. So
And
then-
that's a couple months ago, I think. Yeah.
He got in trouble.
What do you
for
mean
making,
he doesn't do it anymore?
No, he got
Well,
in trouble for making some
He
comments.
doesn't do it on
about,
XM
white-
anymore. I mean, that's
He's
what I know.
doing it on Spotify, right? Like, I think I just watched
No.
the episode tonight. Like, he's only doing it on Spotify.
Oh,
he's
okay,
doing
so
it
now he's on
exclusively
Spotify
on
instead of
Spotify.
XM and freaking
okay.
Sirius and all that shit. So maybe he's still doing it, but yeah, he lost his contract.
So
Or
But he
left
can't
it.
talk freely anymore. Now Spotify controls him.
So next question is, what happened yesterday with the Tommy dude?
You didn't listen, Roger?
I just woke up. Yeah, I
All
figured.
right. I just
was just
all right,
another
here-
Roger's
here's
been
what
sleeping for a day.
Hey, Roger, I just if you want to hear it, we're still in the same live stream that I started
Okay.
before he joined. So hold on, let me send the link.
Oh, India, what you're saying? He was just
Shit show.
yeah.
It was a
Yeah,
shit
it was
show.
a total shit show. But
He
if you
started
wanna,
off
if
saying,
you
"I
want to
just
listen
want
to
to ask."
it, then you can. But it's
He
really
tried
not
to,
worth it.
yeah, he tried to do the like. I just want to do an interview, but then it was a contentious interview. Then it like turned into a debate. But he was a typical Google Earther. He didn't actually know anything. He had to like Google everything.
Are you talking about the Nick guy?
Figures.
No,
That was funny.
Tommy something or other.
Yeah,
Tommy,
Thomas the Train.
Tommy
Gobbler.
Thomas the
Gobbler.
Tank Engine.
Like, what the fuck is going on with my?
No, what happened to that Nick guy? Like,
But Kiwi was
nickname.
swearing at him and stuff. I actually had to jump in just to like calm that shit down. Just not really because he was swearing at him. Because listen, if I was debating, I'd be swearing at him too. Because he tried to come in and fake it till he make it. And that was not working. So
Anyway,
I asked him to like go back to the interview format because the debate ain't for you.
Anyone's interested, here's the. We're still on the same live stream. See, I was recording it. I started the live stream at the same time that QE was talking to him. So at the beginning of this current live stream, which I have, you can click this video and go back and listen to it if you want to. I'm just telling you, it's almost not worth your time.
Yeah, I mean, he's like not. I wouldn't even say he's a run-of-the-mill Glober. He's probably like.
Well, he acted. I mean, he was a pretender.
He's total
Bro, he
pretender.
kept on going back to gravity the whole time, every time. But what about gravity?
Everybody heard his bullshit. So yeah, if you want to hear what he had to say, I'm not going to upload his bullshit.
You don't.
But
if
you want to hear it, you can go click that video I just posted and go to the beginning of the video.
Yeah, it was.
Go about
fun.
3,
Objection,
4,
Your
5
Honor.
minutes in. Go about 5 minutes in, and then just listen.
Yeah, on a scale of
It's just
1
a
to
waste
10, he was like a 4 or 5. Maybe. Like,
Yeah. I just love that. Objection, Your Honor. Objection, Your Honor.
I mean, I
in
just
tears.
posted the current live stream we're on right now because I mean we do 12-hour live streams, and I started it right before QE was going to talk to him, and we set that shit up, got it all set up, and then he turned out to be a total prick. So.
Hey, also something interesting real quick. I posted this before, but this is a different day, different people listening. We're talking about Joe Rogan. I know some people don't like him, some people do. But there's this cat, I think his name is Mr. Beat or something like that. And he had the podcast between Joe Rogan and Ben Shapiro. And he pointed out all the logical fallacies that they used in their interview. And so if you're
What do
interested
you
in
mean
logical
legal fallacies?
Dude, they
Jeff
hate
Ben
when we
Shapiro is
talk
a
about
tool.
fallacies. I mean, it's just like, all right, so
Ben Shapiro is a logical fallacy.
Ben Shapiro is a logical fallacy.
I just wanted to bring that up. Anybody's interested in the topic of logical fallacies, and you watch Joe Rogan, and you can watch him basically pick apart the whole interview and point out line by line like where they use logical fallacies through the whole interview. It's pretty educational.
I have a playlist of logical fallacies by Mr. Spock. You guys interested in that? Hold on, I have a whole fucking playlist of that shit.
By Mr. Spock.
Yeah,
boy.
Mr. Spock. It's like they actually created this shit in the 80s, I think. It's like this little cartoon thing. It's like 5-minute clips of Mr. Spock explaining logical fallacies. Okay,
You're kidding me? Wow.
No, let me find it. Hold on. I got it.
Yeah, no, I'd like to check that out. That sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, I got it.
That sounds funny because I don't watch that. I mean, I usually read the scripts for other things, but I need to watch. Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out which channel.
You need to watch Stargate, man. Stargate is shit.
Is it shit? Oh, cool.
I
Better
mean,
not watch it.
He goes through. It's just like a little scenario. It's like 5-minute videos, and then it's like, here's why. You remember watching Star Trek, and he's like, that's not logical.
Star Trek.
Yeah, but then why doesn't he?
So he basically.
Why doesn't he explain the logical fallacy of space?
Yeah, you're saying he does the logical fallacies of Star Trek? That's what he's like.
No. It's something separate. Hold on, let me find it.
Okay.
Yeah, he's like.
Hey, dude, if you're going from Stargate, from Star Trek, we can also go to Star Wars.
No.
Just go to Star Wars.
Star
For the
Trek
Republic.
necessarily.
For the Republic.
Why don't you just go to Star Talk?
You know what? Since you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, wait till I send you the link. God damn it.
No, that's gonna be a juicy link.
Helio.
Where the fuck? Oh, I'm on
the logical fallacies by Mr. Spock.
You hear that, Chewie? I'm gonna get a juicy link.
Hold on, let me
The
find
juice is loose.
this suck. Oh, here it is. Hold on. Found it. There's 30 logical fallacies from Mr. Spock.
Oh yeah, and that Shapiro character keeps on fucking promoting that fucking moon landing bullshit. I just want to, like, if I was to see him, I'd like run up and flock him right in the fucking cranium. I can't stand that guy.
Starts
He's a
with
bloody
number
cunt,
one,
man.
argumentum ad populum. That's the first fallacy. So yeah, if you have any curiosity about logical arguments, Spock will tell you in these 30 this list of 30. When you click that link, you'll go to a playlist on YouTube of Spock explaining to you logical fallacies. I'll go ahead and post it in the live stream too.
Cheers, bro. Maybe people will listen to Mr. Spock.
Well,
if
I
not
mean,
us.
wasn't he always logical? I mean, I was a Star Trek fan. Goddamn.
Well, listen, he was, and everything's good except he didn't address the logical fallacies of him being
Sure. I mean,
into space.
You're human. I'm Vulcan. I'm logical, and but he was half human, so it's just like he always had that struggle, right? But he always brought up some good points, right? So
Yeah,
anyway,
of course.
everybody loves Spock, man. Spock was the
I've already played the first video, and there's already stuff that I want to sample to use as like intros to my beats and shit like that. And I'm just to let you know, Helio, I'm still in the process of chopping up your music and making a beat, and I'm gonna send it to you, and then Battle Mod is gonna rap on it. Okay.
Cool. Yeah, I'm down with that, man. I mean, yeah. Check any of the content on 24/7 Live or my Helio Skeptic channel. Take any of that content. Freaking chop it up, do whatever you want.
Just don't take the bits with me.
YouTube hates us, so fuck them.
Yeah, I know. I can sample you, and I won't need no sample clearance or whatever.
Yeah, you don't have to ask me. Hey, can I use this? I'll be like, they ain't paying me anyway. I'm doing this as a public service.
You sent it to me, and I'm just I'm a promoter. I'm like the original. Like once I sample the beat, I'll be like, I sampled it from this, and then some hardcore rock fans will find your music based off my hip hop shit. So
that'd be cool.
I just want to let you know that I'm in the process. I downloaded your whole album.
If you get a hold of some of my original music, that's from another channel. So if you actually use it, I'll give you the original video so that you can you can add it
to credit the sample. Yeah.
Well, just so people can find it.
Right. Now we're on the subject, Helio. Like, what's your best song? You got a best song?
All of them. I'm the best singer. I'm the best singer in the world.
Yeah, his best song is YMCA by the Village People.
I'm gonna just let you know that I listened to your whole album, and I'm gonna take the slower songs.
I have like 6. Which one is the?
Oh, the first album, the one that's at the top is the one that I downloaded the first.
It's called YMCA 2.
The first one on the playlist of my albums there, that's my favorite album to record. I mean, it's my first and second. First and second are the same for me. But anyway, maybe it was Sinfected. It might have been Sinfected or what was the other one? Shit, now I can't even.
That was the one I downloaded.
Okay, cool. It's just like a four pictures of the members of the band or whatever. And
Yep. Yeah. Yellow cover, 4 pictures, 10 something. I downloaded that, and a lot of the stuff is a little bit, whatever. But you have some breaks in there where you have some slower grooves, and I'm gonna
I
take
played
that.
guitar on that album too.
You guys are gonna have to take this.
That first song I wrote the. Well, I didn't write that riff, but I wrote a lot of guitar riffs on there. But I played a lot of.
He has to go to the religion room bad. Nickname is back to tell us if there's a bigger topic than flat Earth.
Yeah. What you got? What's the bigger
I
topic?
don't want to accuse you of going off topic, but it sounds like you guys got pretty far without me.
Yeah, we were talking about religion. Sorry about that. Go ahead, Nick. What were you saying about the flat Earth topic not being the biggest?
Religion. We were just killing.
Hey,
dude, it's all about the Son of Life, man.
I think
We're just
XO
killing
is
time
a
waiting for you, bro.
guitar player too. I think he sent me some stuff.
Chris Cornell is the savior of rock. Go ahead, Nickname.
What you got?
He even did the Jesus Christ pose. It's not a coincidence.
Bro, I think it's didn't that get transferred to that other fucking what's it called, the Hilltop song, whatever they're called, those retards? Aren't they the saviors of rock and roll?
CC, that's 33. Chris Cornell.
Yeah, Nickname. Where's the other guy? There was another guy. What was his name? Gosh,
Cornell's not even his real name. That's 3-3.
I'm really desperately trying to get on the topic of flat Earth. It's so difficult. Rogue God, earlier, about 2.5 hours ago, Rogue God said he was going to give us an example of something bending that makes something else look flat. I'm still waiting for that one. But in the meantime, Nickname.
He might have seceded that point. I think he said
They always do. They always do.
Well,
Excellent.
they have no choice. They have no choice.
You have no choice, exactly. So, Nickname, what could possibly be a bigger lie than the construct of our existence?
What's a bigger question than the shape of the Earth?
No. Construct of our Helio. Construct of our existence, meaning I can actually make the claim that I live under the heavens and in the waters. What claim can anybody else make?
Yeah. Flat is an aspect. It's not a shape. So we don't claim a shape.
I think
we claim an aspect.
Hold on. He's going to say something. He's going to say something totally unrelated.
I think the JQ is bigger than flat Earth.
Yeah, everybody shut up except for XO and
Nickname. Name Nick.
I said the JQ is bigger than flat Earth.
Nobody understood you.
Oh, am I getting distorted?
Yeah, what's JQ?
Okay, guys, give us
XO, XO and Nickname, please, everyone.
Oh, what's JQ?
The Jewish question?
No, we're not talking about that. We're talking about Earth.
Right, and Earth is controlled by, the big J.
No. That's a religious claim. Wait a minute. You're already making a religious claim about people you don't know that has nothing to do with the construct of our existence, which is 10,000 times bigger than somebody you don't know.
Well, if the Jewish religion, if their faith is correct, then the construct of our existence would be under their purview, wouldn't it?
Are you really trying to embarrass yourself this bad already? After you've been here for several hours, and since you couldn't prove a goddamn thing, pardon my French, that now you're gonna just bring up the JQ. I mean, come on, bro.
The only thing you've asked me to prove is that there's a bigger question, or this thing. The other stuff you were returning my question.
You didn't even listen, Nick. Okay, Helio, real quick. So I'm going to say this. Okay, Helio gave me the floor. Okay, Helio gave me the floor. So what's the bigger lie? So what is?
Look at how you're reacting to the JQ.
I know. You don't even know. You don't even know what a Jew is. But what is a bigger lie than the construct of our existence?
So you guys are worried about flat Earth, but you're not worried about who's perpetuating the lie.
No.
Please stop, noob.
Yeah, we're actually trying to protect the server and the live stream because we're not supposed to necessarily talk about, because that could
you're trying to bring up topics that could get the server banned. Can we just move on to what's a bigger lie?
Well, you see, that's interesting because
I don't care if you think it's interesting. We just know that.
Well, why would they allow you guys to talk about flat Earth if it's the biggest lie? If you guys would get banned if you talk about the JQ?
Maybe it's not the biggest lie, but we keep it on topic. You know,
Really? Oh, why would people allow me to do things? Because wouldn't it be a little bit too obvious if no one was allowed? Like if I said the word flat Earth and got locked up in jail for a few months, you think that might not change some people's minds? Rogue, get some life experience. I'm asking Nick, what is a bigger lie than the construct of our entire existence?
And don't come in here and tell us what we should or should not talk about.
Right. It's in the rules.
I don't think anyone's doing that. You guys are
Rogue,
assuming
stop.
a lot.
Rogue, stop. Can I have an answer
Ако
from
тебе
Nick
отидеш на
about a
шопинг,
lie
има
bigger
мене
than
на
our
item
shut
дека
up.
сакат сега
entire
да се
Rogue, what were you
запишеш
saying?
само си левов, вика запишеш сега и левов.
I think he's hot micing.
Бас как виж да се
So
запишеш
our
нещо.
entire is it possible that there can be a lie bigger than the lie about our entire existence?
Yeah, hey, sorry, my connection keeps fucking dropping, and like when it does, it's not like obvious to me, because like I'll get like a few seconds.
Don't mistake. We can hear you now. Don't mistake that we don't
You know,
want to
yeah.
talk about this.
Okay,
but
I'm
we
going to
are
wrap this
live
up. Listen,
on
Helio, I'm
YouTube.
going to wrap this up. I'm going to back out of the conversation. So I just have to point out that by default, Nickname has already admitted that flat Earth is the biggest topic because he said gravity was, which is just a subtopic
Yeah,
of
well,
flat
let's
Earth.
talk about that
That's
instead
it.
of
Okay,
the
but XO, that was my point, is that to me it seems like the flat Earth thing is a subtopic of gravity. Why
That's
should it be
because-
otherwise?
That's because you're not thinking clearly. That's because you don't have the ability to think, which is what the
I'm glad that you can
heliocentric
say
gravity
that,
model does
but
for
can
you.
you prove it?
No, that's the point. Yes, I am proving it right now because earlier you said battleships have to adjust for refraction, proving you can't think then as well.
No,
Now
somebody
you're
asked how they do it,
You're
and I
saying a
said,
sub nickname. I know
I-
you're not letting me speak. You're saying a subtopic
Well,
of flat
you gave a
Earth
wrong
is bigger than
premise.
flat Earth. A subtopic of flat Earth by default cannot be bigger than the main topic of
If it were a
flat
subtopic-
Well,
Earth.
dude, gravity exists outside of the Earth, but the Earth doesn't exist outside of gravity.
This is just
So-
imagination.
so-
Yeah, you're just
yeah,
hiding
it's-
from reality.
It's affirming the
Unbelievable.
consequence, right? Who has ever validated it? Because we can talk about magical unicorns here, but if
No
nobody has proven
gravity,
magical, if nobody has
no
ever
ball.
proven magical,
I know that you
unicorns-
guys were talking shit about me while I was gone, and you probably think I'm goofy, but something that you'll
No,
probably
nickname.
appreciate. Something you'll probably appreciate is that
You know
there's
what?
a
We
German
actually
philosopher.
haven't.
You're not-
I was
yeah,
giving
you're
you
not-
shit. We
he's not
actually
taking it
didn't talk
seriously.
Oh, no?
about
Yeah,
Okay.
we
All right.
really don't care,
All right,
nickname.
cool.
We're waiting for somebody that has the intestinal fortitude to not be a religious zealot and just give an honest answer. That's all.
Fantastic. Something that you guys might really appreciate is there is, in fact, just you might think this is funny. There's a German philosopher named Marcus Gabriel who wrote a book called The World Does Not Exist. And in it, he argues that things like unicorns actually do exist. Anything that you can name or conceptualize really does exist. But the world itself, the container for those things, doesn't. So I just thought you might find
that's
that
all
funny.
nice.
Well,
That's
the
all
Dr.
nice.
Seuss book. I have this Dr. Seuss book that on page 2 he's talking about the ball in space, and a Dr. Seuss book that holds the same amount
Yeah.
of credibility.
Anything can exist in your mind. We have Marvel, we have superheroes, we have all the things. Yeah, those all exist. We can see them. They all exist in our mind.
Let's give Roger a chance to
Yeah, I
speak
wanna
real quick, guys.
ask nickname. So when did you ever provided any validation for your so-called gravity?
You as in proving that it exists or something?
Yeah, that it is what it is. You
I
tell us.
don't, and this is part of my point.
So
is that
that's
it
all
could
great,
be a bigger
right?
issue.
Okay, so that's all great, right? So then talking about gravity doesn't make any sense here, right? So we can talk about magical unicorns or invisible gnomes or whatever,
Agreed.
right?
Just
So-
like if the Earth isn't round, talking about it is nonsense, right? Similarly,
Well,
people who believe in gravity.
we can measure the
yeah.
surface of the Earth, right? So this is something we can do.
We can measure the
right?
rate at which things fall.
Yeah, that's an effect, right? Nobody has
Yeah,
ever validated
way
it,
before gravity was ever
nickname.
brought up. We
So
did that, yeah.
I'm getting very annoyed here because you're throwing things in the air, right?
Literally or figuratively?
No,
'Cause technically
figuratively.
both
yeah.
happen.
False cause.
Figuratively-
You're throwing around false causes.
Yeah. So you're just claiming
Well,
stuff.
I don't know what you're talking about
whilst
false
not-
cause. I don't know what that has to do with this.
So,
you asked if there's something bigger than the shape of the Earth, and I'm saying you could unravel the same amount of things
Forget
from
it.
the direction of gravity.
No.
Yeah.
Why couldn't you?
Hey, bro, you've proven that you're very ignorant about a
Surely
lot of
if
topics, bro.
that was
But
wrong, you could
talk a lot, but you're
unravel
very
all-
ignorant.
Right.
Ignorance
Just because he
ignorance
disagrees with you guys
doesn't
doesn't
mean
mean
you're
he's
not
ignorant.
smart. It just means you're ignorant. It means you
Right.
don't know.
You don't understand the correlation between gravity
You talk
and
about
the
shit you
ball
don't know about.
Earth.
That's fantastic, but we could talk about shit that we don't know
Oh,
about and assume
so
that we
you're
don't
gonna
know about
yell
it and
back at
still talk
me
about it.
when you
Can
don't
you have a
even know
spinning-
what we're talking about. So this is why we're getting frustrated.
Well,
Eric,
can you elucidate?
I'm answering your
Tell
question,
your
bro.
ignorance.
Gravity
You
seems
don't
bigger.
know.
Hold on. That's called an
Right.
argument from incredulity when you argue about stuff that you don't know about, bro.
Wait, hold on.
That would be every argument ever, then, wouldn't it?
No.
Can you have a spherical water ball spinning in space without gravity?
I don't know. I don't believe in the standard model of gravity.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Hold
Well,
on.
what do you mean by gravity?
Wow. Yeah, let Helio take over at this point.
Standard model of gravity. What is that? I mean, see, I'm going to prove
I don't
your
believe
ignorance
gravity is
right
a
now.
force or an effect.
Hold on, everyone. I want him to show us his standard model of gravity. What is that?
Like the standard
Please.
contemporary model of physics. I don't think gravity is a force. I don't think it's a force or an effect.
No, not physics.
Oh,
Gravity. We're talking about
gravity.
gravity.
What's the standard model of gravity that you?
He won't answer.
Gravity.
What is that?
Oh, he cut out again.
Oh
He
shit!
probably doesn't know he's cut out. Yeah, so you're cut out right now, Nick.
All right, so let's find this standard model of.
There's no way he'll answer. There's
maybe-
absolutely
Well,
no
I
way.
do have a question though.
No,
Like-
well, maybe
Well, see,
Rogat
it's
got.
just like
No,
when people
hold
come
on.
in here and just make shit up. It's just like,
Well, yeah,
why
but
are
here's
you
my
doing
question.
shit?
You think they're all
Here's-
programmed by the same robot?
Well, no. Here's my question. What's the grounding epistemology of
Dude, if
what?
they were programmed by a robot, wouldn't they all say the same thing? You can tell when somebody's just making shit up.
Yeah,
They
but
all say the same thing. Yes.
right.
No,
but,
not that. No, nobody. I've never heard standard model of gravity. I've never heard that before. That's
No, I
that's
think he's
some
talking
nice-
about general
Just,
relativity.
trust me.
and
Just
how
wait
it's
till he
not-
comes back because he'll forget. He'll trust me. He'll forgot he said
He'll
it.
forget
never
what he
answer it.
said.
Well,
and
he's probably
gonna
talking
make some
about
other
Einstein's
shit up.
relativity and how it's not compatible with quantum physics.
Okay.
Rogat, what was your
Yeah,
question?
tell me I'm out
yeah,
of
my
control.
question was, what's the founding epistemology of this entire group? Because you guys are saying a lot of things,
Dude,
but
we come from all over the world. Different people, different
Right,
strokes,
but-
different folks.
yeah,
There is
but
no
that's-
founding. There's no
No,
founding.
when I
Some of
say
us were
founding-
atheists.
Hold on, let's
Go
start.
ahead.
Hold on, I'm not
No,
talking about
no,
religion.
hold on.
I'm
Define-
asking for the body of knowledge that you
All
guys
right.
are using.
So, all right. So
Objective
body-
reality.
wait.
Okay,
Define
how can you define that?
Hold on. Define epistemology. Define that.
It's just a body of thought.
Is this
That's all it
nickname?
is.
This nickname?
No.
No. Who is this? So epistemology is a body of thought, right? Is this
Right.
what you're saying?
So what grounds all of this is what I'm asking. You guys are saying objective reality, but could you define objective reality for me?
Who amongst have you heard anyone here say objective reality?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, she just did. Because
So
I
what is
asked the question and she
what is
answered.
objective reality?
What you experience, basically.
But then we go through that some people wouldn't have proper senses, therefore, well, they'd be disabled, right? But
Okay, so
they wouldn't be able to experience reality.
Well, let's
no, it's not
presume-
psychosis.
Let's
It's a
presume
disability.
everyone has perfect eyesight and they can walk on Earth.
Are you disabled, Rogue God?
No, I'm not.
Okay, well, none of us are. None of us claim to be, so that's irrelevant.
All right, cool. So let's start from there. Yes, objective reality is what we experience. Boom.
So an example is something that's true, whether you believe it's true or not, right? Like the sky is blue and the grass is green. Not always, but sometimes, right? Sometimes that's true.
Right, but those are just tautologies. For example, the color blue can be whatever we say it is. we just all agree that this thing is the color blue, right?
Yeah, I know that. That's what I'm saying. That's an objective reality. The sky is sometimes blue. Is that right?
Wow, isn't that
Sure.
amazing? He agreed with you that blue is blue. Holy shit! What an amazing.
Right. But wouldn't that just be consensus? What's subjective reality? You guys still haven't defined
There's no
it for
such
me.
thing.
Objective reality is often consensus because it's really hard to argue with people's, senses, right? So I sense blue, that vibration that looks like the word, that we call blue, right? And everyone else does when they look up at the sky, and sometimes it's blue and sometimes it's not. So that would be objective reality. Do you got another word for that?
Okay, well, I would say that's consensus since everyone agrees to it, right?
Are you breathing right now? Are you breathing right now?
Yeah.
Oh, that's objectively true, and we know because we hear you speaking to us, and we know that no one that someone has to be able to breathe in order to be able to speak. So that there's an objective reality, and it doesn't require.
So how do you know your senses aren't being deceived?
Exactly. You could be a brain in a vat. You might not actually be breathing. You might just think.
Right, so that's what I'm asking.
Okay, so is
How
he
do you
asphyxiating right
define
now? Is he asphyxiating while he's saying that, guys?
Doesn't change
Sure,
what we
but that's you see, those are just you're asking on
So
just
he's
things that
he's
everyone
dying right
agrees
now.
with.
So he's dying right now, right?
No.
Be a brain in a vat
Well,
and not breathe.
the other guy said that our senses could be like tricking us, and you could not be breathing right now. In which case,
Well-
you would be choking and dying.
No, he could be an AI program.
Yeah, we could live in a world where we don't need to breathe. We just think we do.
Okay, dude. Let me ask you a straight up question. Objective reality. Okay, are you a male or female?
I'm a male, but again,
Are
these
you
are just
sure?
things that we
Are you
agree.
sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay, so that's an objective fact that you're a male. You were born a male. It says so in your birth certificate, right?
Sure, let's go with that.
Okay, that's what objective reality is. If someone were to make the claim that you are not a male, you could easily prove it to a doctor or something like that, right? So objective reality is things that are provable.
Provable by what? Senses again?
No.
Yeah, how else do you prove something? 2 or more of your senses verify something, right? The doctor tells you to turn your head and cough, right?
Sure, but can't
yeah.
senses be, fooled or tricked?
Because
Do you think there's no objective reality?
Dude, if you got a guy who's been to school for 13 years and then went to college for another 8 years, and you put your love eggs in his hands and you cough, and he feels those things jerk up like they do, I'm pretty sure you're not going to be able to trick that doctor into thinking that you're a female, bro. Pretty fucking sure.
He said love eggs.
Yeah, Helio, I think nickname came back, so he can.
One second.
Again, never mind.
1 second, because in science we use our senses to prove stuff, right? You look at it; it's an observation. So I don't know what this is, right? It's just trying to wiggle something in that might help you here, but you need to use your senses to even look at things. Okay.
Right. Is there someone that says they can't trust their senses in the room right now?
I'd say I can't trust my senses. I wouldn't be able to see a centimeter without a ruler.
Okay, very good. Okay, hold on, Hank, one second, Hank, 1 second. Just one little thing here. So, are you admitting that you can't know the Earth is a globe, right?
I'm saying I don't know. I never said I can't know.
Right. So you're admitting that you don't know if the Earth is a globe or not, right?
Yeah, let's go with that.
That was easy. Okay, next.
Well done, bro.
Yeah, but what would it be then? Because
it
wouldn't be a hold on. It wouldn't be a duality
between. You can't know.
No, I never said I can't know. I said I don't know. So how do you know that the Earth is flat then?
Because my senses work and I verified it.
Yeah, but how do you know your memories are true? What if your memories are deceiving you?
Because I have life experience and I don't live on the internet.
We've disproved the globe Earth not by our senses. I mean, in a sense, if you want to say that like our eyesight and comprehension is senses, then yeah, I guess you could argue that. But it's like,
Right, so I'm asking for more than senses. What grounds all of these beliefs or
What
knowledge?
more could I give you than senses? What more could I give you?
yeah, I guess there's nothing more than senses.
Hold on though, but
Like,
that's the point. If you're admitting that all of your senses would point to one direction, you're saying that's not enough.
I wouldn't say that's enough. No.
Right, that's the point. I'm saying I understand reality, and I know for a fact absolutely these things because that's reality.
Okay, so define reality for me then.
Reality is the world that you live in that is not subjective for you to ignore. It is what we all experience, like the fact that no one's ever adjusted for curvature or spin in reality. That's not objective. That's just reality. I don't need an asterisk by it. That's what it is.
Reality is that what your senses are telling you. For example, if you're at a convenience store and all of a sudden somebody pulls out a gun and says, "Give me your money," right? And then they point the gun at you and you hear gunshots. You're not going to be like, well, I wonder if my senses are lying to me, right? Because this could be like a hallucination. Maybe I ate some like magic mushrooms on my pizza.
Sure,
Right? No,
but
you're going to duck and no, hold on, let me finish. You're going to duck and run for cover to try to preserve your sorry ass, right? Because you know that you did things in the past that you're not ready to die and meet your maker, right?
Okay. However, in lots of court cases where they saw the guy pointing the gun at them, they'd say something else happened because in that situation they panicked, they saw something different, and they were fooled. Another example would be people on
By the
drugs.
mob direction,
Where
their
another
testimony,
example.
otherwise they were going to be sleeping with the fishes.
Wow.
Okay,
So
but
you're talking
there
about
are
people
hold
that are
on,
on
hold
drugs that has got nothing to do with reality. We're talking about reality, not people on drugs. Get back on point.
Okay, but I was
Well, I
using
mean,
the
drugs
example of
enter
how
reality.
No, not okay, bud.
Yeah.
Yes, Rogue, we
Yeah.
understand. Are you an atheist, Rogue?
I wouldn't say I am, no.
Okay, but do you believe this was a question that Truth Prevails asked, and I'm going to just rephrase it. Do you believe in absolute truth?
You'd have to define absolute truth then.
That's the thing is I can't add, special colors and sprinkles to it. That's what it is. Absolute truth.
Do you not know what absolute means, or do you not know what truth means?
Well, truth is by definition absolute, so that doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, that's why I was asking.
No.
It's either
Hold on.
it's either the truth or it's not.
You don't. You needed both redefined for you. Do you believe in absolutes or truth? Can you pick one?
Wouldn't a truth be absolute?
How do I know that you can't? You can't even answer. I'm just trying to
No,
get
hold
an
on.
answer.
Wouldn't a truth be absolute?
Do you believe in truth?
Hey, this cereal's really
can't get an
tasty,
answer.
right? That's a truth for me, but some people don't like tricks, right?
Yeah.
Maybe they're only for kids.
Yeah, but that's a subjective
that's why I
statement.
said there's
can't get an
absolute
answer.
truth and there's personal truth. That's why I say
like
there's different
privilege.
truths.
I wouldn't
but
say
there-
that.
Maybe we should move back the nickname. He's back. Maybe he can answer something.
He says his internet's pretty choppy right now. He can
Yeah,
only get...
I don't know what's up with Rogue God, because why are you trying to wiggle in some kind of...
I'm not wiggling in anything
Yeah,
because if
you
it's the
are.
truth, it's the truth. If it's not the
Okay,
truth,
so
it's
we
a
can
lie.
agree.
There's two-
We can agree.
there's two
We can
truths.
agree that we can know stuff. Okay, is that what we can?
Sure.
Okay,
Is that
so
correct?
when we measure, the surface of the Earth, it then we
You're
know
cutting in and out.
Yeah, so sorry. So when we measure the surface of the Earth, we know it.
That's twice you've been cut off right there.
Yeah, he's cutting out.
Yeah, he's cutting out.
Yeah, Roger, you're dropping out, bro.
So when we measure the surface of the Earth, we know that it's flat because when you measure something, you can count on it being what you measured, right?
Exactly.
Just like a carpenter. Just like a carpenter.
I'm just gonna every time I got like 20 seconds of internet connection again, then I'll dip out and I'll be back and I'll be like, hey, I'm back. And I'll
Yeah,
get
nickname.
seconds.
Maybe talk to your ISP.
Thought about calling them. This is pretty weird.
So maybe reboot your router, maybe you're on Wi-Fi, reboot your things.
Like,
Okay.
it's
You're gonna have to trust your senses, nickname.
So again, Rogart,
or other things.
we use our senses, right, to know stuff. But when we measure stuff, we know its dimensions. It's pretty easy, right? So I don't know why you're trying to wiggle in that we can't use our senses. Then if we can, we can't know stuff, right? So you're kind of basically holding a double position. There is absolute truth, but we can't use our senses to know it. It's pretty weird, right?
I
My
wouldn't,
question, Roger,
I wouldn't
would
say
be
a
what else could you
measurement.
use?
I wouldn't say a measurement is based on senses, because you can't sense a
Right.
centimeter, can you?
Right. So we look at
The ruler senses it, and then you verify it with the ruler. Sorry, go ahead, Rick.
So now we're giving inanimate objects senses.
No, what I'm saying is that the ruler is what you compare it to, right? I say it's sense. Yeah, demarcation. Yeah, thank you. So sense was the wrong word, but the ruler demarks it, and then you compare it to the ruler.
And you
Okay.
see
And
the
hold
ruler, right?
on.
You see the ruler with your eyes, right?
Right. However, couldn't they
No,
get the ruler wrong?
Oh my god. Well, Rogart,
Engineering doesn't exist.
Yeah, it
we're
could
going
be
into
a centimeter 0.0004, right? And that would be wrong, wouldn't it?
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
a
it
margin.
would be.
It's called a margin of error. Yeah, there could be a
You're
margin of error.
trusting something because you're speaking to us. If you had this level of uncertainty about everything, then you wouldn't even speak. You wouldn't even be
But
sure
see-
that your words would convey meaning. So you're going to have to trust something and have faith. Otherwise, you're going to go nowhere.
But
So
see, when
now
we
we're going
measure
off of
things,
faith.
hold on. When we measure things, right, it turns out that we're not off by a margin of error with the globe Earth. We're off by an order of magnitude when we try to measure the globe Earth. So your globe Earth is left wanting, not by a margin of error, but by a lot.
I should clarify this. Hold on.
Infrared that we trust. We appear to see flat level land and no 8 inches per mile squared.
Hold on. Let me
Sure.
clarify something here.
It's
I'm not on any position here. Okay? I'm not on the fucking
Yeah,
globe Earth or the flat
you're
Earth or
completely
anything like that.
unbiased. Like every time somebody says, like, "Hey, you can trust your senses," you're like, but your senses are bad," and
And
you
what
know,
about
you don't
the
have
ruler?
any preconceived bias, right? But the ruler, it's not, it's not good.
Well, yeah, but the way you defined it, right? You use your senses to tell if the ruler is measuring something. However,
well, should we use our non-senses?
That's what they are trying to use, Hank. Of course, that's what they're used to using. Maybe using their senses is a new thing.
Their faith. Maybe it's their
Can I
belief
just-
they want to use. Believe
Can I put it
that
to
the
me in a
Earth
different way?
is a globe, right? Believe it is a globe. You won't see it, you won't measure it, but just believe it. Is that what you want to do?
Okay, before you put it a different way, I just want to address the people sitting here without a roll. If you want to roll, hop up into the VC check-in, and I'll follow you up. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say the ruler is there because he's the ruler. Do you
And
get
the
that?
thing is, you use the same senses that you trusted to speak to basically go out on faith and trust something else.
He rules. He's the ruler. He rules.
right, so then
Centimeters,
it's
millimeters, whatever you want to call it.
right.
Yeah?
So
He
then
rules the domain.
right.
So you can't be off.
Okay. So this is what I mean. Wouldn't that be faith and not truth?
How is that faith when he's the ruler? He's king. You measure it by him, or by it, whatever.
I guess he had
Millimeters, centimeters, inches. He doesn't get it, does he?
I guess he had to
Can
use
somebody else
faith.
rephrase it?
So if you have faith in your ability to speak, then you can have faith in yourself.
Colonel Jessup, did you order the code red? You don't have to
Okay,
answer
but
the
that
question.
doesn't make it the
I'll
truth,
answer
though.
the question. You want answers?
Just makes it
I think
faith.
I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth. You can't handle the truth. Son, we live in a world that has walls, and those walls have to be guarded by men with guns. Who's gonna do it? You? You?
Anyways,
Did you get what I said right? The ruler is what you go by. he rules that particular thing that you're doing. Millimeters, centimeters, whatever.
Okay, but still, you're putting faith into something else. That doesn't make it truth, though.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Can you have any awareness of any truth?
Yeah.
Like what?
Yeah, but you have to have some faith in your senses, otherwise you're never going to get anywhere.
Oh no, truths don't have anything to do with senses. For example, one main truth would be something such as okay, this is going to be a line of questioning.
You can't
He's
even
taking you a
think
long
to
time
be true, can you?
Well, no.
Well said.
You can't even think of one thing that is absolute, can you?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, one thing, bro. Come on.
Can you
Who
name
would you
one
say
thing
you
that's
are?
absolute? Can you name one thing that's absolute?
That something thinks. Which is why I was going down a line of questioning to explain what I mean by that.
That what? Well, I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
You're right. He's trying to go into some metaphysical bullshit.
You're right.
Something
You're right. Cognito
thinks
is
is
the
the
only
answer?
thing you can know for absolute truth. I think, therefore, that's it. It's the only possible thing you could know. Because even if you're wrong about that, you're still thinking.
Exactly. Right, but how are you so sure that's you?
Makes no difference. You're still thinking.
So there is no truth.
Well,
Just
no,
look at that.
I'm not saying I disagree with the base premise of I think therefore I am. What I'm saying is I have an issue with the definition of I.
Regardless of what the I.
So what I'm saying is something is thinking. That's something that's objective and true, right?
Well, you're the one experiencing the thinking, so.
And other people also experience that.
So you'd have to trust your
but
senses,
you can't
right?
verify
Big time.
that they're thinking. You can only verify your own thoughts.
I can
We're talking about
verify that
other
other
people
people
too,
are
right?
thinking. Yeah, other people can
Yeah.
think as well.
Yeah, I
So
disagree.
you'd really have to trust your senses. Oh, I do love this rabbit hole.
Well, again, we don't really just trust our senses.
We don't.
Again.
Who's we?
Human beings in general, we don't trust just our senses, do we?
What human beings are? What group of human beings doesn't trust their senses?
No,
Are you
what
the
I'm
Jim
saying,
Jones
I'm
cultists
not
that all drink
saying.
Kool-Aid or what?
No, I'm not saying we don't trust our senses. I'm saying we don't trust just our senses, do we? When I brought up the example of the centimeter, right?
How do I wait? How do I determine anything without just my senses?
Yeah, what else do we got besides our senses?
Anything.
Logic and reasoning.
Yeah,
that's our senses.
That would be your
No,
senses.
that's not our
some smart
That's not a
players tonight.
sense. Logic
Yeah,
and reasoning
that's
is
your
not a
ability.
sense.
That's your literal cognitive ability. Your ability to think. Where do you get the information to think? Your senses.
Dude, logic exists
Lord.
independent of your brain. It's not a human sense.
Is there someone else in here that's got a flat Earth related question? Because if this guy obviously can't, like, he is so confused. It's like he can't have any truth, he can't know any truth, and he wants, whatever. So I mean,
he's lost.
And now logic doesn't get its information from senses.
He's
We're
lost.
getting into you can't have information without a knower. That whole thing. We could go on forever and ever and ever.
Right, but you see,
He's
we
lost,
went
so
from
somebody's going to need to save him, or he's going to need to come to the knowledge of the truth on his own. So
Yeah,
can't help
exactly
you.
right. Exactly right. I mean, it's going to end up in circular reasoning if we go down this path, right? So,
well, I think we skipped over something.
It's been doing it. We've been in orbit for about 2 hours.
we've been in orbit around circular reasoning.
Yeah, you're lost. I hope you get found. I hope you find faith.
yeah, I'm starting to feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone, and I'd like to get back to reality.
Well, actually, the Twilight Zone is more coherent than what this dude is spouting. The bullshit he's spouting. Where I mean, Twilight Zone is closer to actual reasoning than whatever he's.
I would agree. Yeah.
I mean, good luck
he's
with
got
this,
his
but
friend.
you're not going to drag us down into the abyss with you.
No, I'm not asking to go down this route.
Good luck, okay?
I'm not asking to go down this route. What I'm asking is,
You're well,
what is all
how
of
much-
this founded on? That's all I'm asking.
Okay.
And when I say founded, I'm not
listen,
talking
all right,
about a
what do you-
founding
what do you
member or
all
anything
right,
like that.
On that point, what are you here for? What do you want?
I came in here to figure out what's going on.
All right, cool. So, what do you want to
use your
ask
senses?
us? Yeah, what do you want to ask us?
Well, I asked the question: How
All right,
did you
which
guys
question?
come to the conclusion that the Earth is flat?
Okay, Earth is flat because there's no curvature on Earth. We've done observations across bodies of water. The Earth is flat because it's bodies of water can't curve around a ball. I mean that would be ridiculous. Where did this idea come from? That the Earth itself.
The mystery schools.
Yeah, I know that. I mean, I'm asking him, Hank. Don't give him freaking clues.
Hey, I don't have a dog in this fight.
Okay, cool. So where
that's
did
what they all
you
say.
So yeah, I know, right?
I don't
so
care,
where
Helios,
did
I
you
don't
come
care.
up with this idea that the Earth was a globe? I mean, who told you that?
Hey, I never said that the Earth is a globe.
Okay, then what do you think? What do you think Earth is?
The Earth is. That's
admitted
what
he
I think
picked
the
that,
Earth
right?
is.
Me
No,
too. I agree with you on that point.
Yeah,
Now,
all I'm saying is the Earth is.
Yeah, but that's
But
a
it-
non-statement. You're not
Hey, I'm
saying
I'm going to tell you something that most people that exist on Earth think that the Earth is a globe because someone told them that the Earth is a globe, the third rock from the sun, and it has a certain size, 3,959 miles in radius, and they can't actually come in here and prove it to us. This is why we're here. So, what do you think Earth is?
You see, that's all I'm saying. The Earth is.
I know that. We all know that. What
That's
do you
all.
think
That's
Earth
all.
is?
Well, that's all I know.
That's not a complete sentence, right? Because every sentence has to have like a subject and a predicate. So what's the predicate of the sentence the Earth is?
The Earth is what?
Earth is the subject, is the predicate, but that's fine.
There needs to be an adjective after is.
Okay,
Oh,
well,
yeah.
what's the objective of that sentence?
The shortest sentence in English from the Bible is I am, period. You don't need it is a complete sentence.
But the Earth is not a
and I'm-
complete sentence.
Well, I'm kind of in agreement with that, but it really doesn't predicate necessarily whether Earth is flat or a globe. But I will say the Earth is obviously not a globe the way that they say it is.
Right. It's not a globe. We know that.
Okay, so if you say that it's a complete sentence, do you think your teacher would give you very high marks? Or just is?
I don't necessarily trust a teacher.
Well, I guess it depends on what the meaning of is whether or not it's an
Yeah,
actual
is
sentence.
like Bill
can you
Clinton,
define
taught us that.
Bill Clinton in the house.
Well,
Hey,
technically,
so-
legally, is has past, present, and future connotation to it. So,
Well, sure. I mean, the Earth is. We all know that. Yeah, Earth exists, right? But if the Earth is what? I mean, if you make
Right. So, how did you get to the Earth is
Okay.
what? What's the what part? How did you
Wait.
nature
I
being-
already said it. They told us, they being our teachers and family, friends, whatever, everyone believes the Earth is a globe. So the Earth is a globe. I said that sentence. This is what most people believe. The Earth is a globe.
Right.
For the most part, when I go out in public, if I ask someone what the size of this globe is and where it is in relation to the sun, they don't have an answer. They're just like, I was taught the Earth is a globe, and I'm just existing here. And all.
And I agree with you with that. A lot of people
Okay,
don't know
cool.
what they're
So,
talking about.
What?
Right?
All right. So, in your opinion, what is Earth?
Again,
is what?
the Earth is. I
Helio,
don't know
okay,
the
Helio, hold on a
qualifiers.
second.
Hold on.
Okay,
Well,
Hold
you
on.
guys say the
Helio,
Earth
give me a
is flat,
second.
but that's
No,
like
stop.
saying the
Okay.
Earth is curvature.
Okay,
Like, what
really,
shape do
real
you guys
quick,
think it is?
real quick, Rogue. Here, I'm gonna make a claim about you because I know the reality that I experience is also the reality you experience. Ready? You've never experienced Earth being anything but a stationary plane of existence, right, Rogue?
Stationary plane of existence. From
Yeah,
my
have you
perception,
right from
from
your
my
perception? Yep.
right, the Earth is relatively
Right.
stationary. Okay.
And the shape is always, are you adjusting for curvature? My claim is you've never adjusted for curvature or even know anybody that's ever adjusted for curvature. My question is, how do I know that?
Well, how do you know to know things?
Yeah. How do I know that? Yeah, Rogue. How do I know that fact? Isn't that crazy?
And how
Ernie,
do you
quit
know
playing
what
with your
to
farts
know?
in the
Hold on.
bathtub.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do I know that?
Who's
That's
yelling
crazy,
that out?
huh?
Yeah.
So I don't know, some psychopath. Rogue, isn't that crazy that I know even what you've experienced? Crazy, huh?
Sure.
Well, there you go. Game over.
So that's
That was
it.
easy.
We're
All right.
going to senses, but that leads us back down to the road of faith again.
Yes, that's why we do
We
no,
don't
we do
know
things
what
in
it is.
reality. No,
We
hold on.
don't-
We do things in reality, and nobody that's ever existed has adjusted for curvature or spin. That's the reality. That's all there is. That's why all of engineering is dependent on.
We know
So
what it is.
where's this globe? Where's this globe? You know, none of us experience
In your
the globe.
imagination.
Right,
Of all
but
the
hold
of all the
on.
people, hang on a second. Of all the people sitting in this room, is there not anyone that doesn't have a role that would like to have a role? Someone who would rather speak about the Earth? Because if this guy doesn't even like, if he can't even state what, like make a claim or state what he, it's like he's he's driving me nuts. Is what I'm just gonna
Yeah,
say it.
I
He's
know.
driving me nuts, and
People
I'm
do.
done with him. I don't know about you guys, but I'm
They're,
gonna
they're
have to
scared,
stop
they're
listening.
scared
Yeah,
to
but
admit their own reality, what they
well,
experience. Yeah, they're
well,
scared.
no, well, that's the thing though.
Helio,
What you
maybe you
guys
should
are
see if
giving
Nick wants
me,
another chance to speak.
all you
because Nick
guys
is
are,
back.
yeah, but no, all you guys are giving me is that the Earth isn't round, right?
Yeah.
I
We know what
want,
it's not.
right,
We
but
know what it's
I
not.
want,
It's
right.
good.
Can I have the
Hey, isn't that
cryptocurrency
good
rule?
enough, Rogue? Isn't that good enough?
I don't think
right?
that's good enough. No.
All right. So what is Earth then?
Helio, wait a minute. Helio, first he said Earth was good enough, but now Earth isn't a ball is not
No,
good
no,
enough?
no. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
My thing is, I know the Earth is. That's all I know, right? You guys are adding a qualifier, which is flat.
No. I'm not adding a qualifier. We told you
Oh.
you already experienced the same thing we experienced. We don't need to add on things to the Earth. The Earth is a plane of existence. That's it. That's what it is.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
all
dude, the
experience
thing
the
is,
same reality, man. I mean, come
Right,
on, man.
but you guys are just
The
giving me
keyword
that
is
it's not
a
round.
plane
We're not feeding
of
you information. We're
existence.
not
No, that's
feeding
the
you
thing.
more information than you experience yourself.
yeah, dude, if you can never trust your senses, you'll never be able to build a worldview on anything.
I didn't say
It
the Earth
says
isn't round. I said the Earth is what you experience it as is. You said the Earth is, and now you're saying it's not good enough for me to say yes. That's what it is. Amazing.
Isn't it amazing to actually feel the Earth, like live on Earth as it
Helio, by the way,
yeah.
Helio, I don't have
presents
a
itself?
dog in the fight. I don't
What
care
an
about it. By the way, I don't
amazing
care.
It's like a plane of existence. A plane. Plane. Like
It
flat.
looks like a plane, doesn't it?
Wow.
It
I
doesn't
love the way
look
they
like
say
it's
it's a
moving.
Well,
plane.
here's a question. Like, do you
Yeah.
believe in square mile? You know, they're called square miles when we measure things on the Earth. Do you know what square miles?
Well, we each have
Yeah.
different conceptions, but I go with the biblical cosmology. It's flat on top, but there's underground topography, underground caverns. It's on pillars on top of a watery deep in the biblical cosmology, covered by a firmament dome, under the waters above, under the heavenly throne of God.
Sure,
It's
and
on pillars on top of a watery deep, so there's waters above and waters below. So that would be the general topography if you wanted to go into more detail.
Sure,
But
and I think earlier, Lemon, I think we were talking about surveying, and I was like, how many flat surfaces when you survey across Earth? How many flat surfaces does it take to make a globe? And you know, do we live on a disco ball? I just don't know where this actually goes.
right, but it appears to be an irregular topographical plane.
Well,
What-
it's planar at sea level. I mean, I'm
Right, but wouldn't taking the scripture for its word be the same as taking the teachers for their word when they say that the earth is a globe?
No, because the teacher doesn't like you when you raise your hand and ask questions and question them, right? The Bible actually tells you to question it. Specifically, it says to test all things and keep that which is good. So the teacher's the exact opposite of the Bible.
Right.
Okay, and you test things using your senses and faith, right?
And other reference outside of yourself. You have to submit to the truth whether you want it to be true or not. So you look at the laser test, you look at the infrared, which appears to show up to 1,000 miles of flat level land. We look at the high altitude footage, which shows a flat plane. The only thing that's curving is the lens, the pin cushion barrel distortion lens. We're just not seeing evidence that goes with this ball. So we're going to have to say that it's flat.
I really hope that this dude doesn't drive, right? Because I can imagine him on the road like, am I really sensing the double white line, or is it really just my imagination? Because it could be that the double white line isn't there, and that family of four, they're not actually there. So my lane,
Oh no,
right?
I'm
Because
not
you
a.
don't trust his
Well,
senses.
no, I'm not a
The thing
solipsist.
is, without faith, you can't even start investigation. That doesn't mean that you have to have faith all the way through the process, but you need faith to start the process and then do investigation. Otherwise, you're not gonna, get any, new information.
Right, Rogue. You're saying you don't have faith in your senses, right?
Yeah, sure. Which is
Right.
why
So
we
you
use
don't have
implements
faith
to
in your
make sure.
senses. Right. So you don't have faith in your senses. So there's really nothing you could know anyway.
Really?
And that's what a
Really? You
solipsist
isn't that
is.
funny?
Yeah.
You had to say really, yeah. That's you. That's your claim.
Not really.
we
no,
already
I'm
know.
not a solipsist.
We're
Oh,
in
what?
orbit. Yep.
Are you serious?
You sound
You're
just like
not
every
using
other one that I've ever met.
solipsism right now. Holy shit! That's you don't even recognize.
So he's a solipsist troll then. If he's not a solipsist, then he's telling the truth, and he's a solipsist troll.
Yeah. He
No,
doesn't-
I'm not.
Solipsist.
Our square is circular, Rogue.
No, he's not. He's
No.
not even trolling, but he doesn't realize that he doesn't.
Yeah, but how do you
understand the
know,
argument.
bro? How do you
I
know
don't
that it's circular?
Well, I just posted a meme that
square
explains
circular.
it. So there you go. Frank Dunning-Kruger.
Helio, nickname has got to be ready to talk. My senses are telling me he's got to be.
Really?
Well, he said his internet is fucking up.
Nickname, you got to be ready to
Oh
talk.
no, I banned someone else. No, it was
Squares are circular if you really try to fit them in them. Maybe.
Now nickname's not going to join to say that my senses were wrong.
Well, I mean,
Well, his internet is fucking up. So
nickname can come back.
Well, how could he know? I mean, you can't trust your senses. It could be something else.
Nickname accounts. Hold on, I see 2 nickname accounts.
Well, so maybe we can trust somebody else's instead of ours.
Somebody speak for nickname. Yeah, can we find someone to be his translator from senses to nonsenses, please?
Hold on.
The other one's probably a troll because there've been a few coming in and out of here that's just been mocking other people's names, replicate their names. I wouldn't, and if they won't hop up into the VC, I wouldn't unmute them.
Nickname unknown doesn't have a role yet, so if it's
he's typing in the Livestream voice text. Nickname is.
Well, the
cool.
nickname unknown, different guy.
Let me
Catching like
ask
20
you,
seconds
all
here
right,
and there.
Nickname is nickname unknown? Is that your account as well?
I have no idea who that is.
Yeah, I don't know who that is, so I'm not gonna.
That's not me.
All right, cool. All right, so you're back.
Can I get the cryptocurrency rule?
Oh, fudge.
Shit. We're not talking about.
We went from flat earth to cryptocurrency. What the heck?
You just worried about that.
No, I just said the rule. We can talk about flat Earth.
Where the fuck did
We don't give out roles to people that ask for them. You have to earn your roles.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if you want to talk about cryptocurrency here, you're gonna have to, vet yourself. Whether you're globe or flat, you're gonna have to be here for a while before we.
Bologna and cheese roll.
Well, I just got to point this out real quick that the Glober consensus are the only people that start saying you can't trust your senses. Like this atheistic solipsist idea doesn't come from anybody unless you're trying to hide from reality. I'm sorry.
No, it's weird, isn't it?
Well, they're not saying you can't trust your senses. They're saying you can't verify your senses.
Let me say this. Hey,
well, if
I used
I've got
to
a
think
question.
the Earth was, even though I never bought the evolution idea, and I was totally sold out on the ball spinning around the universe and everything. It was sort of real to me, but I never bought evolution, and I was, it was just kind of a weird situation for me.
Well, I want to know something, Helio. How does Rogue believe in evolution without senses?
Did I even say I believed in evolution?
Well, don't you
do
believe in
you?
something? Well, you
Oh,
do.
hold
Hold
on,
on,
hold on.
Helio, please, this one thing, please. This one little thing. You do believe in balls forming in space, right, Rogue?
No, I never said I did.
Okay, so you don't have any belief.
Do you believe in anything?
He doesn't believe that he's wearing underwear right now.
Right. So
Even though his whitey
you
tighties
don't
are
have any
snug
belief,
around
right?
his hips.
What do you?
I don't know.
No
They're
belief?
black.
So Rogue, any evolution beliefs at all? Rogue, real quick before Helio takes over, do you believe in any form of evolution?
I'd say I'd have to verify it.
Which part of the solar
This
system
dude-
do you buy? Which part of this solar system?
This dude probably doesn't even believe in toilet paper, right?
Rogue, you can't answer anything, but I want you to know that's just like the other 10,000 Globers we met before you, so don't feel bad.
Am I a Glober?
Yes, I guarantee
Are
it.
you?
Yes, I want you to be a Glober. Yes, I say you're a Glober. That's what my senses tell me, and I'm trusting
You're a
them.
carbon copy, just like every one of them.
So
Do you know if you're a Glober or not?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Do you even
you
know
know?
if you're a Glober or not?
Yeah, I know.
Oh, well, why don't you share that with us?
All right, show us the
What?
globe. Show it to us.
Hey, I never said I was a Glober.
Nope,
I said
he
I
just has to
know
take it
that
back.
I'm a. I said I know if I'm a Glober or not.
Well, share
That was the
share your
question.
knowledge of whether or not you're a Glober with us.
Well, that's the thing. I came in here to figure out how you guys came to the conclusion that the Earth is flat, but you gave me.
We just told you.
Helio, wait, Helio,
hold on.
We've been talking to him for
Helio.
over an hour.
Hold
Helio,
on.
Told you
Helio,
why
wait a
the
minute.
Earth
Wait a
flat.
minute. Okay, stop. Helio, did you hear what just happened? He
Yeah,
just
I know,
said he
I know
came in here. Helio, he just said he came in here to figure out why we believe the Earth is flat. So by default, what are you?
He's making assumptions about why we think the Earth is
No,
flat.
he's
He
hiding.
doesn't know-
Listen,
Okay,
he
this is my point.
doesn't know
Truth
either
prevails.
side of the argument. So
You see what I'm saying? No,
Yeah,
no. I'm
Helio
not letting
says
them off
it
the
right.
hook. Excuse me, I'm not letting you off the hook. You came in here to find out why people believe what they experience in reality. That's what you. So you apparently think the Earth is something other than flat. Why do you believe that?
I never said I believe the Earth is the Earth is flat or not. All
You're
I said.
psychotically lying
Hold
now.
on.
You're just
All I said was this, right? All the arguments you guys gave me was that the Earth is not round, and well,
no, that's not true.
And water
No.
lays flat.
Why
Yeah,
are you
and
so
all that-
afraid to
all
make
of
a
that-
claim, bro?
What
yeah, because
else do
all
you
of that,
have?
none of what you said was answering my question or answering what I asked. You said you had knowledge of whether or not you was a globe, whether you was a glober, and I asked you to share that with me, and then you went on to an explanation as to how and why you came in here.
No, I said I don't know. All I know is that the Earth is.
So wait a minute. So you don't know, but you had to come in here and ask people why they thought the Earth is flat, but you don't have you were completely indifferent to the topic.
Well, maybe you need to go on mute and take some time and look around at the information.
2 minutes ago. Go ahead.
Maybe you need to go on mute and take some time and look around at the information and go observe your reality and figure out what it
Hey,
is
you
to you before you start speaking in here.
Yeah, but can't you guys explain it to
that
me?
he was ignorant about the topic. So
why? Wait a
yeah.
minute. He does.
No,
he just
bro,
did it.
because you
Yeah.
don't know. Right?
Well,
There's a lot of things that you don't know, and you have to
this
know things
guy
for us to explain it to you.
Admit that
Well,
you're
I know
ignorant.
about I know about AU and units and all of that, right?
Helio, guys, wait. You just did it again. You're asking me to explain why we believe in reality, and you don't have a claim otherwise. Why do I have to explain to you that reality is real?
Okay,
Yeah,
define reality then.
Okay, well, let me do this. If I kicked you in the gonads, would you feel pain?
I don't know about you guys, but I'm done with this. If he doesn't know what reality is,
Let him
if you guys want to talk,
Let
man.
him answer.
Right
Is
before we move
the
to the
pain from getting kicked in the balls?
Pointed out that this
Hold on,
I
dude
hold
would
on,
like
hold
an
on.
answer to that.
Hold on, guys. Is the pain of getting kicked in the balls, is that real?
It is obviously.
You guys mute me a lot.
Dude, pain is just a chemical.
He asked you a
But
question.
yeah, no, I would feel pain. Yeah.
Yeah,
Is it
because
real though?
we're always
Because it's
asking,
real.
where's this ball? And
Define
it's like, if
real.
somebody kicked you in the nuts,
Leo, one
you know where the
second.
ball is, right?
Let Hank finish this.
All right.
Is the pain signals that you receive from your testicular region that goes into your brain, is that real?
Sure, but it doesn't have to be a
Then
kick in the
every other
balls.
signal, no, it doesn't. Every other signal that goes into your brain is fucking real, bro.
Thank
The
you.
signals, yeah, the signals
God
are
bless
real,
brother.
but the effects don't have to be, do they?
Oh, so me putting my foot between your legs is not real.
I could have a VR headset on and someone could be
Wow.
electrocuting
So,
my
yeah,
balls.
Are you in
we're
Spanish
done.
with him yet?
Yeah, we're done with Leo because
Let's move this
this is
dude to Cogdis so he can read some of our material and decide what, if anything, he wants to believe. Because this is going nowhere. So we're
But
going to
he
move you to
knows.
Cogdis for
Yeah.
a
He
while.
lied
Have a
several
nice day, study up on the material, and sort this stuff out.
Because
Thanks for
he
being a
knows,
hamster
right?
wheel.
Yeah, he knows, right? Because if he needs to, if he agrees with one thing, right, that it is real, that his senses are real, and telling that he is living in an objective reality, then he needs to look into this, right? So he builds this wall. He builds this wall just for not looking, right?
Yeah,
It's
see
just
what
a coping
what
mechanism.
happens, Roger, is when you lead them down lines of logic, then they start to lose control when they have no logic. So
Well, that's what.
they start spiraling, and it's just like it's fun
That's
to
why I
watch,
asked
but it's
him a
also
basic
sad.
question,
It's
bro.
also sad, you know. It's freaking crazy.
That's why I have to ask him a simple question. Like, when you get hit in the gonads, does it hurt? Like, it's if he can't
Yes,
admit to
but
that, then
right, it's immediately but. So everything that comes, everything that was before the but will be nullified, right? So he's saying yes, but he's actually no,
Exactly.
right?
Iggs, I gotta hand it to you, bro. That's a really good one. If I kick you in the balls, you know, is that real? Because they know that they have to come up with a but after they say that, right, to keep it going. But they can't really keep it going because if you've ever been honestly smashed in the balls, it was a baseball for me. It is the realest thing you ever experience.
yep, it's pain at its finest. Exactly, bro.
Dude, I've been hitting with a softball in the face in the outfield, and that shit hurts like a motherfucker. I've been knocked down by a softball. I missed catching it, and fucking softball hit me in the face.
That
I think
sound it makes.
I think everyone is trying to say something. He's been trying to say it for a while. Maybe we can let him.
Sure.
Everyone?
It was during the heated debate. Now it was just like I was gonna ask if anyone had any evidence of geometric horizon or axial rotation, but like now it's like, you know, that's just whatever.
Well, if you don't know what reality is, it's kind of like, where do you go from there?
Yeah, we're gonna have to if we're gonna start talking about that again, we're gonna have to rewind and start.
Yeah. He doesn't know what centimeters is, a ruler is. Like, how do you explain to him?
Yeah,
What is
listen,
what?
Julio, we gotta give Nickname a chance before his internet cuts out again.
I don't know what toenails are. What are toenails?
So I don't clip them. I just let them grow out.
I'm gonna go.
I wear
smoke a
black
cigarette.
underwear because I don't know if I got skids or not. Because I don't believe in toilet paper.
Actually,
it's subjective.
Yeah, we have
bro.
Jordan.
Whether you wipe or not, it's subjective. You know?
We have Jordan R. What's up, Jordan?
Welcome.
Hello.
So, what do you think about the topic?
Like the topic or a topic?
The flat Earth, bro. You're in a flat
The
Earth
topic.
server.
server topic.
So is this going to be like this? It's going to be really old, right? So if I ask you about the topic, you're in a flat Earth server. It's pretty obvious I'm talking about the flat Earth, right?
All right. Well, we
so
were
you
just
started with
talking about.
yeah. So what do you think about the flat Earth?
Well, I'm in 8th grade, so I've been taught that it's not that, but I'm kind of lenient toward the lesser side, which is the flat Earth.
How old are you, bro?
Go ahead.
Sure.
How old are you, bro? You said you're in the 8th grade.
Yeah. I'm 14.
Too many red flags, Hank.
Here, I'll be right back.
Okay.
That ain't gonna work.
I think he said 14 or something.
Okay.
We have to go by the guidelines of the rules of Discord.
We have more people. We have Spice. Spice is unmuted. Is muted. So if he wants to roll, he can hop up. To get VC verified, you got an imposter. If you want to roll imposter, you can jump up. Be verified.
Is that like an imposter but in a different language? Imposter?
I don't know.
Yeah, he's like a po. It's actually a play on words because obviously a Poe would be a fake person, so it's interesting name.
And a poo at the same time.
Yeah, he's got a half-hour old account, so won't be. We have Time Bomb. He's just been verified. Time Bomb, what's up? Hi, Time Bomb. Welcome, man. What you got as profile picture?
That's a view from the space station of Earth.
The view of a space station of Earth. Wow.
Is it now? How'd you verify that?
Yeah, can you verify that with your senses?
Wow.
Sorry, how'd you verify that? It's a pretty bold claim.
How about that's an alleged space station picture or video? It's actually it's actually pulled from the live feed, I believe, because they have a live feed.
So you just got it off of TV, basically, like the modern version, the internet with all the different channels, right?
Well,
We
I
got
think
like a trillion
the
channels
last
now,
one
right?
it's YouTube, not just TV, but yeah, generally, yeah.
Have you seen the description they put with it? Have you seen what they tell you?
You should check it out for sure.
Because they will tell you it's
like
not
this-
live, right?
Yeah, it's like the small print.
Yeah, it literally says this is not live, even though it pretends like it's live. Check it out.
Anyway, right? So
Well, it's not live. So it used to be live, and then they are doing reruns of
right.
yeah.
So that's pretty hilarious, right? So again,
and it hasn't always been that way. At one point, it was actual live footage.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
How do you verify that?
Yeah.
And we ripped it apart then too.
He didn't. So that's the whole deal, right? So if I show you on YouTube images of unicorns, tell you it's live, well, we have to believe that it's real then, right? And we have to then conclude that unicorns are live on YouTube. It's awesome stuff. Anyway,
it's mad.
So Time Bomb, have you looked into the topic?
What topic?
Another one.
Oh,
the flat
yeah,
Earth. So again, you heard me talk to the other guy, right? This is a flat Earth surfer. So when I ask you about the topic, what would I be talking about?
Oh, I don't know. You don't.
Okay, so the flat Earth topic. Yeah, this is getting really old, right? So if you're here to talk with us, that's okay. But the flat Earth topic. Let me be specific. Flat Earth topic. What do you think about it? Have you looked into it?
Yeah.
Okay. And what have you found? What did you learn?
I'm not convinced.
Oh,
that's how I've learned.
Okay. So let us talk. Why is it a globe then? What makes it a globe?
Well, I was talking about things like seismology and like the seasons and the positions
Okay.
of stars and
The position
So
of stars.
you're convinced. I just want to ask: Are you convinced that the Earth is a globe?
Oh yeah, definitely.
What convinced you the Earth was a globe?
Well, those reasons I was just describing. The things
Okay,
that are
seismology
demonstrable,
and the
like,
sky. Okay, so
yeah, well, cosmology, the seasons,
Okay.
certain the phases of planets and other things in the sky, the
Yeah, the sky.
predictability of solar eclipses.
So time bomb so the Earth they claim it's a ball, right, with the radius of 59 miles. Who measured this?
What do you measure?
The radius, right? Confirming it's a ball.
Oh well, I mean, it wasn't confirmed by someone measuring it and discovering it has a radius. It was confirmed by discovering that we live on.
How do they measure that radius?
I don't know.
Discovering what? How is it confirmed?
Digital metering system, probably.
But what did he say? It was confirmed how?
Well, it was confirmed probably by we first put things in space at the end of World War II, I believe. That's when we first got images of like upper altitude flight with like
Yeah,
WT.
so somebody had to measure this, right? To put stuff into this second law of thermodynamics violation. So who measured the radius to confirm it's a ball?
So it's not a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
It is, but this is
not.
another topic. Yeah, it's another topic, time bomb. But
Right. So why would you start talking about it?
Because I just wanted to highlight. Yeah, I just wanted to highlight
Well,
because
you're wrong. So we can talk about that if you want.
No,
Yeah, it's a
we were
cartoon,
talking about
sorry.
we were talking about curvature, right? So time bomb, where you haven't answered the question. You said somebody did something in the Second World War. They had to know the radius before even trying such a thing. Who measured that?
I don't think they had to know the radius when they were shooting a rocket into the sky.
Yeah, you need the radius. Everything is dependent. Everything is dependent on the radius. The whole heliocentric model is depending on the radius.
On the radius of what, Earth?
Yeah.
That's the topic. Yeah.
Why is
I
it
don't think
dependent on
it
the
is.
radius?
I'm not convinced it is.
You know that you can't orbit without knowing a radius. Do you understand that rockets need to know what they're going to attempt to do?
Yeah, but I don't think that necessitates the knowledge of radius.
You would need to know the radius.
You need to know how fast you need to go to get into orbit.
You would
about
need to know the radius so you would be able to calculate your speed for entry point to an orbit. You can't orbit something you don't know the radius of.
Radius is irrelevant.
No, it isn't.
He's
It
not
isn't.
He's totally
I think it's more about altitude than radius.
No, the
It's
radius
not
is
about altitude
necessary,
either.
right?
It's not
Everything.
radius or altitude.
Bro,
It's gravitational attraction. There are things very small radius
even
that
the
are very
gravity
dense,
uses the
strong
radius.
gravitational well.
Even gravity uses the radius. Okay, so somebody surely has measured it to validate that the Earth is a globe, right? So, time bomb, can you tell me what method did they use to measure this radius?
I don't know, but again, the
Right.
radius is relevant.
Thank you. There you go. Okay, so he said he doesn't
Okay,
know.
so it's not a
have to
globe.
Finally said he doesn't know. Thank you. Let's go to the
I
next
said
one.
I don't know every time that question was asked.
That was
so it isn't a globe.
But you
It isn't a
claim
globe then.
Well,
How
didn't
did you
they
come to
look
that
at
conclusion?
a star from two different cities and then compare to get the radius?
That's assuming the Earth is a globe, right?
It's not measuring, yeah. Al
That's
Baruni
back-
would be a good hint. If we want to start with Al Baruni, maybe you guys need some lifelines tonight.
Call a friend.
Well, we can look into what the globe says, right? So if the Earth is a ball with the radius of 3959 miles, then every distance to the horizon cannot be more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet, time bomb. Do you agree with this?
I don't know.
You don't know. Okay, so are you in the are you in the live stream?
In what this?
The live stream voice text. Let me be specific. The live stream voice text.
I can go over to that.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna post something for you. Do you see the image I just posted? And let me tag you into it. Do you see the image I just posted?
Not yet.
I tagged you. Did you find it?
I see it, but it hasn't loaded for me. Like,
okay.
There it is.
Okay. So
yeah.
It's a basic model Stalins, right? If P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet, Q. So the horizon, where is the horizon in this image? Time on.
Like what do you wear? Like in front of behind it?
So let me make it more. Let me make it easier for you, right? Is the horizon, is it in front of the oil rigs? Is it in between the two oil rigs, or is it beyond the second oil rig?
Looks like it's behind the second one.
Okay, awesome stuff. So therefore debunking the radius, right? Because the ball is a physical object, they tell us, and it has a radius of 3959 miles. So every distance to the horizon cannot be further than 1.225 miles at 1 foot observer height.
Okay.
So we are seeing this horizon 10 times further than the globe necessitates, right? It has to be at 1.225 miles, yet it is 10 times further than it's an order of magnitude further than the globe dictates, right?
Well, how did you determine there wasn't some sort of distortion the further you go back?
What distortion are you talking about? We see the horizon beyond the second oil rig. The horizon in your model is the leading edge of a sphere, right? The tangent point where stuff should get blocked by.
That. I mean, there's way better proof for like a globe Earth than.
Oh, so you right.
There's better proof for a globe than a direct measurement?
Yes.
Okay, show us.
Because I would argue this isn't even a direct measurement, because I don't know how you could determine that there was no sort of atmospheric refraction on this day this picture was taken. It seems like there
What is atmospheric refraction?
Well, the further you look out, the more light is distorted. So
what do you mean? What do you mean by that? Because you're throwing out words now. What do you mean?
Well, it's like the further out you look, especially on an ocean like this, or some sort of flat area, your image is going to become more and more distorted.
Distorted. Okay. And this does what? Yeah. This what does it do in your explanation? Because so far we've only heard an explanation, an ad hoc hypothesis, but what does it do?
Well, change things around in the background, push things forward, move things back. Potentially.
So you agree that the horizon is an apparent location?
I'm saying it's a possible alternative to this picture.
It is so what is the horizon in your model?
I don't know. It's typically pretty difficult to actually see it properly because of the atmospheric distortion.
In your model, the horizon is a physical location. It's the leading edge of a sphere where boats and buildings should get blocked by, right?
Yes, but it's always very difficult to actually get an exact measurement.
So you can see that it is a physical. Yeah, you can see that it is a physical location, right? So the globe dictates that this physical location, the leading edge of the sphere of a radius of 3959, cannot be further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet. This observation was done at 1 foot observer height, right? The horizon cannot be further than 1.225 miles, yet it is 10 times further, okay? Thus making the horizon an apparent location, debunking the radius. There is no geometry to the globe anymore.
Boom! I wish I had a red band soundboard. I wish I had that queued up, but how about that?
So whatever you think you can prove with or you can prove with some tin can in the sky, right? It needs to have the radius, or else it wouldn't.
Again, well, the radius
it does.
absolutely irrelevant to how things get put in orbit. That's an important.
You're making
so
stuff up.
show
That's
us.
not our
Show
claim.
us
That's
the
their
calculation,
claim, Roger.
Show us
I
the
have to-
calculations. Show us the calculation and how they put this thing in the air, right? Without the radius.
I don't understand why everyone is so intent on knowing the radius. I don't get
Because
it.
that is the basic claim the Earth makes. It is a ball with a radius, right?
Oh
If it
yes, I agree with
Roger.
all the radius, but what you're saying,
Roger, I have
you need
to
to
say this.
know
A
the
time bomb.
radius
Time
when
bomb. Are
you're
you
putting things
time
into
bomb? Real
orbit,
quick.
and that is
Time bomb.
simply not true. The
Time
thing
bomb. I
you
understand
know
your claim, but real
is
quick,
the
time bomb. Are you
gravitational
saying you can't
attraction.
measure the Earth radius?
And
You're
once you
admitting.
know, like
You're saying you can't measure it, right?
measure what?
The Earth radius. You're saying it can't be measured.
I'm not saying it can. I'm saying it's very difficult to get an accurate representation because of the.
How do you know? Wait, no. Okay, Roger, hold on. How are you making a claim if it's difficult or not? If you don't know if it's ever been done or don't know how it can be done, that's called deceit.
It's not deceit.
Yes, it is. You're making stuff up. It's a form of lying, also known as deceit.
Then how's it been done?
Facetious. Yeah, you don't even know if it's ever been done or not, but you're saying it can or can't. How are you even saying these things?
Because I know atmospheric distortion exists.
You're just still
And I
making
know
stuff
that
up. We're talking about you're
difficult to
hiding
account for
now
that
from
when
the
you're trying to
measurements of the
Okay.
Earth, and you're saying
So
that it can't
it would
be
be
done.
way easier if we went to some moon or some other planet that did not have.
No.
Yeah, you just went right off the
Yeah.
edge of the Earth. You just found the edge of flat Earth. Congratulations, yeah, bro. You're living in a cartoon. You got to get some life experience, buddy.
Why is it that?
All right, let me-
is it? Yeah, Hank, go ahead.
Thank you. Can you see the live stream voice text? Oh, come
What
on.
is that?
Can you see the live stream voice text guy?
Hey, whoever's
yeah.
making the annoying
Yeah,
sounds, can you
see,
please stop?
You see 17 minutes after the hour where I posted a GIF? Kill posted a GIF today at something 17 a.m. if you're in America.
Yeah.
All right. So what you're looking at here is a time lapse of Skunk Bay, and as you see, the sun comes into the atmosphere and heats it up about midway through. Now, about midway through, you're going to see the most amount of distortion, right? This is where you're going to have the most refraction, that thing that you were talking about a few minutes ago. And what you see is it doesn't cause us to see behind the buildings on the other side of the bay. What it causes is the buildings to be covered up by an artificial horizon. So what you said to try to explain away the black swan image, in reality, it does the opposite of that.
Well, I don't think it does. If you look on the right very closely, you can actually see more of that building on the right before it goes back down. For example, you can see other things too. If you look on the left, when it at kind of close to the end, when it kind of lifts up, and it looks like a big old cliff, you can kind of see how new things are exposed beyond the beachhead.
Dude, in the beginning you can see the windows. By the end of it, there are no windows. How are you saying that you can see more?
About 2/3 the way in, like I just said, you can kind of see things that you couldn't see at the very beginning of the GIF.
Do you honestly believe that? Like, is it
I'm
clearer
looking
to
at it.
you?
He's
Is
a
it clearer to
liar.
you?
Well, now,
He's a liar.
So, I mean, what I see is that it's pretty clear when the gift starts out, and then as the time progresses, it does all this wobbling, and then, you know, it looks like the thing is flooded out. Like if I lived there, like I'd be worried about it flooding on the other side, but it's not actually flooding, is it? It's just refraction that's causing the artificial horizon to look like the water is going over the buildings, but it's not actually doing that because the Earth doesn't, you know, blow up like a balloon and then deflate, right? It doesn't get big and small, right? This is just an optical illusion caused by refraction, right?
Yeah.
So you said that it would make you see further. I don't think this is making us see the shores if it looks like the water's covering up most of the buildings. I think the refraction causes us to see not as far. That's why we say, if you're talking about geometric horizon, you can't see further than the actual hump, right? Because if a pregnant woman lays down flat on her belly, right, and the doctor says, hey, what color are your toenails? She can't see them if she's 9 months pregnant. 9 months pregnant. She can't see her toenails because there's a hump in the way, right? She could maybe have something on her chest where she can't see as far as the hump, right? Like fog, right? Or rain or snow, sleet, dust storms. But there's nothing that you can do to make it to where she can see further than the hump of her belly. Is that right?
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm good.
So yeah, the radius, right? If it cannot be measured, then
I don't know if it can be measured or not.
That's what we are asking you, right? You just conceded that it isn't measurable.
I don't think I ever said it was immeasurable. I said I don't know how.
Okay, so what is the horizon? Then we're going to go over this again. What is the horizon in your model?
What is the horizon?
Yes.
It's well, it's kind of hard. I don't know how to describe it.
Where land or sky meets the sea.
It's a point of which eyesight cannot go over further, I guess.
Is it the leading edge of a sphere?
The leading edge of a sphere.
Yes.
Yeah, is it a geometric horizon? Does it have physical obstruction from seeing beyond it?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for answering.
So when we have observation showing that this leading edge of a sphere, right, is beyond, and not just a little bit, right, an order of magnitude beyond where the globe dictate where it should be, right, then it cannot be this leading edge of a sphere. It cannot be the point, right, the physical location where stuff should be blocked by, the hump of water, if it is an apparent location.
I'm not convinced that picture is accurate.
You're not convinced that this picture is accurate. What is not accurate about it?
It doesn't seem that that's possible.
Okay.
Yeah, right. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Yeah, I can give you the video. Do you want the video of the picture?
Yeah, it's not just a picture. We have the video, and the observer height. We can back up all those things. Yeah, I know it doesn't make sense. This is where your cogs are turning, where you're like, yeah, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth.
So here is the video. I just posted it. It's a little summary is that this guy is on the beach, right? He's panning his camera around. Then he goes down on his belly, 1 foot height, right? And he zooms in on these two oil rigs, showing you that the horizon is beyond the second oil rig, therefore falsifying the radius. This globe, they tell us, has dimensions. So it is a physical object, like a basketball. And if you were an ant on this basketball and your mate was also an ant and he was walking away from you, at one point you wouldn't see your mate anymore because he's behind the physical basketball, right? That would be the horizon in your model. And we've demonstrated with this measurement, right, that the horizon is beyond the second oil rig. Thus, this physical sphere edge that they made us believe is there is not there, right? The horizon is an apparent location.
Yep. We have falsified the radius. What say you?
I don't think he did.
Well, show us where has the radius been measured, right? You claim it's a ball. Where's the radius and how is the radius being measured?
Good question.
And if you can't, well, that's okay, right? You can have your belief in a flying spinning water ball. That's okay, right? But if you claim to know that the Earth is a ball, then somebody somewhere somehow needed to validate the radius for it all to work. The heliocentric model is depending on the radius. Everything is depending on the radius, right? In the heliocentric model, day and night, seasons, the distance to the sun, the alleged orbits of the planets, everything is depending on this figure, this 3959 miles.
Yeah, he's saying if you want to believe that, that's fine, but give us some proof if you want to like make a claim about it and prove that radius. Like if you want to believe that, that's fine, but back up your claim. 3959, that's a claim.
Right.
24,000 miles circumference, that's a claim. We have things to go against that. Do you have proof that it is that? Because we have things to show that it's wrong. So we're not making a positive claim, we're just disproving the positive claim that it's 3959, the radius. And if you take away the radius, it basically destroys all things, like everything. Really,
it's a card house, right? And it starts the basement.
A house of cards. You pull out radius, the whole house of cards falls. From radius, 7/6R to all the other things. Like you pull out radius, the whole house of cards falls. So.
Surely this must be a simple question to answer, right? I mean, if the Earth was a globe, then it would be surely measurable, right? It's not just taking a guess. Oh, I think it's this big. Yeah, let's guess. Let's go with it, right? Let's go with this assumption that it is this big. Let's just try stuff. Let's see how far that goes.
Can I post pictures?
No.
Why?
Trolls wrecked that for you. So that's
okay.
You can DM them to somebody. If you're trying to make a point, you can DM them to one of us. We'll post it for you.
You can explain your picture. What is it you want to show?
Well, it's the same picture, but from a different time.
Yes, from a different day. Okay, so welcome to Flat Earth, right? Because you concede now that the horizon is an apparent location, right? It moves.
It's very apparent. It's almost never going to be exactly what it is because we have an atmosphere.
Because it moves exactly, but the ball
all
dictates. The ball dictates that it has to be at 1.225 miles, right? This physical
which is very difficult to calculate when we have an atmosphere distorting our measurements.
Then you concede that there is no geometry to the Earth, right?
It
cannot be measured.
Difficult to calculate on a planet with an atmosphere.
It cannot be measured.
Hey, hold on. Wait. Let's just point out to him. Atmosphere is a misnomer. So atmo means air. Sphere is a shape, and gas has no inherent shape. So maybe you should just call it atmo.
Yeah,
that's stupid.
No, it's not.
Well, do you have any evidence to the contrary? Can you show me gas that has inherent shape?
Well, the reason why the gas has a shape around the planet is because gravity attracts
Yeah,
gas.
we still haven't established the radius, right?
Yeah.
It's funny how and it's not only you, right? They run away from the radius, telling us we cannot measure it because the horizon is a apparent location. They throw out their geometry and then claim, well, it's still a ball, right? But nobody has ever validated this because it cannot be measured, right? They throw in this ad hoc hypothesis about refraction, which uses the R value, right? Because my guess is you didn't even know which type of refraction you want to claim. Usually it's terrestrial refraction, which uses the 7/6 R value, increasing only in the math, right? Only in the math, the radius, which makes everything flat, right? It's a backwards engineering hypothesis, right?
So
It's
I
an
don't
ad
think the
hoc.
numbers really matter when we're talking
It
about
does,
atmospheric
right? So if
distortion,
numbers doesn't
because
matter,
when there's
it does.
high
Numbers don't
atmospheric
matter.
refraction, I think whoever I sent that picture to is going to post it somewhere. But when there's high refraction, we get things pulled forward and backwards.
You
When
invoked
there's high
you
refraction.
invoked gravity. So before we go too deep into refraction,
No.
which we could do all day,
I don't
you
want
invoke
to.
gravity. Okay, you want to keep it on refraction. Okay,
Of
that's
course,
fine. That's
I
fine.
don't want to.
That's
I
fine.
don't want to go to this tangent about
That's-
gravity because
That's
because
fine.
he
That's
haven't
fine.
he hasn't even validated that the Earth is a ball in the first place. That's
Okay,
what
okay.
it is all about. We can go into every tangent, every weeds
Keep-
you can imagine, but the ball needs to be validated first. And
Yep.
he's constantly saying, "Yeah, well, I can't validate it." He's having excuses for why we cannot validate it, but it is still a globe, right? So who measured this radius to validate it? It is a globe in the first place. Surely
Yes.
somebody measured it.
Where did we get radius from? Validate radius, and then we'll go forward. Before we get into gravity or anything else.
I can Google like how did we determine the radius of Earth and give that to you.
You tell us how radius was established.
I've said many times already. I don't know, but I could Google it and tell you.
So
you don't know,
so-
but you're claiming it.
that is a problem, right? And you do understand that everything depends on this radius.
Everything.
You do understand this, right?
No.
Everything relies on the radius. Without radius, you have nothing. And you're saying you don't even know, but you're arguing it, not knowing where it came from.
Hey, if the radius was twice it was, so the radius is a little bit less than 4,000 miles, but let's pretend it was 8,000 miles or a little less than 8,000 miles, the radius of the Earth. Would the moon still be able to orbit properly?
So that's a question talking about radius, and like I said earlier, radius has no bearing on the gravitational attraction. If we assume that the radius doubles, but the mass of the Earth stays the same,
Why are we
nothing will
assuming
change.
anything?
You're not holding them to where the radius came from. Let's stick to that.
Okay,
Yeah,
well, what do the flat earthers think the radius is? Because, like,
there is no radius.
No, there is
It's
no
not our
radius.
claim. That's not our claim. Right? The claim is it is a ball with the radius of 3959. Who has measured it and how? Right? If it cannot be measured, then the whole model is bunk. It falls apart. Somebody, it does, right?
No,
Everything.
if we can't measure the radius, that has no bearing on like how seismology works or how cosmology works.
Yeah, it does, right? The seismology assumes the Earth is a globe. Seismology assumes the Earth is a globe with the radius of 3959.
I would say I agree. It assumes, but I would.
Okay, so who measured it, Time Bomb? I'm getting really tired of this because you're running away from the fact that the Earth has to be this ball.
Well, the Earth has to be a shape somehow, so it would need a radius.
No,
It
it
needs
doesn't have to be a
the
shape.
radius.
It does have to be a shape. The Earth is a
Okay.
shape.
Dead wrong.
Okay.
No shape at
So
all. Absolutely not.
So
what is the
it doesn't
radius?
exist in 3D space.
No,
It's
you
just
live in a
nothing.
cartoon. Yes, if you live in
For
a
it to
cartoon,
exist
you
in
need
3D
the Earth
space,
to
it would
be
have
an
to have a
object.
shape.
No, it doesn't exist in free space. You live in a cartoon. The Earth does not live in a cartoon. Thank
How would you
Did
measure
he
the
just say
curvature?
that Earth has to be a
Oh,
shape?
It has to be in
Yes, it
free space
does.
too. Yeah, it has to be because
No,
they live
it
in a
doesn't.
cartoon. Yeah,
Earth doesn't have to be a shape. Flat
Flat
is
doesn't
not a
have to
shape.
be.
None of
It's
us
not
has
a shape.
explained
What
the
would it
shape
be?
of anything. Flat is not a shape. When we describe
Right.
Earth.
Flat is not a shape. It's
Right.
an
So,
And that's
attribute.
why your guys'
for you
explanation
to,
is not sufficient because you don't
it's
postulate anything.
ridiculous. Anyway, continue, gentlemen. I just had to jump in.
Radius. Where did you get the radius? Let's stick to the point. Radius. Where did you get it? Where was it proven? How do you know? 3959. That's what they
Right.
say it is.
So-
where is it?
So, Time Bomb, have you ever experienced this globe they tell you you're on?
Experienced the globe.
Yes, I experienced the globe with the radius of 3959. What do you see when you walk out your door? Do you see a globe? Experienced one?
I'm on the globe, so of course I wouldn't
Don't
experience the globe.
and
So-
don't,
okay.
don't say airplane either, because we got that covered too.
illegal, please. So he doesn't experience the globe, right? So
Okay.
that's correct, right?
Not from my
Everybody on this globe, right, on this plane does not experience this globe, right? So all we have ever witnessed and experienced is a flat, non-rotating plane, right? Every living human being on this plane has only experienced this. This is the base axiom, right? So for you to make this extraordinary claim that it is actually a ball and it is curving 8 inches per mile squared away from you, and it is actually turning at 1,000 miles an hour around the equator, then there has to be extraordinary evidence for this, empirical, validated evidence, like direct measurements of the surface of the Earth. We have given you these direct measurements with the Black Swan image. We can go into lasers if you want, right? Because a laser shoots.
Roger, if you don't mind, we actually had to explain to a few people that came in here earlier what the word axiom means, the base axiom, and so this is it's kind of it can be confusing for people when they don't even actually understand the vernacular that we're using.
Mm-hmm.
So the base axiom is, okay, we experience the Earth as a level stationary plane. We see the sun, moon, and stars moving above us. Why would you assume that the Earth is curving anywhere? So the base axiom is like Earth, the way we experience it, right?
Yeah, the default. The default is the sky is moving. That's how we experience it. Is
all of us do.
Lights moving in the sky.
And I want to point everyone to the fact that we constantly get excuses for why we do not see it, right? Why do we not see what the globe dictates it has to be? We do not see the curvature because it is always making because it always looks flat and level. Every height you will go, it will always look flat and level, but it is actually a globe.
How many times, Roger, do people come in here and when we use the word axiom, they don't even know what it means?
So somebody surely has measured this, right, to validate it was a globe, to confirm the radius of 3959 miles. And with this radius, they used calculations, assuming, for instance, the size of Venus and calculating the distance to the sun, right, with the radius. They assumed that Venus had the same radius of Earth. Who has measured this radius of Earth to then assume Venus was the same size of Earth? Nobody has ever done it. And all I ever hear are excuses why we cannot measure the Earth radius. Nobody has ever come with direct measurements of this. And when we show direct measurements of, for example, these two oil rigs, or a 41-kilometer laser test, or a 19 miles laser test, or the World Guinness Book of Record long distance photograph, which is 271 miles away, then we get excuses.
What did they call the Chicago? What did they call the Chicago thing?
A mirage.
Not a hologram. A mirage. Yeah.
Yes. So we get these excuses why we cannot trust our senses, these ad hoc hypotheses which use the radius to confirm the radius, right? Which is ridiculous. It's fallacious on its face. So if somebody has direct measurements of the surface validating that the Earth is curving approximately 8 inches per mile squared, then we would like to see these measurements. Or else it's just a faith system. Well, somebody somewhere somehow has done it, right? But it's actually really difficult, because if you do look at the horizon, it actually makes it look always flat and level wherever you go, right? Wherever you go and how high you go, it always looks flat and level. Am I still on?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay,
you are still on, and that was my point. That is the base axiom, right? Everyone experiences Earth this way. A level stationary plane, not moving. Yes, of course, we all see the sun, moon, and stars move above our head. No one experiences the Earth moving. Someone told you that the Earth is moving, but it's not.
And all that we ever observe, right, is the stars, the moon, the sun, and the stars rotating over our heads. And all that we ever observe is the same constellations resetting above our head every year. Yet,
where do you think that the calendar came from?
Right.
And the time zones and everything. Of course. I mean, all of that shit is moving, right? But they created the anyway.
But the point I was making, right, is that the base axiom is that we don't observe this globe spinning, hurling through space with amazing, fantastic speeds, right? 1,000 miles around the equator, 500,000 miles around the sun, and
through
the
Milky Way galaxy.
Yeah, so 66,000 miles around the sun. The sun 500,000 miles through our galaxy, and our galaxy 1.2 million miles an hour around the Great Attractor. Yet what we observe is that everything stays the same as long as humans could record it, right? As long as humans recorded it, it is always the same. So again, confirming this base axiom that the only thing that is moving is the stuff above our head, and it is always the same, right? This is the base axiom. Nobody has ever shown direct measurements of this movement or the curvature, right?
Well,
yeah, go ahead.
But don't we get seasons from the Earth rotating the sun? Like, isn't that why seasons are caused?
That's an explanation. According to the heliocentric model, yes. I mean, third rock from the sun, the tilt of the Earth. Yes, we grew up with all the same understanding, sure, but yeah, it's definitely an explanation, but it really kind of doesn't make sense.
Right, because the seasons, right, they tell us that the Earth is tilted at a 66.6 degrees, but at when it's let me say this correctly, when it's winter in the quote unquote northern hemisphere, the sun is actually closer. Okay, but it's only the tilt and the angle of the sun rays, right, that makes the difference. But we are 3 million miles closer in the winter. Yet it is colder in your model.
Well, you know why that is, right?
Have you validated that the Earth is a globe, right? I know the explanation, but the Earth needs to be a globe, right?
So, well, I mean, we can go there, but do you know the?
Let's go there then. Okay. So who measured the radius?
Well, hang on. Do you know the explanation for why that is? That yes, the sun is closer to the Earth in the northern hemisphere winter, even though it's winter. You know
the
why
angles
that is,
of
right?
this, the angle of the tilt, right? The sun rays hitting this this curved surface, and because of the Earth is tilted, it has a more the angle is different.
Well, generally, yeah. Like the reason why is because the axial tilt that creates the seasons provides the northern hemisphere with a smaller amount of sunlight per day than the southern hemisphere, and the sunlight itself is a far greater factor than the distance from Earth to the sun in this case.
Right.
Although the sun and Earth distance does like slightly contribute to temperature, but it's very, very small compared to just the amount of sunlight a place receives during a time of year.
Yeah, that's a
That
cool
made
story,
no sense
but
whatsoever.
yeah, that's a cool story, right? It's a nice explanation. Yeah, but you have no way to validate this. You conceded that you don't have a means to validate that the Earth is a globe, right? By direct measurements of the surface of the Earth. So everything else just doesn't follow. If the Earth isn't a globe with a radius of 3959 miles, which you cannot validate, you conceded this. The horizon is an apparent location. We cannot measure the surface of the Earth by your logic. So
we can measure it if we know when atmospheric distortion's at its lowest. That's the best time to measure.
So can you give me this model, right? This model where it predicts where the horizon is tomorrow?
What was that?
Can you give me this model where it predicts where the horizon is tomorrow?
Well, I don't know how to calculate it.
No, it's not there, right? There is no model that predicts where the horizon is tomorrow. Again, it's an ad hoc hypothesis. Yes.
Oh, you mean like how he determined where in the world is tomorrow compared to today?
No.
Is that what you're asking?
Oh my God!
Well, you get rid of all the atmosphere, then, dude.
Time
Please.
is a concept. We're not talking about tomorrow.
Yeah, I know.
We're talking about what we're experiencing today.
He needs to get rid of all so-called atmosphere or atmos to calculate his bullshit thing. How are you going to get rid of all the air to calculate your conundrum
that's
here?
just it. The reason why we can't get a perfect calculation.
Then there cannot be a measurement. Then by your logic, there cannot be a direct measurement of the surface of the Earth.
Well, like I said, we're never going to get a perfect measurement, but we can get close
Then-
if we know when atmospheric distortion is at its lowest.
Then show us this direct measurements of the surface of the Earth. Who done it?
Well, there are other ways to get the radius. You guys realize that, right?
How?
You could look at the stars.
Have you dug? No, that's
Look
assuming
away.
that the Earth is a globe. That's assuming that the Earth is a globe.
It doesn't
Okay?
assume anything.
Of course it does, right? When you assume that the Earth is a globe, right, and it's curving at the radius of 3959, so you assume, you beg the question that the Earth is a globe, and then you look at something that is in the sky, assume its distance, okay, and then you calculate you calculate that the Earth is a globe at that point. Okay,
I mean, I think
it is
just
not direct measurements.
I think just intuitively speaking, it would make most sense for it to be a sphere because that's the simplest platonic solid.
No, it's not.
It is. It's the
Sasha,
simplest
Sasha,
shape.
your name was Sasha, right, Sasha?
Yeah.
Okay, so what do you see when you walk at your door? Is it a globe that you see?
Well, I mean, I can't. It's too big for me to
Okay, so
directly access it like that.
no, that would be an honest answer. No. What do you see when you look at the sky? Do you see the floor moving, or do you see stuff moving above your head?
Well, I see the moon as a
Oh,
circle.
Hold on.
no,
I
yeah, as a
wanna-
circle, yeah. Okay,
I don't mean.
okay.
I mean, I mean to interrupt for a reason, Roger. When someone says the Earth is too big, I want to make sure that they know how big it is. So we need to confirm that before we start our interjection here or our argument. Whatever. We need to make sure that they know how big the claimed ball Earth is that is spinning the third rock from the sun. So you say it's too big. How big is the Earth?
I think Roger said it's 39 something miles.
Wait,
39.
are you going to believe Roger, or do you know that it's 39.59?
I don't know for a fact. Do you know?
Okay, then. Well, okay. Go ahead, Roger.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
you're going to argue with an
again,
ignorant.
Okay, well, I don't need to know the direct radius or size of the Earth. The fact that
then
I
it's a
can't
belief.
see the whole
Then-
thing, it just demonstrates that it's too big.
No, so boats don't go over curvature if it's too big, right?
Boats
It's a
don't go
double
over curvature.
Yeah, if it's too big, right, then the boats don't go over the curvature. Is that what you're claiming?
I don't know what you mean by going over the curvature.
So or it is too big, right? So we will never see that it is a ball, right? Or it's too big, or boats go over the curvature and we can see that it is a ball. What will it be?
Boats do go over the curvature. So.
Okay, so we can measure the surface of the Earth. Who done it?
No, you can only.
I think Eratosthenes is it?
Yeah,
is how you pronounce it?
Aristophanes. Aristophanes.
Yes,
Yeah.
Aristophanes.
So can you explain to me what he did? Am I still here?
Yep.
Hello? Okay, so can you explain what Aristophanes did?
He measured the sun from 2 different points, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, how?
I don't know the full history.
Okay. So and do you know his assumption that he made?
No, what is it?
Okay, so the story goes, right, because this is again a story. There's no primary source of Aristophanes ever exist. He just slipped into the curriculum somewhere in the 70s, 80s. But let's assume this story is correct. Let's assume he did this. So Aristophanes hired a guy that stepped out the distance from Alexandria to Cyrene. How you would do something, I wouldn't know, right? So this guy stepped out the distance to these two cities, and Aristophanes saw that there was at solar noon there was no shadow in a well, and that there was a certain shadow in the other Cyrene or Alexandria. I didn't know exactly where the stick and the well was, but that doesn't matter at this point. So this stick had a different shadow and the well didn't have a shadow, right? Then he assumed that the Earth was a ball in the first place, and he assumed the distance to the sun, which was in infinite miles away, shooting down parallel sun rays to the Earth. Okay, this is what he assumed. Then he calculated the circumference of the Earth. Right? He didn't measure it; he calculated because these two shadows had different angles. So by making these two assumptions, it's fallacious on its face, because I can now assume that the Earth is flat and assume that the sun is local, and therefore calculating that the Earth is a flat plane, right? But you wouldn't accept this. But we have to accept that by assume that Aristophanes assumed these two things, that the Earth is a ball. So basically, it doesn't prove both things, right? It doesn't prove anything. It doesn't prove that it is a globe. It doesn't prove it is a flat plane, because by these assumption, it is fallacious, right?
Okay, I have a question. If the Earth
Okay.
is flat, you wouldn't be able to fly from New York, then to London, then to Beijing, and then you wouldn't be able to fly from New York, then to Beijing to London, because you would have to go. If it was flat, you could only go one direction.
Why would that be? Why would you go to? Because this is a straw man, building up a straw man. Okay, so if the Earth is flat, is usually a straw man building up, right? So explain, why would you only go one way? What is reality? We can go every way. So why would you only go one way? What?
Well, okay, if we could go both ways,
Yeah,
it would look like the UN map of the Earth, but that's just not how the Earth looks.
Have you ever seen a Gleason's map?
How'd you make that leap?
Have you ever seen a Gleason's map? Let me just ask you that. Have you ever seen a Gleason's map?
No, I don't know what that is.
Okay, there you go.
either way, right? Flying doesn't prove the shape of the Earth.
No, but it proves
Doesn't
that it
measure
can be flat. I mean, if you combine that logic with the photos we have of the Earth, it would be impossible.
No.
Wait, why wouldn't it
What
be
photos?
possible? Yeah, why wouldn't it be possible on a flat plane? Planes fly from A to B, from airport to airport, right? They fly level over a non-rotating plane, right? They don't they don't account for curvature. They don't account for rotation. So what is it that would make you think that if the Earth was flat, they couldn't fly over a flat and level plane?
Right. If the Earth was flat, you could go one way, but you couldn't go the other way because you would
Why
be going
is that?
under the Earth.
Why couldn't you?
That is
Because you would be going under the Earth.
Okay.
It doesn't make
Okay.
sense.
So remember when I said if the Earth was flat, is usually building a straw man, right? You just build up a straw man, because I haven't heard anybody here claim that you can go under the Earth. My
he's
guess is
he's never even seen the Gleason's map, so
Well-
he can't even comprehend what going in a circle
I think
looks like.
I think you are talking about circumnavigation, right? So whenever somebody goes east or west, then that's a direction, right? East or west is a direction. It's an objective observation, right? Everybody can see east or west. But when you go east or west, you will always account for north. And this would be the same on a globe, right? North would be pointing to, on a flat plane, to the center, and on a globe would be pointing to north. That would be on the top of a ball. But that would be the same on a globe and a flat plane,
Minus
because you are all
66.6 degrees.
right. So you would be always correcting for north when going east or west. It's basically going in a big circle.
Right.
When you when you walk out your door, you walk around your door, your house, right? You circumnavigated your
You walk around the block.
house, right?
So if the Earth was flat, if you just continuously flied, eventually there would be a point where you could no longer fly, or it would just be infinite. Why haven't we ever found that?
Oh my God!
Hold on a second. Here's what you wouldn't be able to do if the Earth was flat: north to south circumnavigation along a single line of longitude. And guess what? Never been done.
Yep.
Yeah, so that would be an hypothetical. Why are we not? Why did nobody ever flown in a straight line from north to south, right? So what is beyond the 60th parallel? It's a good question. I couldn't tell you what's beyond the 60th parallel. I haven't been there. The fact of the matter is there is a treaty that's called the Antarctic Treaty, which was set up in the 1950s, which doesn't allow free travel beyond the 60th parallel. The second point would be flying a plane over Antarctica would be a problem there because yeah, you need enough fuel, you need a crew, you need a plane that's able to do this, because Antarctica is pretty uninhabitable, right? It's so cold, what they tell us, right? So yeah, my go ahead.
Also, the Antarctica Treaty is the only treaty to never have been broken, which is noteworthy.
Wait, you said it incorrectly. It's not the only treaty that's never been broken, because, for God's sakes, the Native Americans have saw plenty of those, right? But it's the oldest treaty.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're right. I stand corrected. But yeah, we can't go. There are limitations that we can do. You can't even bring a certain amount of fuel past, like you said, the 60th
it's even better. It's even worse these days, right? You can't even leave your own bloody front door these days. So you have to stay indoors these days, right? So
or the largest treaty. No, it's like the largest treaty that's never been broken, right?
Right.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get the facts straight.
Yeah, it's okay. Go ahead.
So if you were to fly a plane, would it get shot down, or like what would happen?
And this would be my speculation, but the Antarctic Treaty is a treaty where it states you need permissions to move freely beyond the 60th parallel. If an airplane is going somewhere without permission, they will probably call on you and send some airplanes to interject you. This is standard procedure, right? If you fly. Yeah, so if a plane is flying without a transponder, for example, they will call on you and they will come to you and intersect you and try and get you to an airport, right? This is standard procedure.
You can't explore past a certain point without government permission or chaperone. Period. You can't just freely explore anything you want to explore.
This is the same.
Fuel,
this is the same with ships, right? Ships are the AIS system. It's mandatory for ships, right? If you an example, if you don't have AIS in Germany, you get a fine, right? It's mandatory to have a transponder on your ship, so they will absolutely know where you are.
And you're not allowed to bring enough fuel for basically explore where you want to explore. They will limit your fuel.
It's even more basic. It's even more basic, right? Because you need the money to do this. You need a ship that can do this. You need a crew that can do this, right? An experienced crew. You need the equipment, right? You need stuff to keep you warm. You need the food. So it's one doesn't wander off into Antarctica that easily, right? It's not something you do.
This is kind of what's genius about the design is the creator created a atmosphere in which you don't want to go into. It's the worst atmosphere you could ever walk into. Like it's imminent death. Like
well, the point is we don't know, right? I've never been there, so I can tell you a story. Yeah. What they tell us is that Antarctica is pretty uninhabitable, right? It's pretty cold. This is what they tell us. So going off of that information, you need the gear to do it before getting or after getting the permission, because that would be a whole deal, right? You need the permission. It needs to go through this commission. Countries need to give you the permission to do this.
Takes a lot of money.
Takes a lot of money.
A lot of money. Even if you were to get permission, like you can't even take a flight. Like you can take a flight to Antarctica and like go on the edge and take a picture with what they say the South Pole is, and take a picture and penguins and this and that. but that's on the edge. That's the coast of what they call Antarctica. But yeah, you can't just freely explore it. They
And
won't
it's
allow it.
speculation.
They
Really,
won't
it's
allow it.
speculation. It's just speculation. The only thing we know, right, is that this Antarctic Treaty is in place, and that it doesn't allow free travel after the 60th parallel. So we can speculate all we want, right, Sasha? You can speculate what if we do this? What if we do this? But yeah, it's basically just a speculation at this point.
They just made a new thing. They just added to the Antarctica Treaty where you can't fly drones over there. So with our new technology with drones, they won't. They just made a new thing where you can't fly drones over that
But
shit either. You can't.
it's even worse, right? Because you can't even fly a drone in your own country. I've heard that you need a license in the States
Right.
from the FCC. What's the FCC? FAA? Help me here.
Yep.
So you need a license if your drone is bigger than certain dimensions. You can't fly it higher than this amount of feet, right? So it's people think, well, let's do this. Let's build a drone but you need the permissions to do this.
Well, I mean, if you think they're really evil and they're lying to you, why don't you just do it without their permission?
What would happen? So we had this whole deal, right? The last 2 years. So people went out the front doors, and this was different in every country, right? But the amount of violence and they got, right, because people went outside their front door and were beaten to the floor because of it, right? So of course you can do this, right? But
you think the military can't shoot drones out of the sky? Like if we had a drone, even if we went against the treaty and we're trying to go over there, like they wouldn't be able to just.
Yeah, I've seen people in Spain getting smacked their faces in for leaving their houses, right? So sure, you can do things that are illegal, but is it worth it, right? Is it worth your life for it then? Okay.
Yeah. And I mean,
the money, I guess the money would be the first, the permission would be the first step. Then you need the money to do it, right? And then you need your and then yeah, it's all ifs
like
and that, right?
if we could get a GoFundMe big enough to do that, it would be worth getting the GoFundMe enough to like raise a million, 2 million, whatever it would take, $1 million. And if they would shut us down after we raise that money, that would just go to show you that you can't go there. Like it doesn't matter how much money you have or clearance or like that's why I think we should start a GoFundMe. The thing is like where the money would go. All the people that donated the money, like I don't think it should go to like one person because one person is gonna get rich and like they'll say, oh, you know, this and that and this and that. But it's like we should do that because if we do that and then they shut it down, then that would give us it would back up our claim that you can't do it, no matter how much money you have.
I wouldn't. There would be an excuse for it, right? So
right. And then where would that money go? Like, and then that would be a whole thing. Like,
so
like after we got denied, who would get the money, the millions of dollars, even if we were to do a GoFundMe to do that, and then it failed? Where would that money go? Like, but it would be good just to show that even if we have the money, it won't be allowed. Even like we talk about flights, like nonstop flights, like red eye flights in the southern hemisphere of traveling from South America to Australia, and like the Southern Hemisphere, like they take $15,000 to do these flights or whatever. But it's like even if you have the money, you'll never be able to take those flights. Like those flights don't happen. Like they just make it. They make it so high of a price that like nobody's willing to, or that what we got is something that we can like. I mean, like people have tried. Like I think people have tried like to take those flights, like the one, right? Like we've tried to take the nonstop from Chile or whatever.
Well, it doesn't prove
Like
the
we,
globe, right? It
right?
doesn't
Yeah,
prove
yeah.
the globe.
Ultimately, it doesn't. Yeah.
So the only thing that would validate the surface of the Earth would be direct measurements of the surface, right? The same as if I have a table, I have my ruler, and I can measure the size of my table, validating it is a table that has these dimensions, right?
Or if you ever look at north to south navigation, that how they go on Antarctica is like really they go down, across, over, and then back. They don't go all the way across and come out the other side. They don't ever do that. So we could try to do that, but it's said to be done like a couple times. But if you look at their actual navigation paths, it's not. They don't go north to south. They go down, over, back, and go back the same way. And they claim that's navigation of north to south, and it's not. Like it's not. That could be easy way without all this extra. Like we need clearance. Like anybody that circumnavigates from north to south that can go over the South Pole to go down south of South America, go over Antarctica, come back the other side, and land on that. That has never been done.
Yeah, back to the table, if I had a suspicion that my table was curving, I could take not just one ruler, but two rulers, put one on top it lengthwise, and then use the other one to see where the end of the ruler might be deviating from the table.
Helio, are you there?
Yeah,
okay.
I'm here. I just want to make a point on what Illegal was talking about. As far
Thank
as
you, bro.
shipping lanes and air traffic lanes, these are established lanes of travel.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. To be honest, no one travels from Santiago to Perth
in the
one
whole
flight.
the whole southern hemisphere.
Yeah,
they don't.
Hold on. Let me finish, bro.
Okay, I love you, bro. Go ahead.
I mean, people can go on to these different websites and try to say, "Hey, I'm going to go from Santiago to Perth in one flight," but it really doesn't happen that way. These shipping and flight lanes are established. They have been for dozens of years. There is nobody goes across the South Pacific.
Yep.
So
that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. If you can find one, to fucking bring it to the table, because nobody actually does it. So until then, just look at the shipping lanes and the flight paths. You will see that no one does it. The reason why is because it costs so much more, right?
It shouldn't. It should be the direct route.
Wait. You saying it shouldn't? Well, check this out. If you were going to fly from Santiago, can you even put enough fuel in a plane? If planes actually use fuel or whatever, and that's another argument. To go from Santiago to fucking Perth in one flight.
Yeah, you can. You can.
Okay, well, your mama can too, right? Can you show me one person that's done it? Can you show me
aren't
one
there
airplane that is flown from Santiago to Perth in one flight?
but like aren't there researchers in Antarctica? Like, have you ever looked at those videos?
Okay, well then now you're
yeah.
talking about something that I'm not talking about.
Right, something totally
No,
different.
well, you guys are saying like people never go over
Oh
Antarctica.
my God, you're still just like going to continue with this.
No,
I'm talking about one flight, one airport to another. Hey, let me ask you something. Would you ever get on an airplane that didn't know where it was going to land?
I would not.
I wouldn't either. So you yourself, you can go say, hey, I want to schedule a flight from Santiago, Chile to Perth, Australia. One flight. I don't want to have any stopovers. I
You're
want
not
to
going to
schedule that flight.
It's not going to Perth. It's stopping somewhere else, way north.
Well, it's going to fly northern. Yeah, of course, it might be end up somewhere. Well, it's first going to go to Europe, then Dubai, and then to Perth. But anyway, or anywhere somewhere in that area. But anyway, so yeah, you're not going to have a nonstop flight from South America to
even if they say it is, it won't.
Well, I mean, yeah, sure. They'll be like, oh, we have a thing in the schedule. It's just like we're gonna fly.
I mean, we need to refuel. We need to do this. Yeah,
sure. Even if you go to South Africa from South America, you're going to go north and then south first. I mean, if you go to anywhere in Africa, you're going to go north first from South America. So because
yes,
I mean, even crossing South Atlantic, that shit doesn't happen either. So I mean, come on, guys. I mean, even with boats, shipments, they don't cross the South Atlantic or the South Pacific. So
they avoid that shit like the plague. They avoid that shit.
You know why? Because it's fucking dangerous, man.
Yeah.
And it's like people will be like, why don't you guys just fucking take a boat and go to Antarctica?
Okay.
It's like you first, motherfucker. I ain't gonna get on a boat and try to go to Antarctica. What the hell? I mean, there's nothing out there, where there might be something out there, but they might be hiding it. There could be an entire continent in South Pacific or even the South Atlantic. There could be an entire continent out there. Could be where all these freaking rock stars go that supposedly kill themselves. I don't know. Whatever.
Hey, Helio,
Epstein Island and shit. Whatever.
Hey, Helio, where's the Bermuda Triangle? Where is that located?
Well, I mean, Bermuda Triangle is located in the North Pacific, like.
Okay, so it's not in the
west,
south.
Yeah, no, that's west of the Bahamas and shit.
Okay, because there was a movie I watched recently on that just got my mind thinking about the south, about the Bermuda Triangle. Like, there was actually a YouTube, like, my son, he's 8 years old, but he watches YouTube shit, and like they probably were lying, and they probably said they went to the Bermuda Triangle. I don't know if they did, but he watched a video where they went to the Bermuda Triangle and spent like so many days or whatever to
check this out,
like
check this out.
on
I mean,
YouTube.
what I'm talking about is shipping lanes and traffic, air traffic, and boats, shipping lanes. These are established, right? I mean,
I get all that. I'm just trying to get into the dangers of going south of the 60th degree.
Dude,
Like
if you want to independently travel outside these shipping lanes, you're either going to be caught by the authorities or you're in danger, because you wouldn't want to independently travel in these places, because
right
it's like wild, it's just like either you don't have enough fuel to travel there, or you don't even know what's going to happen when you get there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was trying to see how the Bermuda Triangle tied into this whole like thing, like parts of the ocean that you can't travel
there's
to.
There's a lot of theories about what happens in the Bermuda Triangle. Yeah, there's some anomalies, but that's Bermuda Triangle is part of the shipping lanes they don't travel in. Anyway, go ahead.
So some administration certification. I saw you type in the lobby. If you want to add to the conversation, you can hop in the VC check and get a role, and then talk to us, man. Because
what do you think about what I said, Roger? I mean,
of course, yeah, but I mean, imagining having a ship, right, and just going in over the South Pacific and then just eyeballing it, right? Just do it, right?
Yeah, just hey, I'm going south, and it's just like there's no port. There's no port. I'm gonna. I have limited resources on this ship.
These ships stay close to land, right? Because if there's something wrong, they can be rescued, right? If you're at the middle of the South Pacific, nobody can rescue you. They won't do this.
So that's why I was asking about the Bermuda Triangle and things like that, like in like a no man zone, like like a weird shit where like storms happen and ships go down and they don't want to travel through that area, and that's like the reason that they give that they don't travel to that direct flight that you were talking about. So I was just trying to like maybe
I get that, and I just wanted to point that out. Hey, but what Roger was saying, there's some people in VC check, and I know a lot of people try to want to like hold people in VC
exactly
check.
New people, what's up new bros?
Well, I don't know if they're in here yet, but I see a bunch of people in VC check. And get your ass in here.
And these shipping lanes, right, are established, and these boats, they travel along these shipping lanes because if there's something wrong, they can call upon each other and they can help each other, right? There's
exactly.
Here we go. How about Facility Jerry? You there, bro? You want to open your mic?
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, Jerry. Welcome to the server, man.
I've been here a while, man.
Yeah, he's a flat earther.
I've been here a long time.
Well,
okay,
he's on the fence.
Yeah. His I just looked at his tags and it didn't say that, so that's why.
Yeah, I don't talk enough, so.
What do
you think so far? I mean, how long have you been a part of the server, Jerry?
Helium will hook you up, man. If you've been here a while, you can answer 3 basic questions. I bet you he'll hook you up.
All right, ask away.
I don't know. I mean, I just asked you the first question. I mean, how long have you been part of the server?
I've been in here. I don't know exactly. I think maybe like 2 or 3 months, but I've been looking into it for longer.
What brought you to this place? I mean, why are you questioning shit?
Because after like last year was just it really fucked me up. Like first COVID, or sorry, I can't really say that, but after that,
it's okay.
Yeah, we get it. We get that part.
Yep.
And then
C word.
and then that sham of the election.
B word. Oh,
the
E-word.
J or the jab.
That and the election and that whole George Floyd thing with white people are evil, and it just got me.
So you weren't aware of some of this before that, or did it really just all of a sudden hit you?
Right.
It just made me start questioning everything, man. Because like the media just sold everybody on all this bullshit, man. So I got this. Yeah, go ahead.
Yo, Jerry, let me ask you what I ask people that I meet in real life. The question is, what do you think about the moon landing?
Come on, man. Come on.
I got that.
No. I know. But that's my question to verify. Like, tell me what you think about the moon landings, and then that basically tells me everything I need to know.
My number one. Well, we got the whole. You can't have gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container.
Okay.
And then, but there's also the inverse square law of light, where you could read a book in the forest by the moonlight, right? So every time you half the distance to any light source, it gets 4 times brighter. So if you go all the way up to the moon, like let's say you start at one lumen, like on Earth, but by the time you get to within like 122 miles of the moon, it'd be like 17 million lumens. There's no way a bunch of men were standing on that thing, man. There's no way.
Dude, and when they were supposedly on the moon, why didn't they point their camera straight up? Because that's where Earth is, right?
Right.
I mean, it would completely fill the sky.
Yep, Jerry's good. Like he passes my test.
Hey, Jerry, you want flat Earth roll?
Oh yeah.
All right, cool.
Yep.
I got you.
Hook it up, Helio. Appreciate you. Because I can't do it, but you passed my test. You passed my litmus test.
I'm gonna take off VC verified and on the fence. You already have valued roll. What I'm gonna do is add the flat Earth roll.
All right, thanks a lot, man.
Yeah, bro. Hey, I mean, a lot of people see the Earth rise videos and stuff. It's like the Earth can't rise when the astronauts.
Right, and I saw them
because the Earth would be above their head. You can't see the Earth rise as an astronaut standing on the moon.
Right.
Hey,
above your head.
Not to cut y'all, but Cumberdale, are you there? You want to come off mute? Do you have any questions? Cumberdale, Hubert. Hubert Cumberdale is the funniest name I've ever heard in my whole life. But Hubert Cumberdale, you want to come off mute? Have any questions for us, man? Don't be scared. It'll be nice. Hubert Cumberdale.
Hubert, you can open your microphone and talk to us. What you got? Tell us about this globe.
Hubert. Hubert. Hubert Cumberdale. If that's your real name, I want to hear about this.
It is a pretty.
Don't be so cumbersome.
Yeah.
That's an awesome name.
Hubert cumbersome to this world.
He's not gonna come off mute. All right, let's see who else we got. Okay, flat earther. Let's see. VC verified globe skeptic. Okay. PC Technics. PC Tech Texas. Come off mute. You want anything to say? PC Tech TX. Sound like you're on the right
about
side
what's
of the
going
fence.
on in VC Check, and it was just like these guys are just holding them guys up there. They won't freaking let them down here. I'm gonna jump up there and be like, "Yeah, oh, cool, new people."
Can you hear me?
All right.
PC, I'm talking for a minute. I don't know.
Who's talking? All right, somebody else. PC Tech in talking.
Talk to PC Tech. Somebody gave me shit for giving a flat Earth roll the other day, but anyway.
Shala Rambo. You want to come off mute? And you got any questions? What brings you here today? Shala Rambo. Okay.
Somebody was just talking. Who was that?
Yeah, I don't know. Who that was. Oh, they're definitely a flat earther. Let's see who else.
I'm scrolling through.
They're definitely a flat earther. Okay. We got some Russians in the house. Oh, on the fence. Okay. I can't read your Russian name, but you got the Obama Joker face. So Kaba I can't speak Russian or whatever that is, but Obama Russian face or Obama Joker face. Kawa, you want to come off mute? And you got any questions? Kawa, Obama Joker.
Chalarambo has been given listening pass, so
he can't speak.
He might have spoken to someone in check-in, but
He's VC verified on the fence, so I thought he would be a good one.
Oh, the Russian name. Yeah, we'll see.
Kawa, you want to come off mute? Oh, let's see who else we got. He's definitely flat earther. Zan, definitely flat earther.
Can you hear me?
What's up?
Yeah. Who's
this? Zan?
Excuse me. Was that my name?
No, whoever said, "Can you hear me?" That's
all right.
Yes.
If you can hear me, then Kawa, Naba, the Joker, Obama face.
Yeah,
he's been around. What's wrong with him?
Yeah, he's not saying shit though.
Well,
so.
he's got. Yeah.
Oh, he's gone.
Cyrillic. I changed his name so you could understand what it means.
Oh, Sasha. Sasha, you want to come off mute, Sasha? We would.
Thank you. What world do you?
You're welcome.
Sasha, come off mute. Any questions?
Definitely arguing Globe earlier.
Okay. Thanks for translating. Yeah, Sasha didn't want to chime in at the moment. Ivanov. Sasha Ivanov.
Yeah, he said he doesn't want to talk. Is that the deal?
Okay.
Is that what's up?
All right.
Sasha.
No problem. Flat Earther. Jacques. Flat Earther. Helio, Hank, of course, Flat Earther.
I'm saying that.
I don't know about Helio. Is he really a flat earther?
I don't know. Maybe he might not be.
Y'all niggas. Hey,
He might not
I'm
be.
looking at the check-in room. And I'm getting jealous.
your-
I'm like, they need to freaking check them motherfuckers in and get them in here.
I'll be your Glober.
There's a few in the check-in room, man.
All right, so Jerry's a flat earther. Okay, Jerry's a flat earther. Ebo is definitely a flat earther. Definitely a flat earther.
Man, you're slow at this shit, ain't you?
I know. I'm
there
trying
ain't
to do my
nobody in here
part,
that wants
man.
to talk. Yeah, I know. You're doing good. It's
I'm
like
trying,
I'm
yeah.
look at the check-in room. Look how many people in there, and they're probably in there. They're probably in there just talking about flat Earth, and they won't.
Hey, can you hear me?
Down. Yeah, I can.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'll be your Glober.
Okay, who are you?
I am me. Who else could I be?
Oh, what world D?
What world D? You gonna play the Globey?
Oh, you're motherfucker. You got all the tags. Fuck you. I'm jealous.
Don't be scared. Don't be scared. I'll be your Glober.
I'm not scared. I'm just jealous. That's all.
All right. What world D? What's the radius value?
The radius is
what's the radius
3,959 miles.
What was it?
Where's your evidence?
The radius is claimed to be 3,959 miles.
Okay, he got that. Okay.
Claimed, but what about you?
Well, it's America, so I'm all about that freedom of thought. So I can think of it as a globe.
America.
Are you
America's
aware
greatest?
No. I don't know.
Wait, did somebody just say that's not true?
Well,
Can you prove it?
Yeah.
We went to the moon and we proved Kepler and Newton and all those guys right. So America's the greatest.
We
you, a commie?
calculated the gas.
We beat the communists by going to the moon. What are you, a commie?
You know, the communists claim to have a space program as well. So I mean, I don't know where that is leading.
Hey,
Political ideology
not,
doesn't
say we didn't go to
necessarily have anything
why
to
did
do
you say we
with
need to
space.
go to the moon?
not corpse.
Hello, everyone. Yo.
Not corpse. Are you here,
Yeah.
bro?
Yeah, hi. I'm speaking currently.
Hey,
Hello, can you hear me?
hey, welcome to this. We love you and we appreciate you being here. What brings you here today?
Speak for yourself.
Okay.
Shut up, you guys.
Hold
up.
Why are you
Let him talk.
screaming?
We
You need to
were
calm
wanting
down,
new people
Eagle.
to come in. Yeah, you do need to calm down, illegal, just a little bit.
All right.
But
Why are you
I think we're
screaming?
getting some new people from check-in in here. There's some new people.
It's time for me to blaze out the blunt. Okay, I got you.
All right, yeah, just calm down a little bit. So who's the new person that wants to talk?
Hi. I'm not corpse.
Hey,
Not corpse, I think his name is.
Global Virus Pro.
No, not corpse
Jesus.
is the new guy. Not
Give us a second.
whoever's got
Yeah,
the
hi,
chick in the background. Please shut her down. But not corpse.
I'm about
is
to
the
shut
new
you
guy.
down. Could you quit
I
yelling?
just muted. Global Virus
I
Pro,
came to.
anyway.
Thank you, Helio. Thank you for taking the heat off me. I'm just trying to
The
smoke
heat's
my
not
blunt right
illegal.
Dude,
The
heat
heat's
was
not
on
off you. Could you calm down?
Yeah.
Like if you don't calm
yeah.
down, I'm gonna mute you. Seriously.
Seriously. But anyway, so we have a
Okay.
new
You are
person.
way too loud.
All right.
Like I've got you
Gotcha.
turned down, and you're still way too loud.
Either
All right.
way, who's the new guy?
Hi.
Hey, not corpse. Hey, welcome to the server. How'd you find us?
I got invited to the server. But,
From another Discord server,
from a
gaming
different
server?
Discord server, yeah.
Yeah, cool. Glad you found us.
Hell yeah.
Are you curious about flat Earth?
Oh yeah.
Did you ever talk to anyone about it before? Well, hold on. You have the link. Have you been here before? Because you have a role that's not usually given.
Yeah, no, I got the role before I came in here from Wolfgang Goyim.
Oh,
I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Cool. So, what do you have any questions for us?
Oh, so many, but I have not a clue.
Yeah.
Well, just give us one. Let's start with one question.
Yep. So do we.
A question: if the Earth is flat, how does different time zones work? Because surely, if the sun's above a flat Earth, everywhere's going to be day at the same time.
Well, aren't the longitudinal lines established based on the path of the sun? 24 hours. It takes 24 hours for the sun to move around Earth.
And doesn't it depend on the assumption of how?
Hold on. Let him answer my question before you go.
Okay, sorry.
Also,
go ahead.
With
longitudinal
gravity.
lines. No,
Gravity.
I asked about longitudinal lines, not gravity.
All right. Well, I'm sorry, I missed your question. What was it again?
You asked about time zones. I said the sun establishes time zones, right? It takes 24 hours for the sun to revolve around Earth, or even in the heliocentric model, the Earth spinning, it still works the same way.
Okay, then.
Doesn't it work the same way? Now, I mean, you can say, "Oh, well, okay. I'm going to see I want to hear your response to that."
No, I don't really have much of a response to that. It was
All
more
right.
just
So
a
the
general question.
longitudinal lines, we can both agree, are established by the path of the sun. Correct?
Right.
Come on, bro.
Yep.
You have to agree with that.
Right.
If you don't agree with that, you're just being dishonest.
What are
I
the
was
time
agreeing with
zones
you, bro. I
based
was just
on?
going to let you continue speaking.
Well,
you asked me a question and I answered it, and it works on both models. Why are you not agreeing with me?
That I was agreeing with you. I was just going to see if you had anything else to say. I thought you were going to.
Well, I don't need to answer anything else. You'd have to ask another question. So we both agree that the time zones are established by the path of the sun. Okay, so next question.
I have a question. Helio, did you say the Earth rotates around the sun every 24 hours?
There's no claims made yet. He asked about time zones. I answered the question. I haven't made a claim yet. The longitudinal lines are definitely established by the path of the sun.
Okay, yeah. Wait.
All right, cool. So what's the next?
Yeah.
What you got next?
I had a question about gravity, because if we're on a flat disk, then gravity is pulling us towards the center. Then surely as we get further and further out, gravity would act differently than how it usually does.
I want What World D to get this one, because I
just like to point out
uphill away from it.
Right. Well, it's obvious this guy is fairly new. So
yeah.
Well, yeah, obviously. I joined this episode.
So Corpse, let me just ask you this. It's just going to be maybe a couple questions just to help me with your line of reasoning here.
Mm-hmm.
So when you think of the term flat Earth, when you say it or when you hear someone else say it, what does that look like when you picture it in your mind, and can you describe it to us in detail?
The Earth being like a big frisbee surrounded by ice.
Okay,
and that pictures kind of like the logo.
And from your questions, I assume you think of it also as like floating in space. Is that right?
Well, yeah, it's kind of orbiting the sun.
Okay. So in this modern conversation about the shape of the Earth, the only people that think like you do of what the Earth looks like that is the Flat Earth Society, and we are not them, they are not us. So if you could do us a favor, and yourself, kind of just brain dump that image, just delete it from your psyche.
Yeah.
Because all the questions you have, spring from that mental picture in your mind.
Yep.
All the flat earthers that I've run across in this discussion don't think of the Earth that way.
Okay, well, I was meaning like Cell Medic's profile picture sort of thing. That's what I imagine the flat Earth looks like.
Right. I understand.
Which is wrong.
I understand. But if you to replace it, okay, just conceptually, perhaps think of the Earth as like a vast, extended, motionless plane of existence, and you don't know how far it goes.
Right.
So it's like the floor of the universe. It's a geocentric cosmology. Like the Earth is all there is. It's the center of this intelligently created realm. And the Earth and Sun are just as they appear. They're about the same size, along with the stars. They rotate east to west.
Much bigger than the Earth.
Well, see, that's another assumption.
Yep. Forget about space.
This whole discussion is a return to the senses. Like everything is as it seems.
I think it would help if you did maybe the gas pressure debunk space thing. Maybe might be the next thing to help him get there to what you're trying to have him envision.
Space.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, take him there with that. I'll let you do it.
I don't know. I can look up at night and very clearly.
No, not you. I'm asking the dude that was talking to you because he sounds like he's better at talking than me. So if you could take him down that road.
You don't say. I'm just joking.
No,
I know it's a lot of information. It's hard to grasp, but the ideas that you have in your mind are not original. Like you were taught cosmology and where you were and what it was from a very early age, like the conditioned phase of life when you were a child. Like you didn't have the cognitive capabilities or the reasoning faculties to rebut anything that you were presented with when you were a child, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, it's a lot
So you
like
just-
being a child works.
Yeah, you were kind of groomed.
Some dusty cosmology too, old 1,000-year-old stuff.
So, you know, and from that conditioned phase of life, it was reinforced through like your peers, your authority figures, teachers, parents, you know, co-workers, friends, movies, TV, media, all different types. So it can be a really tough adjustment to accept some of these ideas because you may be emotionally attached to them because we're dealing with people's core belief systems, right? Their core axioms, how they view and interpret, navigate the world that they're in. So, like, I don't know. If you're not open to it, you may have an adverse reaction, is all I'm saying.
Right.
Ask him about the moon landings. That's my litmus test. So ask him about that, and then maybe we can go further. Maybe.
Well, I don't want. I like to have the new people ask the questions. Like, I don't mind answering questions. Like,
yeah.
I'm not, just because he has a belief system, right? I'm not going to attack I'm not going to attack or show contempt for his belief system, even though I may not agree with it. Like, I can see it from his perspective because I was once there too.
Right. We all were.
And I think that gets lost. I see a lot of anger and vitriol from both sides, directed inappropriately, in my opinion.
So, can we ask him what his like main belief in why he thinks it's a globe? Am I out of line for asking that?
No, but like I said, I would appreciate if, you know, he'd ask questions. Like he was saying, like, wouldn't it be daylight all the time?
Right.
Yeah.
And he said, what else did he say? He said, how do time zones work? Right?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so if you were to picture the Earth or part of the vast extended plane that I was trying to replace in your mind rather than a disk in space, like picture a circular pond thought out by the sun that is close and local and about the same size as the moon, that's not able to light up everything at the same time. And it moves around in a circuit or a circle. And as it makes that path where it's overhead across the plane on that circle, that's noon. So there's 24 hours in a day, right? And that determines the time zones. Like a clock. It's like a big 24-hour clock going around in a circle.
Yeah, like the Discord logo.
Kind of, yeah. But it's not a disk in space. It may just be a circle thought out in a vast extended plane of sheet of ice. Can you see that a little bit better?
Yeah.
Like if the sun wasn't 93 million miles away and it was local and closer and smaller, it would only light up a certain amount of, you know, the land. And so that goes in a circle. Like if you've never seen the Gleason's map or the flat earth quote unquote model, which we don't claim a model, but it kind of helps visualize it. And so if the sun was closer and only lit up half and then goes in a rotation, that will give you time zones and days, all the things. Go ahead.
So does that answer your question about being daylight all the time and how do time zones work?
Yeah.
Okay, you got another one?
I was going to ask one about gravity.
Okay.
So
now, with this question, it can go a few different ways, but I like to say to you, what do you mean by gravity?
The thing pulling us towards the center of the Earth.
So that's Newtonian gravity.
The force that drives us towards the center of the Earth. A little bit.
Do you know that there's two kinds of gravity? Let me ask that first. Do you know that there's two kinds?
I'd be happy to learn about it.
Okay. And so there's two types of gravity. There's Einsteinian gravity and there's Newtonian gravity. What you're referring to is Newtonian gravity,